Along with Dell here with you as we were just watching the top plays. And an NBA player dunked. How awesome. A top play of the day. An NBA player was able to actually dunk.
John, you're going into get off my grass mode early today.
It's not a great play. It's a dunk. It's a dunk.
John thinks Chris Paul could dunk.
He can't dunk.
Everybody in the NBA can dunk.
No, they can't.
Fred VanVleet can dunk.
Fred VanVleet, yes. How much you want to bet?
No chance.
Patty Mills can't
Were
dunk.
you just going to ask a Fertitta and they'll tell you, yeah, that guy hasn't dunked in a practice.
Yeah. How much do you want to bet that Fred VanVleet can dunk?
Why do you think he can?
Because he can jump, dude. He absolutely can jump.
Well, you have to be able to jump high enough to get your hand substantially over the rim.
Could dunk either. Yeah.
Patty Mills.
Not everyone can
Patty
dunk.
Mills
in the
can't
NBA.
dunk.
What?
Patty Mills can't dunk.
Patty Mills can
Yes,
dunk.
he can dunk.
Not
Everybody can dunk.
Not in an NBA game.
Yes,
he may be able to do it in a practice, but not in an NBA
John
game.
Dunk.
John gets
in a game.
irrationally mad.
In a game.
It's so stupid.
We'll take you behind the scenes. John gets irrationally angry when a dunk is the top play on SportsCenter.
Gosh,
At a time-
And then
so
today you made
stupid.
yourself all upset, and it was a block followed by a half.
I thought that
followed
was a
by
great
a
play.
pass.
That was
yeah,
a
it was
great
a great
play.
play.
Yeah, but
Look,
then
he threw up a
it's
three.
right here.
But you were screaming.
They beat Stephen.
Oh, look at
Stephen
this.
F.
It's going to be a
Austin.
dunk. And it was a
Yeah.
block.
Oh, dunk! Oh, dunk! And then it's a block, and then a shot from Stephen F. Austin.
AJ
a
Kajus.
school in Texas.
Stephen F. Austin.
A school in Texas.
That's my guys. That's Stephen F.
That's my guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate Abilene Christian.
Yeah, you
with a
guys don't
passion.
hear it, but as Lance said, it's actually irrational. Like, to care this much about ESPN's top plays as if it matters to anyone.
And it's daily. Oh, let's wait for the dunk.
Well,
It's kind of like Dick Vitale is in here. Oh, but it's anti-Dick Vitale. Oh, a stupid dunk.
it's
look
ridiculous.
at this.
It's ridiculous.
What?
There are so many much better plays
Like this.
day in and day out, diving plays and home run saving catches and everything else, and they put a dunk up
John,
there.
Like this.
It's so
the
stupid.
buzzer beater.
The top 10 isn't for
60-67.
you.
great.
The top 10 isn't for you. It's for, I don't know who it's for now, but it ain't for you. And people still like dunks. That's just how it
No
is.
one
Sorry.
likes dunks. They're
Yeah,
stupid.
it's not for you. They don't want you to watch. If ESPN could, they would. If they could eliminate watchers, they would eliminate you. They would have your TVs zap out. Probably mine too.
Not even a
I
TV.
buy their products.
No, they would say-
your kids. They don't.
They're
They
going
don't
to
have
call.
any money.
This is what's going to happen. Wendy's going to get
Your
a call
kids
at
don't
the
even
office.
watch E ESPN.
Yeah, they do. Well,
No.
not my kids don't watch TV.
They watch YouTube
They
and-
watch. Well, they watch ESPN through bits and pieces on short.
'Cause they don't
They
have-
consume like all kids do now. Short.
So we
Shorts
had
and
this,
reels.
conversation last night. We saw Dune 2.
Uh-huh.
And it's long.
Frank Bullington wants me to go see Dune 2. I'm like, dude, I gotta go see Dune 1. I gotta see Dune 1.
You haven't seen
I
Dune 1
started
yet.
it. I'm on Gentleman.
It's
now.
a little slow to start. But
It is slow
It
to
was
start.
pretty good, but my son comes home. It's a generational movie.
It's
Okay.
generational.
Yeah.
Well, Star Wars was a generational
Yeah, that's
thing.
true.
Yeah, I
You
guess
probably
this
didn't see it at the time. You wouldn't have thought it was at the time.
I did. I watched
and
Star
this
Wars
has
at the
this
time.
has some of the makings of generational.
Yeah, it does.
They've
No.
got a popcorn thing that people are buying where you put
Yeah,
your hand into what looks like
Yeah.
a scary place.
Right.
You're like, oh,
It's the giant worm that you put your hand in. I don't know.
that's
I don't know if
Star Wars
anybody
had
wants to
something
put
like
their
that
hand in
too.
it.
Well, of
Giant
course,
one.
because Star Wars is a ripoff of Dune.
Yeah.
That's really what this is. This is updated Star Wars.
No, it's not updated
No.
Star Wars.
I
It
didn't
was
watch
first.
either Dunes, but I feel like this is just updated Star Wars.
Dune
came
was written
first.
before it.
Star Wars ripped off Dune.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dune was written before it. My brother read
So
Dune
you're telling
back
me
in the-
Timothy Chalamet is in his 70s? Okay, thanks, Del.
No, I'm telling you, the creator of Dune,
Yeah.
George Lucas, idolized him and took stuff from that book and made Star Wars.
It does look a lot like Star Wars. It
Like,
is
yeah,
going to
a
win
lot.
Best Picture because it's an epic movie. But
Like Lord of the Rings.
it's out in February and March, or March, whatever. It's a long time till the Oscars.
Doesn't matter. Long epic,
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings. These things always
yeah,
win.
yeah, especially sequels.
Oppenheimer.
And now there's going to be a third one, and it's going to be because it's going to keep
well,
doing.
third one's gonna. If you thought Dune 2 was weird with that baby stuff, Dune 3 is the next one is the
Is
weirdest
this a
thing.
book?
Yeah.
Did you
Is
read
it-
the book?
No, I didn't read them, but I've seen what people are
Did you see
discussing.
the
The
comics?
baby's pretty smart now.
Well, I mean, the baby's got prescience.
the baby
By the way,
knows stuff.
I tried
Yeah.
to call you yesterday. You didn't
Oh,
answer.
yeah, no, I was playing golf. What happened?
Yeah. I'm having lunch with Chris Solis. And we're having lunch, and he goes, and we're talking about some of the Oscar movies because I didn't see him, and he watched them all. And he said, he goes, yeah, you should see The Fall. What's it called?
Fall of Anatomy. Or
The Anatomy of a Fall. He goes, he goes, the dog? Unbelievable. I said, did you hear Granado say that? He goes, no. I said, that's what Granado said. He said the dog should win an Oscar. He goes, this dog is incredible. I'm like, oh, my God.
It's the best acting I've ever seen. Lassie, sit back because you're in about fifth place now.
Apparently this dog
Bud?
is...
Bud was a great acting dog.
Air Bud. I don't know.
It was, in a comedic role.
Old Yeller pretended to die.
Yeah.
So.
But we've had some good
We didn't
dogs.
see Old Yeller.
This dog crushed it. This is the Robert De Niro
Hooch.
In his prime of dogs.
That good.
That good.
He seemed freaked. Like, he said, it's awesome. Like, I'm like, oh,
I
my
didn't know.
gosh.
While we're watching, I'm like, how did they get this dog to do this?
Well, the trainer. Well, some dogs are smart.
No, this
The trainer's got to be unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that was the best. Anyway, Dune 2 it's long, but it's good. It's good. I mean, it's not great. I guess. I don't know.
I saw it in IMAX. It was an experience.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, but I'm a sci-fi
But
nerd, so I
I
like
need
that
to
stuff.
watch Dune 1, right?
You need to watch Dune.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, it lays the groundwork for
I'll
a lot
watch
of the
it
characters.
in IMAX.
You watch. Yeah. You're gonna go to IMAX. Yeah. Anyway, so Malik Collins kind of caught us off guard a little bit, but it's interesting that we're going to trade. Apparently, according to everybody's a bunch of reports, they were going to trade Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, but it fell through because they needed the money freed up for Daniil Hunter. But they're still very much on Eric Armstead.
That's not a surprise. The question is, do they have enough money? Well, you just dealt your defensive tackle. That feels like a precursor to trying to get it done with Eric Armstead. I mean, Armstead is a guy, he fits what D'Amico wants. D'Amico coached him. He's got Aziz Al-Shair at linebacker. He's bringing in the guys he brought in, Jimmy Ward. He's brought in guys, and this is normal. You bring in guys, a lot of times if you don't like the coach, you complain like with Gary Kubiak or the Patriot way. If you like the coach, you say, this is great, which is D'Amico Ryan. So, but in this case, I'm happy he's making these moves with his his players because they're come from a good team. But I would think the Texans, when I saw that they had this deal in place previously, well, the first thing I thought of when I saw that they had made the trade was, oh, this frees up room for Eric Armstead. That's what I thought. Then I saw the report that there was a trade that they had kind of agreed to that fell apart because of the Hunter signing. And so then when they still went ahead with the trade, and what did they get for him? Not much, right?
7th rounder.
So basically
Conditional.
Yeah, so all they're doing, Malik Collins is better than that. All they're doing is saying,
they wanted to keep his salary.
Just take his money, please. We're trying to open this up so we can get somebody.
And that's
really? Who's that somebody going to be? Yeah. Oh, gee, we just dealt a defensive tackle. You're not dealing Malik Collins unless you already know you have a deal with Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
They will announce an Eric Armstead deal today.
Yeah, you would think that.
Yeah, why would you deal a starting defensive tackle and go from and now have none?
When defensive line was your top priority.
Yeah.
And you dealt Malik Collins. Is Malik Collins all right? It's interesting that they would get rid of Malik Collins.
They already told you Malik was a starter, and they already said Malik Collins was a starter. Sheldon Rankins was a starter, and D'Amico said we got to get better in the middle.
First thing,
Sheldon's gone. Sheldon is on free agent market still.
He was signed.
Did he get signed yesterday? Okay, and then Malik is traded. That should tell you something.
Yeah.
He wasn't. For as much as they were penetrating and all that stuff, he wants it to be a little more firm up the middle, and so I do fully expect Eric Armstead. I don't know what the deal is with Autry. Like, Autry is going to have to bulk up to play inside full time if he's a starter. He may be just a designated pass rusher inside, although that's a pretty sporty contract for a DPR. But I do think Armstead comes today. Or I didn't see Reeder didn't go yesterday.
No. Well, the Niners are expected. No, we all think, okay, they released. They're expected to release Armstead.
Right.
He's not gone yet, and he's going to have a June 1st designation.
Well, and so I think what's happening probably is that the Texans obviously have had discussions with San Francisco if they almost had a trade. That's probably, a lot of times in this stuff they say, what are you going to do? We're going to release him. Okay, you call Eric's agent and you say, hey, when he gets released, we want this. This is what we're offering them. This is a deal. Like, I think a deal is done for Eric Armstead. That's my guess. Or you wouldn't have moved away from both of your defensive tackles.
Right.
That's hard right now. There's a gaping hole there, and you just created money by just giving away Malik Collins for basically nothing. You just want to get rid of his salary. Well, what are you doing that for? Well, you're doing it to make another move.
You would think. Yes, you would absolutely think that is the case. What was his cap hit? Or I haven't seen. Nobody has reported.
Hit?
What was Malik Collins? What was his? What happened with it? How much did they save, or how much was their hit?
Yeah, I'll look at it right now.
Yeah, I don't know what I've been trying to find.
He signed a 2-year, so it's
$23 million. 20 guaranteed.
Well, that was his contract, but this year they save the dead cap space is $8 million. They save $500,000.
Well, I didn't save that much for.
I mean, yeah, his yearly cash. No, his cap hit was they say $470,000. Yeah. I mean, the cap cut, his dead cap space is $8 million. The cap hit would have been 8.4. So his base. Yeah, I'm trying to look at how they have.
Yeah, I'm reading Spot Track, but I think they gave what the Texans are freeing up possibly over 2 years. Like they say the Texans free up $3.4 million of cap space per the move, but I think that's over the course of 2 seasons.
It is, because I'm looking. He's got 2004, 2005. So.
Oh, was he a June 1st designee?
Well, he got traded, so I'm not sure.
He got traded, so yeah, no. That couldn't be, because he only signed a 2-year deal, and the first year was last year.
They can't be saving much, because next year would have been a clear $10 million. There's no dead cap space next year.
This year, yeah, would have been.
Next year would have been so.
Well, he got $20 million guaranteed, so and he got 23 total, which was funny about Danielle Hunter, $49 million, 48 guaranteed. Why didn't they just guarantee the whole 49? I mean, honestly.
Yeah, what are we fighting over at that point?
What are we doing?
That's a lot of guaranteed money for a player's age, but it's a shorter contract. I think this is what we're going to see. We're going to start seeing one of the kickers now for teams is going to be that they're going to start fully guaranteeing 3-year deals. Because usually it's, 2 years basically are guaranteed, and it used to be signing bonus, right? So it used to be the signing bonus. You get this money up front, and it spreads over the length of the contract, and that's money that accelerates if you cut the guy or trade him. Now it's becoming they're guaranteeing more and more money, and which is what agents want. And so I think eventually the sweetener on a deal like that that's going to become the norm, where the contract's fully guaranteed, basically.
Yeah, Malik Collins, 2 years, $23 million, $20 million guaranteed, and the Texans are $470,000.
Yeah, that's all that it looks like they're saving.
Like?
They're not exactly opening up a ton of cap space.
Give them a hometown discount.
Maybe they were just off by $400,000. Maybe they're like, if I don't get this last $400K that we're, maybe the agent said, you better find it somewhere.
Is this agent Mulligetta too? Because that would be one of his moves.
He'd say, I need the bag for $400,000.
All of it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I hope he's not. Of course, CJ is. By the way, are you a little nervous about CJ Stroud with Mulligetta? I am. But to me,
get that bag.
The contract,
what was this?
He already basically told him, I don't care about my players other than the bag.
Hashtag secure the bag.
I believe.
I love that in an agent.
He said, agents.
Wait a minute. Every agent is that anyway.
Yeah, no, but he's saying, he comes out and says, teams are doing what's best for them. But here's the difference. To him, the ends justify the means, so he'll hold his players out. Yeah. He will have Yannick Ngakoue or whoever. He'll have players do things that irritate teams so he can get them traded. That's not really in the spirit of it, is it?
No, it's not in the spirit of it, but look what he did for his client. He got $25 million for the Texans without playing it down. He's got $230 million guaranteed from the Browns. Win for his client.
Yeah, it's terrible for the team. So I would flip and say, don't be upset when the teams do what's best for them also.
Yeah. All right, I got to talk about HR&P right now. And 713-780-3776, y'all want to get in here.
Joel Siegel's is
You're more than welcome
Joel.
to do that. I'm talking about HR&P, and I mentioned this yesterday, I think, that it's a locally owned and operated company. And can't be happier about that, because they're right here. You're going to see the Plotkins or the Chris, or you're going to see Kevin. You're going to see these guys here bringing you or talking to you all the time, being here. I had to get my W-2. It couldn't have been easier to get your W-2. You just you download it, and there it is. Everything is simple. They have someone answering the phones if you have any questions whatsoever. The first time I had to do it, I was like, hey, because I don't listen to anybody. I don't listen to directions. So I called. It's easy. The customer service is second to none. So your clients don't come to you with anything questions they have HR-wise or vacation-wise or payroll-wise. They go to HR&P, and HR&P is taking care of all of that. The service, second to none. You're looking for the best way to go about this thing for you, your payroll, your HR, your taxes, all of it. HRP.net. Locally owned and operated. Let's go. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Something for you.
Yeah, generally when he does a live, then you do a live.
QC Kinetics.
Oh,
That's
great.
how it works.
Yeah. Well, your point was in both directions.
I pointed at you, and then you pointed at him.
Well, I'm talking about QC Connection. Listen, QC Kinetics.
The professionalism.
So, a lot of professionalism. Luckily, QC Kinetics majors, in fact, has a master's degree in professionalism, and it starts with their process of regenerative medicine. What regenerative medicine means is the body's healing power. They take it out, they concentrate it, give it a little jump start, they put it back into the joints. So then the process of healing really begins, and what it does is it starts to regenerate lost tissue and restore damaged tissue. This is what reduces inflammation. Inflammation is what's causing all the pain for you when you have chronic pain in your knees and your hips and your back and your shoulders. I am giving you guys a shortcut to what you've thought of forever as the way to handle this. You start taking aspirin, then it turns into the Aleve, then you're getting steroid shots, and you start taking heavier pain medicine. You're wondering when you get the surgery. Listen, you don't have to do all that. QC Kinetics can take that right out of your hands and right out of the options and give you a better option, an option where you have a quicker reduction of pain and you can start to enjoy your life much more quickly. Better mobility, better time outside, a better you. It's QC Kinetics, 4 locations around the Houston area, qckinetics.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so the Cougs are playing TCU today, 2 o'clock, first round of the tournament. If they want to be the number 1 overall seed in the tournament, which I'm not sure it matters as long as you're a 1 seed. I'm not sure it matters. We've seen the number 1 overall seed, and you're like, hey, that 2 seed is not the 8th seed. They're one of the top 2 seeds. So I'm not sure that matters. They definitely want to be in the South, which I think the Cougs are going to be in the South. They do probably need to win a couple of games. Now, to be 1 of 1 they need to win, probably get to the championship game. But they can't play TCU like they did last time. TCU is the number 1 fast break team in the country. TCU is an offensive rebound machine.
Well, I mean, that's the – well, you're mentioning two things. Number one, early offense to prevent having to get into a half-court grind. And the other thing is, offensive boards. Like, those are two things that can be an issue for Houston. If you told me they're a really great free throw shooting team, I'd tell you those are the big three.
They're the exact opposite. So the first time that they met, the Cougs had 24 personal fouls to 14 for TCU. TCU went to the line 29 times and only made 16 of them. And they won by 1. If they hit their free throws, they beat the Cougs easily. But they didn't.
My guess
but
is
you
they
can't.
don't.
But the Cougs this time can't get in foul trouble like that. If the Cougs get in foul trouble, especially in the front court, I don't know how they keep guys on the court. Sedloth is going to play a big role, I think, in this postseason, be it in this tournament or the next, or maybe both, because there is going to come a time when you need Sedloth to be on the floor. He's not going to be much of an offensive force, but he's definitely going to have to play defense and get rebounds. And you take probably an offensive player off the floor if Francis or Juwan Roberts gets in foul trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it is going to be awfully important for them to stay out of foul trouble, but TCU is going to put you in foul trouble. TCU is, and they're going to run, and they're going to grab offensive rebounds. So the Cougs, they one of 3 teams that beat the Cougs this year. Now, it was at TCU. This is a neutral site. TCU is not that good. TCU is an okay basketball team, and they haven't been even playing great lately. So this is a game that the Cougs need to get through.
Cougs are a 10-point favorite.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you think?
Yeah,
I got 10.5.
Yeah, I'm seeing 10, but it's over/under is 137. Yeah, I think it's I don't know. It's hard to say. I'd probably just take TCU plus the points in this one based on everything, TCU's strengths. Probably feels like it's maybe a lot for this particular Houston team but then again, if Houston's really focused and it's the first game of the tournament, they also could come out and just smack TCU. So we'll see. And it's not like you don't have action to work off of. Kelvin Sampson can basically start working on anything he didn't like on tape and start to tighten it up. So it'll be that could be a little interesting. TCU 21-11, Cougs 28-3, but game is in Kansas City. I don't know. I mean, theoretically, TCU could travel a little better, although it's not a bad travel for either one of these teams. I could see a lot of Houston fans waiting to come in until the weekend, or waiting to come in until like Friday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like saying, okay, this
Can't
is a
be
win.
complacent. Get over there.
This is a win. We're gonna
get on your way now and go.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a drive.
Kansas City, you fly.
Well, you can't just today say, "Oh, have you ever seen rates?" When you try to do it same day,
because if they take off with nobody in those seats, then they lose that money.
They don't go down.
Yeah, they're going way down.
They don't go down.
Grab your seat.
I've tried it. No, that's not how it works.
Day of is the best way to do it.
No, don't listen to him. Yeah. 6 weeks out is the best. I've got to fly back. Alec got his car from Gulf Coast Chevy. I've got to drive to Alabama with him and fly back on Sunday. And I looked at the rates. It's already like just a one-way ticket is $650.
Why can't he drive himself?
I got to get back.
Why can't he just drive himself?
It's 10 hours.
So what?
He could, but my wife is like super panicky about it.
What the bleep?
Happy wife, happy life. If
mind?
Wendy told you to go, you'd be,
no.
Yes, ma'am. You'd say, yes, ma'am, and you get in the car.
Yeah.
That's what you would do. You wouldn't tell Wendy no.
You just let him drive the car. He's 10.5 hours is easy. He'll stop in Biloxi, play some blackjack.
He's not you.
Keep on going. Yeah.
It's not you.
That's all.
It's not how that works.
That's the way to do it, right? I mean, didn't your brother drive to Africa when your dad picked him?
You can't drive to Africa.
He didn't drive to Africa? He didn't? All right.
Do you understand how cars and water and geography works?
No one knows.
No, I think we all know. You're the only one who doesn't.
Apparently.
Did your brother drive to Africa? Where was he? What's the country what's the continent that gets you to Africa by driving? Do you think it's North America?
Oh, on a ferry, you can drive your car onto the ferry and
what type
take a
of
boat.
ferry goes from New Jersey to Africa?
A big one.
Okay.
Big ferry. Okay.
Right, round trip. If you wanted to fly today, you could theoretically get there
to Kansas City.
To Kansas City, you could get there. Please select departure. Oh, so when am I returning, John? Give me a return date.
Sunday.
Okay, so we're staying for the whole thing. We're in.
Yeah.
You're saying Houston's winning.
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna go there, come back. Our flight looks like it's gonna be, so we need to leave today by 2:30 to get there 4:30. What time does that game start?
2. No,
it starts 11:30. You're cooked.
No, it's 2:00. 2:00 game.
Oh, it's 2?
Yeah.
Well, this is. Yeah. Well, I still can't get there in time today.
So how much is it? Round trip. You buy it today.
7
round trip.
733.
Any pay. 300. You're
For
paying
most-
$650 one way.
Dell, how does 730 sound to you for a round trip?
It's not great. It's not great, but it's not horrific. You can do it. Just do it.
Who can do it?
People. The people.
People with disposable income.
Let me ask you this
I
question.
think.
Based on Google Trends data, interest in LeBron James versus Caitlin Clark.
That's all.
Who won? Who won the states?
LeBron
or Caitlin Clark?
LeBron.
And how many states?
I'm going to say 29-22.
29 to 22? How many states are there now?
You're including Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
No, it's 29 to 21.
Okay.
If not,
That's
unless
50
you
states
want to.
still.
Oh, wait, it's PR's not 51.
It's not a state
I'm
specifically.
going to make, I'm going to include Mexico.
She
It's
got
not a
It's
state
a big,
either.
big state.
yeah.
It's kind of a state now.
She got she got all the Midwest.
I saw those numbers.
Yeah.
I already saw
all the
numbers.
Midwest,
As you'd expect.
and he got all the South and West.
Who got the North?
The North is Caitlin.
Okay.
All the Midwest and North. He hit New York. He got New York and one of those states that
I got
nobody
a
knows.
Google Trends. So if you can, who are people more interested in? Caitlin Clark, Caitlin Jenner.
It depends on
who is still interested in
on
Caitlyn
how you
Jenner?
identify.
Well, the Google Trends are here.
How do you identify?
As a women's college basketball fan,
Okay, then you're Caitlin Clark.
are you sure?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Well, Caitlyn Jenner didn't ever play college basketball.
No.
So why would a women's college basketball
Bruce
fan?
won a gold.
But not in college basketball.
Has
If I'm a decathlon,
let me ask you: Has Caitlyn Jenner, has Caitlin Clark won a gold medal yet at all in the
Has
Olympics?
she participated?
I don't know. Maybe not good enough.
is she going to?
Can she do multiple events like?
Is she going to be on our women's Olympic basketball team?
I don't know. I don't know how they treat
No one ever talks
college
about
players.
that. I have no idea.
Yeah.
When's the last time we talked about women's Olympic
By the
basketball
way,
team?
is because Alpy now is only a bruised knee and a sprained ankle. Is he going to compete in the Olympics now?
No.
I don't know. You don't know that.
I watched a video of a guy talking.
You don't think Turkey is gonna push
They
this?
can say whatever they want. He lives here now. He's like, what do I care?
I don't think
They
that's
don't have
how
to
they.
boss me. How much? Y'all got a bag coming? I'm trying to work with Dream.
I feel like you don't understand how international players feel about their countries. In this.
I know, but Alperin's different. He's Americanized now. That's why he's working with our Lagos, Nigeria center, Alp.
Yes,
he's-
obviously.
No, I don't know that he will play. So I watched a video about. Did you see that? Somebody sent it to us, both of us, and it's about the grade 3. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is
Did
a
you
grade
actually watch
3.
that?
I think that he just. I think there's a chance that Ime didn't say it right, say everything completely right, because the damage is pretty substantial on a grade 3. I mean, it's a severe issue.
Yeah, but they shut him down for the year, but
Yeah, I mean,
he'll be back next year.
As I told you, he would be shut down for the year.
Yeah. You had it first.
I
No
did have it
question.
first. As long as people,
I had Justin Fields for the Falcons first.
How did that work out for you?
he could still come as a
It could
backup.
still happen.
You can still
You don't
trade him
know.
there to be a backup.
7:30. Time to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy this is something that really I think it could give you a lot of enjoyment if you are on Underdog right now, because the tournament is underway. I'm going to pull up my Underdog app right now, as a matter of fact, and see what some of the high and lows, the Pick'em Challenge on the tournament. There's a ton of different things to play, and they have a lot of great features going on right now. But I'm looking at college basketball. Here it is. I mean, look at it. Higher or lower, 18.5 points for Tyson Walker. Michigan State against Minnesota. Dawson Garcia, are you interested in 7 rebounds? Or what about 0.5 3-pointers made, higher or lower? I didn't even get to his points, his rebounds and assists, his points and assists. Like, you can go find a player for University of Houston that you really like and one that you think you have a good feel for, and go play higher or lower with their statistics. They have this for college basketball. They have this for the tournament. The conference tournaments right now, you have multiple statistics for multiple players. Go higher or lower. Think about that. The advantages that you can find, you can poke holes in some of these numbers, and then you pick between 2 and 5 players, and you can win up to 100 times your original play with some of the boosters that they have in place. Make sure that you are watching and playing along with the games that you are watching throughout the week and throughout the weekend, and of course with NBA basketball as well, with my friends over at Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. They're going to match your first deposit up to $100. I want you to go ahead and make sure that you do that so you can maximize your input. It's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code Lance. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Time to talk about Doc Linville. I am getting my third and final PRP on Monday. Can't wait. It is such a great process. Kelly is awesome. She's doing an awesome job. She does all of the PRPs, and that really is picking up. The doc says that you guys are really responding to the PRP because you know what? You go to 975hair.com and then you show him your hair and you show him what's going on with your hair, and he'll decide whether or not you need the neografting or the PRP, and he doesn't care. This is like a side business for him. He does all kinds of plastic surgery for women. And by the way, guys, if your wife is going to do some plastic surgery, he is awesome. and he has to. Doc does more fixing of other botched plastic surgeries than he probably does of original plastic surgeries, because other doctors are botching them up and he's fixing them. So here's the deal, though. He'll decide whether or not you need the neografting or you need PRP. And I did the neograft, and now I'm doing the PRP. And I saw him the other day, as a matter of fact, and he was like, "Man, there's a lot of little hairs coming in. It's awesome, and those are going to grow into big hairs, and I can't wait." So it's a great process. And if you're losing your hair and you don't want to lose your hair, all you have to do is go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, day three of the free agency signing period. It says, okay, winners and losers. The Tennessee Titans, did they really win giving $92 million to Calvin Ridley? I mean, listen, I don't think either of us are really, really big fans of Calvin Ridley. They gave him $50 million guaranteed, $92 million. He's coming off 76 receptions and 1,016 yards, 8 touchdowns.
It sounds like a pretty solid year. The problem with it, because I had him on fantasy, so I know what he did, it was really hit or miss. Like, he'd be a big factor or no factor. Him and Christian Kirk took that time.
So was Nico.
Nico's better.
Well, Nico's better. There's no question. But Nico was hit or miss too. He had a few 16-yard games, 30-yard games.
I'm getting a feeling you don't think you want to pay Nico Collins.
I'm not sure that I think that he's a number 1A. I'm not sure.
He's going to search for that.
He went from 400 yards to 1,200 yards.
Well, but that happens.
Yeah,
that happens. I mean, he also went from Davis Mills, Lovie Smith, David Culley to a real team.
That's true. It's true.
And he was good in college.
Have you ever thought, before this year, you would not have argued that you even thought that Nico Collins was a 1?
No, not a 1, but I thought he had a chance to be a pretty good 2.
Yeah, but you got to pay him 1 money now.
Yeah, I know. Well, do you want to keep C.J. Stroud rolling or not?
Yeah. Well, or you get somebody else that's a 1.
Okay, and then you have to pay the big money.
Yeah, right.
Bigger money.
Right.
But that was pretty effective. I mean, you don't have to have a 1. You could Detroit Pistons this thing where you have multiple players that are really, really good. You have Tank, you have Nico, you get a better wide receiver opposite, and you got CJ, and you got Dalton Schultz, you got CJ Stroud with multiple targets.
Yeah.
I mean, now the counter argument to that would be, okay, so you're going to lean on all the targets, then why pay Nico like he's a 1? I don't think the Texans are going to be interested in breaking up what they have right now with CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz. I think that's going to be their priority, and they've got the 2 of them, the 2 rookies. They've got those guys for a long time, so I think next up is Nico. I thought he might get a contract extension this year, but now it doesn't make sense because you're giving him money this year. Like, you don't have cap space to do it now, so it's not like you can readjust his contract and unless you want to just give him. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. They're not going to do it this year.
Yeah.
Maybe after June 1st they would look at something.
It's so funny. It's funny. You look at we were talking about, do you have to have a 1? You do it like the Detroit Pistons. Did you see the leading rushers for the Super Bowl champs over the years? The last 2 years, it's Isaiah Pacheco. I mean, they've won twice with Isaiah Pacheco.
7th round pick.
Not one of the greats. No. Before that, Cam Akers. Before that, Leonard Fournette. Damian Williams.
Well, it was Cam and others. Like, it wasn't just Cam.
Yeah, but their leading rusher was Cam.
Oh, leading rusher, yeah.
Leonard Fournette, Damian Williams, Sony Michel, LeGarrette Blount, C.J. Anderson, LeGarrette Blount, Percy Harvin. It's not a who's who. No. I mean, it's not even top 10. They're not even top 10 in the league.
No, but you're talking about some elite quarterbacks in there.
That's right. And probably a lot of good receivers.
But that's the whole point. That's why getting Saquon Barkley doesn't make a lot of sense for the Texans.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you've got you're on a rookie contract, I get it, but what's more important right now, defensively, you can find running backs. It's hard to find defensive tackles, and right now they do have a hole there. I'm reaching out to I reached out to the agent for Eric Armstead to see if I can get a little intel on this one, but in case you missed it, Malik Collins was traded yesterday for a conditional 7th round pick. Now, usually when it's conditional, it works up. So it's 7th that could turn into a 6th with something is probably what it is. Maybe even stair step higher. But the Texans were clearly clearing out some space for him, because there was another report that came out that the Texans had a deal done, they thought done in principle, with a Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade that would have taken place. But I will say this, John. Well, and so the money was wiped out. The ability to sign him was wiped out because they signed Danielle Hunter, and so the money that they were going to have available was not there. You're losing $8.5 million in caps in salary space for Malik Collins, but is Eric Armstead going to take 8.5? Like, is he? They still got a little bit more money left.
You still got the cap hit.
What's
you
that?
Didn't lose that money. You still got the. I mean, you got cash. But
That's right. I'm sorry. It's only $470,000.
Yeah, $470,000.
They only freed up $470,000.
Yeah, right.
Now there's a spot in the roster ready, but I do believe they've already got something planned. I don't think they would have gone through with the trade unless they knew they had a move that they could move forward. I don't know if there's a cap casualty coming today. I don't know who that would be.
You know, it's so funny how that works too. Why not, if you trade the guy to another team and they're going to pay him, why is that cap hit against you? You freed up that money. You should be able to free up that space.
That doesn't count against you. It's the signing bonus,
right,
that they still have, that $8 million. Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's always been that way. It prevents you from just doing it. It's an anti-signing trade. You can't do signing trades that way.
Right, and giving a gigantic signing bonus for just 1 or 2 years, and then get rid of the guy. Yeah, I guess I see that, but it's so penal to do that you really got to be careful with the guys that you sign now. And
you can't get away from bad contracts.
And the big signing contracts. No, you can't.
Yeah, they want to make sure that if you give it, you don't just sign ridiculous deals and then just try to trade them away. Like, you've got to live with the contract you signed. So it does make you think a little bit more. Like, it should be for the betterment. This is the thing that I just don't think gets thought about with what's going on in college football, but really more importantly with pro football. The betterment of the sport. Like, the sport doesn't produce all this money. All this money is out there, yes, but it's because football, ahead of basketball, ahead of baseball, makes parity. You know, I see the idea that somehow the draft is some horrific thing that limits players, and this will come out from people every once in a while. And there's no understanding that parity is what helps the NFL thrive. Parity is what makes 32 cities believe that they have a chance within a year or two, maybe not every single year, but that they're not that far away, that they've got a chance with good moves. You know why? Because they do. And because the draft is set up from worst to best, you get a chance to get the best players. And that helps keep the TV strong in 32 markets. So your national TV deals bring in a lot of money. Like, the idea that what's good for the individual overrides the NFL. No, the NFL being strong and robust brings in way more money for players to make. Way more.
This is I don't know. We do this every year. Been doing this for a long time. I don't remember this big a flurry, especially of big names and releases of guys. This has been there is a lot of guys flying around the NFL this year.
Everything's changed, hasn't it? It's a lot of 1-year deals from now. Like, the market has changed. It's not 5-year deals. You get maybe 4, a lot of times 3, but for the most part, it's 1s and 2s. And the veterans, you get into the Jadeveon Clowney model. That used to be an unusual model because you always thought these guys would get multiple
guaranteed money.
And now they're like Chase Young's probably going to say, hey, I need to, you have guys who are saying, I'll take 1 year, prove it deal, because I'm not going out on a 2 or 3 year deal here. I need more money than this. And and so you see bigger names released, and
there's
bigger
more
movement.
Big names.
Is this like international soccer? Is there that many big names that are always moving because of transfer window?
Well, international soccer probably would upset the people who don't like all the movement on the college level, because an international player can say, I don't want to be here anymore, even if he's under contract. And most of the time, the teams acquiesce. Oh, you don't want to be here? How valuable is he? Oh, we're gonna put an $80 million. I'm just using a random number. Sometimes it goes higher. We'll put an $80 million value on him. If anybody wants to match it, we'll sell the player, and then you can pay a salary. So, yeah, international soccer, I think there's more freedom. All a player really has to say is, I don't want to be here anymore.
We got to break it. We got people on hold that want to get in here. So, and if you want to get in, we're going to take calls on the next segment. 713-780-3776. Talking draft, talking NFL. But right now, I am talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. highly experienced, expert plumbing contractors. They're working hard to ensure that you get the highest quality water in and throughout your home. It just happened to me where I didn't have very good, out of the shower, it wasn't coming out well in my sink. And they were like, well, first of all, you got to clean your water heater because there's a lot of residue in there, a lot of resin, and you got to clean that out. And look at how much better it is now. And then they figured it out in the sink as well. And all of a sudden, the water is flowing freely and wonderfully. This is something that, and they found it right away. They found the leak right away when I had a leak and it was hurting my floors. That was an emergency situation I've had before where the pipes broke during the freeze and they had to come and fix that, and they did that as well. I'd never needed a plumber before, but thank goodness that we had Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing when we needed them because they're perfect. You need Billy Brown. At some point, you are going to need a plumber. Get somebody that you can trust that's not going to come and charge you just to show up. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbing.com.
Hey, I was just at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC yesterday with my son Alec. He got his first car, and he got a Buick. It's actually the vehicle that I've been telling you guys about, the Buick Envision, and they've had a great deal, and Alec got a terrific deal on a 39-month lease. We did it with 15,000 miles. He's got to drive to Tuscaloosa. And, man, his excitement, his mom's excitement, running outside to see her baby's new car for the first time, his first ever car. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Went through the process. Couldn't have been easier. And we go through the process just like everyone else, from the credit application. You go through, check out the vehicles, find the one you want, work on price, work on trade-in value. We didn't have trade-in value on this one, but you will. They're going to give you more for your trade-in value. They're going to find every single bit of money they possibly can for you, from dealer cash back and any other incentives that they can. I mean, if it's $500, $1,000, they're going to find it for you. And the great thing is, I really feel like you've got an opportunity to have a car buying experience that will change the way that you see car buying. Makes it fun. It makes that experience, and it should be fun, makes that car buying experience a blast to get that brand new car. And you've got great vehicles available, whether it's Chevy Silverado pickup trucks, GMC Sierra pickup trucks, the Chevy Traverse, the Buick Envision, or Encore that they have available. There's the right car, the right price, the right selection, no matter what your budget is, at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Make sure you start the car buying experience online at landzcars.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, let's get to the call. 73780-3776. The number to hang out with us right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Who's first? It's going to be Keith. Keith wants to talk a little NFL. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Love the show, as always. I want to talk about a team that has made a flurry of moves. It's not the Ravens. It's the Washington Commanders. What are they cooking up there in D.C.? They have added Jeremy Chin, Eckler, Ertz, McManus, Cleveland Farrell. They've added players left and right. Bobby Wagner yesterday. New coach, 10 picks, the second pick in the draft. What are the D.C. Commanders cooking up with this roster, this ownership, Dan Quinn, all these guys, plus maybe Jaden Daniels at 2?
Yeah, it looks like they're getting older.
A poo-poo platter of old is what they're cooking up.
Yeah.
You remember that commercial with Emmitt Smith and Dan Marino
And Jerry
Rice?
Yeah.
They got them coming in. And that's the Commanders' locker room right now.
I don't know what they're doing, but it
Well, it's
it
not
doesn't
that
seem
bad.
good.
I mean, Chin isn't old, and Austin
Bobby
Eckler,
Wagner.
Austin Eckler's he's starting to get older, but doesn't have a lot of tread on the tires just because he catches so much. He doesn't run. Bobby Wagner's old. There's no way around
They
that.
didn't use Eckler at all last year. He's got a lot of tread still on that tire.
But they got rid of. They're going to get rid of Jamin Davis, and Frankie Louvu is a lot better than I expected. He's played pretty good football. They just want to be competitive right away. It's a new owner who wants to get in and make this team more new owner came in. Now you've got a new head coach, and do they have a new general manager? I don't think they had a new general manager, but they basically just want to be as competitive as possible right now. I don't know that any of these moves are going to be. I mean, there's some of them that will be for the future, but I don't know. I just think they're just saying, "Hey, we got money to spend." They had a tremendous amount of money to spend.
Yeah, they hired Adam Peters. Remember, we thought that might be a slow connection when that.
Adam
when that
Peters is just trying to get. He wants to be competitive. More than likely, he wants to establish winning culture, and to do that, he gets veterans in here who, can have an impact on the younger guys on the roster. You already have guys like Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne, so you already have veterans inside on defense. But you think about that defense. Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, you have Jeremy Chin at safety now. You already have Deron Payne. Like, I know they sold off their defensive ends yesterday and last year in Montez Sweat and Chase Young, but they'll actually be pretty decent on defense. Washington will be.
Skinny corner.
Oh, man, Emmanuel Forbes. I didn't realize this. He was terrible this year. People on NFL Net, Jeremiah, Bucky Brooks both told me, he sucked. He's 166 pounds. He got bullied. This is what we talk about with it's never happened in history, and they go get Emmanuel Forbes, 166-pound corner, because he had like 18 interceptions and 9 of them for touchdowns, and it looks great. And guess what? He got the brakes beaten off of him last year. Too small. He's 30 pounds lighter than Bryce Young. I always say that because it's jarring. It's jarring to think that a cornerback is that any human that plays in the NFL is 30 pounds lighter than Bryce Young. It seems almost impossible. Yeah, Tank Dell is, but that's, he's little Tank Dell. This is a 6'1" corner who's 30 pounds light. If you picked up Bryce Young, first of all, if you picked up Bryce Young and then you picked up Kyler Murray, it'd be, Kyler's heavier.
Yeah.
Because he's more dense. Bryce Young, you pick him up like, hey, that wasn't that hard. Emmanuel Forbes, you could pick up and throw 8 yards down the field.
Who's
Emmanuel
thicker?
Forbes tossing? Is that an event?
Forbes tossing may be an event by Washington fans in the next year.
I can't do it.
I saw it. The hug?
The meth head tossing.
Oh, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
I saw where a dwarf was wearing a Velcro suit, and another guy had to wear a Velcro jacket, and he had to see how long it would take for him to unglue from an unwelcome hug. Oh. And the dwarf jumped on a. Listen, I didn't do this, folks. I'm just conveying what I saw on the video.
You just watched it.
He's jumped. Yeah, I watched it, of course. He's jumping on a trampoline, and he jumps up, and he Velcros to the guy, and then he tries to hang on for as long as he can, and the guy's trying to get him off. They got a stopwatch, and it's Velcro, so it's harder to get off. And the dwarf he's making a good, strong attempt to stay on.
This is like bull riding, only with a dwarf.
Yeah, and
8
Velcro.
seconds, like the long.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, full minute. This guy couldn't.
Oh no.
Well, he got free in like probably about 14 seconds, and then the dwarf ran back over and jumped on him again. And it's
But
like,
that doesn't count.
and I just
if
thought,
he got him off, he got him off.
it's an unwelcome hug. Do you think unwelcome huggers are going to
Shouldn't have
stop?
said that. Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said
Wow.
that. No.
So
That was clean,
Yeah, but
right?
did you see the
Well,
two
I'll
giant
listen
guys
back.
that were taking?
They were throwing meth heads?
They were meth. I mean, skinny, and they were seeing how far they could toss
This
them in
gives
the contest.
bum fights energy to
But
me.
that's better than what a lot of meth heads have to do for meth.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe they enjoy it.
I guarantee you Seth and Sean don't talk about this. Like, hey, guys, Texans, coming up next, we're going to have the president of food and beverage is going to be with us to talk Texans. And also some meth throwing coming up in the next segment here on your home for the Texans, the home of the bull, or whatever they say.
Home of the bull.
I think probably something like
The
that.
Texans
Where all the bulls talk.
The meth heads are being thrown next.
That's the voice. guy.
Your station, all Texans, all the oh, that guy is just the worst. James, what you want to talk about, James?
Good morning, guys. I had a quick question. I seen the Chargers let go Mike Williams. Big body guy, doesn't seem like he lived up to the promise. What do you guys think pairing him up with CJ? I mean, what do they have, to lose, really? Got another big possession guy with Nico Collins. Sounds like a winner to me. I'll hang up and listen.
Well, money. What's it going to cost? That's one thing.
I don't think Mike Williams is getting a whole lot. His best days are behind him. He's had some injury issues.
He would definitely move in and be your third right away.
Yeah, I got to see.
That's a big receiver, too. You got a possession guy as opposed to what you got now in Nico and Tank.
So you had left tackle. Here are the guys who were released with the June 1 designation. Odell Beckham was officially released. DJ Humphries, Tre'Davious White, Russell Wilson, Jimmy Garoppolo. These are the officials. Xavier Howard, the official releases with June 1st designations. And speaking of Mike Williams, he had 19 catches last year for 249 yards.
Yeah.
He missed a ton of games. He did in September. He had an eight catch for 121-yard game. But what was his injury? It knocked him out for the whole year. He only played 3 games. He didn't even make it out. I can't remember what Mike's injury was, but it's he's 20. Man, he's only 29. Mike Williams feels like he's been here forever. Here's what we're looking at. His last 2 years, he's played 13 games for 895 yards. I don't know. I mean, he did average he played in 3 games, had 249 yards. It's not bad.
The top landing spots for Mike Williams, the Ravens, the Panthers, the Chiefs, and the Patriots. The Patriots lost out on Ridley. They wanted him.
Panthers make some sense. I don't know.
They saved $20 million by releasing him.
Releasing Mike. And this just tells you, I think there's a good chance. So now they can
He's going to get paid something.
Well, they can go right tackle, or they can go with Malik Neighbors or Roma Dunze or Marvin Harrison Jr. They're sitting at 5. The Chargers are. So if they want to give whatever they do, it's going to be right tackle or wide receiver at 5.
They need some weapons for him.
Yeah, but they could also trade back. 5 is a trade-up spot. Keep your eyes open for that because they could trade back because they need right tackle or wide receiver. They could go wide receiver in a second. Oh, wait. I don't know if they have a second-round pick, but I'm not sure they do.
They could get one, but
you can get one,
up.
yeah. So if you traded back from 5 to 9, you might be able to get the third wide receiver right there, and then in a sec, or you can get maybe the first tackle off the board, and then you go get a wide receiver in the second round.
McConkey.
But you had Quentin Johnston did not play well last year for them. They weren't that happy with them. And then, man, Keenan Allen's getting old now.
Yeah. They were talking about releasing
for the Texans, though. He asked about Texans. I mean, Mike Williams it'd have to be a low-dollar veteran.
Listen, you're going to have – you got some competition. Those teams need wide receiver. Patriots need wide receiver, and they were going to pay Ridley, and they didn't get him, so they might pay Mike Williams more than you want to pay
But that's
him.
what I'm saying. What's the value for a 29-year-old who's been injured the last 2 years? I'm not sure. I think you could get him cheap, but does he fit you? I mean, that Robert Woods deal looks like a bad deal now.
He's got 1 more year, right? So you just got to battle through
kind
it.
of a non-factor.
And you got Noah Brown coming back as well. I don't know. They might stand pat or in the second, at 59, there might be somebody sitting there that they could get. That would be nice too. I don't think you're going to spend more free agent dollars. They need those free agent dollars on Eric Armstead.
So it was an ACL tear. It was an ACL tear. So, it happened in September, so that's enough time to come back. But is he going to be confident in cutting and things like that? I think Mike Williams is looking at a $3 million deal, 1 year, cheap.
I'm looking at ChastangFord.com right now, ChastangFord.com, and they've got trucks right now, 2023s, that they got to get rid of. Right now, you need to get to ChastangFord.com. You can do it all online. There's a lot of dealerships where you can't do it online. They will not let you do it online because they want to upsell you. They want to add on. They want to mark up. They want to make sure that they get as much gouge as much as they possibly can. Chastang Ford, you can do it all online. You don't ever have to step into the dealership. They will deliver it to you. They will bring it to you, and you sign the papers and everything else. You can do it all online. That's not what most dealers do because they got to add up and they got to add on and mark up. Not the case. 1.9% financing right now, 2023 trucks, up to $12,000 off. 0% on 2023 Broncos sports. I've been saying this. The best time to buy your truck is in February, March of the following year. Get those because they got to get them off the lot. They don't want any 2023s on the lot. Take advantage of these unbelievable savings right now at ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. You're going to get your best deal with the best service with the best people, ChastangFord.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
It's stupid.
John, you consider yourself an ally, right?
I absolutely know.
So can you tell us what big thing happened yesterday for women's sports in this city?
For women's sports in this city?
Yes.
Yeah, University of Texas.
In this city. I said,
in
this city. We're not talking about Austin.
Rice women's basketball.
What happened?
They won.
What did they win?
They won a conference championship
For the first time ever. Rice women are going to the tournament.
Yeah, How about that?
Beat East Carolina. It was a 10 versus a 9. I'm not sure what happened in that conference, but a 10 beat a 9 in the conference title game. So Rice.
The guys lost. My man, my guy, he lost.
Not as successful for the men, but the women.
They finished like 11-21 or something.
Credit to the women for making
nice
a miracle
job.
run to get themselves into
See,
the tournament.
did I know or did I not know?
I asked. See if you knew.
Yeah. Congratulations to the Rice women. Not so much. My man Kyle Keller over at Stephen F. Austin had the buzzer beater. That is one of. Did you watch that shot?
I did.
Why are you
Dude,
claiming
it was like a touch shot.
Oh, it was.
It was amazing. The pass up court. The dude, not even in what it was a half a motion. He caught it and threw it at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got it off.
That should have been the top play on ESPN.
It wasn't. It
was
the top play.
Yes, it was because it was a great play.
Don't
John.
dab.
That's what they feature. It was a block shot that they blocked a shot that was going to be a layup to basically win the game. They were tied at 57, and off the block they threw it immediately, and it touches his hands, and he's getting it up.
It was like a touch shot.
It was an unbelievable play to move forward.
Yeah,
to move forward.
Do you guys see what Daniel Gafford is doing?
He is nearing a rather remarkable, but kind of a record we wouldn't even pay attention to.
Right. 35 consecutive. He's at 33 consecutive shots made. Wilt Chamberlain has the record for 35 consecutive shots made. Well, a lot of them are dunks.
Well, it's Daniel Gafford. He's catching lobs from Luka and others.
That's basically what he's doing.
Well, still.
Yeah. No. I mean,
make a mid-range jumper, Daniel Gafford.
Right. I mean, they're all. Well, it wasn't like Wilt wasn't dunking either, though. But,
Sure.
I mean, so that's pretty cool.
Wilt was playing against plumbers, as I remember. At least that's what I'm always told.
That's what you were told.
To insult a legend from the past. It was playing against part-time insurance
Wilt
guys.
will tell you about Artis Gilmore and
Artis Gilmore, Schmilmore, plumber.
Yeah.
And then in 10 years they'll be, they're this generation's. In 20 years they'll be. They just played against streamers.
Well, LeBron
and
was playing against Jaylen Brown, a guy who can't even go left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's used.
Influencers. That's all they played against.
Jordan's just Jaylen Brown with a shoe deal.
That's what your kid said.
That's what
No, he got it from a clip. That's all over TikTok now.
Okay.
And we're done with the 90s.
Jaylen Brown. Pete, that generation can't be dumber.
You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
A little bit. No.
Jaylen Brown with the richest contract in NBA history right now until Jason Tatum gets it.
Let's get Giovanni in. What do you say, Giovanni?
Hey, good morning, Sports Fellas.
Sportsman.
Yeah, sports at you. Sports to you.
I am.
That's what you're supposed to say.
Okay.
Sports to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to know y'all's thoughts on the upcoming boxing match between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. Just want to see who you guys think is going to win. Thank you.
It's going to be, if Tyson loses, it's going to be sad. He's 57. Everyone shows the same video of him, and I think it's actually an older video. They show the one where he's bobbing and weaving, throwing lefts and right. Like, he looks unbelievable. For those of us who actually watched Tyson in his last several fights, it wasn't good. It wasn't good at all, but he looks good. Like, most people don't get. I know that the video looks great, and I'm impressed by it too. Most boxers aren't in their prime at age 57. Ask Roy Jones Jr. and Bernard the Executioner Hopkins and anybody else who tries to fight when they're old. It doesn't go well. So I don't know. Jake Paul has a legitimate punch, but Mike Tyson is a legitimate heavyweight, but he's 57. I mean, Jake Paul is in his, 30s, or is he still in his 20s? He may still be in his 20s, actually. He's probably like 28. He's fighting a 57-year-old. But you don't think Mike Tyson can generate power? One of the twitchiest, freakiest humans that's ever existed. I don't know. I'm going to watch it. I'll just tell you right now. Jake Paul's figured this thing out. I mean, I'm going to buy it. I'm sure it's going to cost me $65 frickin' dollars, but I'm going to buy it and I'm going to watch it.
Is it on Netflix?
I'll watch Jake Paul Tyson.
That makes one of us.
Is it on Netflix?
Huh?
It's on Netflix. Are they going to do a pay-per-view thing?
Oh, it is going to be Netflix?
I believe so. I think as long as you have a
already
Netflix
buying it.
So then Jake is already getting paid off that deal.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
So yeah, if I'm already buying, you going to watch it now?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah, if it's
I said I would never buy it again, and
now,
I've already bought Netflix.
Netflix better not start like Prime has where you can. Yeah, but you can buy. No, Netflix now has. I think I read that Netflix is going to start introducing some commercials
Well,
into programming, or you can pay extra to get rid of them, even more extra.
Right. Well, here's and what game? Oh, we had a playoff game, Kansas City's playoff game against Miami, right? Did you buy it? Did you?
No, I knew the outcome. I wasn't gonna.
You weren't gonna do it.
No.
And pretty good point. I forget who made the point. Maybe it was Clay Travis made the point. We're already buying that service. Why are there commercials in this game?
Yeah.
Why are there commercials in this?
Yeah.
And you know what? That's absolutely true. You're already paying for it, and they're gonna double it. Your league is so greedy. It is the greediest, money grabbing. Oh, so we can pay Roger Goodell $50 million a year,
sir.
The biggest jerk, worst commissioner.
Oh, really? Who's got the strongest league of all? Us. We keep running your leagues out of business.
Oh no. COVID ran us out. Sorry.
No, Roger did.
We won the championship before then.
Who was we?
You didn't even get to finish your league.
You didn't
Y'all didn't even come back and keep playing.
The only XFL champion is the team in Arlington.
Got the ring.
No, you don't.
Ring.
You don't have a ring.
Yeah,
that's a wedding ring you're wearing.
It's a ring. I got.
No one gave that to you. They don't even have the same owners anymore.
Yeah. No, don't want the same owners.
Roger's got a powerful league that is well run. And yes, and he said, okay, we're going to start putting some more TV games on. We're going over there to Germany and to Mexico City.
Triple dipping.
We're expanding our product. And look at baseball on Apple TV. Pathetic.
Did Prime run commercials?
Yeah.
So, Clay Travis, welcome to what's going on. Didn't Prime already force you to watch commercials during their games, and you're paying for that service?
Yeah.
So what he said isn't all that revolutionary. That was already happening.
Well, what are you going to do? Like, there are breaks in the game.
What's Peacock going to do? Just run promos? You rather see promos than commercials?
No, I'd rather see commercials for John Daspit, for John's powder coaters, for we'd rather have good commercials.
Did you just morph in the
commercials for Vanderford Air? People for good things.
Is it your company, John's Powder
Coaters? I'm pretty.
John, you own that company?
Robin's Powder Coaters.
It's Robin's Powder Coaters, not mine. All right, it's Houston Powder Coaters.
But what I don't want to see, because I get ESPN Plus. ESPN Plus gives you a lot of great stuff, and then it gives you, hey, we'll give you the ability to buy a pay-per-view fight for like $4 off.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, great.
I guess I still have to have.
By the way, I saw
it is a la carte, which is fine.
By the way, I saw a video of Conor McGregor.
Yeah. How big he is now?
He's looking rough.
Oh, rough?
Rough. Like, yeah. He was doing an interview. He was
Conor McGregor
was pretty lit up, and it wasn't just alcohol.
No. Conor McGregor he's gained a bunch of weight with, it looks like, artificial means.
Oh, no.
Like, he is ripped.
No.
At least what I saw a few months back.
Well, you're going to see him in a new Roadhouse movie.
Oh,
the remake. I think he's.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he is in that.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you'll see what that looks like, I guess.
You'll make a remake.
Well, yeah, from a movie that came out.
Because this generation can't think of
what's with
UFC
you?
star Conor McGregor appears.
Which generation? Millennials or Zoomers?
That's what it says. He appears erratic and sweaty to promote his new Roadhouse movie with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, I'll show you the video. He looks.
Wow, that doesn't even look like Conor McGregor.
He looks like he's having a good time before that interview. Time to talk about. Speaking of a good time, Kent over at Dream Rate. This dude loves him some mortgages. This dude loves the hack. This dude loves to save money for you. This dude has got all of the moves. It's really, really something, because he is making moves that the other mortgage companies aren't. You got a broker that's working for you, as opposed to the mortgage company that's working for the mortgage company. They ain't caring about saving you no money. They ain't worried about making sure, getting you all of this different stuff off for your mortgage. They ain't worried about that. Kent Jones is, because he is working for you. He's got your side of this thing. So you need a broker. 75% of this mortgage business is not broker, okay? They're doing it wrong. 75% of the people are doing it wrong. If you need, look at local small business, he's a local small business. He's extremely experienced, 29 years doing this. He owns the company, so he doesn't have to split commissions and pass the savings on. He passes the savings on immediately to you. This is all about saving money, but still getting top-notch service and advice, and he will do all of that for you. The ultimate mortgage hookup, Dream Rate. Get a fast phone scenario quote right now. You're looking to save thousands of dollars? Who isn't? You're doing it right now at Dream Rate, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Call Kent at Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Somebody called me, Jackie called me a TMZ contributor. I don't know what I did to.
Was it gossip related?
Were you gossiping? Yeah, you were. You've been gossiping.
No, I don't know. I don't know what he means by that. Like maybe something I did showed up on TMZ. I did find a picture of. I was trying to find out who the woman was with Aroldis Chapman, and I looked for images of his mom, and sure enough, that's his mom. That's his mom that he's honking yesterday. Her breasts. That was the video that he put out and then since deleted. He gave 11 honks on the left side and 2 on the right side before she pushed his hand off. I was searching for his mom. I saw a picture. I'm like, yep, sure enough, that's his mom. Then I found another picture after he had signed some big contract, and he's got his hand down her, like on her chest between her breasts. Something is weird with that relationship. It is not the standard mom-son relationship.
Was he 6 years old still breastfeeding?
100%.
Yeah. He was like that baby on the kid on the mountain in Game of Thrones.
Robin?
Yeah.
Of the Erie?
Yeah.
Robin Aaron?
Yep. Is that Aroldis Chapman? No?
I don't want to think about it. I really don't.
I'm pretty sure that's him.
Breastfeeding at 6?
Yeah.
And that's why he has such a fascination with
7,
honking.
8, 10 even.
When do you think it stopped, John? 12?
What do you think, what?
When do you think he stopped breastfeeding?
It could be 12. I mean, Little League Baseball, probably 10. He couldn't do it anymore maybe he was still doing it
at some point. It gets a little weird when you have to stop playing with your friends because you got to go breastfeed.
TMZ
did put my video. I just had a tweet, and I guess TMZ featured it or something that I found.
Oh, you're a TMZ contributor.
Yeah, so Guys, I am a kind of competitive barbecue person. I am a disc golfer, the preeminent draft expert and analyst. I could get 3 catches for 26 yards in a pro game against a strictly zone team. As I make those determinations.
With your option routes.
A curb tripper?
Probably could shoot better free throw percentage than at least 7 of the Cougars basketball team. I could beat them in a free throw shooting contest.
You wouldn't get
we just get the ball. I'm not actually trying to.
You wouldn't get
create
fouled.
fouls. Yeah, and I don't want to get fouled by big college players. I just want to shoot free throw shooting contests.
Okay.
And then I also do TMZ
contributor.
I'm a TMZ contributor as well.
Which is your proudest accomplishment?
Probably TMZ contributor, because I didn't have to go to outside of a restaurant and say, hey. What's your relationship like with your mom? When did you stop breastfeeding? Like, they ask those questions, I would never do. I'm not rude like that. But TMZ will do that. But now I get to be a contributor, and I don't have to go potentially get punched by somebody coming outside of a restaurant in California. That's good.
Yeah. Okay, so you're not going to get punched, but you're not going to make any free throws. You also will. You fall down more than anybody I know.
No, I get.
Yeah,
knocked,
you really do.
You're a generational
You're just
tripper.
walking along at a game and you fall down.
You're a generational
fall
fall downer, if we're going to use that terminology.
What is
You're
he?
not a generational.
You're generational when it comes to falling down. You're one of the best ever.
You are
generational.
Well, you're one of the best of this generation. Yeah.
No, okay. The Superdome. The brick was off slightly, but that one was the shoes I was wearing. A really high.
The shoes
it's a
you were
very
wearing.
high foam.
Yeah, no.
The Adidas.
What about the curb thing?
That was, like I said, that was unforeseen circumstances.
Yeah. Let's talk about Kyle Tucker.
You're right, because no one would think anyone like you would trip over a curb.
No.
It is unforeseen because it's embarrassing.
It didn't matter if you're wearing shoes, not wearing shoes, you're going to fall down. So, Kyle Tucker, he was on with Ben Verlander.
Yeah, Flippin' Bats, I believe it's the name of the podcast. Flippin' Bats.
And
how could Ben Verlander possibly get Kyle Tucker? What connection does he have that he could have got that done?
Ben Verlander, how'd you secure this bag?
How did that happen? Is he a Nepo brother? He can't be would you call him Nepo baby or Nepo brother?
Nepo
brother.
Brother, okay.
Yeah.
He's a Nepo brother. He talked about signing here with the Astros and the contract situation.
There's no real time frame on anything. Obviously, you don't want to prolong it and make it, a whole lengthy thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I know a lot of stuff kind of happens throughout spring training just because it's easier because you have a little bit more downtime and you don't have to focus on the regular season games and playoffs. So we'll see what happens. Coming soon.
All right. I mean, he said nothing. He just usually
it was
nothing.
A lot of nothing.
Yeah, he usually says nothing
about that situation.
Yeah.
He mentioned a couple times how I've got a year and there's no real timeline and we'll see.
Say? What is
a lot of we'll
see
mean? Stuff.
What does spring thing mean? Well, in spring things happen in spring. No, they don't. Not for the Astros. You ain't signing an extension. Did he sound hopeful? Not to me.
No, he's not signing an extension. He's just not. So we just got to get used to the fact that he wants to go to free agency, and I can't blame him. He wants to go to free agency. He did say he loves it here. He appreciates Houston and all that stuff.
He likes
all the good stuff.
He's liked it since he has been here.
But you can't blame the guy for wanting to get as much money as he can. The free agent money is going to be out there for Kyle Tucker. The Dodgers are going to call. The Yankees are going to
The Dodgers still?
Yeah, the Dodgers. But they're going to defer
he's going to take deferred payments.
$400 million. They'll defer it. They'll defer $400 million, and the next regime is going to pay for it.
We got to defund the Dodgers. Can we get that started? Defund the Dodgers.
What
we need to defund the Dodgers. They've got excessive amounts of cash. They're cheating the system, finding loopholes. They must
How
be stopped.
horrible do you feel for the Yankees right now that Garrett Cole is shut down for maybe till July? It looks like at least.
Not sad at all.
You're not sad at all.
No.
Garrett Cole was a great Houston Astro, and you have nothing but this is the guy that you have aimed. You want him to be injured. Yeah, you must feel satisfied because not only are you a TMZ contributor, but you're also a a mush for guys when you call for them to be injured and they get injured.
No, I don't. Well, we're not. I didn't really call for anything recently on.
No, but you called for it long term.
God is good
all the time.
It's.
I don't like Garrett Cole. I don't like Garrett Cole. All I can say is God is good. You stay prayed up.
Do you want to hear some very awkward?
You stay prayed up, and I don't know anything major. He's still going to get his money. He's fine. It's not like he's losing his arm.
Major elbow problem.
He's going to be out for a month or two.
At
least.
Do you want to hear some awkward audio as Garrett Cole's being somewhat harassed by someone like you, a TMZ person?
Is it like cousin Greg?
Well,
that's how he talks.
He doesn't. The issue, it's awkward because Garrett doesn't say anything. It's just a guy who keeps asking questions from the New York Post.
Yes, I do want to hear it.
Okay, here it is.
Garrett, how you doing, man?
How
you holding up? You all right? How's your health? Garrett, anything you can say? Fans?
He's following him as he's walking towards his
The
car.
fans concerned about the opener? Is there anything you can say, Garrett?
And is this guy a legitimate news
think,
guy
Yankee Nation?
or just some guy?
Concerned about your status for the season, Garrett. How's that arm?
It's from the New York Post.
New York Post?
It must be a video. It's not.
It's a video. Yeah, it is a video.
It's not one of their writers.
Garrett Cole is walking towards his parking lot.
Wait, why would the New York Post put that up?
Well, I don't know
What
why.
do you mean, why?
Well, no. First of all, if it's not one of their guys, then why are you putting it up when Garrett Cole says absolutely nothing? So if it is one of your guys, it's embarrassing that Garrett Cole wouldn't
It's
even
not
talk
one of your
to
guys.
your
It's
guy.
a video, and it shows that Garrett Cole's not talking to somebody about what's
not
going
talking
on.
to a
Got
non-credentialed.
a lot of content to fill. A lot of content on that website. Will it get clicks? We'll probably look at the views. They're probably like over 19,000, 20,000 views.
Higher, over, well, at least from this particular tweet, over 432,000.
Over 432,000 views, John. Ta-da! That's why you do it. That's why you do it.
Is that really what we're going for?
Yes.
Garrett Cole not talking to a guy.
Welcome to the digital age. Yes.
Stupid.
432 views. How many views did you get for your dumb videos? None, because you don't even post them.
Your dumb videos, John.
My dumb videos included you. What are you talking about? Me and you did those videos every Tuesday.
No, I didn't mean we got over 100,000 talking about Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole, if you push Garrett Cole, you get eyes. That's true. Remember that? Where Brandon saw the numbers, like, we need to do a bunch of Garrett Cole videos. That was with Garrett Cole leaving, and we had a bunch of people looking at that. If you do Garrett Cole stuff, it pays. And now, like I said, I stay blessed up.
That guy following
stay
Garrett
prayed
Cole,
up, and so look what
bothering Garrett
happens.
Cole,
Yeah,
got 400,000 views.
Yeah, just through
That's
that.
just Yankee fan.
He was walking towards, I think they're at the airport. He was walking towards the parking structure trying to get to his car. Didn't say
Oh,
a
he
word
was
to him.
trying to be like,
just get away
I got
from
Garrett
me,
Cole.
really.
Like people in Texas people in Houston don't really do that, but that's like he saw that as his chance to get 400,000
Hey,
views.
Garrett, what do you want to say to the Yankee Nation?
Yankee Nation, Garrett. You want to say something to the fans? Garrett, how's the health? How's the arm? Do you know how the arm is? That's what he's going to say in his little creepy Garrett
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
That is Greg. It's cousin Greg.
I mean, that's actually Garrett Cole.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how to answer that.
I'm glad. Anything negative, bad that happens to the Yankees, I'm glad. Because they hate us, and thus meaning they hate you if you live in Houston.
It's not a rivalry.
How you doing, man? I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
That should have been the end.
Listen, it's not a rivalry with the Yankees. They don't win it all against us. It's not a rivalry. We destroy them. A rivalry has to have both sides actually competing.
You know what John Boy said about Altuve? He ruined the perception of Altuve, and that doesn't bother you.
Who? I don't care.
Remember, he said too lame radio. Houston, hosting Houston made everyone hate me because they pretend like I was one.
I wouldn't classify you two as lame.
No, we're definitely not lame.
Yeah, we're lame.
We're cool.
Washed, I think. It's
No,
a better
washed
term.
is not the
lame.
word.
We're lame.
No, you're not lame.
Yeah.
People
well,
like
Lance
you.
is lame all the time.
Well, you're talking about his
You
inability
think he was
to
talking about him in his cast?
No, he wasn't
I
talking
got
about.
out on cast quick. I had it
He
cut
wasn't-
He
off.
might have just been, hey, there's a lame radio guy.
But you
Oh,
were
use it
included.
that way?
Yeah. He's always
Injury prone?
Nah, it's what Lance's kids would talk about someone that way.
No.
not an
John Boy
inability to
ruined
walk.
Jose Altuve's the perception of Altuve, and you're fine with it. I'm not.
No.
That just makes one of us. But you're staying with your you're staying hater. You hated Caitlin Clark. You hate Altuve now.
I love Caitlin Clark.
Did you see, by the way, your boy Sheldon Rankins got $13 million a year.
Yeah.
2 year, $26 million, and the Texans offered him $12 million, according to Aaron Wilson. The Texans keep coming in just $1 million under on guys.
Sheldon Rankins wasn't great against the run, but Sheldon Rankins was a good
No,
player.
he could pass. He could pass rush now.
All right, but you know who can buy your cars? My man John Clay Wolf over at GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is ready for you to get to the website. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf says, "I will buy your car. I will pay you more. I am going to give you the most that you could possibly get for that vehicle." Really? Yeah, that's right. And if I can't beat CarMax, I'll send you $100. And you know what John Clay Wolf never does? Send you $100. You know why? Because John Clay Wolf always beats CarMax. Always. Take that, CarMax. That's not a rivalry either. That is not a rivalry. John Clay Wolf, GiveMeTheVin.com, and CarMax are not a rivalry because it's one-sided. Because GiveMeTheVin.com always wins. Winner. Chicken dinner. John Clay Wolf is eating chicken dinners because he's winning all the time. John Clay Wolf has built a billion-dollar business, a multi-billion-dollar business at GiveMeTheVin.com just by buying and giving you more for your vehicles. You want to sell it for the most you could possibly get? GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Some stuff coming out of spring training. Here's what Brian McTaggart thinks the roster is going to. The usual guys: Jake Myers, Kyle Tucker, Chaz McCormick, Jordan, the infield, third to first. The usual starters. By the way, have you seen how well Hunter Brown has been throwing? Real well.
Yeah. Just his last appearance, he was really good.
No, but he's thrown
Did we
really
get it fixed?
well this spring.
Is it fixed?
It's all fixed. It's all fixed because spring training is a great indicator. Did you see Rafael Montero yesterday?
I didn't notice Rafael Montero yesterday. I was getting a car yesterday for my son.
Gave up 4 with no outs.
A big deal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
nobody retired 4 runs.
I've already seen that movie.
Yeah.
Lytics.
Big deal.
Brian McTaggart thinks it's going to be in a bullpen. Obviously, J.P. France is one of the starters. He likes J.P. France as that 6th starter, not Ronel Blanco. But it looks like the bullpen's going to be Hader, Presley, Montero, Abreu. He's going to miss the first couple of games of the season. Brian Abreu is going to miss the first couple of games because of suspension in last year's ALDS. Remember when who did he hit? He had some kind of deal.
That's right. It was
It
was Rangers, wasn't it?
No, it was the ALDS. It was I can't remember who they played.
It wasn't the Rangers because it got a little dusty in there.
Yeah, no. Anyway, he got that was he's out the first 2 games.
He hit Odalis Garcia in Game 5, but they deferred it, and he'll have to deal with the 2-game suspension. They deferred the suspension
because
to this
remember
season.
it got all.
This says it was handed down in the ALDS.
I'm seeing
not
ALCS.
CS.
Top of the Abreu suspension. Top of the top result.
Oh, that's right. It was the Adolis Garcia, and they had the big
because Adolis did his little. Remember his move?
Yes. Rafael Montero, Dylan Coleman, Ronel Blanco, Bennett Sousa, Brandon Belak, and Seth Martinez. That's what Brian McTaggart thinks your bullpen is going to be. And man, if Montero can't turn this thing around, that whole Bagwell-Lytics thing, we're going to hear that all year
from Lance.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, Gilbert wants to talk about the Cougs. They play at 2:00 today against TCU, the first game of the postseason. What do you say, Gilbert?
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good. What's going on? What do you think about today's game?
No one today. What channel is it on today?
I don't know. Is it ESPN?
It's an afternoon game.
It's an afternoon game. It's probably ESPN or one of the ESPNs.
Yeah, I think it will be.
What is it on? We'll see. Let me see, Gilbert. I'll look it up for you. Do you have ESPN? It's on ESPN.
Yeah, he's got basic cable.
You got ESPN?
Is that on channel 11?
Is what?
He asked if it's on channel 11.
No, it's on ESPN.
11. It'll be on 11 today, right?
It's on ESPN.
ESPN at 2 p.m.
Do you have ESPN, don't you, Gilbert?
Okay, I just thought for this year.
Yeah.
Where are you going to spring training, John?
I'm not going to spring training this year.
How about you, Lance? You going?
Yeah, Lance is probably going to go. Why'd you
never gone to spring training and not
But
going.
what if you go this year?
I won't. I got draft stuff to do.
Oh. He's not going either,
So,
Gilbert.
nope, neither of us are going.
Maybe Dell's going.
No, I'm not going.
Nope.
I don't like
this
baseball.
show is not going to spring training for sure.
Yeah. Do you ever call, like, Matt Thomas? You ever call Matt Thomas's show? Gilbert?
What'd you say?
Do you ever call Matt Thomas's
buying time.
show? No?
No.
Do you ever...
Gilbert, do you sometimes call Matt Thomas?
No.
Okay.
Whoa.
He has before.
Yeah, I know he has. Do you ever call Sean Salisbury, his show?
No.
Give it a shot.
You know what? He goes to spring training. I think he goes in Arizona.
But not to
All right,
Astros.
talk to you later, all right?
Okay, we'll see you.
All right.
Thanks, Gilbert.
You going to go get me something at spring training? Nope, not going to be able to. All right, bye.
What do you think he could have
That's how
asked
quick
for?
that is.
What do you think he could have asked for?
Program, a hat or program.
You couldn't just get him a hat from the team store? Is
Why
there a
do we
special
have to
spring
keep
training
doing this?
hats?
Why do we have to keep coming out of our pocket when some of us have a bunch of kids and college funds, and I got to keep buying Gilbert clothes.
You set a precedent.
Your kids are out of the. Your kids are out of school. They're out of school.
She likes to eat bananas.
You
know how expensive bananas
You're
are these
funding the bananas for your granddaughter?
Yes.
That's weird.
She's a banana enthusiast.
You and Aroldis Chapman are weird.
You think they're on the same level?
You're buying bananas for kids, and
My granddaughter, she loves bananas. What are you going to do? I mean, what? Bananas aren't great?
She doesn't live here.
What are you doing? Venmoing Steffi so she can buy bananas?
So she can buy bananas. Keep the kid in bananas.
Yeah, well,
Keep
Gilbert's
the kid
more
in
expensive
bananas.
than that.
Keep the what?
Gilbert's more expensive than that. Trust me.
Yeah.
Gilbert's way more expensive than that to try to keep up with Gilbert's what he wants and needs, which is mostly just memorabilia. I just wish somebody would give him access to some. Just, you know how the third world kids get, the last year they got Astros World Championship shirts or whatever.
Is that still a thing?
ALCS, AL champs.
Do you think they still do that? I know we've been making that joke for like the last 30 years.
Because it's true, yeah. I don't know where they go, but they go somewhere. They have to have them printed.
If there's a Game 7, they got to have both printed.
And whoever does that, please give us a hookup.
I just don't remember seeing a kid from Ghana in an Eagle Super Bowl championship shirt from last year. I don't remember seeing that. I don't know if they still ship those things.
That little kid that dances.
Yeah, I know you love that. You've loved that thing for over a decade. I know.
Third world sports clothing. Let me see.
That's my favorite.
I know it is.
He's in the loser's shirt.
Yes, I know. I don't think any of those kids got Eagle shirts.
Here it is. Patriots runner-up gear goes to developing countries. That was 2014.
Yeah, that's a decade ago. Do they still send those shirts to kids?
Also 2012. Why would they not?
I don't know. No kid in Peru is wearing an Eagles championship shirt from last year.
If they're making them, if they make it and they don't, this is my whole point. I don't care if they're wearing them. If they're making stuff, hats or shirts, please, I'm begging you, if you know the person that does that, please let him call. He can call me or direct message me and just let me know because I want to hook him up with Gilbert and just load him up with that stuff. Now, I think Gilbert, who does keep up with sports, will say, hey. I don't want this. They're not even champions anyway. But just the ability to just rain down hats and clothing on them.
Well, he only likes local stuff.
Just to slow it down.
He's not looking for Philadelphia stuff. He wants local team stuff.
Well, or network stuff like NFL Network or Inside the NFL. Remember Inside the NFL forever was his thing with Lynn Dawson?
Yeah.
He kept wanting a mug for years from Inside. Lance, you know Inside the NFL. I don't know them. And now they're back. I mean, I need to get Ryan. Colleen Wolfe said, whew, you weren't lying on Gilbert, but I need Ryan Clark to – I need Gilbert. If I could put – who would you – if you could – put Gilbert, the big relentless, on one person, who would it be?
Harry Douglas.
Okay, that was quick. Who would you take, John?
Who would I put Gilbert on? I would have to think about that. I'd put him on Skip
Bayless. Yeah, where he got his number.
I mean, yeah.
I think I'd put him on Stephen A.
You would?
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Skip to me is the.
Would you put him on our guest at 9 o'clock?
Mike Tannenbaum?
Mike
Absolutely not.
He's coming your way in 17 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So don't you go anywhere. We're going to get some inside scoop from a guy who was there, did it. You know who does it right now? Lance mentioned it. Robin from Houston Powder Coaters, right? Houston Powder Coaters is doing it every single day for the city of Houston. They do it for you, okay? Houston Powder Coaters is awesome. Look, if you've got anything that's metal, and okay, businesses, you got an old rusty gate fence, and it's like, oh my goodness, what do we have to go replace this? But man, it costs so much to replace. Oh man, we love this iron. How are we going to keep it? I'll tell you how you're going to keep it. Houston Powder Coat is going to come to your business, and they're going to fix it. They're going to powder coat it and make it look new again. A lot cheaper than replacing that entire fence. Especially if you got a big fence. Houston Powder Coaters for businesses throughout this city, all over, not only this city, but the Woodlands, when you go to the waterway, all of their stuff, all the benches and everything else, the light poles and everything, Houston Powder Coated. It's thing after thing. The giant Ferris wheel downtown, Houston Powder Coated. It's thing after thing after thing after thing. if you're looking for the best in the business, they got over 20 years of experience, 5-star customer service. Go look at their Google reviews, very hands-on. You're going to talk to Robin. Robin's going to give you advice about what you should do with your patio furniture, with your car parts, with your boat parts, whatever they are. They are here for you. They will pick up and deliver, okay? If you're residential, pick up and deliver whatever it is that you need powder coated. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Man, oh man, if you are looking to get to the rodeo, you got to have your boot. I was so impressed with how many people had the cowboy hats, the boots, the entire getup, and it's stylish too. Very stylish. When I was at the rodeo concert the other day, Bun B, and I mean, if anybody and everybody was wearing it except me, and I needed to get by there and get them. I felt so out of place because Republic Boot Company has your boots. They have men's boots, women's boots. They're 100% leather. They are incredibly well made, incredibly durable. They come with a lifetime guarantee. Anything happens with the heel gets worn down or part of the boot gets worn down, they repair it for you. That's not a problem. But we're talking about their own line of boots, the 1836 boot that can be adjusted to your foot. No matter how your foot is built, the high instep, the wider foot, they can adjust the boot, the opening down on the ground floor of where your foot sits. All of that can be adjusted and corrected so that your foot gets a proper fit into the boot. But if you want to take it to the next level, custom boots. You've got people that come from all over the country to go to Republic Boot because they have the premier boot maker in the world working right there in the back. You can actually see him. John and I got to see him actually working at his craft. And these boots can have anything on the stitching that you want to put on, your logo, your university, anything that you want to, your favorite sports team, they do it all. And that's at Republic Boot Company. Jackets, cowboy hats, shirts, anything you can imagine they've got there. It's a great place right here in the Heights, and it's a little treasure trove of Texas history. It's republicbootcompany.com, republicbootcompany.com.
Zach Brown, baby.
You're listening to John and Lance and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Dell, you going to Zach Brown tonight?
He couldn't get tickets.
He could get tickets. He's got a press pass.
No, I don't, because I didn't
sign up for a press pass.
I did not sign up for one.
You can take Frank's. I've got Frank Bullington's old one.
I'm good. I'd rather have this happen to me than go to that show.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Oh.
What thing with the mic? You keep doing that over and over again.
He asked me to point at him, so
That's
now I'm going to point
heartbreaking
at him.
that somebody would do that to a microphone.
Yeah.
I'm sure worse has happened.
Zach Brown tonight at the rodeo. Big night.
Are you going?
No, I've seen him like 3 times already.
Okay.
A little bit of chicken. But it's always a good show. Always a good show. On a Friday night. He's great.
Mike Tannenbaum's coming up in 10 minutes. NFL. By the way, thanks to the NFL's long-standing collaboration with Good 360, a nonprofit organization, the losing team's NFL apparel is donated to communities in need outside of the U.S. that include Europe, Africa, or Asia. But you definitely won't see it in anyone in America because the losers' gear is closely guarded as it makes its way from the stadium to a central location in preparation for distribution. And they work closely with international NGOs to ensure that the apparel goes directly into the hands of the right communities and not someplace where someone might be able to profit from it.
I need proof. Otherwise, I'm just hearing a press release.
This is from the company Good. Sherry Rudolph, the Chief Development Officer, said this.
Prove it, Sherry.
So our league is actually giving away the losers' clothes to other communities and continents. So good for us.
At what point do we just go, Aaron Rodgers, can you go away?
He's getting close for me.
He's getting real
I mean,
close.
when he's playing football, it's one thing. I'll deal with it. But he didn't play last year, and I know it's due to injury, but, man, am I seeing a lot of him on Pat McAfee. And he likes smoke. He likes to start stuff. And I don't care about any. I don't care what his thoughts are on vaccines. I don't care what his thoughts are on anything, honestly.
Well, how about his thoughts on Sandy Hook?
All the time. Oh, no. Did he? No way.
Apparently, so Pamela Brown, journalist, back in 2013, she was introduced to Rodgers. Hearing that she was a journalist with CNN, Rodgers immediately began attacking the news media for covering up important stories. Rodgers brought up the tragic killing of 20 children and 6 adults by a gunman at Sandy Hook Elementary School, claiming it was actually a government inside job and the media was intentionally ignoring it. You have to be some kind of an idiot. Some kind of an idiot. First of all, what about the dude who had to pay? Who's the guy who refused, the conspiracy guy? And he just lost his court, and he had to pay millions and millions of dollars to them because he said that there was no Sandy Hook.
Huge,
I know who you're talking. I just can't remember his name. He's been
out Alex Jones.
There it is.
Yeah.
Alex Jones. He and Aaron Rodgers is saying this. You have to be some kind of stupid to say stuff like that.
I will say this. CNN has spoken to another person with similar story. The person to whom they spoke with had granted anonymity so as to avoid harassment. Recalled that several years ago, Rodgers claimed Sandy Hook never happened. All those children never existed. They were all actors. When asked about the grieving parents, the source recalled Rodgers saying, "They're all making it up. They're all actors." Now, no one has this on tape.
Yeah.
I will say, just for the sake of fairness, you got 2 people saying this. No one has any tape of this. It would be interesting if you ask him. If somebody asked him directly right now, my guess is he's going to say something entirely different 11 years later after Alex.
You would think.
After Alex
Jones had lost. Yeah.
Jones got his ass slaughtered. And, I mean, these golly, nothing pisses me off more than conspiracy theorists who say things like Sandy Hook never happened. Come on, man.
You can't be dumber. You cannot be dumber.
Yeah, that's just.
And I hope it. Well, maybe. Well, is Aaron Rodgers going to be our Secretary of State?
No, he's going to be vice president.
You think he's going to be vice president?
Well,
what if between him and Jesse Ventura?
But Jesse Ventura isn't answering. Is he answering RFK's
so
calls?
RFK is going to be a third party, right? He has to be a third party nominee.
Yeah.
He's not going to be the Democratic nominee. He's not a Republican nominee. So I was looking at odds. Republicans and Democrats. Republicans had a minus 125 lead, like a small lead. Now it's even money. They're both pick'ems. And there's a third party that's plus 3,000. Like, it should be plus 300,000. A third party can't possibly win.
What about this story that the voting bloc that could decide the U.S. election? What do you think? Who do you think? What voting bloc is going to decide?
Zoomers?
Gen Z.
No.
Who?
Swifties.
Oh, this again?
Swifties are going to decide who the president is going to be.
Well, there are a lot of them.
There are a bunch of them.
Well, if they all vote.
Yeah.
Well, we're still
and they
waiting.
all vote on the same sides, which there's going to be canceled.
And do we really think Taylor Swift is going to come out and go,
no,
vote for this person?
She might.
She'll probably say exercise.
She's trying to still keep selling.
Go to vote. She's going to tell people to vote.
Yeah, that's all she'll say.
But I don't think she's going to stand behind a candidate. She ain't that.
Well, but her people are voting.
Well, sure, but she's never going to come out and go vote for Biden, is she?
Different. Like if you just make a comment that says "Go vote," not even telling you who to vote for, people get stop telling people to vote.
Because we know what your people are going to do.
You're trying to sway the election.
Stop trying to tell people to vote.
I just told them to exercise their American right. That's all I did.
Mike Tannenbaum next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This morning I had the Homestead from Free Reign. Listen.
Not the Dublin?
No.
When are you going to bring some Homestead up here for me to try also?
So you want to try?
I guess I have to go buy it. I'll go buy it.
No. I'll bring you a couple.
Bring me some.
You
like it with some.
Yeah, but you can take any. So
yeah.
are they beans?
No. It's you can
individual
get beans
cups?
Or you could get. Yeah, it's a Keurig.
So I can do the individual cup.
Keurig. Yeah.
So you had the Dublin while you were.
No, this is not Dublin. This is Free Reign coffee.
So you had the
Homestead. They have Homestead.
So you had the Homestead while you were talking.
No, that's Canstead and Dublin.
I can't wait for Rip to beat your ass.
I'm very confused.
I can't wait for Rip to beat your ass.
Why is he going to beat my ass?
Right.
Because I can tell you,
I didn't get
Cole Hauser in real life would beat Dell.
I didn't get branded. Why is he going to take me to Wyoming or whatever they do to people and they throw them off a cliff?
Cole Hauser's going to come on this show
and take me to the train station.
And he'll he'll beat your ass.
He'll take you to the train station.
Yes, and kill you maybe. So here's the deal. It is full flavor. Listen, Cole Hauser started this thing about 25 years ago in San Angelo, Texas. Their roastery.
You started this in San Angelo?
Yeah. Fueling folks to get up and get after it. That is the hashtag get up and get after it. That's the way you feel after you start drinking. I'm telling you, you are going to love this coffee. It's not bitter. It's full flavor. It's the best coffee I've ever drank. Yes, I'm putting superlative on it. I've never been a really big coffee guy. I really, really like this coffee. I have it every morning now. The American Dirt, Homestead, Masteno. I've already been through the Texas Pecan, so I'm getting more Texas Pecan because that's my favorite. You're going to have your favorite too, and that's okay. I don't care if Texas Pecan ain't your favorite, that's okay. You're going to have a favorite. 975coffee.com. Put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off site-wide. 975coffee.com. ESPN20 is your code.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. Mike Tannenbaum joining us now. It's football time. And Mike Tannenbaum is joining us, former Jets GM, and now you see him all the time on ESPN, giving all his expertise to Stephen A. and the rest. Mike, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Great to be with you.
We really appreciate you joining us again. I know you're busy. How about our Texans, Mike? Let's start there with what Nick Caserio has done over these past 2 years. Is he climbing up the boards as one of the best executives in the NFL?
Yeah, I think it's a great example. You know, we hired him from, New England, and it was bumpy at the beginning. But, he has certainly done a good job. And when you hit on a rookie quarterback the way they did with Stroud, you could go out and go get, a whole bunch of good players. Al-Shaair, obviously, Mixon's an excellent player. And, to go get the best pass rusher in Danielle Hunter, that's a really good start to an offseason.
It really is. And Mike, can you talk for a second, because you've been in a position before. A lot of fans panic when the biggest names are coming off the board. Texans fans showed a lot of panic when Saquon Barkley was not signed and when some of the names started dropping off. And I just thought, man, I've seen this too much. You got to wait for day two. The second wave really is something where you get better value a lot of times. And can you talk about the patience to wait through certain deals and maybe just the preparation of a free agency board and how that works over the first 3 days?
I know we're talking about Houston here, but Dallas to me is a great example of you hear A.J. Dillon maybe going there, right? And would I rather have Derrick Henry over A.J. Dillon? Yeah, probably, but not by a ton. And now all of a sudden you look at the value. And to me, I think Dallas has done a really good job over the last couple of years of being patient, being opportunistic, going to go get a Steph Gilmore, could even be in season. So it's hard. I've run a couple teams where, you see your division opponents doing all sorts of things. And we're all human, and you have a little angst. But I think Nick Caserio, again, has done a really good job. And I think Joe Mixon's a really good player. I think Joe Mixon helps Stroud because he can protect, and he's also a good receiver out of the backfield.
Who do you like what they've done best this offseason so far?
Yeah, I'll take the pass structure, right? I mean, you're going to line up Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Who are you going to slide protection to? And, Hunter is going to be 30, but to me, his arm length, get off, explosion, I still think he's one of the best. And ironically, him and Grenard basically switched teams, but I think they got the better player. Obviously more expensive, but I think he's the better player.
What other teams beside the Texans do you think are winning right now?
I love what Philadelphia did. I think, guys, there's a little bit of a dogma around this. Hey, we don't pay running backs. I think Saquon Barkley, if the three of us were running a team and I said we could have 4.7% of our cap allocated to a great player, I think that's really good business. And when you think about Jalen Hurts, guys, average 400. He's had 491 rushing attempts over the last 3 years, the most of any quarterback. Saquon Barkley is going to make Jalen Hurts better and healthier.
Yeah, I think so many times people with quarterbacks who run the ball, it's such an advantage to have a quarterback who can extend drives. But what the factor that I think people really fail to recognize is this is not a game of Madden. This has real consequences on injuries that turn into nagging injuries that turn into just the wear and tear really starts to take a toll on quarterbacks. And being able to pull some of that off of Jalen Hurts is such a major, major victory and accomplishment. I think it was something they wanted to do with Miles Sanders, and it just didn't work out.
I think that's such an important point. And, guys, we could throw out the injury report. I don't care what it said. Jalen Hurts was not the same player a year ago. He just wasn't. And Miles Sanders, DeAndre Swift, guys, I think he's a good player, but Saquon's on a whole other level. And, again, you could look at Lamar Jackson. He was healthy last year, and what a difference that made for the Ravens.
And now they pick up Derrick Henry, but they lose 2 of their offensive linemen to the Jets. So does that offset what Derrick Henry can bring to the table?
Baltimore to me, they always seem like they're a half a step ahead of everybody. And if those guys were healthy and at the right age, I don't know. I got to pump the brakes on that one a little bit. I just feel like they're always like a half a step ahead, and we'll see how well Moses and Simpson plays. But those are 2 guys, obviously, the Jets desperately needed.
I'm kind of curious why is Justin Simmons still out there right now, and Quandre Diggs? Why are those 2 safeties, but especially Justin Simmons, who I would think might be one of the prize catches for a team looking for a center fielder, why is he still available?
I think it's a little bit like the running back position from a year ago, guys. Like, it's supply and demand. We saw Jordan Poyer off the board, for example, to Miami. But I think for the most part, teams are going to be patient at the safety position and say, hey, we can get a decent one down the road.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the safeties. That's a position that I kind of like to see the Texans address. Jimmy Ward was really beat up here. As far as your thoughts on Eric Armstead, the guy they call the blueprint. When you look at, there's certain defensive teams. I mention the Colts all the time because I know Chris Ballard and height, weight, speed, length, lean mass, all that stuff. San Francisco has the same model. You can tell. D'Amico is clearly building the same model here in Houston. You think Eric Armstead has enough in the tank left to warrant, to be a smart addition on a 2-year deal to the Texans? I don't know if they have enough money. I don't know what's going on, but it sure seems like they have their sights set on them.
One thing, like we're getting into, like the next sort of iteration for the Houston Texans guys is something known as like an aura of association where, hey, we got a chance to win. So, getting back with his coach, we got a chance to win. Money may not be a deal, but it's tax-free. It's less to live in Houston than San Francisco, and that's how I would recruit a guy like Eric Armstead.
Mike Tannenbaum with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What would you pay Mike Williams right now with the injury concerns and the production concerns, really?
Yeah, that to me, like that's an easy one. Hey, Mike Williams, you need us more than we need you. You're going to give us 1 year at an incredible discount, and it's an investment. And you're going to make let's look at Calvin Ridley's deal with Tennessee, which, by the way, shocked you guys.
Yeah.
But if I'm recruiting Mike Williams, what I'm saying is, like, you're playing 1 year at the minimum, and, man, you're going to make a ton of money next year.
Yeah, and well, if you can prove it, and that's going to be interesting. Mike Tannenbaum is with us right now, and Mike, have things changed in terms of your perception? It always is about growing your own. Sustainability is always about growing your own. But one of the things that I've really noticed is that so many teams now are taking advantage of the 1 year and 2 year free agent. It's no longer about the long-term deals. It's about filling in roster with pretty good players toward the back end of their contracts. The 31-year-olds, the 30-year-olds, they're just not getting the same deals they used to. Teams recognize they need to draft to go young and go cheaper. How has that changed for you? How do you balance draft versus free agency now in terms of team building in your estimation?
Yeah, like I really agree with that. Like, you'll always find the exception, like the 5-year deal for the Robert Hunts of the world, or what we saw again for a guy like Ridley. But now a player has an injury. Not to go into too much of the weeds here, but teams can get exposed if they do a multi-year deal and a player gets hurt, and even if he doesn't have guaranteed money, they can still walk away with a pretty sizable amount of like injury protection. And I think teams are doing a much better job to say, hey, 1 year deal and walk away, and we don't have that liability, and we'll build through the draft, and we'll plug in. And a good example of that is like Dallas. They got to deal with Micah Parsons, see obviously Dak, and they go out and they'll sign Eric Kendricks and plug a hole because Damone Clark and Marquez Bell were obviously not big enough. So when Van Der Esch got hurt, they didn't have an answer, and now they have an answer at middle linebacker.
I gotta say, you got to feel the same way here. There was a time where Jerry Jones was, and I remember the turning point. It was just splashy picks. It was not going to be fundamentally sound. It's not fiscally sound. the Cowboys now, and it started with Johnny Manziel being passed on, and they went with Zach Martin, which is incredibly smart, and everyone thought he'd go with the splashy Manziel. It's kind of crazy that over the last 10 years, the Cowboys have become a team that I know Cowboys fans get frustrated with some of it, but they actually do a pretty good job on the personnel side of being a reasonable team with how they operate.
I totally agree. And again, like, if we were running the Cowboys, there's no way we're going to let one of those three players leave. And, they're going to be massive, massive extensions. Those are great problems to have. So I agree. I think part of it, though, to be candid, is, Jerry comes out and says things like, we've never been more all in, and then they do nothing, right? So, he'll throw some gas on that fire, but they've drafted very, very well and should be commended for that.
Mike Tannenbaum, ESPN, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mike, I hate to do it to you, but because I know every segment is Justin Fields on ESPN.
It is a Justin Fields station now.
It is. It really is. What do they get for him now, and any idea where he goes?
No, look, it's a fair question, guys. I'm shocked. You look at some of these teams going with some of these other quarterbacks, taking nothing away from a Jameis Winston, for example, or, Sam Darnold going to Minnesota. But, like, Justin Fields has a lot of upside. I think it was ominous that Luke Getsy didn't want. Did that surprise you that the Raiders didn't have any interest?
Yes. Yeah, it really did that they went with Baker Mayfield. I mean, you got a playmaker over there. I'm really surprised that they went Baker Mayfield along with Aiden O'Connell. I mean, Gardner Minshew with Aiden O'Connell. Aiden's a pocket passer. Gardner's a guy who, I mean, you know what Gardner is. He's a 3-game starter for you as a backup who gives you a chance. Right. Justin Fields, it's like, are they still in a quarterback market now, or what do we do? It looks like they're out of the quarterback market this year in the draft.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm with you guys. Like, I was just very, very surprised. Like, at $2.7 million, Justin Fields has shown remarkable poise, maturity in a big market, in tough situations. Like, those are the types of guys you want. Those are the types of guys you want to take a shot on. Once Mac Jones went for 6 guys, like, his market just plummeted. And I was really, really surprised that a team, be it Cleveland, Giants, didn't sign him, and really could have had him for, next to nothing.
His numbers aren't great, but the Bears weren't a good football team. All those losses that he compiled, only one guy. Did you see the trivia question this morning, Mike? One guy has lost more games in the NFL than Justin Fields since he got there. You know who that guy is? One quarterback?
Who?
Trevor Lawrence.
Davis Mills.
Trevor
Lawrence? Oh, because he starts all the games.
Yeah. Davis Mills didn't start enough games to lose 30, but Trevor Lawrence has lost 30. Are we still?
I sometimes feel like he gets a pass.
Does he get a pass, Mike?
I agree. I think when you look at it, Trevor Lawrence has A, ability, and he's going to be, and that's probably being a little generous, but I think you always have to measure somebody with, like, what should they be, what could they be. And I think if Trevor Lawrence was in the metropolitan New York area or a bigger market, it'd be a little bit noisier.
Absolutely. Yeah. It helps being in Jacksonville. There's no question about it. Mike Tannenbaum with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We really appreciate the time, Mike. We know this is a busy time for you, all you NFL guys over at ESPN. Thanks for joining us, and continued success over there.
Okay, thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate it. Take care, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Tannenbaum with us here on the show. Former GM, knows his stuff, and was with us.
Turned the Dolphins into what we know now as one of the most explosive offenses.
He did it all
in the league. We'll lay the groundwork, the foundation.
I mean, we could do this thing where I actually go through who Mike Tannenbaum signed and didn't sign, see how well you like the moves. If you want to do that for your buddy.
Laid the groundwork.
No, if you
laid the groundwork.
Would you like to do that for your buddy?
Let's go. We're up against it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we got to talk about John Daspit.
We're up against a break.
Okay.
Yeah. I would have liked to have.
Okay.
But we got to move on to other topics, like John Daspit, personal injury lawyer here in Houston. I understand that in every billboard that you look at, you're going to see personal injury lawyers when you drive down the road. Like everyone's got a different type of hook. John Daspit, you'll see him with there'll be basketball stuff, there'll be football stuff. He did an NIL deal with University of Houston and University of Texas baseball teams as well. I've got him geared up to talk to Carl Lewis about the track team. Like, he's been very, very involved on NIL, but the difference is he doesn't want to be associated with some of the personal injury lawyers. Like, this isn't Better Call Saul. This isn't some of the lawyers you see here that do gimmicky stuff and act crazy and silly. John Daspit's about getting in there and working his ass off. And all of his lawyers are going to work their asses off. He expects them in the office over the weekend. Like, it is not for the faint of heart to work on his staff, but he thinks that you deserve that. He thinks that you deserve to have a lawyer who's fighting for you, who's pouring through your case, finding every single thing that you may have to pay for, everything. Make sure that it's covered, because nothing's worse than getting an early settlement and then you realize it's not even going to be enough to cover what it is that you've gone through. Not to mention, your pain and suffering. How would you like the fact that some of your bills are going to come out of your pocket? That's the worst. And that's what happens when you go with inexperienced personal injury lawyers who are just simply trying to get a check off you and move on to the next client. It's not John Daspit. He has so many lawyers so that he can handle the workload, and he works throughout the state of Texas. There's 10 offices throughout Texas. So if you are a friend or a coworker, somebody who's been injured through someone else's negligence, make sure that you tell them about John Daspit and Daspit Law. They're the biggest here in the city of Houston. DaspitLaw.com, or call 713-CALL-NOW. No gimmicks. 713-CALL-NOW.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks to Mike Tenenbaum joining us here on the show. A lot of good stuff. Ryan Clark thinks this is going to be – the Eagles are going to be one of the great – is it Ryan Clark who – I don't want to misquote.
You mean from the pivot?
Ryan. Well, one of the. This is going to be the best offense in the NFL. The Eagles. Oh, yeah, it's Ryan Clark. This is going to be one of the most difficult offenses to stop in the entire league. Do you agree that? Okay. Well, first of all, Jalen wasn't as good this year as he was the previous year. He was a top 5 quarterback coming into last year. He's not even considered a top 10 quarterback right now. He has had that's a big number. What did Mike Tannenbaum say? 491 rushes?
Yeah, something in that neighborhood. Yeah,
400 and no.
Well, over 3 years.
That is.
No, I mean, that's a lot of quarterback sneaks, by the way.
Yeah, and it's one of the best plays in the NFL. It might be the best short yardage play in the NFL in NFL history. Might be is the success rate that he has. But are we buying that this is going to be just because of Saquon Barkley? This is going to be one of the best offenses in the NFL.
Well, I mean, it should be in theory. They were 2 years ago.
Is
right?
Saquon that much better than DeAndre
Well, listen,
Swift?
you've got.
I don't know that he's.
But
that
you
much
still
better.
have AJ Brown and Devontae Smith.
I know,
Those
but
are
you
really,
had him last
really
year
good
too.
Well,
and you had DeAndre Swift.
But Jalen Hurts didn't play as well. And so once again, I would tell you. So you're losing your center, Kelsey. That's a big part of the running game,
yes,
by the
it
way. So let's see what happens with Kelsey gone. They still have 2 good tackles. I mean, they're still good enough on the offensive line, but you are losing. They've got Cam Jurgens who will step right in. I'm sure they're just moving him over there. Landon Dickerson, they just re-signed. He's the highest paid guard ever at their left guard. So they're still good on the offensive line. I want Jalen Hurts to do it again. Is there any chance that he? I do think that we just take for granted that running the football, you get tackled and go down. You ever really got tackled? You ever really been hit hard? You have, John. You played quarterback in high school and in college. It takes a toll.
Yeah.
It takes a toll. You don't, oh, man. And you just shake it off and keep playing. These are grown-ass men hitting him, and he's running that much. I guarantee you, Monday and Tuesday mornings are hell for Jalen Hurts. I guarantee you, because of how he plays the game. He's going to get beat up. Why do running backs not last long in the NFL? For the same reason. And Jalen Hurts is carrying the ball like a running back. So I want to see if he can stay healthy. I want to see if he can win from the pocket with no Shane Steichen there. They do have a chance to be one of the most explosive offenses. Who will average more points per game offensively, the Eagles or the Texans?
I don't know that.
I don't either. I don't have it wasn't a for sure answer.
I don't know that.
I mean, there is a chance that sophomore jinx could get CJ a little bit. Yeah. It just doesn't
Plus,
feel
the schedule's
possible.
he's going to play much better defenses.
Tougher, but they were punking out the good teams last year anyway, like the Browns and the Colts.
You mean the Browns,
the Ravens,
who were awful on defense on the road?
Remember how they punked the Ravens last year? Yeah,
not the Falcons.
Did they?
Not the.
Did the Texans score
an to the Panthers?
Did the Texans score an offensive touchdown against the Ravens last year?
They didn't.
They did.
No, not in the second game.
Not in the playoff game. In the playoff game, I mean the first game, did they score an offensive touchdown?
That doesn't count. Who cares about the first game?
They must have because they scored.
I thought that was like 9. How did they get to 10?
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, we got 5-star coming up. He's going to give us winners for today. We need to make money today.
What 5-stars coming up?
Yeah, we're just going to do some basketball at 9:30. We get winners. John, there's a tremendous amount of maybe in here. We got a tremendous amount of basketball. We got action all day today.
Yeah, but they dunk in basketball. So he might not be interested.
No, these are guys shooting threes and mostly doing layups and chest passes, John. You're going to love it.
And bounce passes.
Fundamentals. Quick reverse. Yeah, you'll have quick reverse passes, top of the key, a lot of closeouts.
John's favorite players.
Now, Houston plays.
Duncan.
Now, Houston will close out shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Houston will force you into the baseline and use the baseline as a defender.
But they won't shoot well.
No, because true basketball is not about shooting. It's about defending.
I thought the whole purpose of the game was to put the ball in the basket.
Yeah, but that all changed with 90s basketball. That all changed with the hand. Bring the hand. Every time I have an argument with my son, I just put my hand real hard on his waist, and I say, try to get by me now. Kevin Durant would have got broke smooth in half in the 90s.
Yeah, Kevin Durant wouldn't
have found a way. Can you imagine Kevin Durant playing against Anthony Mason?
The 7-foot guy who can shoot threes at that high percentage. He never would have found a way.
It would work, but
everything
would have to be. He would not want to step inside the 3-point line.
He doesn't do
ever.
that now. He's a jump shooter. He's always been a jump shooter.
And he doesn't like when Pat Beverly guards.
He would light up. 7.
Oh no, he would shoot.
The Knicks guards would.
He would shoot well, but they would intentionally hammer him.
He wouldn't get the ball.
I guarantee you, Kevin Durant would be intimidated by the defenders.
Not this again. It's the 6'11".
Kevin Durant would not.
The
He'd be a
6'11" unicorn.
He plays against streamers now.
No, he doesn't. The 6'11" unicorn wouldn't be able to find a way to.
He'd be able to get points, but everything would have to be outside. He'd be too afraid. Once Larry Johnson and Anthony Mason threaten his life during at the free throw line, he is going to crumble and immediately go to the burner. Oh my God, these guys are. He'll just start burn. He'll start halftime social media. Call cries for help.
He wouldn't figure it out. You guys are right. Kevin Durant
Rick
would never figure it out.
Mahorn would try to literally murder him on the court.
And to clean it up, the Texans did not score a touchdown in the first game either. So they did not score an offensive touchdown against the Ravens last year.
Well, but the Ravens aren't very good.
So that's why they didn't score?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you're saying is you think the Eagles will score more? The Eagles have the Giants. The Eagles have Giants, Cowboy. We got a more favorable run defensively, I think. Colts will be pretty sporty. I don't know how I think Houston will average 20. I think they're going to average 26 points a game.
The Colts picked up Joe Flacco. They can't lose now. They have got one of the great free agent quarterbacks on the market. Nobody's talking about this.
Now, I want to ask you, did it seem a little puzzling when you said, who could back up in that offense? Anthony Richardson. Who could be another good?
That same style.
You know what?
Same style.
Same style. Anthony Richardson, Joe Flacco. That was an unusual. That one didn't make a lot of sense for me. And needless to say, it was not it didn't go well with my son Snacks, who's a Colts fan. That didn't excite him. He did get excited that L'Jarius Sneed liked the comment that Zaire Franklin saying, we got to have Quandre Diggs and L'Jarius Sneed here. And Quandre Diggs did eyeballs, retweeted with eyeballs, and L'Jarius Sneed liked. And he goes, these are great signs. These are great signs. I said,
well, before we get to 5-star, the speculation was that, of course, the Texans have Eric Armstead lined up. Well, they're bringing in Tim Settle Jr. for a visit, another defensive
That's just
tackle.
to put pressure on Eric Armstead.
You think?
Is it?
No, Tim Settle is an athletic big. He's a wide body. I mean, Tim Settle would be he ain't gonna get paid. He's like,
no, he's gonna be cheaper.
$5 million a year, maybe. Yeah, a lot cheaper.
That might be the reason why.
You think they did all this for Tim Settle?
Well, they can't. Well, either that or they just can't afford Armstead.
Maybe they couldn't agree to what Eric Armstead wants.
Yeah.
So they go to Tim Settle.
But you could afford him when you were trading?
Listen.
Maybe they had a number and he won't go below it.
Armstead has to take a hometown discount. He could get the band back together with D'Amico.
Is he from
He
the
wasn't
area?
any good without D'Amico.
Well, hometown meaning D'Amico's like
he is an
uncle to most of these players.
He's from Sacramento.
So if you want to be with Uncle D'Amico, then take
Uncle D.
Well, Sacramento, big deal.
Uncle Drake.
I'm sure he's been here.
Uncle D.
Drayton?
D'Amico.
Oh,
Uncle
okay.
How about Drake is moving to Houston? 50 Cent lives here.
Mm-hmm.
Drake is living here.
Drake, not yet.
Yeah, well,
when he's done, he's gonna buy a place when he gets off tour or whatever. I'm just going by what Mason said. Mason's up on these things.
Oh, well.
So he's going to live here.
50
Cent lives here. Tesla is now here right down the street at Richmond. There's a Tesla. It used to be at a Dave & Buster's. Elon Musk moved everything to Texas. Eric Armstead. I think if it's good enough for 50 Cent and it's good enough for Bun B and it's good enough for Drake, it's good enough for Danielle Hunter. It's good enough for you.
Yeah.
So let's stop with all these demands over money. You made your money.
Give me money.
You want to win a championship? Sure. Okay, C.J. Stroud or Jimmy Garoppolo. C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
You want to win a championship? I don't want to hear about your greedy looking for money.
Is he anywhere?
No,
he was in San Francisco with
but
Eric Armstead.
But the choice isn't between the Texans and the 49ers anymore. It's the Texans
That's
and the
what I'm
rest of the
saying.
league.
You couldn't do it with the 49ers. You got so close. We got C.J. Stroud.
We got 5-star.
Noah
coming
Brown.
Coming your way
now.
next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Kenyon Green.
I got Canstead and Dublin. You guys are stupid because you thought Homestead was Canstead and Dublin.
I get confused.
Right? You guys don't know nothing about it. You don't know nothing about the dip game, okay? So, dip game.
I said dip okay.
Game.
All right.
I said dip.
Is your dip game strong?
Dip. You got to be strong in your dip game.
John's got a strong dip game.
Yeah.
The strongest.
Sure do. Yeah. You got to get your.
Right now he's slanging that D. Dip. What? He's slanging D right now. Right now he's literally, for the next 45 seconds, he's going to slang D. Watch. Go ahead. Slang that D, John.
You want to start over, John? We can start over. I don't know if you want that in the live. You want to start over?
I'm pretty sure they do.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they do.
All right,
Listen,
go ahead.
I'm slinging dip right now. That's what I'm slinging. I'm slinging some dip, and if you're looking to get some dip that is not going to kill you, some dip that's not going to hurt you, some dip that you can enjoy and not worry about your health, not worry about your jaw, not worry about nicotine, not worry about tobacco, not worry, period. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil, right? That's what it is, but it's got the flavor that you're looking for, the mint or the citrus or the tobacco flavor. You can get tobacco flavor. If that's what you want, you can get that. But you don't have the tobacco, so you don't have the danger. What you have is a safer way to dip every single time. And it's cleaner, too. You ain't spitting because it's got CBD oil. You're going to want to swallow. But you still get that same sensation between your cheek and gum. You're looking for the best way to dip. Do it safely with 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. 5-Star, our good friend, 5-Star in Vegas, joining us right now to give us some winners today. 5-Star, you send us a list of what you like. What about our Cougs? You're not giving them 10.5?
Man, you know I'm always with the Cougs. If I don't say anything about them, that means I'm probably not going to make the play. I'll just be rooting for them. You know, they've been a covering machine all year, but just a lot of points in a tournament that means so much to the other teams that playing. We know that the Cougs are going to be the number one seed. They're going to be in the tournament. So, honestly, I'd like it if Coach would approach it where he's not even really, pushing his guys too hard and save some juice for March, because we've seen before where teams go hard in the conference tournament and don't have much left for when the real thing starts. So I would not be mad at all if the Cougs didn't win the Big 12 tournament. It might give them a little motivation, because I want to see them lift that big trophy this year.
One of the things that you'll look at, and really everyone has access to now through all the sites that you can get to, is the early proposition bet on who's going to win a tournament, who's going to win a conference tournament. And while you look at the odds and you'll say, well, maybe this team, this favorite or this favorite's going to win. We know a lot of times that doesn't happen. Many times there's surprises and a surprise team gets in. You like some, I wouldn't say long odds, but they're pretty good odds in the Big East tournament.
Yeah, I definitely like Marquette. They're the defending Big East champions. They've been missing I wouldn't say they're a top player, but he's definitely 1A and 1B because Cam Jones is a beast too, who's in the backcourt as well. But Tyler Kolek was the Big East Player of the Year last year. He also was the tournament MVP. He'll be returning. He's not playing today, but he will be returning the next game. And as you know, Shaka Smart, even going back to DCU, has always been a really good tournament coach. I think that Marquette is going to be really up for this tournament, a lot more so than I think UConn will be. And Marquette at plus 560, defending champs, a very talented team with a chip on their shoulder from ending the regular season, kind of, not playing as well as they like to. I think that they're very dangerous. So I love that value that they play. Because, look at UConn, who's the favorite. They're like minus 115. There's no value in that play. You can't tell me that Marquette can beat UConn on one night. They've done it before already this season.
We got 5-Star in Vegas with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's get to the Big 12. I think this conference has been great all year. While you're afraid to give the 10.5 with the Cougs, you like a couple other games there. And dogs you like in these ones.
Yeah, I love betting dogs in March, man, because it's about desperation. You got a really desperate team in Kansas State. They're 19-13, which means they're on the bubble. So every game they're fighting to get in the good eyes of the NCAA or to win this tournament so they can get an automatic bid. They pulled out a great victory last night against Texas. They overcome a 10-point deficit at the halftime. And their opponent, Iowa State, is a lock to get the tournament. Not as much pressure. Number 2 seed. They had a bye last night. The last time these two teams faced actually was the last regular season game for the Cyclones, and Kansas State won that game. Kansas State has a lot of things going that make them a solid pick. They're desperate, as I said before. They play sound defense, and they also have a point guard that controls the tempo. He makes big shots, clutch, and most important, he makes free throws. That's Tyler Perry, funny name like the movie director guy. I've noticed Tyler Perry versus the NIT performance that he had last season with North Texas. Ended up transferring to a big school, to get some more run for the NBA. He's a really good player. He's solid. As I said, he's very clutch. K-State overall is just a talented team. They had some tough losses. For their last 5 losses were by less than 6 points. I also really like their coach, Jeremy Kane. He has a real ability to get his teams up for tournament games, as we saw last year with their run through the Elite Eight. Also, a bigger factor, guys, is in Kansas City, so they're going to have a really pro K-State crowd out there. Give me Kansas State plus 7.5 tonight.
Kansas State plus 7.5. That's a big number for that game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they win money line.
Now, this other game, though, Baylor's a pretty good basketball team. Why do you like Cincinnati?
Baylor is a good team, but their record doesn't reveal the type of team they've been lately. They're not as good as they've been in the past. They're 22-9 this year, but they really don't play good on the road. Whereas you got Cincinnati coming in, same factor that we had with Kansas State. A team that's on the bubble, they're hungry, they're 18-13, they're trying to impress the committee. They dominated the shorthanded Kansas team last night. I don't know how shorthanded Kansas was. They were missing McCullers and they were missing Dickinson, but still, this is Kansas, so they have some really high recruits that were out there playing, and Cincinnati literally locked them down on defense. They beat the Jayhawks by 20 points. They've been playing really well. They have 2 games under their belt in this tournament, and I think that plays well with your momentum and keeping your rhythm. Then you have Baylor, as you said, they're 22-9. They were handled by Texas Tech at the end of the season. They're a talented team, but they're a different team at home than they are on the road. This was in a neutral site in Kansas. Earlier this season, when Baylor faced Cincinnati, they barely escaped, and they were at home. They were in Waco, and they barely escaped with a 3-point victory. I think Cincinnati is a scrappy team, as we've seen them from when they played University of Houston. They're a really scrappy team, man. They're really solid, and they really shoot the 3 well. The teams that shoot the 3 well are always teams that you want to take with points in these tournaments. The Bearcats are also 3-0 versus the spread on the road as an underdog, and 6-2-1 as an underdog overall this year against the spread. So give me Cincinnati with the points. I'm going to gobble those points up.
I love it. And that's where I think the dogs bark the loudest in the conference tournaments. I mean, NCAA tournament's a separate conversation, but have you found that the dogs make more sense in first round versus second round, or, because you have more time to prepare in the first round for your opponent? And there is obviously a conference tournament. You have a familiarity with them. Then once you get to the second round, I know a lot of times in the NCAA tournament, the thought is the better team, the more, the well-coached team can have a big impact on that Thursday game. But when it comes to the Saturday game, sometimes there's not as much time to prep for a team. And so then it turns into the talent or the coaching as opposed to the preparation. Do you feel that way about dogs in the first go-round, the first round, or do you have any rules like that?
Yeah, I definitely do, Lance. And the reason why is because, all right, when these tournaments start, most of the teams who are the higher seeds are going to the tournament anyway. And, don't get me wrong, these teams, nobody wants to go out and lose. Everybody wants to win. They're playing to win. But if they get down early, how much fight are you going to get from these teams who are preparing for March, to win in the NCAAs if they go down in the first round, second round to a lesser team, a team that's fighting to get into the tournament. So I think that definitely want to go early because now if you get later in the tournament, now pride kicks in. The better teams like, hey, we got a chance to lift a trophy, even though this isn't the NCAA title, it's my conference title, and then you get the best out of them. But early, you can always get some slippers. So I definitely like the Dogs in the first and second round.
That's 5-Star in Vegas at 5-Star in Vegas. Let's keep on doing this. We've got the tourney. We'll find out who's in the tourney, and actually next week at this time, I think we're going to be at Nick's place. We're going to be at Nick's place for the games.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So
just like old times.
Yeah, this is.
Is this going to be? Are you still gonna? You don't care about doing the amateur thing and hanging out, but is it different? Do you like being? You don't like the fact that you have to sweat a big bet while somebody else is sweating $20, screaming louder than you are at stuff. I know it stresses you out. Do you like being in sports books or in large places when you're watching a tournament, or no?
March Madness, I do at the beginning because I'm not unloading like I do when we're on college football. Man, I bet my units change, my unit amounts change when I bet college basketball because it's just it's just too much up and down with these kids. They're all amateurs, like you said. Whereas when we're dealing with college football, I feel like I have a little bit better grasp on it. I'm good with the numbers with college basketball, but I just don't invest as much. I don't like to give back my football money in the spring, so I make it more of a fun thing. My wife's been talking all week about it. She can't wait because the kids go to daycare. My 10-year-old goes back to school next week. We already called Doug over there to win and got us some seats set up, so she's ready to go over there and just have a ball in the spring and yell and enjoy the games. We'll have something down on it, but it won't be nearly as much as we get closer to, the Sweet 16, Elite 8, those games that I watch at home by myself in my living room, with the kids or whatever. But early, I do enjoy the environment. I think that's the best part of being in Vegas. I even like that, better than the NFL's kickoff week and, Labor Day for the first week of college football. It's nothing like March Madness in Vegas, man. If you guys get a chance to listen, chance to come, you make sure you come. You guys hit me up on the DM. Make sure I buy you guys a drink.
It is awesome. It's better than the Super Bowl because you just got 3. I always thought the Super Bowl was better because you could gamble all the time and then 3 hours of the game and then you're done. But the tournament, just action after action after action. It's so much fun. All right, when you're watching at home, do you yell at the television?
Yes.
Definitely.
Dude, I read your tweets. I already know how you're feeling at home.
At home, man, especially if it's like a 10-unit bet, man, I'm screaming at the team. I've never been like one of those idiots that we see on social media who break their TV. I'm not breaking this TV now. I don't lose my mind, but I'm definitely yelling at the TV, more talking about what the coach is doing or what these players are doing. But my kids have learned when I'm watching certain games, my wife will tell them, hey, go upstairs. You guys go upstairs and go to the room because she knows that I'm liable to say the wrong word around them, and then now I'm in trouble with her.
My wife, I'm watching. Cougs basketball gets me nuttier than anything. And my wife said, what are you screaming at? Make a layup. That's what make a layup.
Yeah.
That's it. I like this Cougs team this year, man. I don't think the Shed will be denied. I think that he's the best player in the country this year. We know that Coach Sampson's going to have those kids ready to play. We're going to have a big contribution from Sharp. He's the key, I think, to them being able to get over the hump and really win it this year. Like I said, I don't know about tonight, man. I think TCU is going to be really, really, really pumped for this game. They played well last night, and I like it when teams come off playing the night before, at least for sure, for the first half, But not Kansas State, pardon me. TCU, I know that Houston will win, but, man, that's a lot of points to give against a proud team, and we know they have a really good coach over there in Jamie Dixon. So I'll be rooting for the Cougs, but I won't be playing it. But I do think that the Cougs, this is their chance. I think this is our year. I was posted, I don't know if you guys saw it, I came out the Pac-12 tournament yesterday. I was so proud, man. They had all of the stuff for the college games, and right in the middle was UH. And I said, wow, Cougars basketball is really bad.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. You ain't putting in the payback factor. Kansas caught it. Iowa State caught it. And now TCU's going to catch it. They're catching the payback factor. Kansas caught it big time. And the Cougs didn't forget that they lost.
Yeah, they do hold grudges, don't they?
Don't worry.
They're grudge
you
holders
don't think
like
Calvin Sampson's got
an
that
angry,
in their ear?
like an angry girlfriend or an angry wife. They are grudge holders.
I don't think 10.5 is
I
even.
love it.
Yep, they're going. I throw a little something on them Cougs. Throw a little something on them because they're gonna take care of that business. 5-star.
Maybe I tease them down then, John. Maybe I tease them down to 7.5. I think they get to 10 for sure.
All right, that's 5-star in Vegas right here on ESPN 97.5. Hey, and it's that time again, ESPN 97.5. Thanks, 5-star. We appreciate it.
All right.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 6th Annual Bracket Madness presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget, supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes worth over $50. And did we mention this is all free? Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben valued at $200. $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register now. How about that? Nothing. Free. Nothing. Boop, boop, boop. Nothing. And you are getting prize cards. You know what you're talking about? Let's go. MyBookie.ag is the place to bet on whatever 5-star told you. He told you Kansas State, right? He told you Cincinnati. He told you Marquette. And I told you bet on them Cougs. So where do you go to do it? You go to mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Mybookie.ag, promo code bet975 has the best way to play, win, and get paid. You got to put in whatever you put in. You make your deposit at MyBookie, and whatever you put in, they are going to give you a bonus for it. But you got to put in promo code bet975. You got to put in the promo code bet975 to get that bonus. Even if you're reloading, you get the bonus as well. Now, what can you bet on? Look at all the things that they're still available. I know football's your favorite, but that's okay. There's still plenty of ways to make money right now. You know your college team. You love your college team. Bet on them in the tournament. You love your pro basketball team, your hockey team, your soccer team, whatever. MyBookie.ag, easy to navigate. You'll love the site. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975. Wow. I mean, have we lost all perspective and common sense? In DeSoto, Texas, a man was given a citation warning after riding his wheelchair in a street without sidewalks. A cop, so he's riding down the street in his wheelchair, I guess on the side, whatever. Cop pulls up, stops in front of him, stops him, and he says, "Hey, you can't ride your wheelchair in the street." Well, there's no sidewalk, and it rained earlier. I couldn't ride in a wet grass. Said he gave him a citation warning.
We're trying to keep the streets, keep it clear for traffic. Hey,
have we lost all common sense in this world?
Yes.
I mean, honestly.
Well, I feel like a lot of people say that, so I feel like common sense is still there. We're all cognizant of it. It just feels like I see dumb stuff happen every day.
It can't. I mean, are you?
Get out of the street.
Where did this happen?
Who said you could ride your wheelchair in the street? That's not a place for your wheelchair.
If he didn't have spinal bifida and lose a leg, he could have walked.
If he wasn't so hobbled and he could use 2 legs.
What'd you say?
I said if he wasn't so hobbled.
Yeah, like you did with John Clay Wolf.
Does he have one good leg? Because I do have a knee scooter. You can go quicker in a knee scooter. You can.
Was it a motorized?
Not today's wheelchairs.
Not with spina bifida.
Today's wheelchairs are fast.
Was it motorized?
Well, the electric ones, yeah.
The wheelchair was motorized, right?
Well, first of all, if it's motorized, the police officer has no right to do that.
Well, maybe he was. You can get a citation for
Can
driving.
you get a citation for being Amish?
Too slow.
Too slow.
Can you get a citation for being Amish? And you're going, no, you can't. You would not cite an Amish person.
Depends on where.
With a horse.
What if the horse dumps in the street and you don't clean it up?
I don't know if they treat horses the same way they treat
no one walks
dogs.
around with giant trash bags like you do with a dog on a walk.
Do you stop the carriage
Those
to
are called
pick
road
up the
apples.
horse
You
poop?
should.
They're called road apples
it's okay
for
to
a
dump
reason.
in the street with a horse, but
Yes.
not a dog.
Road apples.
You don't even like dogs. Why are you defending dogs?
I'm defending because it's a dog.
No, we
world.
clean up after dogs.
It's a
You're
dog
not cleaning up after a horse. Those road apples sit there.
A motorcyclist. Okay, should have seen this one coming. A motorcyclist had this license plate: will run. Guess what happened? High-speed chase, went 145 miles an hour in a high-speed chase with the cops.
Tried to tell you.
Who did not know will run is going to get in a high-speed chase with
Let
cops?
me tell you something. That's transparency, though, and I respect
Mm-hmm.
it. Told you who he was right up front, or she was, and they meant it. They got plates made, everything. Just said, look, I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
If you're going to pull me over, you better collide me into the guard railing because I am gone.
Is this your pastor?
No, it doesn't look like.
It doesn't
Father
look like
Troy.
your pastor? No. Well, he's in Brooklyn. He's the bling bishop. Okay? He's found guilty, spending $90,000 of his parishioners' savings on luxury goods. Surprising? When you look at him, he's pretty blinged up.
Not surprising.
Yeah, if you get upset considering what this guy has, shown himself to be, I think you should take a look at yourself. If you're giving him money, you know what he's about.
Him money, but you saw how he's dressed.
Look, I need my pastor to dress in some Dockers and a nice collared shirt.
If he had any balls
I don't need
at all,
the bling I don't need the bling pastor because I know where my money's going.
But if he had any balls at all, Joel Osteen would quote tweet that, and take a picture of himself in his house and saying, "I can't stand people that do this."
Have you seen his estate?
Estate is a good word.
Estate is the word.
Are we looking for Joel Osteen to be funny and snarky? Is that what people are looking for? I don't think he's in a position to do that.
No, but he took so much heat over when he couldn't open his. Remember, the doors were locked. He couldn't get into the church during the flood.
The doors were stuck.
The matchmaker said, "Come sleep on my couches." And Joel said, "I can't. The system, the wiring is off. It got flooded. I can't let people in." Now, to be fair, I wouldn't have let a lot of y'all in my house either.
Whoa!
Well, my parents and my kids were gone. My wife was gone. I was chilling
let
like it was.
in?
Me and my
We
dog.
had that call. Do you remember?
No,
that?
I didn't have splits in. I had my.
Remember the guy works for Beck's Prime. his daughter lived next door to us, and we saved them during Allison. They came over soaking wet. We brought them in our house. Their house had flooded.
Where are you living
But you
at that
wouldn't do
time?
something like that, apparently.
I ran
You
$9,000 worth of equipment.
You wouldn't
to
but you wouldn't let
multiple
anybody
sites.
in your house because it's dirty and filthy.
I didn't say that.
You just said it.
I didn't say dirty and filthy. My wife doesn't let me have anyone come over because she wants the house cleaned up more.
I can't believe the guy who's well known to have fled the city in a private jet
Yeah.
is having this conversation.
It's such a ballsy move by him.
This
multiple times he's taken off in a jet.
This is what you want Joel Osteen
and then
to do.
Ask for
He's your Joel
and then
Osteen.
ask
He'll
for
do
discounts because he was a refugee at a steakhouse.
Yeah,
I mean, Mike with some $900 shoes on, probably. My God, and a driver.
And you're letting him do that to you, attack you on those grounds.
Listen, did you let anybody in during that? No, he just said I'm not letting anybody in my house.
I know, but
yeah.
but since
you're dirty and filthy.
I ran, like I said, Reagan Swinback brought me $1,000 check. I went and immediately took it, put it in the bank.
Free Rain coffee.
Went and no, I didn't give him free Rain coffee.
No.
Oh.
Reagan Swinbank is Free Rain coffee.
Oh, well, all I know is that I went and bought refrigerators, took it down to George R. Brown because that's what they told me they needed for equipment. Don't even start.
Yeah.
Wendy was the hero during the hurricane.
Wow. Don't
Not
wonder,
you.
Don't wonder Gilbert loves her.
Who is that?
It's it's the singer, Grease.
Olivia Newton-John.
Olivia Newton-John. I don't remember her having those.
What those? What do you mean those?
That's
ears.
Oh, okay. You don't remember her
Sean
having
can show me a
ears?
picture, and that I don't remember that.
Yeah, that looks like that. It's 9:57. We're done. We're actually moving. We're leaning into the Mopey and Mape show. We apologize.
Yeah, you don't want to activate Black Dexter. No. But first, let's talk about Vanderford.
Vanderford Air. So he came over yesterday, got the quote for the whole home dehumidifier. So I'm getting a whole home dehumidifier because the janky ass company that put my air conditioner in last time, I got totally suckered because I had an emergency. And look, it's the reason Vanderford Air is your choice. You don't have to, just because you remember a phone number doesn't mean you should call that company. Vanderford Air, and I'll give you their phone number here in a second. But Vanderford Air is great because the difference is they do an amazing job of getting to your home. Within 24 hours of your call, you are going to have Vanderford Air there to take care of you. And when it comes to taking care of you, I'm talking about making sure that your air conditioning system is repaired the right way, making sure everything is done properly, making sure that your home is being cooled the way it's supposed to. I don't want to even talk about heater because we know it's about to get really hot, and if you have a unit that's not strong enough to take care of your home, they'll come do heat. They'll do a load check on each room to make sure that you are getting the proper air. And if not, they can put in a system with 0% financing for 18 months. They've got the right system for you, and they do so much to make sure that your home is cooled the way it's supposed to, and that they can even do insulation as well if you need insulation. That's something I'm looking at doing as well. Call 281-595-COOL. That's COOL. That's 281-595-COOL. Go to the website for more information at vanderfordair.com.
And let's talk safes now. Gun safes, commercial safes, jewelry safes, home and office safes. Safes. You want to be safe. The name is in it. It's safe, okay? It keeps your family safe from guns. It keeps the burglars out of your jewelry, okay? It keeps your jewelry safe. Proficient and listen, Houston Safe and Lock is the biggest. They're the best. Half the safes in this city are Houston Safe and Lock or King Safe and Lock, which is the same company. Proficient in opening lock safes, able to convert dial to lock or digital, dial lock to digital or vice versa, can change combination lock codes, skilled at repairing damaged safes, able to anchor and bolt safes. They can move your safe to a new location. You know, movers won't do that, so they do. The Houston Safe and Lock has got showrooms. They got a warehouse. They are the one that is going to save you money because they've got more. They buy them in bulk. American Security is the best safe, and they're the biggest dealers, period. So you're looking for a safe, there's one place to go. Go see my man, Derek Sola. He knows everything about safes. 713-522-5555 or go to 975safe.com.
Welcome to the show. And as I was tuning out John and Lance to get myself ready for this show. Oh, if you weren't aware, that's kind of how it goes. Like the last 30 minutes, unless they say something really ridiculous, I'm not going to talk. I got other priorities. I got to get ready for this show. But I was thinking, has there ever been a time where there was such a good feeling about the Houston Texans? I've been here in the city, not the station, since 2002. I was a young man, just starting college or so, maybe a little before then. And I got here during the expansion season, and I remember that being a time where the city was very upbeat because, hey, new beginnings and all that stuff. Maybe 2010 and 11 and 12 because we felt like something good was being built. But in the age of social media and X or Twitter or Instagram, whatever you use, everything about the Texans is positive. It's like people want to play here. People believe in D'Amico. Questions are being asked if Nick Caserio is one of the best GMs in all of football. And a year ago, no chance that gets asked. But you draft a quarterback, you hire the right head coach, and now we're at a point where it's all positivity. You go to one of the free agency grade links, and it's A or A-. Danielle Hunter, perfect fit. Great decision by the Texans. I can't find one spot who goes, you know what? Not so great. I don't think it exists right now. I think all the momentum is positive for the Texans, and I don't foresee it changing until maybe a losing streak. I think it'll be all positive all the time for the Texans because I don't know if they're the team of the moment, but they're a team that everyone wants to speak positively about, and I don't remember the last time that occurred. Maybe we're talking about a decade ago. Maybe the Sean's 2000, his start to the season 2007 was it 2017 where Bill O'Brien made the mistake of not starting him to begin the year. Deshaun didn't play until the second half of the first game, and then he never left the field until the major knee injury. Ever since that point, I don't think I've ever heard this type of positivity, and it's unique for anyone who's been rooting for this team for a long time to know anytime you hear mention of the Texans, someone's going to say something good about them, and sometimes even great. As far as the moves they're making to continue that momentum, they lost. I won't say they lost. They traded Malik Collins, but they did lose Sheldon Rankins. He signed a deal with the Bengals, and the Texans didn't want to keep him, just that they have a number. And it's a number that might affect whether they acquire Eric Armstead as well, because the assumption was that because they make the Malik Collins trade, they're freeing up money, and it turns out the cap hit, the difference between the cap hit and what they are going to have to pay him an actual salary with the trade, there's not a lot of cap gain. I think it's about $475,000 this season. There's going to be more next year since it's spread out over 2 seasons, but the trade doesn't really afford them much relief if you thought the trade was the reason they were going to free up room to bring in Eric Armstead. But Tim Settle Jr. is visiting today, which may push back on the thought that it was obviously a move to get Eric Armstead. Eric Armstead is a big name, not durable, but he's probably going to test the market. And the Texans have kind of set a number. They wanted Sheldon Rankins, but the Bengals went $1 million over, and he's a Bengal. Aaron Wilson is reporting that today. He tweeted the difference between what the Texans were going to offer Sheldon Rankins and what Sheldon Rankins actually got, and it's $1 million. And I think it's funny because they guaranteed $48 million of Danielle Hunter's $49 million, but they needed that $1 million for whatever reason. So if you look at what Sheldon Rankins got, the Texans offered him $12 million. This is according to the tweet annually, but he ultimately reached a 2-year, $26 million deal with the Bengals. So they decided $1 million was the difference. Maybe that's just a magic number for the Texans. We're gonna fight and scrap for that $1 million, and if it's too much, we aren't going to do the deal. So it will be interesting now that they're bringing in a different defensive tackle, a lesser name, played for the Bills, but a different body type than Eric Armstead. Tim Settle's more of a plugger than he is this athletic. What is he called? The prototype. He's not the prototype like Eric Armstead is, but he may just play more games, and maybe the Texans can get a guy to bolster that defensive front that needs it now because Sheldon Rankins gone, Malik Collins gone. All of a sudden, is Danico Autry, who some people thought would be a pass rusher more than he would be a defensive tackle, and that was before the Daniil Hunter signing. So moves still need to be made, and maybe Tim Settle agrees to a deal before the end of the afternoon, but he will be in town visiting the Texans as they try to find bodies now.
It is kind of tough that he is pretty obviously the constellation prize for Eric Armstead, and his last name is literally Settle.
Yeah, well,
like the Texans are literally
very
settling.
True. Yeah, they're if it becomes Settle over Armstead or Settle
because Armstead goes somewhere else.
Yeah, they would be settling with Tim Settle.
That's tough.
It is an unfortunate name, and you pointed it out, and now that's all I'm going to think about.
It was the first thing I thought of when I saw Aaron Wilson tweet his name. I was like, to Settle?
It is apropos that gentleman will be in town, just in case they don't get Eric Armstead. So, nothing is as clear as you think it is, because some of the basis for they're going to get Eric Armstead is because the Texans and the 49ers were in the midst of trying to, maybe not a straight swap, maybe there would have been draft compensation, but it would have been Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, and they just couldn't come to a deal. Some of the money factor certainly played a part in it. So Eric Armstead available. Eventually, I don't know if he's actually been officially released by the 49ers, but that's been reported for days that that's going to happen. And when that happens, maybe he visits the Texans, but the Texans are covering themselves. And honestly, signing Eric Armstead and Tim Settle's not a bad idea. I know they signed Khalil Davis, so they do have a body at that position. But right now, it's the Danico Autry and nothing as far as what you would consider starting caliber defensive tackles. So why not? As that meme will say, why not both? Why not both? But Eric Armstead may be a guy who sees his market grow as more defensive tackles come off the board, and certainly that'll play out over the next week or so as the Texans try to patch up that defensive front. The ends are fine, better than fine. They have solidified themselves there, but that the middle of that defense has some questions, and we know DeMeco Ryans, even before free agency started, talked about how he wanted to strengthen that front. So they still need to do a couple things as they've lost a couple of defensive tackles in the last couple of days. So certainly Texan stuff we will focus on. I can't get over Kirk Cousins and him going to Atlanta and being the least likely person to represent Atlanta ever. Like his kids, there's a picture of he and his kids as they're now officially Atlanta Falcons wearing like chains. And every time I see a quote tweeted from some Atlanta fan, they're like, what the hell is this? Remember, this was a team who was in the running for Lamar Jackson. And Atlanta, if you don't know, is probably considered, quote unquote, a black city. We know hip hop and everything regarding that. But Atlanta is one of those cities that, for whatever reason, gets couched as a black city. And every fan who's looking at Kirk Cousins going to be a representative of the Atlanta Falcons are like, please no. Please put the chains aside. We know that's kind of your personality in Minnesota. It's kind of funny and it's a little funny because you're Kirk Cousins. You're doing it in Minnesota. Atlanta people aren't all in on the Kirk Cousins thing. He's a good player. He's much better than any quarterback they've had recently. But every time I see him, and we're going to play some sound from Kirk Cousins a little bit later because Kirk Cousins is already thinking about his next contract before he gets out of the facility after the first day, because that man is, like Jay-Z would say, I'm not a businessman. I'm a business man. I think Kirk Cousins has that. Instead of like live, laugh, love, whatever the hell those inspirational things are.
Yeah,
I think he has that Jay-Z lyric in his house because that's how he operates.
Just hops in the car, listening to "Money on My Mind" by Lil Wayne.
Yeah, that's all he's about.
like, I can relate to this. I got money on my mind.
I'm not gonna give away the entire quote, but we'll play it later, and it just speaks to. It seems like what the mindset is of Kirk Cousins: get paid, get paid, get paid. So we'll hear from him. We got some awkward Garrett Cole audio, and also some audio breaking down his injury. If you missed it, and maybe you're one of those people who asked Sean and to kind of think about it, who have an answer on the other side. Are you one of those people who loves to see others, particularly guys who play for your team go other places and fail. I know the guy who normally sits in the seat I'm sitting in now does. We'll see if you guys do too, because Garrett Cole is going on the shelf, and the initial reports say it could be for a pretty long time. And if you want to call in about anything, 713-780-3776 is the number. Obviously, you can tweet at us at Sean A. Mapes, at Delv2. We got some Kyle Tucker sound to get to as well. He was on with Ben Verlander discussing his potential future with the Astros and what he thinks of Joe Espada. The NFL news will continue to come, and if there's anything involving your Texans between now and 12, we will update you on that as well. Maybe it's the signing of Tim Settle. Maybe it's the signing of a cornerback. They certainly need help there. I don't think the Jeff Okudah thing is something you should be depending on. I don't want anybody to be a starting corner who I think plays like the guy he looks like, because he looks like Vince Staples. And Vince Staples is a 5'8" rapper, and that's how Jeff Okudah's played really his entire career. That's why he's now on his third team in 5 years. I'm going to need something better than Jeff Okudah. But the Vince Staples show, check it out on Netflix. It's pretty good. That's my aside. Support Vince Staples and support this show. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
This thought just crossed my mind as we continue to discuss Texans free agency. Are we just being star effers right now, Sean? When we get excited about Eric Armstead, the name in itself makes people get excited. But do you think about him? The lack of durability is concerning. He's played 19 of 34 regular season games over the last couple of years, so he's nearly missed half of his available opportunities to play. 17 games scheduled, 34. Over the course of 2 seasons, only played 19 of those games. Actually, I'm doing math wrong. 21 out of 34, so it's better. It's better than than over half, but still, that's he missed 7 games. I'm continuing to do math wrong. He missed 8 games in 2022, and he missed 5 games last year in the regular season. Over the course of those 2 seasons, 5 sacks. He's a defensive tackle, but he is considered a more pass rushing type defensive tackle. Just look at that. He's angular. He's not a plugger. You expect him to provide pass rush if he were to come here. He's 30 years old, and the team that is a Super Bowl contender decided we'd rather have Malik Collins than come to an agreement with Eric Armstead that would make him happy and us happy and keep him around. We'd rather trade for your guy than come to a resolution on a contract with him. Should that be in any way concerning if the Texans are really in on Eric Armstead? Should we be that excited about the possibility of a 30-year-old oft-injured player coming here?
You bring up a good point with the age and injury with Eric Armstead, and yeah, I think we get caught up a little bit in the ex-49er, especially on defense. Played in San Francisco for D'Amico Ryans, so and like that's kind of where the conversation ends. It's like, well, played in San Francisco with D'Amico Ryans, they're good, and yeah, the fact that San Francisco now some of that is probably money because San Francisco wanted Eric Armstead to renegotiate his contract, and if you are cutting Eric Armstead and signing Malik Collins, that is a cheaper move than just keeping Eric Armstead. So it's not a straight, we prefer that guy to this guy. And the Texans don't have the same money restrictions as the 49ers do, obviously, because they just don't have as many veterans on their second or third deal as they do. So there is a little bit of, wait, San Francisco's letting this guy walk and we're like dying to get him, but until we see a contract that's actually onerous that gets given out by Nick Caserio, I'm going to assume that Eric Armstead is going to sign a 2-year deal like Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, that's what it always appears to be, particularly for a guy his age.
Yeah, if you're a notch below, it's a 1-year deal. If you're a guy, Danielle Hunter, Eric Armstead, a lot of production, but not an A++ free agent like Christian Wilkins, some other guys we've seen come off the board, you get a 2-year deal. And so I'm thinking that it's going to be a 2-year deal. I mean, again, Nick Caserio just has not signed a long contract, a bad contract in his time as running the Texans.
And if we just look at games played and production over the last couple of years, the Texans are getting older and less productive. When we talk about Sheldon Rankins going to the Bengals and trading Malik Collins. Now, if the number is one where you like it and the Texans aren't paying a Sheldon Rankins $13 million per year and they get away from Malik Collins and what his cap hit would be, maybe Eric Armstead comes under that considerably. So even if there is the age difference and the lack of durability and the lack of production over the last couple of years, you're not paying as much. And then the hope is that being with D'Amico, I guess, reinvigorates him at 30 years old. So I am cautious on let's get Eric Armstead when he, at least if you just go by the numbers, he is worse than the guys that you've either traded or said you're too expensive, but maybe he'll be a value play, and maybe with added health, you get another steal.
I think part of the thirst for Eric Armstead is that trading Collins kind of opened up a spot. I think actually he got traded during this show, right?
Yes.
Billy Collins, and we said, oh, okay, so they're probably gonna.
We assumed, yeah,
go back into the defensive tackle market or re-sign Sheldon Rankins, and then, I think it was in the afternoon, Sheldon Rankins went to Cincinnati. So I think that's part of the reason the Eric Armstead, again, like the desire for him has been kicked up a notch, is because the Texans have kind of burned the boats when it comes to the defensive tackles on their team, where it's like, oh, now they need a defensive tackle. Like, they need to sign someone else to play defensive tackle for them.
And honestly, you're sure Danico Autry, he is slated to be one of those defensive tackles. But as I said, there was some thought he would shift out to end because of his body type and his pass rushing ability. Right now, you probably need 2 starting caliber defensive tackles. Not that both will start, but the depth is concerning.
Yeah, to rotate.
Yeah. So I think the Texans, I won't say they're desperate. I mean, they got the draft, and Eric Armstead could sign today, and Tim Settle could sign today. They may be after both. Who knows? But I think the hole there is bigger than you might have imagined when we started free agency. So they do need to get a couple guys in here and 2 guys who can play. Right now they have 1 guy you would want as starting, and then you have a bunch of guys who you're signing to 1-year deals, and I won't call them camp bodies, but they're rotational pieces.
Yeah.
And that's not going to get it done.
Yeah, there always is the scenario. I think the cornerback discussion when it comes to Texans is a lot like
we got to correct it. So we forgot about Foley Fatukasi. They did bring him in, so they do have a guy who can start.
Okay.
So maybe 1. I keep forgetting about him because it happened very early.
It happened before because he got cut from the Jags.
Yeah,
it happened before the legal tampering.
There you go.
It happened last week.
Yes. So they do have Foley Fatukasi. So maybe at a minimum 1. They need 1 starting caliber defensive tackle.
Yeah, and then that's kind of where you can go with I forgot his first name. His last name's Settle. Tim Settle. I was going to say Will Settle.
Just to keep leaning in.
No, but you could go Tim Settle and then address D-tackle in the draft. But if you do that, then you need to – that raises the need of cornerback to address cornerback in free agency. Because I am of the belief that you don't want to go into the draft being like, we need a starter at this position. If you're a team like the Texans, a team that hopes to go where the Texans want to go next season.
Yeah, the thought of
last year's Texans could draft whoever they want as a starter.
Very
who
true.
cares? But if you're picking a guy, if you have the 23rd pick in the draft, and in the second round you're going to be in the 20s of that round too, you can't be like, oh yeah, we're going to get a starting defensive tackle in the second round. It's like, maybe. You especially can't do that with cornerback because, like we're seeing, they signed Lonnie Johnson, who was the second-round cornerback, and had to move to safety, and Jeff Okudah, who's on his 3rd team, and he was the 3rd overall pick in 2020. So cornerback is a very hard position to just drop a young guy in and play. So getting some veteran on that can start for you in free agency, I think, would be a move, especially if you're going into it and you don't make a defensive tackle draft or defensive tackle addition, because you really can't address both without really putting some young guys and depending on young guys in big spots.
Yeah, if you just go by our lads and they're not the end-all be-all, certainly the Texans may have a different idea. They have Danico Autry as a defensive end who would be a rotational piece backing up Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, which means the current starting defensive tackles for the Texans at this point of free agency, put all the caveats that you might throw my way. I understand them all. It's just a Thursday. Folo Fatukasi and Kurt Hinish. Not exactly a pair that you want to depend on. So it could change in a matter of hours. It could be a Tim Settle signing. It could be an Eric Armstead signing. But the Texans still do have some work to do. And that's the draft. That's the rest of the free agency period. No need to get into a rush. They got time. They have plenty of time.
Yeah, and now the moves, unless it's Armstead, the moves are really going to be more peripheral kind of, you need like a second corner. You need maybe another safety. I know a lot of people are looking at the safety, either Simmons or
Quandre Diggs is out there.
Yeah, and those are kind of moves where, especially the safety, it's like if you want to roll with Ward and Petrie, I don't love it, but that's not an absolute disaster. Whereas the defensive tackle, the second defensive tackle being Kurt Heinisch, I'm not going to say it's a disaster. It's not what you want.
It's not what you're looking for.
It's not what you want.
When the plan is,
especially because you can bump Autry in there, but then you need a backup end.
Yeah,
so you need a lot of. I mean, not a lot. You need like 6 guys you feel comfortable playing on the defensive line, and maybe even more, honestly. But some of those guys you can add in later, like Derek Barnett, they added in the middle of the season.
Very true. And the cornerback position, if they're going to address that in free agency, it's deeper. You talk about guys who you might be able to grab who can play and start, even if you do draft a guy on day 1 or day 2 for that position. You know, Xavier Howard's out there. Kendall Fuller's out there. So there are guys that you can go grab if you want to say Jeff Okudah's not going to be our opening day starter.
Yeah, and you know, you can either just bring back Steve Nelson or you can find another Steven Nelson. Like there's always a Steven Nelson out there. You named a couple of them.
Yeah,
they go by different names every year. But they're kind of Steven Nelson.
Older players who may be past their prime, although Xavier Howard's agent talked about how it's very rare that a lockdown corner, if his ability will be on the market, he's ready to help a contender, which suggests that David Cantor, the agent, is not in the mood to have Xavier Howard take less than what might be market value. Although he's 30, he gets injured, and he didn't play as well as he did last year. As he didn't play well last year compared to his previous Pro Bowl type season. So that's a name, and maybe less of the Eric Armstead where he isn't as productive, because Xavier Howard's still a pretty good player, but he's in that age range where he's older, injuries are starting to pick up, and the name may be bigger than the game, so the Texans have to kind of balance that out.
Yeah, and the reason people aren't jumping all over themselves for Xavier Howard, I think, is partially because he didn't play for the San Francisco 49ers under DeMeco Ryans.
Very true.
That's a lot of the Eric Armstead.
Do the 49ers have a corner that we need to be looking at that's out of the market? No. Ward isn't going anywhere. They're not. I mean, there's always the possibility, if you want to pay big money to a corner, that a former chief, not a former chief yet, but he's still looking for a trade. The LJ Snead thing is interesting because we haven't heard anything about that.
I think the Texans are shopping in a different aisle.
Oh, it wasn't even about the Texans. I was just talking about Snead overall.
Yeah.
We haven't heard anything about him since we found out that he is open to a trade, and so are the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. So that might just hit us one time as a surprise. But the money's drying up. So, and LJ Snead's going to be looking for all pro money, and the Chiefs are going to be looking at big compensation. And that's a guy who may just be forced to go back to Kansas City just because of all of those scenarios. But who knows? Trade could happen at any point. We didn't know Devontae Adams was going to get traded until kind of it happened. So those big name guys, sometimes they go under the radar. We haven't had a major trade that I could think of in the free agency period, so one of those might be on the horizon.
Only Collins?
Okay. Oh, if we want to give him that status.
Joe
sure.
Mixon?
Sure. Man,
2 guys traded for 7th
seventh round picks. The Texans were involved in both. I'm not going to call a defensive tackle in the last year. Well, he was actually signed a 2-year extension. I'm not going to call a defensive tackle or a running back on the last year of his deal for 7th round picks major. It ain't exactly Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill.
What, 5-time Pro Bowler? I'm making that up. Joe Mixon isn't?
No.
I'm going to try to tweet like Ian Rappaport.
to hype up the trade.
Star running back.
Star name, and he'll be good here. I don't know if he'll be great. He'll be good, and he'll be productive.
But like you're saying, there hasn't been no player's gotten traded for a 1st-round pick.
Not even close. That's
Justin Fields, we're still waiting on that one.
Remember, future MVP Justin Fields, if he just got in the right situation.
Breakout young quarterback.
As if we haven't watched them play. Like, what are they trying to sell us? Now that you're going to get me into something where I keep talking, but we got to go to break here. But we all saw him play. Stop selling us on Justin Fields. The Bears ain't a great situation, but he wasn't going to go anywhere and just change his career into one where he becomes a star. Seems unlikely for Justin Fields, and the one place people thought he might go is Atlanta. and Kirk Cousins is there. We're going to hear from Kirk Cousins on the other side because that man is a true business man, one of the best to ever do it, and he's already forward thinking into his next contract when he hasn't even thrown a ball in practice. That's how much he thinks about business. We'll hear from Kirk Cousins on the other side, and we'll also hear from people talking about Garrett Cole, and then an awkward situation where Garrett Cole's walking into his car and just either Yankee fan or some new media type of reporter asking him questions, and Garrett Cole wanted no part of it. So a lot to get to here on the show. Texan stuff, Astro stuff we'll get to as well. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. A couple tweets. Art said he's concerned that Eric Armstead spells his name with an A. Understood. So it's a different spelling of Eric. Don't meet many Erics or Erics. You don't meet many of them, and maybe the Texans won't force us to meet him either. We'll see. We'll see if he shows up in the city as a Texans player.
By the way, Joe George and I, that was the first thing that when it was leaked out that he was going to elect to be released, we were both like, don't love that. I knock him down like one minor peg in my head.
Is it on the same line as two G's for Greg? Or is it worse or better?
I think it's worse. I think it's more flagrant.
That his parents said, Eric isn't enough. Eric isn't special enough. We're going to give you the A.
Yeah,
and
well,
still name you Eric.
Part of it's also that's the ARIK.
Yeah,
That's also
the spelling. That entire spelling's a little questionable.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough. And then starting with an A.
How do you feel about parents who name all their kids after the same first letter?
Not my tempo.
It's not my vibe. I'm there
not
with
for
you.
Me.
No, I'm not with it either.
I'm not hard anti it. It's tough for those people because the poster children of that, no pun intended, the first family you think of that does that are the Kardashians. And so that's like tough PR to overcome as one of those families that like everyone starts with a K.
Is that the easiest letter? Because
a lot of versatility.
Yeah.
A lot of versatility.
I
feel like I'm talking like Lance Zierlein when I say that.
When you
a lot of reach, pro style experience in the offense.
Just stay away from hip flexibility and you'll be
oily
fine.
hips.
Yeah. I think K is easy, particularly you can go, even if you remove the Kardashians. There was a I would say girl. She was a woman. She was an intern for the Texans who was one of those families. I think her name might have been Kylie, and then there was a Kendall, much like the Kardashians. Now that I think about it. And then there's another sister name with a K too, and then I think they had a brother who might have been a Kevin or something. So
yeah, now that I think about it, I went to high school with a family like this where they had like 6, I want to say, kids, and they all were K names, but one of them was like Cole, which like that's an underrated part of the K's is that you can sneak in some C names and just start them with a K.
I don't know, man.
You can go Chris. I don't think there was a Chris, but you can go Chris.
There's a Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn spells his name that way.
Chris Jenner.
Yeah, that too.
That's why this conversation is tough. That's why it's tough to be like, I'm super pro naming your kids all the same first letter in the name because the well that we have to draw from is the Kardashians.
Yeah, and amazingly, probably if we're trying to pick and choose our favorite, even though I don't have a favorite, maybe Kendall's the most normal of. If we're gonna put them in that category of normal and not normal, maybe Kendall's the most normal.
Yeah, I mean she knows. Well, she has a mixed history. I was gonna say she knows how to pick good NBA players, but I remember Ben Simmons.
Yeah, but she did date Devin Booker.
Yeah,
at a
Devin
time.
Booker.
That's not a bad call.
Blake Griffin.
I would give her credit for this because she was criticized for that. Like, all you do is date NBA players. So what? I got a type, and I like NBA. And what do you want? I got a type. Leave me alone. So I'll credit her for standing on it.
Standing on business.
Yeah, I just like, and we'll get to the biggest businessman in the NFL a little bit later here. But Eric wants to talk about Astros pitchers, and this is an Eric who I believe spells it with an E. Eric, is this Eric Wong?
Great show.
All right, it is Eric Wong. What's up, Eric?
Eric Wright with a WRIGHT.
Your name's not Eric Wright.
But one thing about Lance McCullers and Forrest Whitley, will they ever see time on the mound this year? And if they do you think they'll do well? And Dell, why did they cancel the Batgirl movie? It's because the Batgirl was a woman of color?
I don't know why the WB does a lot of the things they do. Maybe they felt it wouldn't be lucrative. They filmed the entire thing, edited it, and said, "You know what? Nah, we're good. We're not putting it out there." I don't know. I'm sure. I guess they determined it would cost them less to kill it than it would be to market and put it out there. I think that's their reasoning behind it. Although we all love art, we all love things, and to be able to watch things, and that seemed like a missed opportunity to either enjoy the Batgirl movie or pan it and laugh at it.
Especially, like, all they do is put out flops.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, you're too good to put out a flop.
I know. Your entire catalog of movies like that are pretty...
Nothing but flops.
Didn't stop you from putting out Aquaman 2. I only got through like 20 minutes of it, and I think I got to the part where he freed his brother. I'm like, I don't know if I can get through the rest of this movie.
I didn't even start it.
Yeah.
I didn't even like consider. I'm gonna forget that it was a real movie.
Yeah, it's on Max.
2 years.
It's on Max, so I decided to give it a try, and I don't know. I think I'm done. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through that movie. I can get through anything, honestly. And as far as movies are concerned, I'm just sitting at home. What's the deal? Not that one. That's bad.
It's not a big chore.
No, I'm just sitting there watching. I'm usually on my laptop while the movie's on, and even then, I don't want to sit through this.
It's not even Shogun, where 2/3 of it's in Japanese.
Yeah, well,
it's all in English.
Yeah, barely English. Some of that sea stuff.
It's all Jason Momoa.
Gibberish. Him and which Wilson? It's not Luke. What's the guy's name?
Owen.
No, it's not him either. It's
not
Patrick.
a Wilson brother.
It's a Wilson, but not a Wilson brother. It's Patrick Wilson. He of the really the horror fame. That's where I know him from. All those movies where he was.
Yeah. He was also in the A-Team movie.
He was
That's
in the
where
A-Team.
I know him from.
He was in the A-Team.
Starring
A-Team
Rampage
movie.
Jackson. Yeah.
No, I can't believe they put him in a movie. That was back when the UFC was getting that off, where they were putting UFC stars.
There is a UFC star in an upcoming movie.
Is he? Yeah, Conor McGregor does not look like Conor McGregor anymore. He looks like.
He's also barely a UFC star anymore.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, but I forgot Rampage was in that movie. Patrick Wilson, I know him from all the. Now I'm forgetting the Conjuring
No,
series.
is he in Conjuring?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. I thought it might have been one of the other.
He's the husband in the Conjuring series. The Conjuring series is like, you know what's great. One Farmiga, let's get the second Farmiga. Like the older sister and her younger sister are both in the Conjuring. The younger sister plays the nun, and the nun got a sequel.
The standalone spinoff.
Yeah, the Nun and
she got Hobbs and Shaw
and the Nun 2.
The Conjuring.
The Nun 2, and then they're going to connect both movies, and the sisters are going to appear in the same movie because why not?
God, wow, it's like, is there going to be like a Infinity War for the Conjuring?
Well, I think the evil nun is Thanos. She doesn't. There's a nun. There's a good nun, and then the evil nun, which is just a demon that's haunted that family through time. And I think that's the Thanos of the Conjuring series.
That's a tough beat to be a family that's haunted by a nun for all of time.
Yeah, they haven't shown what the relation is between the nun and the wife from the Conjuring, but because they're sisters, I'm sure there's going to be a family connection, and then we'll get to that at some point. I can't believe there's been so many Conjuring movies, and then Annabelle is part of the Conjuring series too. So many of them. It is almost like a Marvel universe.
There's so many movies.
And
it feels like every year there's a new one coming out.
The last one was the Conjuring, as far as the Conjuring is concerned. The Conjuring, the devil made me do it. And they went.
Could that just be all of them?
Pretty much. But this one, they went to court and they decided, Kit, could you blame the devil for killing people? And in this case, you could.
What?
He got the guy who murdered someone did go to jail, but he had a lesser sentence because they determined he was possessed. Because the devil made him do it, Sean.
Did they see a judge in church and they're like, I think this is our guy to maybe this defense works against this judge?
I don't know. I kind of barely remember the movie, and that's all. We were going to get to Kirk Cousins, and then Eric called in about movies and Batgirl, and it devolved into the Conjuring. As far as his comments about the Astros, no, I don't think we're going to see Forrest Whitley on the major league level, not in any important role. And Lance McCullers is scheduled to be back in the summer, but until he does, I'm just going to treat him like he's a Loch Ness monster. I know they're going to be sightings, but I'm not going to confirm any of it until he's on the mound pitching for your Houston Astros in a regular season game. Until that happens, he's Bigfoot. He's a Loch Ness monster. He's the Chupacabra. And then if I see him, then we'll have a real conversation about how Lance McCullers can help the team as they reach for another World Series. We'll have Astro stuff. We'll talk about a guy who actually will play. I mean, he kind of disappeared in the playoffs, but Kyle Tucker talked to Ben Verlander. We'll hear from him. We'll hear from Kirk Cousins, and we won't hear from Garrett Cole because he was being bothered, but he didn't say a word. So a lot to get to here as Eric Wong just threw us completely off track, but that's kind of his job as an agitator and a chaos agent. More here on the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
It'll be a quick one here. We're way past time where we should have come back. So we'll get to the Kirk Cousins stuff. Kirk Cousins is an Atlanta Falcon. He did the rounds yesterday, took pictures, some traditional, some less so. The kids were in some, and the wife as well. And then others, the kids were there holding, and they were wearing, along with Kirk, gold chains because that's Kirk Cousins' thing. If you were unaware, the ironic wearing of gold chains is Kirk Cousins' thing. And I didn't know this beforehand, but his father-in-law is an Atlanta Falcons fan. He talked about his father-in-law's connection to the city, rooting for the Braves, rooting for the Falcons, rooting for the Hawks. So he said it is a honor to be the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons. And he wants to be an Atlanta Falcon so bad that he's already discussing, before he throws a single pass, his potential ending of his career there. And what I found special, well, I'll let Kirk tell you. Yeah, Kirk. Let him know that there's always a chance. Like, Kirk Cousins is 35 years old, 36 years old. You would think 35. He'll be 36 in August. So you would think that by the time this contract is over, he'll be about 38, 39. Contracts are sometimes just becomes funny money. So who knows when the Falcons and Kirk Cousins will agree to get away from each other. That stuff can always happen quicker than you might think. But by what he's sounding like, he thinks he's got a 40-year-old contract in him with the Falcons. Kirk is always planning for the next deal.
Hey, Tom Brady did it.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers is doing it. And we saw what happened to him as a 40-year-old. Besides the Sandy Hook stuff, he tore his Achilles. So
to be fair, he could have done that in his 30s.
That's true.
The Sandy Hook stuff.
Well, he did do that in his 30s. I think he did that about a decade ago. At least that's when when he made his initial comments. But Kirk Cousins, 35 years old, already planned, hey, guys, give me one more. I can't fault him. A true business man, Kirk Cousins.
Also, bringing up that your father-in-law is a Atlanta sports fan.
He's working it. I respect it.
That's stretching the familial ties or the ties to the area.
The man is the father of the woman he loves. What do you mean?
Danielle Hunter actually went to high school in Katy. There's some actual oh yeah, he's coming home. Start the montage with the song.
He knows how important Atlanta Falcons football is because his father-in-law, despite Kirk never playing there, has always rooted for the Falcons.
If anything, that should be why you don't sign with the Falcons. I'm a lifelong fan of the Falcons. Sign here? No.
You think his father-in-law should advise him to
listen,
sign someplace else?
I've seen how this ends.
Well, I don't know.
If you're lucky, you end like Matt Ryan.
The thing is, who knows who would have been willing to give him the deal that the Falcons did. So maybe his father-in-law is looking out for his grandkids and say, hey, this team will give you all the money. Sign here because I want my grandkids and my great-grandkids to be set up for life.
I just it's a bit much to be like, yeah, this, I had to do it for Terry or whoever
the father's name, whatever the father's name is.
I had to do it for him.
And we always talk about, a lot of the time when athletes sign contracts, they talk about generational wealth. We aren't at the point where we haven't gotten to the point where the grandkid of a guy who made a lot of money is rich too, because the money has exploded. But that's happened in the last 20 years or so now, maybe a little less. I want to know the nepo grandkid who's just benefiting from the money his granddad got as a quarterback in the NFL.
You want Caleb Williams III to come through?
It doesn't have to be that. Who would be the first guy? I mean,
Arch Manning. Although not necessarily.
He didn't make big money.
Archie didn't make.
And Arch is the nephew.
Well, Cooper Manning's a businessman.
Yeah,
he's a very rich businessman.
Sure, but I'm talking about
NFL player.
Peyton Manning's grandkid. That we're years away from that though. I'm trying to think.
Frank Gore III is probably our best
But
shot.
Frank was a running back, though. You know the deal.
But he played for 20 years.
I know, but I'm talking about who's going to be the first grandkid of a star NFL player who made a ton of money, who's just a a-hole because all he's known is money.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of guys that already like Antoine Winfield III.
That's still safety money, man. It's still,
Michael Pittman III.
That's still DB money, man. Like Michael Pittman's grandkid, the Michael Pittman running back money, that ain't gonna last to the grandkid.
I know Michael Pittman was not a.
He wasn't even a star back. He's not. That's not gonna last.
God, I know I'm
It's
forgetting.
gotta be
I know I'm forgetting someone, but that.
Who's a quarterback over the last? Like Tom Brady doesn't have grandkids yet.
That's the thing. You need them to have kids very early.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for that kid.
You know what? If I was bigger on college football recruiting, I would have some more people because those guys are just younger.
Yeah.
I kind of have to go with guys that are in college or in already in the NFL.
Look, to be honest, we're probably about 10 years away before the scourge of Nepo baby grandkids from star NFL players become part of our lives. I'm not even talking about guys who start to, or it could be girls. I mean, it's just grandkids. I'm not talking about.
It'll be the show.
I'm not talking about athletes. I'm just talking about we find out that the grandkid of Peyton Manning got arrested because all they've known is generational wealth.
Oh, okay. So you're saying, so they don't have to actually make the NFL.
No.
They just need to be like the Lindsay Lohan of
This is what
the
I'm
NFL.
talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about, because all we hear about, this guy just secured generational wealth.
Or no, what it would be is that the grandson. I don't want to do it to Peyton Manning, but the grandson of Peyton Manning, like, okay, so his son has let's say Peyton Manning, obviously Hall of Famer. His son, let's just say, is the Kirk Cousins of the NFL when he goes to the NFL, if he makes it. But he makes a lot of money in the NFL. Peyton Manning's grandson then plays like college football and is like, actually, I just want to become a Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
And he just becomes like Kai Cenat.
And I think the NBA is ahead because the NBA, the guarantee deals are giant, and then they pulled back, and now they're like.
But even guys in like 2000 made a ton of money.
Yeah, because Kevin Garnett before, as like a second year, like a rookie, signed a giant deal that rookies don't get today as the rookie wage scale came into effect. So like Kevin Garnett's grandkid, when that kid is just one of the worst human beings we've ever heard of, just because simply he's known as money. I want those kids to start popping up, and then we can have discussions about what generational wealth means.
Steph Curry's kid.
We're still years away from her, and she
not
she's
that far.
Yeah, but she's not going. What is she in her like 13, 14 now? She's not going to be. We're about 5 or 6 years away from her potentially becoming a problem, and I don't foresee that for her. Honestly.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is the example is like the least likely example of would be a Nepo baby.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Nepo grandchildren of athletes who secure generational wealth and see how that plays out. Just spoiled kids who, like you said, are Twitch streamers or whatever the hell it'll be in 8 years.
The funniest thing is they could just be like an NFL, like they could be a 4th round pick in the NFL, like Frank Gore Jr., where it's like, yeah, he could be drafted, and he's like, actually, it's my dream to stream Fortnite instead. Because playing in the NFL is just not a big deal to him.
No, because his dad did it for years,
and
he's got money. But yeah, Frank Gore's a running back, and like the last 8 contracts of his weren't big contracts. Once he got out of San Francisco, it felt like Frank Gore played for 8 more teams. So that's what I'm going to be on the lookout for. Nepo kids of star athletes. Just see how it works out for those kids. That'll wrap up hour number 1. We will get to the Kyle Tucker sound. He was with Ben Verlander on Flippin' Bats, discussed his status with the Astros and what he thinks of Joe Espada in that transition. We'll also talk more about the Texans and what could possibly be on the horizon. The name right now is Tim Settle Jr., or Sean dubbed him Will Settle Jr., which is a great name. Unfortunately, it's not his name, but the Texans may be settling on him if Eric Armstead isn't a real option. So a lot to discuss here. 1 more hour to go on the show. We'll be back. Second hour of the show begins. And we're going to shift to Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker was on a podcast. There's video as well. Flipping Bats with Ben Verlander. Sean, can you figure out how Ben Verlander got access to Kyle Tucker? How could that have possibly have happened? How difficult was that pull for Ben Verlander?
We need Justin
Speaking
Verlander's
of Nepo,
kid. Yeah.
Speaking of Nepo, Nepo brother at a minimum.
That's an extra step. Listen, I have no reason to dislike Ben
I don't
Verlander.
either.
He's perfectly fine.
Yeah, he
but
is.
it is being like, yeah, my brother's very famous. That's at least Nepo babies, like it's your dad.
Yeah,
or mom.
Gary Sheffield Jr.'s made a bit of a career out of being the son of Gary Sheffield, being a guy who people look to talk about baseball simply because of who his father is. It's kind of how it happens. Is Joe Buck the ultimate? He emulated his father's career and has probably taken it a couple steps further.
Joe Buck and Peyton Manning, I feel like, are two tough to beat ones.
Yeah, Skip Carey hasn't outdone Harry yet.
No. Kobe? Does Kobe count?
Yeah, he's far outseated Jelly Bean Bryant.
Well,
yeah.
It was more, does Jelly Bean Bryant count as like...
Well, he played in the NBA.
Yeah, but to me, there's an element of fame that also comes with it, of just like your dad just playing basketball.
True, but
then you becoming a better basketball player.
Also, the Nepo baby thing has to do with getting an in. Now, Kobe was around pro basketball, but he wasn't going to get drafted because Jelly Bean was his dad.
No.
Like, did Joe Buck get an in and get actual opportunities because of his last name?
It helped.
Yeah, and then he became Joe Buck, and obviously
he was calling games on Fox when he was like 25. Yeah, I'm gonna say it helped.
Yeah, so and obviously he's taken advantage of it and become a star in that regard. So Ben Verlander may be on that path, just a different way of doing it. He wouldn't have been able to just be a great baseball player, been on a major league roster, because that you still have to achieve that by talent. But he has become a person in the space where he gets to talk to big-time athletes, and part of it has to do with his last name, and he's built a career for himself, too. You got to credit him for that. But he talked to Kyle Tucker yesterday, and Kyle Tucker is going to be someone we're focused on as far as not only his play, but will he be an Astro, or will he be in the future, or will he be another guy that the Astros lose because they have a number and a number of years they're willing to go to, and Kyle Tucker may be asking for more than they're willing to reach. This is Kyle Tucker talking about a potential extension with Ben Verlander. The headline from the Chronicle, based off this podcast, was Kyle Tucker isn't really concerned about an extension. And I think he's not concerned or not sweating lack of contract extension. I think he's not sweating it because there won't be one. He'll just sign. He'll just get to free agency. And if the Astros want to pay him what he wants, then he'll be fine staying here. In fact, he talked about that further in the podcast, discussing he likes Houston. It's been great ever since he came up from the minors. But we know the Astros have a way of doing business, and giving Kyle Tucker in his late 20s a long-term, and by long I mean beyond 7. I'm talking about what Major League Baseball is right now, a 10-year deal. And at the time he would sign, is Kyle Tucker a $40 million a year player? I don't know, $35+ million a year, whatever the number is. I don't think the annual stuff would be a problem. It'll be how many years Kyle Tucker wants. And if he is going to ask for what all the other guys in his space ask for, as far as opportunity when it comes to what he's proved and his age and being a power-hitting right fielder, those guys are going to ask for it all. I don't think Kyle Tucker is going to find that number with the Astros. At least history tells us that number is going to be something the Astros don't want to reach. But that's the future. The now is Joe Espada being the manager, and he's been around. He's been around the organization, been around the team, but it's a new role for him. And Ben Verlander asked Kyle Tucker about Joe Espada in that new role. Nothing but positives for Kyle Tucker on Joe Espada, and kind of positivity is what you get from Joe Espada. And look, he hasn't been. He's going to manage a really good team. I don't think he's going to have to worry about being beaten down by a long and arduous baseball season. But it will be interesting to see how things continue to play out as far as how direct he is with answers and how he addresses media when we're in August and the same questions that he has to answer over and over again become tiresome. Because you can't. He's human, but he's never been in the situation where every day someone is looking for an answer on a question from him. That'll be the difference beyond just the stuff on the field of play. But he should be bolstered by a really good baseball team.
Yeah, he's only had the fun stuff so far. He hasn't had the 3-game losing streak. You're now 2 games behind the Mariners in the division, and Chandler Rome's asking about Jose Abreu's back injury.
Yeah,
he hasn't been there. He hasn't done it. No pelts on the wall.
It's true.
He hasn't basically told Chandler Rome to shut
F
up
off.
like Dusty Baker.
He might be more polite, but he might, in his own way, tell Chandler Rome to shut up and F off. I mean, he might get to that point. Chandler Rome's job is to ask questions, and baseball people, they always talk in a matter of everything being a marathon and having them address something over a 3-game series and how costly it was or how there might be real trouble on the horizon. It's like, we got 150 more of these to go. Leave me alone about a 3-game series where we struggle in mid-April. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. Maybe he'll just always be the same guy all the time. But as Sean told you, no pelts, nothing on the wall. He ain't lived it. He ain't been in the muck like Dusty Baker's been.
It's all sunshine and rainbows right now. We're glad to be back on the field. It's always fun to play baseball.
Joe Espada was
team. We got a great team. Everyone's looking good except for Justin Verlander, but
and
he's
Rafael
not hurt.
And Montero, who was awful yesterday.
Well, Framber Valdez wanted to call his own pitches. We lit him. We took it away from him
because it was terrible. Now he's good again. Everything's going fine until Chandler Rome gets a hold of you after a series in Kansas City.
Hey, why isn't Chas McCormick playing more?
Yeah, why are you playing Jake Myers so much? Why was he the cemented starter? And we know what Jake Myers is. Yeah, I think Joe Espada will have to answer some questions, but there won't be a lot of tough questions as long as his team performs. And I mentioned Rafael Montero. 4 runs yesterday, 3 walks, did not record an out. So, yeah, not great.
Good.
That's not good.
I think the Astros are going to need another bullpen arm.
They have been reticent, I guess, to do that outside of getting Josh Hader, and that's a big move, certainly, but maybe a guy who pitches in the 5th and the 6th might be in need. But I'm sure they'll let the season progress, and maybe they'll find their answer on the roster before they have to go make another trade.
Yeah. Ronel Blanco, get ready to start pitching, buddy.
Well, he's pitched well in spring training, so that should comfort some people. Thanks to Michael Schwab, not that he sent it to me, but he tweeted out the numbers for the Astros bullpen arms in spring training, and oddly enough, Rafael Montero, the worst with his 18 ERA and 2 innings pitched.
It's not that odd.
No, that was being facetious. It's clearly not odd at all.
I did see Josh Hader's numbers. Whew. Josh Hader has he's allowing, I think, a batting average of .082. It's he's given up 1 hit in 3 innings.
Yeah, so imagine that. Everyone asking who would close games for the Astros. Okay.
I think it's going to be this guy.
Yeah, I couldn't even believe this was a question. They paid him. He's a closer. Ryan Presley's been good, but we know how it feels when Ryan Presley's closing games. We're always a little nervous, particularly if it's only a 1-run advantage. Yeah, Josh Hader, the closer.
Well, and your show ruined, or the morning show ruined him.
Yeah, they had him in, and he's never been the same.
He's never been the same. So.
Well, they had me in, and I've never been the same. I'm not the same guy I was before I met him, too. So I understand how they might ruin somebody.
And you've gotten years of radiation off of them.
Ooh.
Ryan Presley couldn't make it through a segment.
Yeah, if you brought one of those monitors, it would just. I don't even know how to make the noise, but you guys know what that sounds like.
Chernobyl.
It would. Yeah, it'd be like Godzilla was walking in the room. That's what it'd be like if you spend any time with them. Sean, I thought that room was safe to keep me away, but I have to walk in here sometimes and be around them, and I don't.
Ground zero.
Definitely, and that's why I clean this mic every day. I don't know if Clorox wipes is enough when it comes to the ground zero that is Lance Zierlein. We didn't get to the Garrett Cole thing. I'll ask Sean a question I kind of posed him early in the show, and it's more about you guys and how you react to former players, and do you hold a grudge? Do you root for them to fail? Well, Garrett Cole has an issue. We'll hear people talk about it expertly, and then we'll have audio of an awkward encounter as Garrett Cole is trying to get to his car after landing at an airport. Got plenty to get to here on the show. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Maybe I'm cynical. I'm definitely cynical, but maybe in this regard, I'm even more cynical about sports. I don't find myself caring when players from my team move on, whether it be through a trade or they just leave in free agency. It is what it is. It's the business I have chosen to care about, sports. And guys will leave, and sometimes they leave with hard feelings. Like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson had to apologize to Eagles fans now that he's back after saying he pretty much couldn't stand them when he was a Lion. He was the Lion for a year after leaving the Eagles, and he was with the Eagles for a year. Left, said some, if you're an Eagles fan, derogatory things about them, and now he's back as an Eagle and had to say, sorry, I didn't really mean it, and if I did mean it, I'm sorry I said it. So when stuff like that happens, when a player can leave, come back, and say stupid stuff and then apologize for it, why would I get upset about player movement? Sean, were you upset? I know some people were when Garrett Cole left the Astros after their 2019 World Series defeat and went to go play for the Yankees?
I wasn't upset that he left. It was the manner in which he left.
How he answered questions after the game?
Yeah, the Scott Boras hat.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't help signing with the Yankees after that.
Although it's a rivalry only because the Astros beat him every year. I mean, the Yankees are probably more bothered by the Astros than the Astros are by the Yankees because
but
it's hammer and nail. But it is the Yankees. I understand. It'll always be the Yankees.
That's the thing. There's always just no matter who your team is, there's a low level man, bleep the Yankees.
Yeah, and why'd you have to go there? Just for us to beat you. Now, Garrett Cole won't be the opening day starter for the Yankees, just like Verlander won't be available for the Astros for that opening day. So we won't see the two aces go against each other. Garrett Cole appears he's going to be out far longer than Justin Verlander. Here's John Heyman on MLB Network discussing the MRI and the prognosis for Garrett Cole. So he will see that doctor today in Los Angeles. In fact, he was clearly either on the way to the airport or landing at an airport with this next audio we'll play. But that's a very professional situation. Hey, there's a report about Garrett Cole, the injury, what it could mean. Nothing inflammatory, just simply stating the facts and what's next. That's very traditional media on MLB Network. Now, this video was, I don't know if it was gathered by the New York Post, but it was on their website. It's attributed to them. This is far less than traditional. You're not going to hear Garrett Cole at all, much like you didn't hear him in this clip. But I'm going to tell you, Garrett Cole is there. He's being followed by a very TMZ-like reporter, and it is awkward as hell because Garrett Cole doesn't say a word for 40 seconds as this guy just throws questions at him about his future. If you didn't know that wasn't a traditional reporter, when he dropped the "What do you say to Yankee Nation?" then you knew that guy was on. I don't know if it was demon time, but he was on some type of time. Garrett Cole was there. You just didn't hear him because he didn't even really look at the guy as he was Garrett Cole's walked with someone else. I'm not sure who that was, but it was him, the quote unquote reporter, and just a lot of awkwardness as the guy kept asking a different. It was the same question, just in different ways about his health. I don't have that in me. I couldn't be that guy to follow Garrett Cole for, well, we only got about 45 seconds of it. Who knows how long he had followed Garrett Cole. After the first question, even if I had the energy to ask that question, I think I'd be done. This guy's not going to give you anything. Now, the video Now, the video served its purpose. When I played it earlier, the views had over 420,000. I'm not sure what it is now. So it got the required reaction. The New York Post loves it because of the awkward level that it gets to. But not me, man. It gives me, I don't know if people have heard the term douche chills before. It's where all you do when you look at it is go, ooh, it couldn't be me. Sean, we do a certain level of, like, we're in the media. I don't like saying it because we just do this. We do dumb radio. But I guess we're in the media. And I guess that guy is too. Could you find yourself at any point following a grown man or any person for that amount of time, asking them questions and them not responding?
No. Well, I don't think I noticed that it was 40 seconds until I think you mentioned that, like, here he is, and you won't hear Garrett Cole for the next 40 seconds. Like, oh, my God, he has 40 seconds worth of questions?
Yes.
Because most of the questions was like, what do you say to Yankee Nation?
How's your arm?
That's 2 seconds.
Garrett Cole, how's your arm? Well, he credited the guy not talking over Garrett. He gave him a chance to respond.
Yeah, he left plenty of opening for him.
And when he didn't respond, he asked another question. And the same question in a different way.
Yeah, so I could like you, I probably have like 3 or 4 in me. And then the silence, and hats off to Garrett Cole. The silence is the perfect. Not even saying no.
Or no comment. Yeah,
no
just
comment.
keep walking. Don't even look at the guy. Him. Just walk away. And if the guy wants to make something of it, so be it.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, you just walk away. They're not unreasonable questions, but in that setting,
no,
I'm not answering that question. Like, an athlete will have to answer those questions in the setting that allows for it. Like, if he was at a press conference talking about the injury, he would answer those questions, but not in that setting.
And also, his answers would just be like, "Yeah, or they'll be, yeah, we'll see." You know, like
if you don't know what Garrett Cole sounds like, he sounds like Greg from Succession. That's what I don't know if that's the impression you're going for, but that's what he sounds like.
Carmody.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
that too. That's just where we are. Garrett Cole couldn't even get to, I guess maybe from the terminal from the terminal to his car without dealing with a singular person who wanted to get those questions off. How did that guy? I know there's flight tracking, particularly because I like college sports. That's a big thing with college football coaches. But to track Garrett Cole from wherever he came from to there, I assume it's an airport because there's like a big parking structure. I'm not actually sure where he was coming from and walking towards. But to find him, be staked out and ask those questions to get nothing, there's a level of, I don't know if I want to call it bravery, but there's a level of I don't give an F to that guy that I sort of respect, but there's also part of me that goes, don't be an a-hole.
I would just say that reporter has got that dog in him.
He does have that dog in him.
That's the way where I'm also not necessarily complimenting him. I'm just saying he has that dog in him.
Yeah, generally he's got that dog in him as a compliment because some person does something pretty
normally
good.
We're talking about sports.
Yeah, that ain't. This is sports, but he got that dog in him, but it's more of the annoying dog that you wish would go away.
He's got the yappy dog.
Yeah, he is a very Chihuahua-like reporter.
Chihuahua-like tendencies.
Yeah, that's a weakness, by the way. If we're breaking him down like he's an NFL draft prospect, weaknesses: Chihuahua-like, tenacious but annoying. Wow. But Garrett Cole, the big news is Garrett Cole is going to be out for a while, and the question will be if 2 months, if it'll be 2 months or longer. He's seeing a doctor today. But just so you know, if you had plans on booing Garrett Cole as an Astro fan on opening day, dump those plans. Boo a different Yankee because he won't be available and probably won't even be in the building. So we got a couple more things to get to before we go. I do want to get to a couple of NBA big names saying the quiet part out loud regarding officiating. It's been talked about by non-NBA people who talk about the game but not actually in the game. But something that's been pretty obvious for us, particularly here when if you were a fan of the Rockets and James Harden, you knew how things changed once the playoffs started and how officiating changed. Well, Zion Williamson and Eric Spoelstra talked about the difference is as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. And if you want to bet on a future champion, NBA champion, you can do that with MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag to get that done. We got the tournament coming up here. In fact, the station will be out and about starting next week for the NCAA tournament, and certainly that's a place where you can place bets, or that's an event you can place bets on at MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag. You can use your phone, laptop, or the desktop. It's not only about sports betting, though. They have online games that are great, slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and lots more. Just tons of cool games at MyBookie. They have in-the-flesh dealers for if you love poker, blackjack, or the roulette tables. MyBookie will take care of you that way as well. The live casino is really next level, and you can play wherever you want, as I mentioned. Just go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on the bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash, whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer. You can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash as well. Just use promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell, no, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
That's Michael Carroll. I'm looking at an email he just sent. Well, yeah, just sent. Because the rest of the lineup will be out. They're not out, but they're going to be out on remote at the Decoy, Gallant and George, then followed by the Killer Bees. They'll be out getting you through the rest of the day. So go out there and join them if you got the time. The Decoy is a really good place to hang out and watch sports and talk to the guys during breaks. I'm sure they're not going to appreciate it while they're on air, but if you like annoying people, do that too. I wouldn't stop you. But I did want to get to this, some NBA stuff to talk about. Now, the Rockets didn't play last night. They had the night off. But some interesting stuff did happen in the NBA regarding officiating. Denver, if you weren't aware, is now the number one seed in the West. They've won 4 in a row. They went into Miami and won a game. And a Miami reporter asked Eric Spoelstra, the Heat head coach, about the lack of free throws, not particularly from that game, but the trend for free throws not being in Jimmy Butler's stat line. Jimmy Butler known, I won't say he baits officials into getting free throws, but he's a guy who likes to draw fouls, and those fouls have stopped coming his way. Spoelstra said, I'm just going to give guys advice. Play to score, not to get fouled, because things are changing. He says he hadn't seen a memo about it, but he thinks the officials are changing their attitude as they get closer and closer to the playoffs. He's not the only one who talked about that. Zion Williamson was asked about the lack of free throws over the last 2 to 3 weeks of the season, a trend that is not just a Miami thing, it's just across the NBA. Here's Zion responding to a reporter. Well, the reporter asked him the question, and then we hear Zion responding to that question. That's the quiet part out loud. We all know once the playoffs start, all that foul baiting, the willingness to go out of your way to draw a foul, they're not going to reward you for it. We sat through it in Houston where now James Harden got to the free throw line plenty, but the number of times he reacted to not getting a call he normally got in the regular season, the look on his face, that James Harden look, and the arms outstretched because he didn't get the call, the incredulous look he had on his face, we've seen it. And we know why, because the officials decided no more of that. For whatever reason, they were like, yeah, we'll let you get away with it in the regular season. You want to score 35 points per game? Cool. But in the playoffs, we're not allowing that. So you had 2 guys. You didn't hear from Eric Spoelstra, but he talked about it. We had 2 guys who just said what we all know. We usually don't hear those guys talk about it, but we're in March, the playoffs start in April, and the officials are, I guess, warning everyone. The stuff you are used to getting, forget about it. So it is playoff time. And it's ironic, particularly asking Zion, because his team shot 26 free throws, which isn't out of line, in a blowout loss to the Cavaliers. Sean, would you like to guess how many free throws the Cavs shot in the game?
20?
3.
3.
So Zion was the beneficiary. He shot 9, by the way. So his numbers were fine as far as getting to the line. He shot plenty. I don't know if that was a Cleveland reporter who was kind of motivated by what happened in the game, but that was a 26-3 free throw disparity in a game that the Pelicans lost by how many points? By 21 points.
Oh, okay. So what happened there? The Pelicans weren't even close enough
for
to
it to
the
matter.
Cavs.
For it to matter.
No, to foul them. Like physically,
they're playing such poor defense.
The defenders are not close enough to foul.
Possibly. You might be right.
They're just so open every single time. Yeah, no, it's also funny. And Zion kind of alluded to it where he started with like, in the playoffs you don't get those calls. Da 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 da. Do you know how many playoff games Zion Williamson's played in his career?
None.
Zero. That's why I was like,
he had to say the vets told him.
Yeah,
he doesn't know.
Yeah, he got there towards the end, but I was like, is he gonna sit there and act like, in the playoffs? We all know this. Like,
he is a bit. He's self-aware in that regard. He's like, well, the vets will tell you.
CJ McCollum told me.
Yeah, he has, because Zion has no idea, but he'll find out this year as long as he's healthy, which is always up for debate. But they did get blown out last night. The Cavs are going back and forth with the Bucks as far as the 2 seed is concerned. But the Nuggets, the team, people are like, do they really care about the regular season? Well, now the 1 seed in the West and maybe on a collision course with the Lakers, which is a team they've had issues with as far as how competitive the games are. The Lakers don't beat them, but the games are very competitive. But that team just moving along, and maybe by the end of the year we're talking about Joker winning another MVP. So that was just some stuff from last night in the NBA. As I mentioned, the Rockets don't play. If you're looking for a game to point to tonight, you've got Phoenix at Boston, part of the TNT doubleheader, and also Dallas at OKC. So, as you might imagine, a good slate as far as TNT is concerned. But I'm not surprised by the information given. Just surprised that they actually told us, because, and it's the one sport where we just accept it. We're just going to let stuff go in the regular season. Yeah, sure, there are 82 of those games for each team, but how we officiate then doesn't matter as much. Doesn't matter. We will give you things that we won't give you in the playoffs. What? Why can't you just treat the game the same way? And it comes on the heels of hearing that the NBA is going to potentially do things starting next season to make defense easier to play. The freedom of movement stuff, I'm sure they'll still encourage, but some of the advantages they've given the offense, the NBA is going to look into it, because I think they're tired of watching all the 70-point games come at such a regularity.
I think that's what happened in the regular season. They had a hush, like, hey, like with the officials of like, we can't keep doing this. Yeah. All right. They show some Trae Young highlights. They show some.
It's embarrassing.
They show some Chris Paul stuff, and they're like, you cannot call this anymore.
By the way, Chris Paul, which is becoming his thing, gave a ref a tech last night after getting one. He's done that several times now. I think, and that's what I'm going to remember him for in his late stages of his career. His I don't care anymore about the respect of the game, and if I disagree with you, I'm going to give you a tech too. He did that in the Warriors game last night.
Yeah, the open beef with Scott Foster.
And this one wasn't even Scott Foster.
No, but I think that's what I'll remember him by. Yeah. Is obviously great point guard, whatever. But then number 2, open beef with Scott Foster.
The openness in his distaste for an NBA referee, and apparently that NBA's referee's distaste for him. And the NBA is like, you know what? We're not going to do anything about this. Actually, they did. They had like a sit down, and it didn't lead to anything. But according to Chris Paul, Scott Foster disrespected him and his family. And I don't know if it was even the kid was involved, but it's been on site for Chris Paul since. And Scott Foster's like, I got that same energy for you.
How did Scott Foster possibly disrespect Chris Paul's son? By the way, his son is like 6 years old.
Maybe.
what
could have possibly have happened? Coach, did he call him a bad dad? Well, I don't know, but Chris Paul
call him a punk, this punk kid.
But Chris Paul alluded to Scott Foster saying something about his family, and I think it involved Chris Paul's kid. And they've had issues since. Well, they had issues before because Chris Paul didn't win a lot of games when Scott Foster was the referee. But it's continued, and the NBA is like, hey, we tried to get you guys in the same room, but we're not going to fire Scott Foster. We're going to allow everyone to talk about this situation every time they see each other. And it never really disappoints. There's always something for the most part between those two. So the NBA will try to do things to bring defense back into the game, and apparently they're already starting it with the playoffs. I mean, with the regular season before the playoffs begin, although we always knew that they did things like that.
Yeah, if anything, it's like, kind of nice that they gave us all a little bit of a heads up. Like, kind of nice that they let us work into playoff officiating as opposed to just like the hard line of like, this is now playoff official.
Yeah, the play-in begins, and so does us being real referees again.
Yeah. Also, they needed it. Like, let's not act like this is like a bad thing.
It's not. I'm not. I'm not complaining at all.
Before was worse than it is now.
It is awful. I'm glad that this is a thing. And like Eric Spoelstra, like I told you, Eric Spoelstra said he didn't see a memo, but he's noticed that things are different now. So if you are a person who can't stand the NBA regular season because of the offenses or guys baiting officials in the calls, well, now it's your time, as we're about a month away from the playoffs. And we're going to see a different brand of basketball going forward. And hopefully it leads to more competitive games and more entertaining games, because I'm not so far against offense that I'll rail against it, but some things are just ridiculous. Can we just have a normal officiated game and call a foul what traditionally has always been a foul? And if it's not a foul, don't let someone trick you into it. Like, they have like anti-flopping things, but it ain't enough. And the NBA has decided they're going to at least in the offseason, make a real point of trying to dissuade players into doing things that kind of take away from the integrity of the game. I mean, Rudy Gobert thinks you're already cheating. He already thinks you guys are doing things because of gambling to change the outcomes of games.
And I did see, and I don't think Rudy Gobert like actively knew this, but like that was like a big call for the spread of that game. Like it really was a big call.
Yeah, he just Rudy's a reactionary dude, so he just was just upset.
Yeah, I don't think he knew the line and then he ran the like expected like the live line in his head, and he was like, wait, this just took the cover percentage from 45 to 85. Money sign.
But if a reporter went to him after the game, see, I told you, he would definitely play into it because that seems like his personality. Rudy Gobert of the Minnesota Timberwolves. We got one more segment here on the show. As I mentioned, the guys are going to be out at the Decoy, Gallant and George, and then followed by the Killer Bees, which is just the start of us being out and about. We're going to be at Nick's place next week. There's also where I'm only thinking of where I'm going to be, but the entire station will be out and about because a tournament is here, and the tournament means excitement. It means my favorite term, I guess, or my least favorite tournament memory from working here is we were out at some sports bar. I don't remember the name anymore, and more importantly, I shouldn't mention it because they're not a sponsor. So that's just how the business works. But we were out and about doing shows. And I knew I was breaking the cardinal rule because I never like to watch my favorite teams play around people because then you have to pretend like you're a normal human being and not react to every call and every missed shot and just be calm. And I don't want to do that when my favorite team's playing. So it was the Loyola Chicago run with Sister Jean. Do you remember the team they beat in the first round, Sean?
Miami.
Yes, on a buzzer beater. Well, it was initially a buzzer beater, and then they gave an extra second. Miami still lost, and someone was like, "Yeah!" and then the upside down U in my face, and I was like, "I knew this is the rule I shouldn't break, and I broke it, and I deserve what I got." My team was very dumb that year, and it cost them. And then I had somebody I didn't even know throw the upside down U in my face. And I mentioned all this before we go to break because it's that time again. The 6th annual Bracket Madness presented by DraftKings, obviously ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 6th annual Bracket Madness. Presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget. Supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes worth over $50 each. And did we mention this is all free? Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben, valued at $200, $50 gift card to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much more. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register now. So $50 gift cards to a number of our favorite places and a Gentle Ben gift card valued at $200. So sign up. Sign up for the Bracket Madness at ESPN975.com. We got one more segment to go here. We got some news about the Texans regarding the positivity surrounding them. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
We know free agency is slowing down when Sean doesn't have a reason to hit the breaking news sounder. It's been every day this week he's had a reason to. Not today. Day 4, the energy has shifted, as some might say. No reason to hit it. We'll see if the Texans make an acquisition. Tim Settle is visiting the Texans. Is it in lieu of signing Eric Armstead, or is it with Eric Armstead? Who knows? They do have one tackle addition early in free agency, Folo Fadakasi. He is a former Jaguar, now a Texan. They made that addition earlier, I think maybe even on Monday. So we'll see if by the time we get here tomorrow, they have more depth in their tackle position, and maybe they have a star name. Maybe not a star player. Eric Armstead, I don't think is that guy anymore. You're not that guy, pal. But maybe he is a name that gets people excited. I was going to talk about all the positivity regarding the Texans. You know, they're getting A's from everywhere. Winners, free agency winners. Texans, A- from this outlet, A from Pro Football Focus. But I want to talk about a story that was tweeted at us, Sean. I think it fits the mold of his show. John Gruden has a new job. He is the head coach of an Italian football team. Not Inter Milan or not Lazio or anything. He's going to coach
Serie B?
Not even that. Not even a lower level Italian soccer team. He's going to coach an actual football team, or American football. Excuse me, I'm a soccer guy. It's football too, but American football. He's going to coach in Italy. That's how far John Gruden has fallen.
Didn't Art Briles coach in Italy too?
Is that where he went?
I thought he coached in
I know
Italian team. I'll work on it as you give us the details of John Gruden.
But he was hired by an Italian pro football team, and he's going to work for Milano. I don't know if it's Seaman. I don't know how Seamen translates in Italian. That's what it's in American, as I like to say. That's what it sounds like. Milano Seaman of the European. I don't get your jokes off, Sean. Of the European League of Football. That's why I was trying to figure out if Italy. If you're in Italy, it sounds like something else. I'm sure it does, but we're in America, and we say Milano Seaman. We're excited.
And by the way, Art Briles has had 2 different stints in the Italian Football League.
Oh, so John Gruden, right at home. We're excited to announce that American football legend, this is the press release, will work with us as an advisor, the Seaman wrote on social media. Gruden will help us to improve our organization in every aspect. He already started to work with our coaching staff. He's not even the head coach. He's just an advisor.
Oh.
He's an analyst for the Milano Seaman, apparently, if we're trying to make a college football comp. So John Gruden has a new job. Do you think he actually has to go to Italy, or they just send him the film? Since he's only an advisor.
I'm sure he made one trip to Italy, maybe another. But yeah, I think he's just getting sent the film in. Does he still live in Tampa?
I don't know where he lives.
By the way, the second stint for Art Briles was much more for Guelphi Ferniz. I don't know.
It's easier for me to just say Milano Seaman. I'm glad I got that name.
Yeah,
You're getting that
but
one.
he led his team to a 6-2 regular season with 3 playoff wins while winning the 41st Italian Bowl championship game with a 21-17 upset over the Milano Seaman.
Oh, so they're bringing in John Gruden to get over the hump.
Yeah,
they got to go win a title. He won a Super Bowl with the Bucs after leaving the Raiders. Maybe the Milano Seaman see him as a guy who gets them to a place they could have never reached before, an Italian Football League title. So if you were worried that John Gruden wouldn't be involved in football anymore, maybe you thought he was unfairly chucked out, don't worry. He's going to bring hard-nosed Raider Buck-type football to the Milano Seaman of the Italian Football League. I'm actually going to watch a game just to figure out how they pronounce their name. Because I can't imagine it's Seaman. Or maybe they're, you know what? I'm thinking how we think a certain way here, but maybe their logo is a guy at sea. So maybe they are. Maybe.
I mean, that's easy to look up. Milano Seaman.
I'm just thinking of the South Park episode.
It is
Seaman. My name is Seaman. No. Your name is that.
Their logo appears to be, it's very high school football. It's a S with a football in the middle, and over that is a giant silver anchor.
Okay, so they are the Milano Seamen.
Oh, they've always been the Milano Seamen, but Seaman.
It just depends on how you pronounce it.
It is with an E at the end.
Yes, of course. Seamen. That's how you'd spell it. I just know that wouldn't fly here in America because we wouldn't ever let that team live it down.
No. They could be like the New York Yankees as far as like history.
It wouldn't matter.
And still,
in fact,
like 2000, they would have had to change their name.
In fact, I think that name would prevent them from winning anything. That's just how it goes. Sorry, that's just how sports works.
It's the butterfly effect of
you
naming your team something that's easy to make fun of.
Yes,
like,
you
nope.
don't win anything once you do that. That's why the Commanders will never win anything, because that name's kind of dumb. It's not as dumb as Seaman as far as our sense of humor, but it's still pretty terrible, and I doubt the Commanders win anything as long as that name. And it's funny that they won plenty when they had that racially insensitive name. Imagine that. Racially insensitive, and it works in America. Not anymore, though. The Commanders struggling, and maybe they'll draft a great quarterback. Maybe that's their way out of it. No more Sam Howell. That might be your first step in the right direction. That wraps it up for us. Not for me. Sean's got an interesting rest of the day. He's going to put all his skills to the test as we do some changeover stuff to make the station run better. I don't know if it'll play out.
Long-term run better.
Yeah, I don't know about
short-term.
I don't know about
be a bumpy road.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the next show, which Sean has to run, but eventually these changes will make the station run better. I'm done for the day. The Gallant and George show is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. They're going to be out at the Decoy, so join those guys out there if you choose. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome in to Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe and Paul are live here at the Decoy. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. The Killer Bees, Joel and Brian, just today. No Jeremy. He's got Big 12 basketball to they got a big game today versus TCU.
Hell
the Cougs.
Yeah, dude.
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
Go
Our
Cougs.
beloved Cougs.
Our beloved Cougs. Our beloved Paul is in the Hurt Locker.
I'm wearing sunglasses right now.
Indoors.
Yeah, I mean, the Nickelback concert last night was so great that one of my friends drove me in my car back from the concert.
Oh, man. So it might be a long 3 hours here on the show, so you're welcome in.
It's definitely going to be a long 3 hours on the show.
You're welcome in at 713-780-3776. So, Paul, we've seen the Texans have been a big topic of conversation today, or not a topic of conversation, if you're Mad Dog Russo. This morning on Good Morning Football, they were having a discussion about, Super Bowl contenders and things like that, and the conversation came up about how the Texans might be the surprise pick. Or
yeah, I think
kind
Patrick
of
Peterson was a guest on the show, and I think it was him who brought up the idea of the Texans as a Super Bowl contender this coming season.
Yeah, he called them a trendy pick. No, and I agree. I think they are going to be a trendy pick. Because
yeah, you got to be that hipster guy that's like, well, last year they were so good and they got the young quarterback. This year they're going to take the next step.
Exactly. Like, not everyone wants to pick the Chiefs. That's boring. You can't do television on ESPN or Fox or the NFL Network and just pick the Chiefs to go back to the Super Bowl every single year, because that's boring. Like, that's just not how it works. So the Texans will be, I think, a trendy pick. But then Mad Dog Russo.
God, I stick to baseball, I guess.
He's not good at that either.
Right.
But he put out his top 5 threats to the to the Kansas City Chiefs this year. He did not have the Texans on that list.
He had the Bills on that list.
Number 2 on that
list. What are we doing?
He had
This
the
guy and
Browns
his
on the
high-pitched voice. How far does having a high-pitched voice take you? Now, some people might make that same question of me.
No, Paul, your voice is nowhere near his voice.
It's me, Mad Dog Russo, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous for the Houston Texans to be a Super Bowl contender this coming season. Also, why is no one talking about the Yankees?
I don't know why he sounds like the broad that's the color commentator for the Yankees, but hey, we're improvising here. We're workshopping. Yeah, that list that he had, and I know we're leading with the show, and some people are probably rolling their eyes at it. No, F that list. That list sucks.
Yeah, so the list was the Lions, the Bills, the Ravens, the Browns, and then number 5, the 49ers. His top 5 threats to the Kansas City Chiefs. So you have one show this morning talking about how, with an actual NFL player and former NFL players, talking about how the Texans are a trendy Super Bowl pick for 2024. Then you have Mad Dog Russo, who, annoying, whatever, but one of the longest, most established media members in the country, is saying the Texans are not even in the top 5 in terms of being a threat to the Kansas City Chiefs this coming year. So where do you fall into this argument? Do you lean towards Good Morning Football, that they're this trendy Super Bowl pick, or that they're not even a threat to the Kansas City Chiefs?
I lean towards Good Morning Football. And perhaps I'm now being accused on the text line, on the YouTube, on the Twitch of being a flagshipper. I'm back. But I am back. I am back on that drug. I am back on football time in Houston. I'm waking up every morning. I'm playing a little Clay Walker. It's football time in Houston. That's me every single day, Joe. I feel like there needs to be a little more respect put on the Texans name, and I'm sorry that I said that. I said I would never say that on the radio, but yeah, I should not be this mad about that list. Here's the thing: like Sean knows that I get mad.
He knows it's a trigger moment.
He knows that put anything by Mad Dog Russo up, and I'm gonna lose my mind because I don't understand how he is such a thing. I really don't. Congratulations, you got to work in New York. That's the only reason you're relevant.
And he has his own serious channel. He's on First Take every day. It seems like
I would gladly be on his channel, but at the same time, his existence baffles me.
Yeah, so I lean towards if those are the two extremes. One's not even a threat to the Chiefs. One's a trendy Super Bowl contender. They're way more towards the trendy Super Bowl contender, and I would be closer to picking them to go to the Super Bowl next year than saying that, looking at Mad Dog's list as an example, that the Browns are going to come anywhere close to beating the Kansas City Chiefs.
I forgot the Browns were on this.
Yes.
They got dog-walked by the Texans. Absolutely murdered. And that was with Joe Flacco, who might be a more effective quarterback than Deshaun Watson.
Joe Flacco in the division.
Yeah.
Are you worried that when Anthony Richardson gets hurt, that Joe Flacco is the quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts?
They actually have upgraded at their backup quarterback position. But, no, I mean, listen, you beat Gardner Minshew in a playoff scenario. You beat – barely. I mean, he sucked in that game. That's why they won that game against the Colts. And also, Flacco, you stomped him second time around. So, no, I ain't nervous. I ain't never scared.
Never scared? No. Never scared of Joe Flacco, elite Joe Flacco. So, I lean towards the Texans are, when you look at the team itself, how much they've gotten better, the leap they made in C.J. Stroud's first year, and what we think they can do in their second year, that they do lean towards that Super Bowl contender category. I'll be honest. When we had the conversation yesterday talking about, where they fit kind of in the AFC and who they passed, I re-looked at their schedule, Paul, and I'm going to walk away from the fact that I don't think the Texans are going to make the playoffs.
Hell yeah. Sip that Kool-Aid.
I'm looking at their schedule, Paul, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do some really simple math here, okay?
Oh, yeah.
The Texans go 4-2 in the division.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fair bar, right?
Oh, yeah.
They split their games between the Bills and the Dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
They split their games between the Packers and the Lions.
Oh, yeah.
That puts you at 6-4. You play the Vikings, who don't have a quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
The Patriots, who don't have a quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
The Bears, who don't have a quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
That's 3 more wins. That's 9 wins. And then all you have to do, you have the Jets, the Cowboys, the Ravens, the Chiefs. Win one of those games, and you're a 10-win football team again.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to win 10 games next year.
You're the Kool-Aid man.
I'm the Kool-Aid man.
You just busted through a wall.
Yeah.
And you've given us prognostications.
Yellow Kool-Aid man today.
Yellow Kool-Aid. See, yellow Kool-Aid's a good idea. This is not hair of the dog.
It's not hair of the dog.
No, this is iced coffee.
I was wondering if you brought your own hair of the dog to the show today. I was like,
I mean, that would be. Would you think that I needed intervention if that was the case?
No.
If I brought a big bottle of Pendleton whiskey.
No, because the decoy doesn't open until 2 o'clock, so we can't start buying drinks till 2. So you can't have your hair of the dog until then. So I would understand. Now, if it was Pendleton, I don't. I know they're a sponsor of yours, but like hair of the dog, your first one usually should be, tomato juice.
That's true, but did you know that? And I'm not even kidding. There's a Bloody Mary Pendleton mix.
Ooh,
there is.
I need to try that.
Do you want me to get out the copy? I literally haven't printed out a piece of paper.
You should bring one in with that.
I should have done that this morning.
We'll just do a whole show with like a list of Pendleton drinks. And, like,
you know what? Yeah, just try all of them.
Like, let's just get smashed.
Will Paul sound like this by the end of the show? Yes.
9198. The Texans are not legitimate threats at KC. Teams will be prepared for CJ next year, and lack of depth will be very apparent.
I mean, probably in certain games you will look at them and think to yourself, okay, they're not taking the step forward that I thought they would. But I think to what you were saying, every year there's like 8 to 10 teams that have a shot. And they're one of those 8 to 10 teams. How good is their shot? I'm still a little skeptical because I do think that schedule is going to be hard, and I think it's going to be difficult for them to make the playoffs. But what you're saying, the Kool-Aid sippers out there, oh yeah, like it's cool. You can sip that Kool-Aid. I'm not going to push back on it in ways that I would have in so many different seasons where this team was a borderline contender.
Well, and the thing about CJ too, and 9198, like while I hear you, I see your text, I understand where you're coming from. If CJ Stroud is the quarterback that I think he is going to be, that many think he is going to be, they will figure it out. If Bobby Sloak is this offensive wizard that it was going to be such a disaster if he left this team to go be a head coach elsewhere, they will figure it out. They will find a way to adjust. That's what the good quarterbacks do, whether it's Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or Drew Brees. When the defense adjusts you have to find a counterpunch. You can't just be – that's why Lamar Jackson can't win in the playoffs, because during the regular season it's fine, but in the playoffs, whatever it is, teams change their whole strategy to the Baltimore Ravens. And Lamar Jackson is either just a major choke artist or he can't figure out the solution. So if CJ is the quarterback that I think he's going to be, I'm not super worried about that throughout the duration of the season. To your point, will there be moments where the offense struggles more than I like? Yes. Will there be moments where they have games where they can't figure it out and they have to adjust? Absolutely. But we saw that this season. We saw that this season where the Texans' offense wasn't that good, and then the next week it would be incredible, and because they were adjusting to what they were seeing on a week-in, week-out basis. So I'm not too concerned about that. I don't know if they're a Super Bowl contender, but they're definitely deserving of being in the top 5 threats to the Kansas City Chiefs.
If you put, sorry to get violent, a gun to my head,
okay,
and were forcing me to pick a team to win the Super Bowl, I would pick one of those teams. I would pick the Texans among those teams that are actually have a chance of doing it. You know, I don't think it's out of the question. I do think it's weird that not everyone is in agreement on that nationally, and perhaps with all that Kool-Aid sipping yesterday. Oh, yeah. I mean, there were a lot of people that were kissing the keister of the Houston Texans yesterday. I like that we got a little the little Chihuahua man on TV to get us back to having a chip on our shoulder. You know?
I agree. In honor of your Kool-Aid man, I think that's what this text was inspired by. 6889 says, I think the Texans should draft Kool-Aid at 23. I mean, I do feel like he would be your favorite player.
He has really good interior rush skills. I mean,
he's a cornerback.
Wait, hang on. There's a guy named Kool-Aid.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his name is Kool-Aid McKinstry. He's a cornerback from
Get
Alabama.
Get the hell out of here.
Yes,
Are you
Paul,
serious?
I love you.
Are you serious?
Yes, his name is Kool-Aid, Paul. He's going to go in the first round of
I
the
don't
NFL
believe
draft.
you. You're pranking
Paul,
me.
I'm 100%
You're
serious.
pranking me. B-Mac is holding up his hand. Yes.
100% serious.
Get the hell out of here.
His name is Kool-Aid.
What?
His name is Kool-Aid.
What are his parents doing?
I don't know.
That's not a nickname.
No, his
birth certificate says Kool-Aid.
My understanding is it's his real name.
This is why this is why I don't pay attention to the draft.
Okay,
The
no,
pre-draft
his
process.
real name is not Kool-Aid.
Okay, I was about to say.
But that's what it says everywhere on the Alabama roster, on every mock draft. It says Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
his name is Kagwinsi.
Kagwinsi. Well, that's a lot easier to
Gogwinsi?
pronounce. Kool-Aid.
Gogwinsi?
Yeah,
I don't know.
your pronunciations this week have not been great.
It's G-A apostrophe Quincy. I don't know. No one ever calls him that. His name's Kool-Aid.
Okay, I was wondering what the hell you were talking about.
No, his name's Kool-Aid. It's for real.
Okay.
I feel like now he would be your
No,
favorite
you have
player.
to do. No, the Texans had to take him at 23. He's a corner too.
He's a corner.
He's
yeah.
a corner.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, well, the Kool-Aid man himself, like the big glass pitcher, he's great at busting through walls, so he would be a pretty good defensive lineman.
He would be. That would be his best position.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we should do one day a draft of fake characters and football players. Which ones would be the best?
Hell, we could do that today.
We can do that today. We'll do it later in the show today. We'll
Hell
figure
yeah,
something
dude.
out.
We're improvising, and Joe's dealing with possibly still drunk me.
Yeah, I think you're sober. I think so.
I hope so.
All right, he's Paul Gallant. I'm Joe George. Sean May's back at the studio. Brian McDonald out here with us live at the Decoy. He'll be here all day until 6 o'clock. Come hang out with us. Enjoy some drinks. Get ready for St. Patrick's Day weekend. Coming up next, are the Texans done in free agency? That's the question that we all kind of have right now. But before we go to break, I want to tell you about my friends at O Athletic. O Athletic is a one-of-a-kind gym that I am going to now. It is an exciting time in my life. I'm ready to lose some weight. I'm ready to get healthy. When I met with Eduardo, the owner, and we talked about doing this, it was about getting healthy for my son. He's 3 years old. I want to be there. I'm at the heaviest I've ever been in my life. I've already lost 5 pounds this week, so I'm feeling absolutely great. They have put me on a really good path, I feel like, to getting healthy and being in better shape. But they have everything for you. They have classes. They have personal training. And those classes, they have over 100 a week, from MMA to boxing to yoga, weight training, agility training. They have it all over at O Athletic. Check them out at oathletic.com. And when you go in and sign up, tell them Joe George sent you by.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the Decoy in Spring Branch. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Paul, when you were at Nickelback last night, did you know every song they played? Like, did they only play the hits?
I'll be honest. I'm so musically challenged that some of the songs they played, I was like, what the hell is this? They play this? Here's the other thing, too. People are going to get mad at me for this, but I got to say, NRG Stadium is the worst acoustics.
Oh, it's not really built for concerts.
I had a tough time hearing anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I understood the specific Nickelback songs that everyone knows, like This Is How You Remind Me, Photograph.
Yeah.
But I'm just glad that I had properly lubed myself up before going in there. And that place is not a great place to watch a concert. If I had been sitting higher up, we were, I think, the 300 level. I think if I had been higher up, I think it would have been even perhaps worse than it was as far as the actual acoustics. But I had a great time.
All right, so yesterday Aaron Wilson tweeted out that the Texans, or I guess this morning, Texans decided to move on from Malik Collins over the weekend, per his sources, and attempted to execute a player-for-player trade with the 49ers for Eric Armstead, who ended up just getting released, and they got a 7th-round pick. That conditional 7th-round pick that the Texans traded for Joe Mixon was in this year's draft. So essentially the Texans moved back 8 spots with what they gave up to what they got back from the 49ers. But they decided over the weekend to move on from Malik Collins. They don't get the Eric Armstead deal part of the deal done, but they still make the trade. And I guess that goes back into what we were talking about yesterday. Like, they must know something. Now, Aaron Wilson points out that the Buffalo Bills are another team that's interested in Armstead, so maybe the Texans don't have a surefire answer about who their defensive tackle is. But I'm surprised to hear that they are moving on from him with minimal cap relief, and we're ready to do so this weekend without a firm answer of what the replacement was, unless they think the guys that they, that Foley, Fatukasi, or however you say it.
You got it.
I think I got it right.
You got it. Good job.
Speaking of, I'm going to go on a quick tangent here. Sometimes I hate national media.
Why?
On SportsMap, they posted this story about Mike Florio and Chris Sims just like gargling the Texans. And they talked about Jonathan Grenard and the fact that he went to Minnesota, and they called him Greenard 4 times, and I wanted to throw my computer. Every time they said it, it made me mad. That is a big name. Foley, I'm sorry I don't know how to say your last name, Fatukasi. You're not a big enough name for me to feel bad about this, but Jonathan Grenard is. Okay, back to the Texans.
You're right. You are right on that front, though. At a certain point, check, but here's the thing.
Also,
no one actually does.
You're also Mike Florio and Chris Sims. You probably should know these things. I'm just a local radio host.
People are mad at me for not knowing Kool-Aid Man.
Well, yeah, but that's okay. You don't like college football. If they listen to your show at all over the last however long
I mean,
you've
if
been
they even listen to me for information, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just going to apologize to you.
So I guess, are the Texans done, do you think? Or do you think they have another move in the chamber?
Well, I bet they're lowballing Eric Armstead. I mean, I feel like there's still a chance of that based off of just the rumors and rumblings that you've seen, that I've seen. But it does feel like big-time contracts. I don't think they're going to do another Danielle Hunter move where it's $51 million, but it's $48 guaranteed for a guy who had 16 and a half sacks last season. I'm not holding my breath for that. I would say if people are, all of a sudden impatient again, that would be pretty funny. Like a lot of Texas fans were on Monday where they weren't doing anything. If you're back to being impatient, you know what? Shout out to you.
Yeah.
You have high standards, and I'm
Way
sure
too
your
high
significant
standards.
other loves you.
Way too high of standards, if that's what you are.
But
if you're impatient again, no.
I don't think that anything big is in the works. I think that the big move has happened. And, hey, I would love to see them read on the bottom line on the TV here at the Decoy at some point, hey, they've signed Quandre Diggs, or, hey, they've signed Eric Armstead. But I'm not expecting that to take place. I bet they're going to play some sort of game of chicken with some other team as far as, who's going to give Eric Armstead the slightly above expected offer that he's clearly waiting
I think
for.
we're also at the point now in free agency where there's not many big offers left to be had. Most of the money's been spent. There are, you look at free agents, Eric Armstead, Curtis Samuel, Justin Simmons. Like, there are not Tyler Boyd's a name that's going around that he might sign with the Steelers. Like, there aren't the big names really left in free agency anymore. Danielle Hunter was like the last one. So I don't expect this deal for Armstead, if it happens, to even cost you that much money. So that's where, to your point, like they probably are lowballing him a little bit. It's more about guaranteed money that he wants and he's probably fighting for. So I hope they're not done. They did add a swing tackle yesterday because they lost George Fant. He's gone. So like they'll be fine. But I'm also I want the Texans to make another move, whether it's at corner or defensive tackle. If they don't make one, probably the biggest sign to me that what that means, Paul, though, is that the room they have on the defensive line that they're okay with. Because one thing we didn't mention, Sheldon Rankins is off the block. He's gone. He's going to the Cincinnati Bengals. So this looks like, to me, this could be pretty much it for the Houston Texans at this point. I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think the draft is now where you're hoping that they nail it and that Caserio continues his hot streak. He's on a hot streak. Free agency last year, draft last year, free agency this year. So that's where you ultimately win. I know that a lot of us out there are still perhaps banging on the table for a wide receiver, another running back on the offensive side of things. But, yeah, I think for the most part, they're probably done.
I did think it was I know you were at Nickelback last night, so I don't know how much you saw this, but there was this weird thing last night where a bunch of, they're like Brown Chubby Bear, like the Texans podcasters who are doing their thing. But then there's this other group who are anonymous Texans fans. They all last night started tweeting out, pretending like they had sources that something big was happening. It was just this bizarre thing that was happening on social media last night.
What would you call this faction of Texans fans?
These aren't even these aren't even the blog boys. These are
I like when you call the people blog boys.
But these aren't even that because they're really they're real nobodies. They
you're calling them nobodies.
They don't even show their face. It's the ones who don't even show their face. You don't even know who they are.
But what are they saying? I'm a little lost.
They get saying there's going to be another big move by the Texans tonight at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
But they all got in on it at the same time, and then people were eating into it hook, line, and sinker. I was like, what is happening right now?
I saw someone, I think it was John Hickman from the Locked On Texans podcast, who I thought actually had something about safety, but then he was talking about, I think he was joking and talking about himself, but I don't think you're talking about him either.
No.
They're just rando people that are
rando people.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I truly do not know.
There are a lot of people that are still hoping that Nick Caserio has one.
This is just a sign to get off Twitter, man.
Yeah, it was. There's one special move left for Nick Caserio to do. A lot of people are wanting for T. Higgins still. Justin Jefferson's name keeps coming up, which that seems so unlikely. I know we talked about it before, but that's more we're 2 weeks away from free agency story than a real story. I don't think there's some spectacular move that Nick Caserio has right now. If he were to make some really big splash, I think we're about 6 weeks away from it. I think it's on draft day.
Hell yeah.
If there's one real move, it's on draft day.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna keep doing that.
That's fine. Would you be upset if Nick Caserio did a massive trade again on draft day, or do you just trust him at this point?
No. I'm not gonna call it a day that will live in infamy like Jeremy Brown.
I know you're not.
I'm just not. I remember the Wheelhouse used to do this. The Wheelhouse was freaking out over the fact that I think the Texans traded a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick, and they could have I think it was Jake. Jake was commenting on it. I'm like, this is the stupidest thing to get mad at.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get mad at anything that happens in the draft. I like to react to them after the fact, and I suppose that's lazy, but are you really supposed to have a concrete opinion on something that has so many variables that also is going to take time to learn the answers to?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm bad at this now.
No, you're not. It's just because it's hard because even the way it played out for the Texans this year, it still played out in the best possible way. Jeremy on draft night.
A day that will live in infamy. I mean, it was a meaty take.
Yeah.
Those are afternoon caliber takes.
That's why we're not in the afternoon.
Right.
It's when you look at how bad it could go, in theory, I get where he's coming from. But the trade literally last year went in the complete opposite direction. C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson won Rookie of the Year. You won a playoff game. You won 10 football games. Like, every single thing that could possibly happen in a good way happened. So it worked out in the Texans' favor. 2575. How much would Paul pay to do this show while laying down?
I wouldn't have energy. I can't do that.
I don't think I could do a show.
I am a professional, sir. How dare you question my ethics as I show up intoxicated possibly from last night?
9506. I really don't understand the draft trust people have in Nick. What don't you trust?
Wait, why? Name a pick last year that didn't work out. They all worked. That's what's crazy. First round, first pick, C.J. Stroud. Second pick, Will Anderson. Third pick, Juice Scruggs, who was very good at the end of the year. Fourth pick, Tank Dell. What are you talking about?
Jared Patterson was your starting center.
Yes. I mean, you didn't want him to be your starting center.
But he was.
But he was your starting center for a
And they
little
were
bit.
fine.
And, I mean, they found Nico Collins in the third round. Damian Pierce was good his rookie year.
Yep.
Jalen Petrie was good his rookie year. Derek Stingley is one of the top corners in the NFL. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's Kenyon Green. And the one thing Nick
That's
Caserio – the one thing Nick Caserio will, like, people will and we've talked about, like, the battle of the flagships and how the Astros flagship, like, really hates the Texans.
They do.
The one thing that they would bring up the most often is that Nick Caserio's first ever draft pick was a quarterback in the third round.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Wow, what a problem when the quarterback on the team was literally trying to leave.
You know what Davis Mills gave you? He started for 2 seasons.
Third-round pick, that's more than most third-round picks.
You drafted a player that started on your team for 2 seasons. Now, you didn't win many football games, but he started for you, and you have a semi-competent backup. Now, they chose Case Keenum over Davis Mills last year, but there's no reason to distrust Nick Caserio in the draft. All he does is hit bangers, it feels like.
They don't know ball. They don't know ball?
They don't know ball.
They don't know ball.
They just don't know ball.
You know, I know ball, but they don't.
You know ball, you just don't know Kool-Aid.
I don't know Kool-Aid. That's true. I don't know college ball.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to find some names for you because there's.
I know
more.
there was the air conditioning guy, right? What's his face? McFellapants. You know.
No.
There was some guy who had an air conditioning.
What are you
endorsement.
talking about?
I think he was at Nebraska or something like that. Okay, never mind. Now, I mean, both of you, both B-Mac and Joe are looking at me like I have 7 heads. It's like, no, I'm putting.
No, you're right.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm not
2000
crazy. I'm putting my glasses back on because now I don't feel confident in myself.
I forgot about this. Nebraska Cornhuskers wide receiver, DeColdest Crawford.
DeColdest, yes, what a name. DeColdest. What's the greatest name of all time?
That's awesome. All right, there's been some moves in the AFC South that are interesting outside of Houston. We'll talk about them next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
But first, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Right now we're watching the Big 12 tournament, and the Cougs, your beloved Cougs, they're going to be on later today, 2 o'clock, taking on the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. And you know what? If you want to bet on the Cougs to win the Big 12 tournament outright, you can do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Hell, you should double down. Bet on them to win the Big 12. Bet on them to win the old Natty. Because wouldn't we do that for our friends? Don't we want to say that we believe in them? The Cougs are our friends. We are all on that bandwagon. And at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, you can jump on that bandwagon. And it's not just betting on sports that you can do there. You can bet on things like blackjack, poker. It's an amazing website. And if you sign up with that promo code, you get an awesome deposit bonus. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
You're listening to Gallant and George, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Decoy and Spring Branch.
So out of the blue yesterday, Paul, Calvin Ridley signed a massive contract with the Tennessee Titans, and it was reported that it was down to the Patriots and to the Jaguars. And then all of a sudden, the Tennessee Titans swooped in and gave Calvin Ridley this big deal. So now it's Treylon Burks, Calvin Ridley, Will Levis, Tony Pollard. Okay. Is that a good offense?
It's a better offense. It is funny that all of a sudden that you look at the Titans as more than a joke, even though they moved on from Mike Vrabel and I think have made a lot of questionable decisions the last couple of years. That was a sneaky little move by them. Also, you got to look at the Jaguars. That's really, Joe, when I saw this move first happen, I started laughing to myself about what a bunch of dumbasses the Jaguars are. Clearly, the Jaguars thought that they would be able to wait until free agency to bring Ridley back just so they wouldn't have to give up a second-round pick to Atlanta. And then they probably got to a point where maybe Calvin Ridley felt offended or something like that. But this is a massive whiff by the Jaguars, who brought in Gabe Davis to try and replace a guy in Ridley who I think, it's tough to say he's one of like the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL. But, I mean, from a talent perspective, he is one of many receivers in the league that you would look at on a roster and say, that's the best receiver on the team. I'd say top 20, top 25. He's in that conversation.
I think he can be, yeah.
It's a good move by the Titans. It's just another classic mistake by the Jaguars.
Yeah, the only thing about the Titans move, and I know this is a new GM versus who was there when they traded A.J. Brown, but it just shows you sometimes when these teams trade really good players that I feel like most of the time they're always making a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Like, think about this. 2 years ago, on draft day, the Titans traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles because they did not want to give him $100 million.
Yeah.
2 years later, they're giving Calvin Ridley, who has been suspended, who has been injured, who was up and down last year. They gave him $92 million. New GM, new coach, I get it, but
they're probably trying to prove to their fans that they're not BS. So
yeah.
To what you're saying, you're right on that front. Battery Chucker even brought it up on the Twitch. They wouldn't pay A.J. Brown, but they overpay for Ridley. Simplifying it like that, I mean, yeah, the Titans are still the Titans, but I think they're trying to show some people that they're not just that they're actually trying, because they have seemed like a team that's been trying to strip salary for the last couple of years. Look, if you compare the Ridley move to the Brown move, yeah, there's no real defending it. But, I mean, they did upgrade, too. You can't deny that they upgraded by bringing in Ridley.
No, it's definitely makes their wide receiver room better, because Treylon Burks hasn't been that guy that they wanted him to be since they drafted him 2 years ago now. Like, he just has not been a great wide receiver.
He was put in an unfair spot. I mean, you're a fast wide receiver from Arkansas. You've had some unfortunate, I think, issues in camp, too. I think he's been dealing with some injuries in, like, some of the off seasons and stuff. But you replace A.J. Brown. Like, you're kind of screwed because you're always going to be compared to A.J. Brown.
Yeah, you never want to be the guy that replaces the guy.
No.
You want to be the guy that replaces the guy that replaced the guy.
Hell yeah.
You don't want to be Kalen DeBoer at Alabama.
No.
You want to be the guy that replaces Kalen DeBoer, because who wants to replace Nick Saban? Like, it's the most impossible job on the planet.
So it's a little different in college, though, because if you're replacing the guy, guess what? You might get canned, and then you got money. And you get to sit on your money.
That's true. But even like Gerard Mayo, like I do not envy Gerard Mayo replacing Bill Belichick. I know it was bad the last couple of years, but the expectations for him is that he's going to turn the Patriots back into the Patriots. And, like, that's an unrealistic expectation.
I think things have changed a little bit, though. Ever since Brady left, I feel like the expectations attached to the people in power there, I think that they have decreased, if that makes sense.
We do have a trade that just happened in the NFL. Not inside the division, but after signing Kirk Cousins, reports came out not really early this morning, 35 minutes ago, that the Falcons were expecting to trade Desmond Ridder. And then 18 minutes ago, they traded him to the Arizona Cardinals. So Desmond Ridder will be Kyler Murray's backup. And the Atlanta Falcons are getting back Rondale Moore. So now they'll have Rondale Moore, Darnell Mooney, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. Like, I kind of like what Atlanta's doing this
Rondale
offseason.
Moore's a fast mother bleeper.
Yeah.
That's a good pickup by them.
It's not a splashy pickup, but it's to get rid of a backup quarterback and get a competent, maybe a competent wide receiver in return, low risk. That's a good move.
Falcons would be fun to play with in Madden.
Yes.
Put him in the Steve Bartkowski era uniforms, the red helmets,
Yep.
the red jerseys, the old school ones.
Their jerseys used to be so much better.
I don't know why they went away from the red. There's not many teams that have the full red look. Like it's the Chiefs, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
They went to the all black look, and these new uniforms they busted out are
I did like the all black uniforms that Vic wore.
Yeah, that's what they basically dusted those out. Like I was thinking a couple of years after
Yeah.
the Dirty Birds that made the Super Bowl, because I remember it was like the new Madden game came out. Vic's on the cover, and they had him in the new uniforms
Yeah.
as well. But no, that would be a fun team to play with. The only problem is Kirk Cousins isn't mobile. Sorry to go super video game nerdy here, but that team would be a lot of fun to play with. So credit to the Falcons. They have done a lot of good things this offseason, considering just where they were with Arthur Smith, everyone being mad at him, and having the really bad quarterback situation that they did, and yet still being in the thick of things towards the end of the year. I think you could make the case that they have won the offseason as much as the Houston Texans.
It's really it's a close race between those two teams. I don't know who else would be even really in the mix, but I would lean that those are the best two off seasons in the NFL right now. So your point about Jacksonville that you were saying about them just like as a team, we got a text here. Someone said they think the Texans are going to finish third in the division. I guess if everything goes wrong, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
At worst, if I'm very wrong about Anthony Richardson, the Texans could lose the division this year. I don't think Jacksonville will be anywhere close. I think they're going to take a huge step back this year. I don't know why. I think it's...
Well, look at how they finished the season.
Yeah.
They sucked. I mean, they collapsed. They had the division dead to rights after they beat the Texans at NRG with Matt Amendola missing that field goal at the gun. They had the division in the bag.
Yeah.
And then they lost all but one of the remaining games. I remember just all these Jaguars fans getting in my mentions because I said, like, well, yeah, the Texans lost that game, but C.J. Stroud's clearly the better quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Jaguars fans were all in my mentions. And I remember, I mean, this is perhaps me being online a little bit too much, but I remember after the Texans had clinched the division, after a couple of Pendletons, I got in my mentions, and I just liked some of the tweets of these people like, yeah, you're an idiot and don't know ball. And
I kind of like that move. So instead of responding, you just I acknowledge you.
It's like, hey, remember when you said this?
Like,
I do.
Yeah, who was that one Jags fan that was going super viral? That guy sucks.
Oh yeah, the UCF Jaguar or something like that. Like, I'm sorry, but the AFC South runs through Jacksonville. No, it's actually going to run somewhere else because the Jaguars are probably about to move. I don't know if you saw the thing about this new stadium that they're trying to renovate that dump. $1 billion worth of renovations, and people still aren't going to vote for it. They are going to London.
You really think so?
The Jaguars, yes.
You think they'll go to London?
I feel like everything is pointing there. They've already built up the fan base there. If it's ever going to happen, it's the Jaguars.
Could you imagine, like, Trevor Lawrence, one-time generational prospect, living in London? I just don't get how do you...
London would be, I mean, let's be honest, London is better than Jacksonville.
Yes.
I mean, I don't like the Limeys, but England has its perks, and London's pretty sick. If you're a party guy.
I don't know. How do you...
I won't go to a pub, boy.
How do you get free agents to sign in London?
I'm sure there are many free agents who would love to play there.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's such a bad idea.
They get paid in pounds.
That was actually
What's the exchange rate? Are you going to give me a shilling?
How does that work?
I don't know. What's a quid?
Like, would you pay? Do you have to pay? You pay them in a
Give
lesser
me some
rate?
pence. No, well, listen. As you can tell, we're very, very, very
Knowledgeable.
savant and knowledgeable when it comes to international finance. But yeah, get some coins with queens on them. Hell yeah, dude.
I mean,
that are £1.
Can't wait.
F yeah, dude.
4218 asked this a little bit earlier on the text line. How about this? Let's say they win every game they are favored in. How many wins do they have next year? That's an impossible question to answer.
You have to answer it though, because you acknowledged it.
I did, because I didn't think about it before I read it.
You just blindly read the text and you're like,
No, because it's just so hard to say. My guess is the Texans will be favored in about 9 games next year. We might guess.
Man,
just guessing.
You're really putting it on the line there, dude.
9, yeah.
They'll be favored in slightly more than half of their games?
Yeah, I mean.
They're going to be favored in all of their games. That's the real answer.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
They're not going to be favored in Kansas City or Baltimore. They're probably not going to be favored in Indianapolis. They will not be favored, my guess is when they play Buffalo. Okay, maybe Dallas. That's 5. They might be favored in way more than 9, now that I look at it. Probably not in – I don't know about Detroit. Detroit's an interesting game next year. I kind of hope that's week 1. If they don't open up the season against Kansas City, I kind of hope they start the season with Detroit.
I really don't hope they don't open it up against Kansas City.
Why? That's when you want them.
No, I don't want to be this. The sacrificial national TV
No.
defending champs.
How'd it work out for the Chiefs last year?
Yeah, that's true, but I mean, I don't think they're going to lose back-to-back opening nights after winning the Super Bowl.
You never know. They're Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are they're opening new steakhouses. They're worrying about new life.
They are. They're opening steakhouses.
Yeah, they're opening a steakhouse. I just saw that on
together.
Twitter. Yeah.
Is Taylor involved?
Probably not.
Will Taylor be there opening night?
I don't feel she might be. I don't feel like Travis Kelce, and Taylor Swift are at the point in their relationship where they're opening steakhouses together.
Why not?
I don't know.
That's the
gut
common
feeling.
first step in most relationships.
So
let's open a steakhouse.
I don't know if I can go to a steakhouse opened by Patrick Mahomes because he puts ketchup on his steak.
Yeah, that is true.
So like what? Like is there just gonna be ketchup bottles on the table?
I think this is one of like the worst opinions ever, and honestly, you should be deported from Texas from this. But I believe Landry over at the Flagship puts ranch on his steak.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I know. That's like, honestly, of the many cancelable things that people have done, and some involving crimes, ranch on a steak. What in God's name are you doing?
I mean,
other than trying to stand out, do you cook it well done, too?
I mean,
you animal.
You can sell me on ketchup. You can sell me on ketchup.
You
on
can't
steak.
even sell me on ketchup. Like, if you're a child, if you're like 5, fine. Because the steak is probably well done if your parents are doing it right for you when you're a little kid. You're not supposed to have the uncooked meats. But if you are an adult and you are putting ketchup or ranch on your steak,
I would
want to
try.
know what you're doing. How are you harming the steak before it is put on the plate?
Like I don't
what
understand.
are you doing?
Who even comes up with that idea? Do you dip your pizza?
Terrorists.
What about your pizza? Have you ever dipped pizza in ranch?
No, I don't. I'm not a really big fan of ranch though.
Okay. So I've done pizza and ranch before. That's fine.
The Italians hate it when you do that. I saw this person has an account online and he just eats Italian food improperly and waits for Italian people to basically step in and like stop him.
Yeah.
It's a very funny account. I forget what the ad is, but it's great. But no, I do not do the ranch on the pizza.
Yeah,
just give me some red pepper flakes and I'm good, and I would prefer more tomato sauce than cheese.
Okay, so you
it's the one thing I will eat with cheese on it is pizza. Yes.
Okay. Oh, because it kills you, right?
It kills me, but I'm also I just don't really like the taste of cheese that much.
I forgot.
Hello, Florida State cheerleaders. What's up?
Oh yeah, Paul's distracted.
The TV's big. We're at the Decoy. These TVs are big and beautiful.
We are live here at the Decoy. We'll be here until 6 o'clock.
Right.
The Killer Bees will be here until 6 after us from 3 to 6. All right. Does anyone care about tampering in the NFL? Because some teams are being accused of it. Do we even care? Does anyone care? That's next
Does
year.
anything matter?
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul Gallant and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy in Spring Branch.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul, in honor of you not knowing Kool-Aid, I just did a quick Twitter search because I knew this
Kool-Aid,
existed.
by the way, an Alabama defensive back.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, DB from Alabama. Probably going to go in the first round, maybe the second, but a little bit of everywhere. I found this list, 24/7 Sports, put out their all-name team for the 2023 college football season. Some of my favorites here, fullback from Tulane, Fat Watts with a PH.
Wait, with a PH?
Yeah.
Good job by those
It's
parents.
PHATT Watts. I like that.
I like it.
Obviously,
Fatty boom batty.
it's hard to ignore for a quarterback from Oklahoma, General Booty. That's a good one. Dakota Crawford apparently goes to Louisiana Tech now.
Ola Tech.
From UTSA, linebacker, Pig Cage.
No way.
Yep. That's tough.
Pig Cage?
I'm really hoping that that's a nickname.
How has he not been canceled by PETA? Pig Cage. LSU Athletics, UTSA Athletics.
Yeah, that's tough, man. You can't. It's got to be a nickname.
The first, so there's no Wikipedia page to check where that comes from, but the first things online are just bios of him, and then Amazon.com and an actual pig cage that you could buy if you Google that.
Linebacker from Duke, memorable factor.
Memorable factor.
And last one I like here the most.
It's memorable.
I got two animal ones that I like. We got Panda Askew.
Panda Askew.
And Tiger Shanks.
Ooh, that one.
Those are both good.
That sounds like a snack.
Oh, wait, we got a tight end here from Florida International, Rowdy Beers.
Oh, that's number one.
That's number one.
That's. I mean, I might change my name to Rowdy Pendleton.
I definitely wish that Seth Beer would have been an Astro for longer. I would have liked a Beer 30 jersey.
Beer 30?
Because that's what number he wore. I think he wore number 30 when he was drafted by the Astros.
Yeah, I remember that.
That would have been nice. So the NFL is looking at tampering for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes.
About Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
And just reported recently they're also looking at the Atlanta Falcons. This is because Kirk Cousins admitted that the Falcons tampered in his press conference. He said that he's been speaking to the athletic trainer from the Falcons for weeks. So that's straight up tampering. That's literally tampering. Do you care?
Not at all. I think it's embarrassing the teams that are whining about this. Did you think that if you had not had your player tampered with, in quotation marks, do you think you would have been able to bring that back? Do you think this was actually a factor? You can't keep people from talking to each other in 2024. You just can't. What are you supposed to do? People they're not going to be able to talk via chat. Go on Snapchat.
Yeah.
Or slide in the DMs, if you will. There's no way to stop it. So it's strange to me that there's outrage about it, but I'm always for another team getting railroaded by the NFL and losing a first-round draft pick like Tom Brady did for no absolute reason at all.
Oh, we're probably talking about 6-round picks here, I'd imagine.
I think they should take away a first-round pick. See, I don't care about it, but I want somebody else to be punished for no reason so that they understand how it feels to have your personal Lord and Savior so absolutely slandered by the liberal media,
Yeah.
R.I.P. Chris Mortensen, but you know what you did.
They did. Well, I guess they did take away a pick from the Dolphins. They took away a first-round pick from the Dolphins last year. I forgot about that. For tampering with Tom Brady.
Yeah,
when they met with him on a boat.
They should have been kicked out of the league, in my opinion.
Nah, that's okay.
No, kick them out.
No, the Dolphins are fine.
No.
You really don't like the Dolphins?
I hate the Dolphins.
I know you do.
I hate everything. But the Dolphins are like a special place of hatred. I can't stand them. Dan Marino overrated.
Because they would beat the Patriots.
Hey, Dan Marino had the greatest coach of all time too. How many Super Bowls did he win?
0.
Oh, none.
Uh,
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't really care about the tampering stuff.
I don't either.
It's just it happens. It happens. If you think the Texans didn't tamper, like I'm sorry. Like I got bad news for you. Honestly, like they absolutely tampered at some point this last year. They fully tampered with somebody that they just signed.
Yeah, I'm wondering, how can you not tamper with somebody?
Exactly.
I mean, you would not be able to sign anybody if you do not, reach out to them. You have to wait until a specific time to send that first text in.
And honestly, if Nick Caserio, if CJ Stroud, if David Mulugeta called, Nick Caserio just to check in, see how things are going, how happy he is with CJ Stroud, and David Mulugeta goes, hey, what do you think about my client? If Nick Caserio hung up the phone in that moment instead of being like, yeah, I'm really interested, then Nick Caserio should be fired. Like, if you're not tampering, you're probably doing it wrong. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying?
Yeah.
That's why I love the Astros, because they care about me. And the Patriots, they care about me. And Michigan, that's why Michigan, we should all be Michigan fans.
No.
Why not?
I hate Michigan.
Yeah, but they care so much about their fans that they're willing to bend the rules.
Yeah, I mean, I wish Notre Dame would cheat as much as Michigan did. But
They should cheat. Why aren't they cheating? Oh, we're Catholics. Oh, we've never done anything bad in our entire history.
It's true.
Wink, 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 wink.
0754, Joel puts ketchup on his steak.
He does?
I don't think he does.
I feel like they're trying. People are trying to start beef between us and the Killer Bees.
Yeah, man. Someone
just because Joel's banned from the show.
No, just stop. They're not trying to stop beef between us and the Killer Bees. They're trying to start beef between me and you versus Joel.
I'm on your team though.
Yeah, but like I've gotten so many texts and tweets from Joel
because of all the shots you're taking at him.
Because people are taking everything we say out of way context.
Well, are they though? I don't know. I can't believe what you said in the last segment. Check out the Gallant George podcast.
Yeah, you can find us on Apple, Spotify. It's still a picture of Paul. So if you just want to look at the Paul Gallant Show logo because you miss it so much, that's right there
well,
for you.
I made a specific push for that. It was like once I had Joel as my partner, I'm like, okay, cool. So I don't have to talk for 3 hours, but I do want the show picture to be me.
Yeah. That's okay. Like everything else can be our Gallant George logo, but the Apple podcast and Spotify one, it's more likely to bring in the ladies if we leave it just as Paul.
Hell yeah.
Maybe.
Hell yeah, dude.
Maybe it will.
I by the way, at the this always blows my mind. At the at the rodeo last night, like I met a couple of listeners, and I'm sorry to sound like Taylor Swift here, but it makes me so happy when you guys come up to me and say hi. Seriously, it blows my mind. I can't believe people know who I am.
I'll be there tonight.
Hell yeah.
You know what?
What's the concert tonight?
Zach Brown Band.
Zach Brown Band, okay.
Yeah, I'm going with my wife and then my buddy Matt, who works over at the NPR station, his wife. So
that would be Zach. I like my chicken fried.
I do.
Cold beer
on a Friday night
or Thursday night
or a Monday night
or a Wednesday morning.
I mean, it's cold beer. Cold beer is good whenever. Do you like cold pizza for breakfast?
You know what? I can't remember the last time I had cold pizza
really
for
like
breakfast.
Cheese, so.
But I probably had it in college at one point. But it's been a while since I've had cold pizza for breakfast. I feel like if I have cold pizza now, like I'm just going to seem like I'm a sad divorced dad. No offense to the sad divorced dads out there. We're like, we are your family. Like, we love you.
No, there's definitely been times where, like, I've been, like, making my son breakfast, and then there's been pizza from the night before. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to grab a slice. Instead of making pancakes for me, I'm just going to grab a slice of pizza real quick. Keith from LA says that's facts. Joel puts ketchup on his steak. He talks about it all the time. If you're gonna,
That's so true. I mean,
I guess I forgot. There was something that he would get mad at Jeremy and I for saying he puts ketchup on something.
No, he does. He puts
baked potatoes.
Why do you get mad about that?
Because I think he did it once, and then Jeremy says he does it all the time.
You know, here's something I found out about Joel the other day. Joel puts ketchup in his coffee. Did you see that? I did. I saw that.
That was Paul Gallant, not me, Joe George. Sean Mapes is back at
Joel
the studio.
Joel puts ketchup in his water. It's crazy.
Our Astros opening day countdown continues next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Speaking of enemies, I think I have a new enemy.
Who's that?
You weren't listening. Brian, we forgot to bring 3 headphones, so Brian didn't hear it. The audience just heard it. I think Michael Carroll is my new enemy.
Why? What did he say?
Because yesterday I went to go record a spot, and I said my name wrong.
Oh,
I said JoJo instead of Joe George, and then I stumbled over my words. He just put it in the intro.
I kind of like that.
I do too, but I think
Michael Carroll,
I
you
think
dog.
I think I have a new enemy.
Oh yeah, Michael Carroll. I like
Our
it.
production director. I
like JoJo. That's a good name.
I used to get George of the Jungle when I was growing up.
Yeah, JoJo works.
Yeah.
Can I call you JoJo? Seriously, I'm asking permission.
I'd rather you not.
Why?
It's not a great name.
Why isn't it a great name?
Because it reminds me of that little twerp.
What little twerp?
JoJo.
I don't know what you're talking
the YouTube
about.
star. Yeah, JoJo
Oh.
Siwa. She's really annoying.
Oh, okay. The only JoJo I think about is JoJo the killer dolphin, who is a rapist dolphin that lives in the Caribbean and humped my uncle once.
What?
This is actually look up JoJo the dolphin. He's like this crazy deranged
I'm more-
dolphin.
I understand
So
that.
Joe
I'm-
George and JoJo
No,
the
no,
dolphin.
Okay, no, I understand that part of the context. It's more the part of how your uncle got involved.
Yeah, he was out scuba diving, and this dolphin, which has been ostracized because for dolphins, even he's a little bit too problematic, which is saying something because dolphins are among the worst animals when it comes to doing that. And yeah, my uncle, who has a thick French accent, tells this story all the time about this dolphin just starting humping him while he's in the water.
And it was JoJo?
It was JoJo the dolphin.
Oh,
yeah,
that's not good.
JoJo's still alive, I believe.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Is JoJo dead? BMAC doesn't have a headset, so BMAC is saying that JoJo is described as the most friendly dolphin in the world. He's friendly, that's for sure. And JoJo the killer dolphin.
Joey Bosa, speaking of Joes.
Nice transition. I love it when you just like, hey, we're out of this one.
He apparently just restructured his contract with the Chargers, so they're going to be able to keep Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. Joe George of the Jungle. Yeah, Willie. Welcome back to the Twitch. It's nice to see you, buddy. I'm glad word got out that you got unbanned. Welcome back home. We missed you, I guess. But it's time for our Astros opening day countdown.
Less than 2 weeks.
14 days? I can't wait.
I'm very excited.
Oh, I'm so excited. Are we going to run over to opening day right after the show?
I don't know, but I got to say, I think I found a spot to get away from, the overpriced margaritas of MMP. It was out at this place called Highway Cantina yesterday.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So you're going to do your drinking before you go.
I'm going to go there, get my margarita before I go in. Now no one's going to get mad at me for being, drinking in the press box. But yeah, Highway Cantina.
You don't drink in the press box.
No, I drink outside the press box, and I come back with a drink in me.
Yeah.
Vanessa used to get so angry. Vanessa Richardson, who used to be my co-host, she used to get so mad at me when I would tell her that I would go with a credential and I'd have a drink. Well, listen, in the 60s, it was fine. It was fine in the 60s. Why is it wrong now?
Yeah, Harry Carey used to get drunk during calling
These
games.
guys were hammered, smoking cigarettes. Like, how dare you? No, I feel like I'm on my A game when I have a drink. Others would probably argue that today is proof that it's not. But yeah, Highway Cantina. That's my new pit stop before I go to Minute Maid.
So one of the things we've been talking about on the show, just like getting ready for the season, obviously is the rotation is a big part of the conversation this year. But we've had a lot of conversations early on about Hunter Brown and, what he did last year and what his expectations are and how high they've been. But I did find this story interesting. And it's not just Hunter Brown, but like Joe Espada. I don't know what happened this offseason, but Christian Javier lost weight. Framber Valdez looks trimmed down. Hunter Brown, now there was a story yesterday up from, I can't remember who wrote this.
It was in the Chronicle.
It was the Chronicle about how, he's making sure that physically he can, be ready for the entire season. He pitched more innings last year than he had in like 2 years by the All-Star break, it seemed like. So it does seem like the Astros are taking a better approach physically for this year, which is a good thing because you need Hunter Brown to be him at his best ability in October still if you're going to reach a World Series. But how much confidence do you have right now in Hunter Brown going into the season as just a pitcher on this team?
It's tricky. I constantly go back to feeling like people made Hunter Brown out to be something that he wasn't at times since he's joined the Astros, and it has entirely to do with viral tweets and highlights of, wow, he throws like Justin Verlander. He's from Detroit. So I always feel like that's been unfairly placed on him. I mean, what I'm hoping for is a guy who's got an ERA of like 4.2 by the end of the year and more wins than losses. You know, I'm hoping for you want a throwback. I'm hoping for a Colin McHugh kind of pitcher.
Yeah,
someone who's that. Like, I'm not expecting to be blown away by him, but if I get 5 innings out of him and 2 runs, 3 runs on a night-to-night basis, I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, the biggest thing for Hunter Brown this year, this is a good story in theory of him, being able to go longer throughout the season. My biggest question about Hunter Brown this year would be, honestly, can he just go more than 5 innings?
Yeah.
Like when I look at Hunter Brown and I view him as a pitcher that, as much as I love him, as much as I think he can be a really good pitcher for this team, frankly, if he does not get you more than 5 innings, that's where I lose my faith in him a little bit. Like, I don't know if you can have 2 guys in the rotation between him and Christian Javier that only give you 5 innings. It's too much on the bullpen, I think.
What do you think the problem was last year? I thought it was the proverbial rookie wall. I guess you could also say it was a sophomore. It was a sophomore slump in technically his rookie season because it was his first full year.
Yeah.
What do you think happened?
I think it's that. I think it's that second half of the season where they figured it out and stuff. I think it was everything. It was they figured him out. His arm got tired. His stuff wasn't moving as much as you wanted to. His fastball at times last year was not, reaching as high velocity as it was early in the season. So it just kind of feel like everything started to go a little bit wrong for Hunter Brown at times last year. So, but at the same time, what's good about it is that all the stuff that can be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can. Now, he might not be ready to go 200 innings this year.
Right.
Most pitchers can't ever anymore, it feels like.
They won't even be allowed to.
They won't even be allowed to. Actually, that kind of reminds me. I was listening to Dan Patrick's show yesterday, and they brought this up, and I thought this is an interesting question. They were talking about running backs in the NFL and, like, how you will figure out what a Hall of Famer is. But then Dan brought up how it's the same conversation with starting pitchers. That, like, after Verlander and Scherzer and Clayton Kershaw, like most of these starting pitchers don't go 6, 7, 8 innings or 7, 8, 9 innings anymore. And when their careers are over, their statistics are going to look so jarringly bad.
Yeah.
Compared to a lot of other Hall of Famers. Like, I don't need Hunter Brown to go 8, but I need him to go 6. And I just don't know.
No one does that anymore, though. It actually drives me crazy. It makes me feel like an old man. I'm like,
it's crazy.
Why isn't this kid pitching into the 7th inning? He's a little beta.
Max Scherzer he proposed this idea, was to shrink the amount of pitchers each team can have on their roster. And that by doing that, you would force the starters to go longer.
Yeah.
That also seems like a bad idea. Just give me 6. Give me 6 Hunter Brown, every other start, and Christian Javier, and I'm happy.
Just give me 6.
That's all I need.
I just need 6.
6 is a good number.
6 is a very good number.
Yeah, for a lot of people.
For a lot of people, that's in fact that's for most people.
Yeah, 6 is a really good
what
number
I understand.
for a lot of people. 7, 8, 9's pushing it sometimes.
It's pushing it. That's the way to say it.
So Hunter Brown's going to win Cy Young this year.
A text. We have a text. This one's from the 281. Well, these players are losing weight because Dusty isn't there anymore to feed them snacks.
I mean,
does that concern you that they don't have snacks?
Maybe they have healthy snacks.
They've gone to Cliff Bars. They've gone away
instead
from
of banana pudding.
Banana pudding is butterscotch pudding is the snack I want. Give me my snack pack like I'm Billy Madison.
You would get when you got a snack pack, you would go with butterscotch.
Yeah.
You're just not straight chocolate.
No, I don't like chocolate.
What don't?
I've told you this. How do you forget this already?
No, I don't.
I thought you cared about me.
I don't think you told me this one.
I definitely. It's cheese and chocolate. It's the cheese. I'm not into them. I don't like that.
That's weird.
I'm trying to think of something else.
Do you like dark chocolate? Is it all chocolate?
It's all chocolate. I hate it all. Actually, I'm kidding. In some
So,
chocolate.
like, are you an American?
Some chocolate I have come to kind of like over the last couple of years, but I used to just hate chocolate.
I don't know. For someone that claims to be like this great American, Paul, you don't like cheese, you don't like chocolate.
Yeah, we all have our things.
Yeah, but this is like that's what America's founded on these days.
I suppose I
Cheese and
can't.
chocolate.
I suppose I can't call out for Joel for putting ketchup in his water and his coffee if I don't like chocolate. You know what? You know what else Joel puts ketchup on?
What?
He doesn't use Icy Hot. He's getting up there in age. You know.
He just puts ketchup on.
He just rubs ketchup on.
He what?
He just rubs ketchup on sore spots.
Once again, that was Paul Gallant. You can find him on Twitter at Gallant Says. That was not me, Joe George. We are live.
As shampoo. He's found a lot of uses for it. Joe's face is literally on the table. It's Gallant George. Stick around.
All right. Speaking of the Astros, the Rangers did the Astros a huge favor yesterday, and the Yankees are doing nothing. We'll talk about it next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
All right, I know I owe you guys a singing opportunity here, but I'm still, I'll have a coughing attack if I start doing that, so I owe you one.
Excuses.
it's a real. I don't want to die right now. So
why do I have to keep on bringing up the famous lines in the Shorecrest Preparatory School weight room? You know, where they're built in all district safety. Excuses. Skin of a reason.
I owe you one.
Stuffed with a lie. You're doing a radio show. You can sing.
No, I can't. 2920, will the Yankees sign Blake Snell now that Cole is going to be out for a while? It sounds like the Yankees are doing nothing, that they're not going to go after Blake Snell.
Yeah.
That they're not going to go after Jordan Montgomery.
I think Aaron Judge is dealing with some ab issues as well.
Yeah.
So, maybe he should be doing Pilates like the Astros are now.
I thought he was at one point. I thought that was one of their weird little storylines they try to push.
I am surprised more baseball players don't do Pilates just because of how it strengthens your
Yeah.
core. And I know I sound like a big Pilates
And they do play a lot of
pusher,
games.
but knowing all these Pilates Illuminati instructors in Houston, it's a good workout.
I haven't done it yet.
Honestly, you would be surprised by how much of a workout it is.
I probably need to do something because I will say after that first day of training, it took me like 3 days to feel fully recovered.
You just got to keep doing it, and you won't feel that way anymore.
Oh, yeah.
I've been out of the gym for like 3 to 4 days, and I know that when I go back today that I am going to feel
and I have been out of the gym.
and I'm going to sweat it out, too.
A decade.
Really?
Dude, I don't know. Honestly, that's where I'm excited about trying to lose weight, but it is a little bit intimidating because it had been so long.
30 minutes a day, baby.
I just and that's
all
what
I need to do.
That's what I've been doing now, and it's just it was because it was one of those things where I always had an excuse. And I got these weird. I mean, at one point I was literally working 3 jobs.
Hint of a reason, stuff on the line. That's an actual excuse.
So there was a 2.5 year stretch after I got let go by Gal the first time, and hopefully the last time that I was literally working 3 jobs. I was working at the Texans flagship, Lids, and I was doing this other job as well. And so
what'd you like more, Lids or the flagship?
Lids.
Probably Lids. Yeah, I would assume so.
The first 6 months of the flagship were better.
Okay.
And then the second half were not as good.
Gotcha.
Because some changes happened. But this is we bring up the Yankees here because yesterday, out of nowhere, the Dylan Cease rumors started floating again around the White Sox, and I guess really the last 48 hours. And the first report was that the Yankees would not include one of their top 100 prospects, and then it became the Rangers are going after him.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden last night, the San Diego Padres trade for Dylan Cease. Now, this is a huge break for the Astros, first of all, because even though I know not everyone thinks Dylan Cease is this elite pitcher, I do think he is. I do think he can be a Cy Young winner any single year, and he's just in a really bad organization. I think that maybe it'll be better off in San Diego, and look what they did with Blake Snell and how much better he got, and he was already really good, just like Cease, but I think Cease is going to be really good for the Padres this year. But it's a huge break for the Astros that he's not a Ranger because, like the Yankees, the Rangers have so many health issues already. Dylan Cease would solve a lot of them very quickly. So this is a very good thing, I think, for the Astros that this didn't happen.
It's crazy that the Padres have whatever amount of money they do, that they're able to make these moves because, I mean, as far as the big spenders in baseball go, the team that has been most consistent with acquiring top talent over the years, it's been the Padres. You know, I mean, they've brought in some good players, so I respect their ownership group for continuing to swing, and I'm with you there.
But it's bizarre because
I don't want them on the Rangers either.
But it's bizarre because, Paul, 5 months ago we got the report that the Padres had to borrow $50 million last year to make payroll.
Yep, and you got the issues going on with their networks.
Yeah.
Right? I think they're one of the teams that's impacted by the was it Diamond Sports Network or something like that?
Yeah.
That's fallen apart. And yet, they're still spending. I give them credit. I mean, you deserve credit if you continue to spend, especially when it seems like you don't have the money.
In baseball, you do because this article I was reading, they point out that the Padres had less than $100 million in payroll in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, going into the season, they were third in payroll. They haven't accomplished anything with all this money they spent. But I would much rather there needs to be more teams like that than the A's. What the Orioles have been, what the Padres were before, like the Cincinnati Reds, the White Sox, like those teams who are good markets and don't spend money annoy me because they're just garbage.
No, they're
owners.
cheapos. Yeah, they're cheapos. Baseball owners, I've discussed this a lot. I think the fact that baseball is not one of those premier sports in America anymore, right? Like if there's a good team in your market, people are going to pay attention. That's why people pay attention to the Astros.
Yeah.
But since it is not on the same level as the NFL, where you know pretty much every owner's name, and the NBA, where you know the majority of owners' names in the NBA, baseball owners are largely anonymous, and it's very difficult to see to find stories about them because they stay out of the private eye, and they're all making profits. But it's one of those sports too where there's not, with the NFL and the NBA, there's revenue sharing, and there are ways to keep everything balanced. And in baseball, there's just the competitive balance tax, which is not that much of a limitation, and it's certainly an excuse in some cases for owners to continue to be cheap.
Yeah.
Baseball owners get to hide behind the shield of a sport that honestly isn't as relevant as it used to be, and get away with just essentially screwing their fans over. Imagine you're a Red Sox fan right now. That organization makes tons of money, and what they've done the last couple of years does not reflect an organization that is as rich as it gets. But the Padres spend, the Mets tried spending, the Dodgers spend, from a just, hey, this is what owners should do. You should be committed to winning. Like, I do respect those ownership groups for that.
No, for sure. And 8736 points out, Cease's contract is just over $8 million. Yes, it's $8 million this year. Okay, if they don't extend Dylan Cease, they are definitely one of the worst teams in all of baseball because they gave up 5 prospects, and some of them were...
They're probably working on something.
Yeah, I would be stunned if Dylan Cease does not sign a very good deal with the San Diego Padres. So they clearly, at least it might not affect their salary cap or how much they owe this year, but next year and going forward, I would imagine Dylan Cease is going to be a San Diego Padre. But it's a good thing for the Astros. But at least Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery still just out there without a home. And I really was not one of those guys, Paul, that was like, the Astros need to go sign one of them. It would have been nice. We're 14 days away from opening day.
Yeah.
I think Dana Brown and Jim Crane got to start making calls to those guys and just asking. Be like, would you take $20 million for a year?
It does feel that they have publicly hinted they're done.
It does.
Without saying it, but they seem pretty happy with where they are. Does that mean to the point where, hey, like, you're making a phone call and say, like, $1?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it feels like they have said, nope, this is our budget for the year. We're not going over this.
Yeah, no, they have, but at the same time, Paul, these opportunities are few and far between.
Hey, I agree with you there. I'm not endorsing this. I feel like they have publicly said we're done.
Yeah.
In as many words.
Yeah, and these guys will sign at some point. It is bizarre that 2 of the best pitchers on the market are just sitting there in free agency. Like, it's got to be collusion. I mean, the fact that
they're all because again, they're all these people. They're cheap. They're just cheap and obsessed with the profits and not with actually contending. I'm with you. It's crazy. The competitive balance tax is not that much of a punishment.
No, it's not.
And if you want to win a World Series, you should try. And I suppose the expanded playoffs makes maybe teams believe that you have a chance every single year now with the way baseball's playoffs are sometimes very wonky and unexpected things happen, that they don't need to. So it just gives them another excuse to be cheap.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting season for the Astros and just baseball in general, because I think the Astros right now, I would guess in most books they're still the betting favorite to go to the World Series for at least out of the American League. The Yankees were still the favorite for a while, but that's more the sports books, hedging. They don't ever want to give a good number to Yankees fans because there's going to be so many people that are going to bet on the Yankees to win the World Series that the sports books will just get crushed if it actually ever happens again. So they always give a good number, but I would feel confident betting on the Astros to go back to the World Series this year at this point. I'd be shocked, honestly, if they don't, at a minimum, get back to the the ALCS series again.
Yeah.
ALCS series. Series is in
You're
S.
speaking great English.
I just was like, I was
JoJo strikes again.
JoJo strikes again. All right, he's Paul Gallant. I am Joe George. You can find us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio. You're welcome to the show at 713-780-3776. You can't see us, but we are still on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, because we are live here at the Decoy. Come hang out. The Killer Bees. Today will just be Brian and Joel. Will be here until 6 o'clock. But coming up next,
Come watch the Cougs, baby.
Come watch the Cougs. They'll be in action. Come watch Texas A&M basketball. I got my eye on that one.
Put some money.
No, I just I would like Texas A&M to be in the tournament.
You would?
If we're going to be airing Texas A&M postseason basketball games, I would like them to be March Madness, not the NIT.
I feel you on that.
Because they're going to be in the NIT, so I would rather them at least
make the tournament,
make the real tournament.
Come on, Aggies, you're a basketball school now.
Yeah, make the tournament, make the real tournament, not the NIT, or turn down the NIT if that's what you make. So we'll talk about the NFL, what's going on more. Now look, one of the stories we're going to talk about, it's going to be like the early days of Deshaun Watson. We can't say much because we don't know much, but sexual assault lawsuits are back in the headlines in the NFL with a different quarterback. That's next year in the 10-minute drill on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, according to Michael Gelkin of
Old Gelky,
DallasNews.com, the Dallas Morning News, Dak Prescott is being investigated for sexual assault. 2 different incidents are being looked into going back to 2017. This is, I kind of referenced there as we went to break, Paul. Like when the Deshaun Watson stuff first started happening, you always assume innocence, and that's what I will do here. I will assume innocence. He claims he's being extorted. So we will wait to see how it plays out. But just at this very moment, that is happening in the NFL, and something that we'll kind of have to just keep an eye on going forward, it looks like.
It's an investigation for something that took place in 2017. I don't know what new evidence could be presented that would prove that he did these things, and I know that he is, I think, countersuing for. They're also the police are investigating extortion, so they're investigating all possibilities right here. I know that Dak Prescott's lawyer came out very strongly with public accusations of extortion against the person that is accusing Prescott of sexual assault. I'll be honest. At this point, Joe, I never make assumptions. I think the safest thing to do with stories like this is to wait. I think a lot of people love rushing to judgment here for whether it's like against the alleged victim or against the alleged perpetrator.
Always.
I just
there was
tell people all the time, just sit back and wait because facts will come out.
Yeah.
But this is definitely an interesting story that, I mean, the Cowboys are dealing with a lot of off-the-field stories this offseason between this and Jerry Jones.
Yeah, Jerry Jones' lawsuit just got dismissed. I saw that. Well, yeah, you're right. Like, that's how you have to approach it. Because I do think back to when the Deshaun Watson stuff started happening, and so many people were – it really didn't feel like there were a lot of neutral parties. Were you here when that started, or were you still in Seattle?
I was in Seattle when that all started. Yeah.
So it felt very, it was very divisive. It was very.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember there was a theory online that the Texans put this out there because they were pissed off that he wasn't playing for them.
Yeah.
But then there was accusation.
Yeah, we went from 1 to 26 in
right.
like a month.
And I mean, I've had friends like the guy was sliding in lots of DMs. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Like, I have a couple of friends where he slid in the DMs up too. Like, the guy did not have a lot of shame on that front.
All right, and much less serious news. Jason Light, he called Baker Mayfield a 10 on the prick scale.
Yeah. He had
I love.
He had quite the press conference too. I think he also said like we had one of the best off seasons ever.
Yeah, I saw your note on this in the rundown. That you prefer Robo Caserio to that?
Yeah. Yes. This is going to get rubbed in your face if the Bucs don't go further than they did last year, and they already kind of set themselves up for failure. No, I mean. Last year, they were way better than anyone expected them to be. Now, next year, the Falcons are clearly significantly better. And Jason Light saying, we've got one of the greatest free agency hauls ever. I suppose if I'm doing sports radio in Tampa Bay, I'm happy about these quotes. It's definitely more than any of the absolute gobbledygook of 500-word answers that Nick Caserio gives. But yeah, I don't want my GM saying we've had one of the greatest free agency hauls ever. That's an insane statement to make.
Yeah, yes.
You have to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm with you here. If Nick Caserio came out and said that right now, I don't think we would be treating this as like Nick Caserio knows he's a genius. I'd be actually a little concerned because all it does is put a target on your back.
To me, well, I mean, what I see the Bucs have done, to me it's like, it would be like me coming back from the grocery store and saying, like, I've had one of the greatest grocery store trips ever. Like, they just took care of business. They didn't add anything.
They ran it back. They're running it back.
They're running it back with Baker Mayfield. One of the greatest free agency hauls ever. Okay, Jason.
Yeah, like you kept Baker Mayfield.
Cool,
you kept
bro.
Mike Evans. You kept Antoine Winfield Jr. Like, that's pretty much your offseason at this point. All right, so we'll see what happens. My guess is he's going to very much regret that. Aaron Rodgers in the news.
Oh, my God.
So,
oh, my God. This effing guy.
Yeah. So, CNN reported that Aaron Rodgers went on the record on a podcast and said that he did not believe in Sandy Hook.
I don't think it was he went on the record on a podcast. It was he had private conversations.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. To Pamela Brown. Okay.
With multiple people with questions raised about Sandy Hook. Whatever the case, like, psychotic thing to say with other people, especially when you're a public figure. Like, do you think this isn't going to get back to people?
Yeah.
Especially, like, putting aside whether you believe in it or not, which you should believe it happened because it did happen. Those families are devastated. I have family that's in Connecticut. Like, this was an absolute tragedy.
Yeah.
But think about it from this perspective. Alex Jones has been sued for, like, billions of dollars. And you're going to say this to anybody when you're someone with money, like, publicly, on the record, in written form, in verbal form?
Yep.
You're out of your effing mind.
And now he's walked it back, or not walked it back. But
it was a very...
He denied that he ever said that.
I got to say, you know what? I am... Zag here. I'm starting to think that this guy could be a vice president if he's putting out public statements like this after saying something behind the scenes allegedly that's just completely moronic.
Yeah.
Hell, this is how you do it. You put out a statement like this that doesn't even that you have to press more to read the entirety of on Twitter.
This offseason is so Aaron Rodgers to go out and publicly say that one of the biggest issues with the Jets was distractions.
And he's running for vice president.
And you might run for vice president. You're calling out culture in the locker room.
USA. It's the American dream.
Yeah, you are being accused of being a Sandy Hook denier.
Just be a hypocrite. It's the American way. Just
Yeah.
be the biggest hypocrite ever.
You can't say you don't want distractions when Aaron Rodgers is the biggest distraction maybe in the history of the NFL. I don't know who else you'd put in that category. I think about every single appearance on
Antonio
Pat McAfee.
Brown.
I think it's pretty close.
Tyreek Hill in 2024.
No, Aaron Rodgers is way bigger. Antonio Brown and Aaron Rodgers are probably the top two.
Yeah.
Because even Deion wasn't this massive distraction. He was.
No, Deion was fun.
Yeah, Deion was at times, yes, a character, and
I don't think Deion was ever a problem though.
Exactly.
Like the receivers like Keyshawn Johnson and Terrell Owens and some other ones. The loud wide receivers, I guess, were kind of distractions. But yeah, Rodgers wants people to look at him.
That's what.
And I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares about how they do it. But it's funny because he'll always, whenever people start looking at him, he's like, "Why is everyone looking at me?"
Yeah, that's actually what annoys me the most.
I mean, you know why? You know exactly what you're doing. Just lean into it. But no, he loves this trying to push this. Woe is me to an extent, Joe. But this, it's this. I don't care about anything, but I actually do care. California chill vibes character that he's created, and it's just completely full of bleep.
Yeah, he's something, man. He just, there's always a story, it feels like, that he is connected to in some way that's negative towards or negative around his football team. That's never actually about football. And I think this goes back to before 2020.
Perfect for the Jets.
All the stuff think about all the temper tantrums this guy threw.
About the 28-6 team over 2 years. Yeah, he was bitching about it.
He's talking about the sixth-string wide receiver that got cut, and how it was this massive deal.
People right here. Yeah, but they win, dude.
He
joined and he left them for the Jets. What an idiot!
He's so exhausting. My biggest nightmare was one day that he would be the Bears quarterback.
You would have loved it though.
I still think there's a chance.
There's a chance that it'll be Rodgers.
Just because my worst nightmare is going to come true.
No.
Just to try to.
This is his last stop. I don't think anyone's going to want to deal with this crap.
Yeah, I do think he is honest though about if he doesn't run for vice president that he might play for 4 more years. I don't think he's going to just have I don't think this is going to be a 1-year thing. For him
once again, you say that it's just such a look at me story. I want to play for 4 more years. Cool, dude.
But every offseason it's going to be it's going to be the Brett Favre thing all over again.
Which is even more ironic that the guy that he hated when he first entered the NFL, that was always waffling on retirement, so he didn't have to show up for training camp. Rodgers was just doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, it is just it's what it is. The other thing that's going on in the NFL that's obviously the big story, not to bring it back to the team that I grew up watching, but this Justin Fields stuff is.
So what's the latest with Justin?
I just don't know where he's gonna play anymore. We just saw Desmond Ridder just got traded.
CFL?
I don't think he's gonna be
Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Everyone thought he could go to Indianapolis, right? Well, Joe Flacco's the backup. Everyone thought he could be the starter maybe in Atlanta. Well, they have Kirk Cousins. Now he can't be the backup in Arizona. I don't know where he plays football next year. And as much as I know I have overhyped this guy and I drank the Kool-Aid and I way bought in, and now that the season's over and I've thought about it, I know I'm wrong. I know I'm an idiot. And clearly the NFL is telling me I'm wrong because no one wants him. But at the same time, he's good enough to be a starter in the NFL.
I'm with you there, but he's not a guy that you want to have for a long period of time.
No.
I am wondering, who would make the move for Justin Fields right now? And there's a part of me, too, that's also thankful that the Texans have a quarterback, because if the Texans did not have a quarterback, there would be a very large contingent that would be pushing for Fields. There does seem to be a dynamic of the people that defend Justin Fields where it feels like it maybe isn't necessarily about football.
Yeah, I agree.
It's about, like, we want to see a black quarterback succeed, and you know what? Okay, cool. But he's not good.
I would honestly,
he's a guy that's made it to the league, but he's not someone you want as a starter.
Yeah, I would expect him to be. My guess is he's going to end up being the backup for Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia.
That's a good backup.
That, like, he's your backup there because there's no starting jobs open. The other one that's being reported the most is that Seattle could take a look at him. That Mike McDonald could try to run a Lamar Jackson style offense with him, let him compete with Geno Smith. It's really the only job in the NFL. Like, the Raiders don't make sense. They brought in Gardner. The only job I think that's in question in the NFL at this moment, I would say, is Seattle. That doesn't involve a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, because they're not publicly endorsing Geno Smith.
Yeah.
But Geno Smith is the best quarterback on that roster and should be the starting quarterback next season.
Yeah, that would make the most sense. And plus, he's not going to go like anywhere in the division,
right,
or anything like that. But it was the most nauseating story for NFL fans because it's all that was talked about in the combine, and then now for it just to be this dead story is just really weird. Like, Adam Schefter going on TV saying they could get a first-round pick for him, which always felt like nonsense, and now they'll be lucky to get what the Patriots got from Mac Jones. It's interesting.
It certainly is.
To say the least. All right, coming up next, here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we're going to talk a little bit more. I have more questions about Paul going to Nickelback.
Oh, no.
But I also know that Paul is being eviscerated right now.
Yeah.
Paul is being taken to task for a comment he made
about the great state of Texas
on Instagram. We're going to discuss that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back to Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Decoy in Spring Branch.
Paul and Joe here, live at the Decoy. Brian McDonald out here engineering for us. Sean Mapes back at the studio. A couple texts here.
I want to flip some tires hearing this song.
You flip tires?
Hell yeah, dude.
Little tires or big tires?
The biggest tires.
Mm-hmm.
My big truck with its big engine that's
Yeah.
not compensating.
6889. How much would you hate Texans going after Fields?
Justin Fields?
Yeah. 0%.
Yeah, it would be annoying.
You would hate it?
Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want, like, if Stroud struggles, I don't want there to even be one person that's like, oh, so maybe Justin Fields needs a shot. But it would be fun to have Justin Fields in, like, a Fields cat or something like that.
I think it would make sense.
No, it's too expensive. Come on.
Well, that's where it's more about if he got cut or maybe next year. He would not be a solution this year for this team because I'm not paying him $8 million or whatever he's owed, $12 million to come be the backup for this team. But he's not going to get his fifth-year contract picked up. So maybe next year you could look into it, and he could be your backup, and you could do some creative stuff. But right now, it doesn't make sense. And that's my guess is also why he has no trade market is who wants to pay a backup quarterback that much money. So
exactly.
0265, Paul, quick question. What do you think the Patriots are going to do at quarterback, and who do you think should be their quarterback?
I want Jaden Daniels, but I bet they're going to trade out of that pick.
Really?
It feels like signing Jacoby Brissett is a sign that they're perhaps going to go in another direction with that pick. I know that
But then they should trade for Fields.
No.
They should trade for Fields for like a 6th-round pick.
No.
Make him their starter.
Do you think that's all the Bears would get for him? I think
That's
Bears
what Mac Jones was for.
Yeah, but I think the Bears are stubborn and they still think that they can get more.
Yeah.
It was funny that we've gone from like potentially a first-round pick to this.
Yeah.
As far as the conversation about what Fields' market was.
I mean, look, Trey Lance went for a 3rd.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's where, like, if I'm the Bears, I'd be like, dude, Trey Lance went for a 3rd to be the backup in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Or be the backup in Dallas. So, like, someone's got to get a little bit better. But if I was the Patriots and they're not going to draft a quarterback, then I would bring in Fields.
I'm just glad I have C.J. Stroud.
Unless they're going to try to tank, which we've already got our reports of our first team tanking this year, which is I saw a rumor that the Broncos are going to try to tank it out for Shedeur Sanders. Good luck. Good luck.
I'm trying to think of a thing. Be like Ned Flanders for Sanders? I don't know. Yeah, that didn't work.
That's not that good.
Yeah,
it's not your best work.
That was an abortion.
Over 7.5 drinks last night?
Over.
Really?
Yeah, it was over.
That's a pricey night, Paul.
Well, the good news is I didn't spend that much. You got to buy the drink tickets when you're there. So I was in the wine garden. Before that, I hung out, had a couple drinks at Highway Cantina. Go to NRG Stadium, go into the wine garden. Was looking for some friends, and because it took me such a long time to find them, I had most of the bottle that I bought for me and my friends. I had, I want to say, like 3 glasses of red wine after that bottle.
Okay.
And I had probably 2 to 3 Miller Lights inside the arena. So I don't know what the number is, but I'm assuming over. The problem is like what is the drink? What is the math for wine as far as a drink compared to beer?
I think it's the same. I think that's what they taught us, like in school when they started talking about alcohol education.
They didn't teach me well.
I guess I said school.
B-Mac just said what?
I guess I don't know. You guys didn't take like alcohol education classes?
No.
I think I did in college. Like it was like part of our. Maybe it was more like freshman orientation.
Yeah.
Maybe not. So like not like class, but like I remember going over that, and I think it's like a wine is the same as a beer most of the time. Is the same as a shot.
That sounds right.
It's all 1 for 1.
Do you want to test this out? We're at the Decoy after all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna drink a lot tonight. Is my plan.
Hell yeah, dude!
So much that
you're going in there.
So much that I might not make it to work.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
you might have to Uber out. Yeah. Oh yeah, so much. Yeah, because I know you're not going to be there on Friday.
I'm off tomorrow. So
good job by you. Yeah, so I had a lot, and I'm very thankful that I had because I was going to Uber home, and I had a friend say, "No, I will drive you in your car back to your place. It was a very kind gesture of them, and I slept through all my alarms, and I woke up at 9 this morning. I was like, oh damn, thank God I'm not doing the 10 to noon show anymore.
You'd be in a bad spot. Were you ever late to the 10 to noon show? Did you ever slept?
No, just the jury duty day. Just the day where I had jury duty, I ended up showing up a little bit late.
Yeah, I remember.
Shout out to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control, and you, I believe, right? You guys were filling in, so I appreciate that. But yeah, it was a night. The acoustics at NRG Stadium are not great for concerts, though. Gotta say.
Okay, so you're getting crushed on Instagram.
Oh yeah, I'm getting crushed on Instagram because there was a post that was put up. This person's called the Urban Cowboy, and this person put up this post where, in quotation marks, it says, "No one walks in Texas. No one rides bikes in Texas. How do I get groceries without a car? What's the point? Just drive." And it just shows a bunch of people walking around in a part of Austin that's very walkable, right by the river. But that is not reflective of Texas at all. And I saw this. I got annoyed by the post. The account's usually good, but this is one of those stupid posts that you see like, oh, people don't talk about X, Y, or Z, but you actually can do this thing in Texas. And I just commented, Austin is in Texas. Because Austin is not Texas.
It's not.
Austin is a bunch of people that have moved from the West Coast and have all of a sudden just transformed the place. Look how different the skyline is. When I moved here, the skyline, what it was in 2011 versus what it is now. Two totally different cities. And are we going to say that Austin is Texas? Austin is mostly transplants. There's nothing wrong with being a transplant, but Austin, which is weird, and I know loves to pat itself on the back for that, is not Texas. And I got a bunch of people that are coming after me for saying that.
I don't know why. Like people, it's its own little world. It's so different than any city in the state. Like
it's so different. I mean, at the very least, it's not reflective of the entirety of Texas.
Yeah.
Period.
Because you can bike pretty much everywhere you need to go. I would imagine in Austin. Like I've never ridden a bike there, but I feel like I walked everywhere I went, from bars to hotels. Like
you could, but it's. I mean, would you want to? It does seem to be the exception in Texas as far as just places that are walkable. I'm sure there's some spots in Dallas that are. There's nowhere in Houston that's walkable.
No, like only
and that
downtown is walkable, but downtown's not like.
Downtown's not happening.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not happening.
They're trying, but I'm curious. Do you think this Craneville idea is going to turn downtown around, where like there's going to be a bunch of bars and stuff?
I gotta say, like I love Vida. I love Vida. I do. I wish my friends would go there more. Because I generally I'm not an organizer of plans. I generally just go where everyone else is going. But no, I mean, shoot, just yesterday going to Highway Cantina. That place was awesome. It's like basically like if Easy's Liquor Lounge was a Mexican restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic stuff. So I think it could work out down there.
I'm curious. It just doesn't seem like, because right now people they don't flock to downtown in the way they do to most major cities.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, when I first moved here, nothing was happening downtown.
Yeah,
and they actually did change things a little bit on that front. And there are some stretches that I think are pretty cool. I think the people that were visiting for the national championship, I think they like those spots. But yeah, it's interesting. There's always like one spot in Houston, and then a couple of years later, like it moves from somewhere else. So right now, I know that a lot of people go, and this is where I generally go, to that stretch on 19th and 20th. Like that's where people my age go to get sauced, if you will. But yeah, man. Houston is more reflective of Texas than Austin is. Dallas is in its own way. Someone's commenting Dallas isn't Texas either. I feel it's weird that I'm getting pushback for saying Austin isn't Texas.
I really haven't done the whole Dallas thing.
You haven't gone up there yet?
I've gone through it because I've only ever gone to Arlington.
Ever wanted to go to a city where a president's been killed? We've got the place for
like,
you.
It's like, because the Cowboys and the Rangers don't play there.
That's true.
I have no reason to go to Dallas.
I enjoy this state fair. The Cotton Bowl for a Texas-Oklahoma game is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
To see like one side of the stadium's red and the other side of the stadium's burnt orange. It's pretty sick. That's in Dallas proper.
Yeah, because like I think the Star Stadium is in Dallas proper. Mm-hmm. I haven't been there yet, which is on my. I'm probably gonna try to go next year, but it's just not. It's not something I need to do, because like I've gone up there. I've gone to Arlington for Cowboys games, college football games, Rangers games, like all that stuff. So To me, it's not really a need to go to Dallas, but I can't imagine it's that much different than like any other big city. So, but yeah, Austin's not Texas.
They definitely carry themselves, Dallas, with an air of like, we're the Los Angeles of the South. Look at us. We had a TV show about us once back in the 70s, and we've been clinging on to that ever since our president got murked.
Did you do the grassy knoll when you went there?
No, I did not.
You didn't take the photo?
I don't need.
You don't need.
Do you want me to go in detail on this? Like, we could really get off the rails if I start talking about this.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah. I don't need to go to the place where the CIA wants me to look, so that I don't look at them.
Okay.
There's a book, The Devil's Chessboard. Read it. That's all I'll say.
I've been recommending that before.
It's a great book.
I'm not much of a reader, Paul.
It'll make you lose all faith, but it's a great book.
I can read. I just don't like to read.
I don't know if you can read.
I can.
JoJo.
I can. I can read. I can read. I just don't like to read.
You don't like to read.
I can't tell you the last full book I've read.
I've been reading a book called this is riveting radio, I'm sure, but a book called El Narco, and it's about the drug trade.
All right, so
in Mexico.
So we started the show today talking about. I'm trying to help you get back on track here, Paul. So we started the show today talking about how some TV shows are talking about the Texans as Super Bowl contenders. Some are saying that they're not in the top 5 threats to the Kansas City Chiefs this year. But when we get back and start hour 3, besides health and schedule, what is the biggest threat to the Texans' success in 2024, the way you view it right now? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
V.org to learn more. Get the facts, get checked, and get healthy.
Wounded Warrior.
V.org to learn more. Get the facts, get checked, and get healthy.
Wounded Warrior.
V.org to learn more. Get the facts, get checked, and get healthy.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Gallant. That's a G, yo. And George.
Thanks, Joe. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here with you for another hour. We're live here at the Decoy hanging out. Brian McDonald and Joel Blank will be here until 6 o'clock. One recent news item that just happened in the NFL, the Miami Dolphins are signing Kendall Fuller to a 2-year, $16.5 million contract, so one of the top corners left in free agency.
Definitely makes you feel better about potentially bringing back Steven Nelson or signing another cornerback if that's the going rate for the top corner on the market.
Yeah, and that was and Kendall Fuller was a name that was popping up kind of on Texans' Twitter websites, someone of interest to keep an eye on, but now he's off the board. So we'll see. I don't think they're done at the cornerback room. I think they'll get another veteran here at some point, and because I just can't imagine that Okudah is your starting corner right now on the other side, Derek Stingley Jr. That would surprise me.
Yeah, he's got to compete for it. You can't give that to him. Somebody else, I hope, competes with him too, because everything that I've heard, I know specifically hearing Lance talk about it on John and Lance, is that this is a guy who's had issues picking up just basic coverage principles. That's probably why he's been on 3 teams in as many years since joining the league.
Yeah, hearing Lance talk about Okudah it's the one signing, the one move that Nick Caceres made this offseason that I don't love. I really hope that he's a 4th corner on this team almost. And whether that's through the draft or another move in free agency, I would just like to see them make another move because Lance is – I'm out. I'm out on him. 0061, Paul Gallant and Boy George. I heard that one a lot too growing up, Boy George.
What is Boy George? I don't know what that is.
I've
heard it used a lot.
He's a person?
Okay. Is it George Michael or something? I'm looking this up. Boy
I don't know
George. Singer, songwriter, and actor. Oh, wow. He's
I was trying to think how to describe Boy George.
He likes makeup.
Yeah, yes.
He likes makeup.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
you
I
don't
wasn't
like
sure
being
how-
called Boy George? What's wrong with that? He's clearly fabulous.
Yeah, I think he was the only one I wasn't totally sure on how to describe that one to you. So no, I don't love it, Paul. It's not my favorite. So what holds the Texans back the most in 2024? If there's gonna be something that all the the Good Morning Football, Patrick Peterson as they're talking about it of could they be this trendy pick to go to the Super Bowl,
the hipster Super Bowl pick.
like could they? But just to even win the division, what do you think could hold the Texans back the most? As you look at them right now, really trying to take away health as an option and the schedule.
They struggled against bad quarterbacks last year.
Yeah.
So I think the secondary as currently constructed, I like Derek Stingley a lot. I thought he was great last season when he was healthy. But health, always a question with him, right? To this point in his career, that has been a problem. And then after him, in your secondary, who do you rely on? Is it going to be Jimmy Ward, who barely played last year? Is it going to be Jalen Petrie coming off of a down year? Is it your second corner, who isn't even on the roster right now, and Steven Nelson? This team regularly got beat deep on plays. It's the secondary.
Yeah.
If they struggled against bad quarterbacks and really only went up against last year Joe Burrow,
Lamar Jackson
twice,
Trevor Lawrence.
Lawrence is one of the better quarterbacks they went up against last year.
Yeah.
The secondary is my big question. You hope that the pass rush erases a lot of that. The pass rush has definitely improved. Pass rushing wins you Super Bowls, but the secondary is, I would say right now, the weakness of the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'll look at the offensive side of the ball. To me, it's the wide receiver room is where I still think I have the most questions on the offense, because even though I love the talent that they have on paper, and I think C.J. Stroud can elevate most of that room himself, Nico Collins looks like a one in the NFL, looks like a top guy. Tank Dell, my issue there is just the question is of health. When he's out there, we know how good they are. But when he left the field last year, the offense struggled to score 20 points a game. They brought back Noah Brown, who had the 2 big games, but for the most part was kind of mediocre around that. You have Robert Woods still on the roster, which surprises me. I don't think that'll last through training camp. But he's kind of a non-factor. Mechie, to no fault of his own, is a non-factor. And he really was until he might have had his best game against the Ravens in the playoffs. Or maybe it was against the Browns in the playoffs. And then you have Xavier Hutchinson, who seems like a gadget guy. So I think the wide receiver room still needs some help a little bit.
I disagree. They're fine.
I think they need more. I don't know if it's just
fantasy football boy.
No,
over here.
it's more about the Tank Dell injury part of how bad the offense looked without him last year. I think you need another guy.
Still look good against the Browns. Supposedly the best defense in the NFL.
You're right. And then they couldn't score the next week.
Right.
That's the big thing. It
was tough to move the football against the Colts as well the week before.
Yeah. So it's just that. It's what happens if you lose Tank Dell. And I know that's like a scared mindset to be looking at this team and this offense, but as much as I like Noah Brown, I would have liked them to elevate that third wide receiver spot. So in case Tank gets hurt, you have some more protection.
I get that, but I mean you have bigger holes, and you're not gonna have a perfect roster. And I mean I'll just go back to the secondary. If Derek Stingley gets hurt, what do you have there? You have nothing. You really have nothing. And I mean, that should be concerning. At least if Tank Dell gets hurt, you have Nico Collins. If Nico Collins gets hurt, you have Tank Dell.
That's true.
You have Dalton Schultz. Noah Brown has produced. I really do not know what happens if Derek Stingley gets injured this season.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just the wide receiver room. I think they could use a little more talent. I mean, I hope Noah Brown can do more. The other part of it, too, is how in are you on Bobby Slowick? We've never really talked about that.
I'm pretty in, I think. I think sometimes he gets too cute. I think he's a little bit overrated in terms of his overall standing among assistant coaches, but he did a great job with a rookie quarterback. I think some of the motion stuff that they do, it feels extra to the point of unnecessary.
Yeah.
At certain moments of time.
Yeah, it is that's where I really do agree with you, the too cute part. I hope that goes away.
There's like one play a game. I mean, if you make that go away entirely, is that going to make Bobby Slowick more conservative or something like that? Hey, let your freak flag fly, if you will. But there's always like one play a game, and I'm like, what do you do? You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like Larry David watching the play actually unfolding. What is this?
Yeah, but the big one I always go back to is that first 4th and 1 against the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, it was just a disaster play.
Oh, my God.
They were so bad on 4th and short and in the red zone last year. They can't do that again this year.
They did the cute stuff that they did when they got on the Ravens side of the field. It was, I think, the first play. And that ultimately led to, was it a missed field goal or a punt? I forget the actual sequence. But I remember they just ran this weird-ass play, like, right on the other side of the field, and it put them in a really difficult second and long situation. And then they were never able to overcome that and actually score points.
Yeah, Willie asked on Twitch, do either of you think Mechie or Dameon Pierce is going to come back and do anything next year?
I don't know with Mechie, but Pierce, I think there's a chance.
Really?
Yeah, I've brought this up a couple times. I think there's a chance with Dameon Pierce.
I would lean Mechie. I think that.
If you like Mechie, then again, like you keep the jump to receivers.
No, of the two, of the two options.
Okay.
I think there's a better chance you get more out of Mechie next year than Pierce.
He was a first-round pick at one point, and I mean, he came off of a torn ACL.
So he fell,
cancer.
Yeah. So that's where it's. I hope I'm wrong about. I hope that Mechie. That's where he could be a game changer for this team.
Game changer.
Next year. If he can be what you wanted him to be coming out of college, that's a really special football player, I still think.
Then what's realistic?
That's a good question. That feels like an impossible question to answer, Paul, just because of what he's gone through. Because if he is what you wanted him to be coming out of college, you might have one of the top 3 wide receiver rooms in the NFL. because he could be an elite slot wide receiver for this team, a good possession guy underneath, a good balance for what you want Tank and Nico to be. He can push the ball down the field too. This is a guy who was, he was a gunner on the punt team at Alabama. So I would, if he can, after everything he's already overcome, take that to the next step and be the John Mechie he was in college and what you hoped he would be when you drafted him.
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
I mean, it would be
It just
awesome.
seems so unlikely.
Very unlikely. If you watch him out there, the tricky thing with him is, like, what does he do that sets him apart from the guy who's covering him? Like, is he quick? Is he fast? He does not just jump off the field in terms of his tape. And he's
The
not
pop is gone.
And he's not the biggest guy. Right, exactly. I don't see the zip, the quickness that you obviously see in Tank Dell. And, okay, maybe unfair to compare him to Tank Dell, but, I mean, going into the season where he was a rookie, if John Mechie doesn't go through all that stuff, you're comparing him to Tank Dell. I mean, you're taking Mechie every single time. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Another question here, Texans question here. What happens with Mills? Isn't he due for a new contract? Not this year. Next year. He'll be gone. He'll be off the team. Davis Mills will be on another team in 2025.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like they're viewing him as the backup.
I wouldn't be shocked. I have a take here.
Hit me.
I wouldn't be shocked if Davis Mills gets cut because they draft a quarterback this year.
Why would they draft a quarterback?
That's what the Patriots did. It's the Patriot way. The Patriots drafted quarterbacks all the time during the Tom Brady era.
Right.
They would take rookie quarterbacks late in the draft that really all they are is they know they're a backup and they're cheap, and then as soon as their contract runs up, they let them leave, or on the chance your quarterback gets hurt, that quarterback plays well, and they flip them. So I think they might take a quarterback this year.
I don't know.
And upset a lot of people.
I feel like they would upset the ownership group, though, to the point where they would veto that. I feel like the ownership would not sign off on drafting that. And, okay, maybe they have full autonomy. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans from Texans ownership, but I don't think Texans ownership, especially this year, would be happy if they drafted a quarterback anywhere close to the top of the draft.
What if it was like one of their 3 7th-rounders they have?
Oh, yeah, but those aren't even real people, basically. No offense to 6th and 7th rounders, Tom Brady, but, like,
Brock Purdy's a real person?
Yeah, but, you know.
Oh, no, I'm talking strictly a backup quarterback.
Okay, if this is a 7th-round pick, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just wouldn't be surprised if Davis Mills is not on this roster. If they draft a quarterback, because that's what Nick Caserio and the Patriots did for so long, and it's a great strategy. It's just you should draft a quarterback every other year in the NFL.
I can't believe you're giving up on Davis Mills, man.
What did he give you?
I'm being sarcastic. He did not give you anything except for me a headache because there was a weird amount of people that still believed in him going into last year, thinking that
awesome.
Mills should be the starting quarterback.
I love those people.
Who did anyone on the air? Did anyone on the air say that?
No, not on this station.
Okay, good. I'm just checking.
No.
They're like, oh, Mills has got to start the year, and C.J. Stroud has to earn that role.
No, I remember Jeremy was at training camp, and even he's like, even if CJ has a mediocre day at camp, it's so clearly better than anything Davis Mills could ever do at practice.
Mills can throw the football like a mile.
Great.
Well, I'm just saying. So could Kyle Bowler.
And he can see over a long fence with his neck.
He's got a big old neck.
And he can win you games that you shouldn't win. That's what Davis Mills can do for you.
Hey, Davis Mills had a couple of plays last year. Much like, we talk about how damn, it's bad that I'm already forgetting his name. David Hensley had that big walk. And John Singleton had that big walk. Davis Mills had a couple of plays when C.J. Stroud was concussed. Davis Mills came in. Davis Mills did his job. Davis Mills got off the field. Now, Davis Mills also had one of the worst Hail Marys I think I've ever seen in my life that almost led to the Texans losing that game against the Titans.
Yeah.
That was a disaster. He lost so many yards. He's holding the football out like a loaf of bread.
They
Dude,
take Case Keenum off the field and not throw the Hail Mary.
But it made sense.
But then Davis Mills does that.
He's got a cannon, man.
That was a wild play by Davis Mills.
Oh. He can throw the ball through the roof of NRG Stadium. But they
funny.
won't let him.
It's funny we mentioned...
They won't let a white man be quarterback in Houston anymore.
We mentioned John Mechie. We had this segment planned out a little bit earlier. But so I have a question for the audience
Hit me, baby.
for Paul. If you could choose one Houston athlete that has really struggled or just totally failed to live up to their potential to reach their full potential in 2024, who's your answer? We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
When it's time for the March Mania brackets to bust wide open. As I was saying, it's mad. The Mania of March at BetUS.com is all about those buzzer beat bonus offers. And when the madness starts and Cinderella man steps onto the BetUS always has your back with back-to-back 125% sign-up bonuses on your first 3 deposits and even 10% gambler's insurance. BetUS.com Sportsbook and Casino, where the game... Join today. BetUS Sportsbook and Casino, where the game begins.
13 years ago, Veritex Community Bank opened its doors with the intention to serve others and grow the community. Over 40,000 customers choose the bank with truth in its name. Wouldn't you like to experience truth in Texas banking? Join Team Veritex today. Member FDIC.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey friends, did you know that nearly 1 in 4 consumers don't have enough money to cover a $400 emergency expense? What would you do if you needed some extra cash fast? Try BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender. So whether you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to BillsHappen.com and you could get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At BillsHappen.com, the process is safe, secure, and all online. You can use your smartphone. No one to deal with in person. And Bills Happen does not charge any fees to use their service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on besthotelrates.com. Go to besthotelrates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. Besthotelrates.com, it's in the name.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
All right, so behind the scenes here, we're doing some computer improvements at the station. So we're doing some different things technically, and for whatever reason, and I don't know if it's louder in certain things. Sean, obviously you're not doing anything wrong, but Paul has gotten super jumpy in the last 2 minutes. Yes. Right as we went to break and then right as we came back, you jumped like you were scared or something.
It feels like my ears are a little extra sensy right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it's not necessarily the technology stuff, it's just your ears are a little sensitive.
I'm just going to blame Sean for it though.
Yeah, it's always Sean's
Instead
fault.
of being a little sensy little baby.
Yeah. So if you can have one player in any of the Houston, any of the teams, Rockets, Texans, Astros, one player that's not lived up to their potential since they got here that can fully reach that this year in 2024, who are you choosing?
There has to be an active player?
Yeah. What other option would you give me?
Well, we could go down a real rabbit hole with that. I'm just making sure it's an active player. Kenyon Green.
Okay.
I mean, he's a first-round pick at the interior of the offensive line, and it makes me feel a lot better about the interior of the offensive line than I do right now. So Kenyon Green's definitely up there. As far as the Astros go,
yeah, Astros is interesting. So we got a couple texts here already. So for the Texans, 6889 says Dameon Pierce. That's an interesting answer because they have Joe Mixon now, so I don't know if
Pierce is a mid-round draft pick too. Like I think the fact that he has been a successful pro is he has delivered on the promise. He wasn't thought to be the next Barry Sanders.
Yeah, you weren't expecting him to be this dominant running back in the NFL. What you got out of his rookie year, and even just the kick return touchdown last year, there's enough moments from Dameon Pierce where even if he's barely on this team and barely active, I would still consider that a successful draft pick for Nick Caserio. Like, yes, you had to go trade for Joe Mixon to make it better, and Devin Singletary was a cheap option, but not every late-round running back draft pick, as much as we want them to be, is going to be this huge hit in the NFL. So I'm good with Dameon Pierce as what he's been for this team.
Astros John Singleton.
Okay.
He's still on the team. I mean, they gave him a contract before he played.
That's an outside-the-box answer.
That's never happening, but, I mean, that would be really funny, right? If all of a sudden John Singleton just goes God mode and starts donging
I mean, when he rips them out of the ballpark, they go flying.
Yeah, the problem is that's rare. Except for that one game.
We got a bunch of different Astros.
Some are saying Lance McCullers. I think that one. Lance has given you what you wanted. The injuries have been the problem. So I suppose a healthier Lance McCullers, that's a pretty good one.
And he's lived up to his potential of who he was.
Right. It's just he's just had the worst injury luck. So I don't know if that fits into this question that you're asking, like who hasn't lived up to the potential. Do you wish lived up to the potential?
What about Jose Abreu from the 925?
He had a good finish of the year, and he's had a great career already.
Yeah, so he's more...
He's an MVP, former MVP,
Yeah,
right?
fraudulent.
Why is it fraudulent?
Because
I forgot. Here's Cubs Joe here.
No.
Cubs Joe.
No. Here's the thing. This is not a Cubs
How
take.
dare you slander Jose Abreu?
This is not a Cubs take.
Legend.
There are certain things that if you're going to call fraudulent, everything is fraudulent. If you're going to stand on the table and call the Dodgers 2020 World Series fraudulent, then Jose Abreu's 2020 MVP also fraudulent. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. You
can't.
You don't understand how to be a fan.
I do.
You don't. We live in the United States of America. Hypocrisy is everywhere.
It is.
So you embrace it.
But if the Dodgers championship is fraudulent, then so is Jose Abreu's
Dodgers
MVP.
championship is fraudulent, but I mean, Jose Abreu was the best player that season.
In 60 games.
Right, but that 60-game regular season was, I think, more authentic than a weird-ass playoffs where a sub-500 Astros team made the playoffs.
You're right, but I'm just saying.
T-Mac is shaking his head.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, exactly.
I forgot we did that.
I had this conversation last week, and I was the other way around. Yeah, well, listen, I'm a hypocrite. I'm just being a hypocrite, Brian. God.
8592 says Jake Myers. That's a good answer.
Well, what is Jake Myers' potential? Everyone tells me Jake Myers is amazing.
I think when you go back to when he first came up, there was a lot more pop and speed in the. He looked like he was a legit center fielder when he first came up.
I'll be honest. I don't know when he was drafted. What was his draft position?
Well, I guess it's more the potential of what you saw from his before he got hurt. You're not talking about draft potential necessarily.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean that is kind of a part of it.
No, it definitely is part of it.
I mean, I've really, and maybe it's because I was in Seattle when I think he first made his appearance.
Yeah.
But I've never thought twice about Jake Myers.
3000 says Hunter Brown.
But is Hunter Brown's potential I think it's like his potential is based off of like a viral post of his pitching mechanics.
I would lean that way, like because he was never a top prospect in baseball, right? He was never one of those guys that was a number one prospect in baseball. 0061 gives the real probably best answer, I would say. And I saw this on the Twitch as well. Forrest Whitley. Like your real potential. Now he'll never be a starter, but if he's an elite bullpen arm, after all of the Forrest Whitley nonsense we've all been dealing with since 2017, like that'd be a huge win for the Astros this year. If he's really good this year, that would be great. That'd be great.
Jalen Green was brought up on the text line.
Jalen Green is probably another.
Jalen Green's of all the guys on it is probably number one.
Yeah, because if Jalen Green's everything you want him to be as a prospect, take out the nonsense Kobe comparisons that people try to put on him in the draft, but just if you have one superstar in an NBA team, it means so much more than anything besides having a quarterback. If Jalen Green's a superstar, you're a real playoff team next year. If he is the player you want him to be, it's everything. So Jalen Green's probably a very good answer as well. I kind of want to put John Mechie in this conversation.
John Mechie could. I mean,
Yeah.
Mechie was thought to be a first-round pick at one point.
I'm trying to think. Anything else on the text? Framber Valdez, he hasn't reached his potential yet?
Yeah, I think he already has.
Maybe it's because he hasn't been consistent enough.
Yainer Diaz. I suppose if Yainer Diaz has another season at the plate like he just had, is that the anomaly because he wasn't behind the plate every single day? I am curious about extended reps for Yainer Diaz.
Yeah, what they look like?
With him also being a catcher on a everyday basis.
This is what I still wonder. This goes back to the Yordan Alvarez left field thing. I wonder how much Caratini is going to catch this year. It might be more than we think.
Mm-hmm.
Like they might really try to give Yainer more days off than we want. As much as it would annoy me at first, and it will annoy a lot of other people too, especially from 3 to 6. Would it stun you if Victor Caratini became like the catcher for one of the big names, and Yainer became an off-day guy?
Well, given
when Verlander was on the mound,
given that Dusty Baker made it seem like some of these Astros pitchers are obsessive-compulsive freaks.
Yeah,
like Verlander is like, I need to have a personal valet in center field, and it must be this way and that way. It wouldn't shock me. No. I wonder who will be the one to do this. Like, no, Caratini's mine. I get to work with Caratini.
Who wants Caratini the most?
The Italians. They want him.
Do we have any Italians in the rotation?
No, they want his last name because he's Puerto Rican.
Is JP France Italian?
That would be funny. But no, I don't.
His last
think
name's
so.
France, but he's an Italian.
Francesi.
All right, we are going to do a draft in the next segment.
Hell yeah!
In honor of Paul giving me the Kool-Aid Man treatment earlier.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
We're gonna do just a couple picks each. Cartoon characters, commercials, whatever you want. Not real people. Best football players. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Maestro Dobel. If you enjoy tequila, this is the name to know. I'm drinking the Añejo right now, and this is what I love about Maestro Dobel. It's the variety of excellent tequilas they've created, all with different flavor profiles. The Silver, Reposado, the Añejo, Diamante, and Humido all show off Maestro Dobel's mastery of the art of tequila making, so you get a variety of complex aromas, flavors, and finishes. You're going to truly love making your cocktails with Maestro Dobel. Find Maestro Dobel anywhere liquor is sold. Maestro Dobel.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Get in on exciting thoroughbred racing action every weekend. Join us Saturday, January 27th for the Houston Racing Festival with 5 stakes races, contests, a jockey trainer meet and greet, and more. Plus, Sam Houston is the place for live music and great drink specials every Friday, along with the best Sunday brunch around. Race in for all the excitement, starting with the Houston Racing Festival at Sam Houston Race Park. Visit shrp.com for details.
Are you tired of feeling sluggish and weighed down by sugary drinks? Want a refreshing and healthy pick-me-up that will leave you feeling energized and focused? This nanotech beverage activates in just 5 minutes. Get Blitzed CBD Seltzer, no bull. With 50 milligrams of all-natural caffeine derived from green coffee bean extract and 0 calories, Blitzed CBD Seltzer is fast-acting and a perfect way to get a boost without any of the guilt. Blitzed CBD Seltzer is a healthy choice that supports your body and mind. Get Blitzed now. Why wait?
Time to hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, and now Satsuma. Ramblers do it better.
Don't you love an extra $100 in your pocket? Have a TurboTax expert file your taxes for you by March 31st to get $100 back instantly. Because no matter what moves you made last year, TurboTax makes them count. That means getting $100 back and 100% accurate taxes, only from Intuit TurboTax. Must file by 3/31. Credit only applicable to federal filing fees with TurboTax full service. Offer can be modified or terminated at any time.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile,
and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time. There's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Multi-platinum selling country artists Randy Houser and Justin Moore announced their co-headlining Country Road Here Tonight tour coming later this year. Join Randy Houser and Justin Moore Saturday, October 5th at 713 Music Hall. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com.
Joe Blank here, and I want to welcome Vanderford Air and Plumbing to the ESPN family. They're a local family-run business that can take care of all of your air conditioning and plumbing needs, whether you need a new system or a tankless water heater. They offer guaranteed same-day
Thanks,
service.
Joe. On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George. Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the Decoy and Spring Branch. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Paul and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can find us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. 0265 after the last segment asked, what happened to all this hype about Forrest Whitley being this number one pitcher and now he's trash? I mean,
I don't know if he's trash, but
he just can't stay healthy.
And he had that suspension.
Yeah, like last year when he started pitching in Sugarland, his fastball was good. Like the raw numbers looked good, but it just wasn't translating to anything.
Right.
And then he got hurt again. So it's all a hope. So if you wanted to go back in time, did you have a name in mind about players that didn't live up to their potential? Because you asked if we were doing current players. I don't want the answer to be Deshaun Watson because I kind of like that C.J. Stroud's the quarterback instead.
I think Watson lived up to his potential, to be perfectly
Oh, really?
honest. I mean, did we think Watson was going to be the best quarterback in the NFL or a good quarterback?
I thought he'd be a top 5.
Yeah, it's good.
Was he a top 5 quarterback at one point, you thought?
Maybe. I don't know. It was weird. I mean, they were 4-12, and everyone was like, he's so good.
The numbers were good.
He's so good. And I remember hearing that. I'm like, well, yeah, but they're not winning, so something's up here.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that, like, I thought for a while Watson was damn good. Potential that did not work out for past players. There's a long list there. That's such a
rabbit hole to go
quite the
down.
Pandora's box to open. Just for the sake of saying one, Brock Osweiler.
I hate that take.
What? I mean, he was so bad, and they made it to the second round of the playoffs.
I know.
If he was good,
I know.
What happens?
Yeah. You're right.
And I mean, it was such a horrible year. Like, they were winning. They were in the playoffs. And I remember, like, I've had a bunch of moments in the many trips I've had to NRG Stadium where I've just, like, got up and left the press box and just started wandering around. You could play, like, the sad Hulk music in the background from the TV show, The Hulk. I don't know if you ever watched it. But at the end of every episode, after he's transformed back from being Lou Ferrigno, he just walks down and there's this piano in the background as he's like hitchhiking and he goes like that was me at NRG Stadium multiple times. And it's understandable when the team stinks and Davis Mills is the quarterback. For the Texans-Titans game, there was Malik Willis versus Davis Mills. But there were moments during the season with Brock Osweiler where I had to get up and I had to walk around.
Yeah.
I was just like, I hate this. I hate this. I hate that he's the quarterback of this very good team.
What a question this is, Paul. Do y'all believe that Joe Mixon is the best running back in Houston Texans history? No.
Arian Foster, stop.
He won't even sniff Arian Foster. He might easily be number 2 by the end of the season. Low bar. It's a really low bar. I mean, Lamar Miller's number 2. The all-time leading rushers is like one of my favorite things in Houston Texans history. Because David Carr is still in the top 10, I think.
Oh, no, number 2, your guy.
Who?
Packers legend, Amon Green.
Oh, stop. He wasn't good here.
He was horrible here.
He was so bad. All right, so cartoon characters, commercial characters, wherever you want to go with it, as football players. I'll give you the first pick.
Okay. As football players.
As football players. Which one do you want on your squad?
Tony the Tiger.
What?
He's a tiger.
He's a tiger.
He's a tiger. He has a little bit of he's got earrings. There's a little freaky deaky to him.
Okay.
No, I want Tony the Tiger. They're great. Like that's his public persona.
I mean, that's a good pregame speech.
He's gonna pump you up and he's gonna rip you to shreds because he's a tiger.
Now, can I ask you? I have an ethical question about this draft.
Please.
Can I steal something from the text line if it's so much better than anything I had?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Why'd you say that? You should have just taken it.
Because I'm an honest person, Paul. You're an honest person. I'm trying. Okay. I want to be a more honest person. I want to be like Paul Gallant when I grow up.
No, you don't.
I want to be hungover still at 2:38
How much time is left?
On a Thursday. So I'm stealing this. The Tasmanian Devil as a running back. Let's go. Think about what he did in Space Jam. I mean, like
I don't think he'd fit in the system.
All you gotta do is give him the ball, gone, touchdown, easy, every single time.
Yeah, but would he be like Dameon Pierce and Bobby Slowick's offense? Would he understand what he's doing out there?
No, I don't think so. But I think he'd make the hole. The Cougs are boat racing TCU early. It is 14-0 with 13:15 left to go in the first.
Yeah, they killed Kansas like this. It's wild. They are on absolute fire right now.
Yeah, Cougs are gonna win it all this year.
Hell yeah.
All right.
So you're gonna take the Tasmanian Devil.
I'm taking the Tasmanian Devil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone texted in Johnny Bravo. Bravo, I think is more of a baseball player with that massive upper torso.
I hated that show.
Oh well, that's because you're not a cool guy like me. I love Johnny Bravo.
You did?
Yeah, I loved it.
It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me.
So, someone else is saying Foghorn Leghorn. I do say. That would be another annoying person to lock room. The Tasmanian Devil, like, imagine talking to him. He's like,
oh, it's like the Farmer Dan
from
Waterboy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tough conversation. That is such a sneaky. I do love that movie.
The Jolly Green Giant as a tight end.
Nope.
Someone from the 4-9. Why
Too
not?
slow.
You can move him to tackle. You could be a swing tackle.
Yeah, I feel like as a tackle you're good, but I'm not drafting a tackle here. I'm looking for star players.
Someone's saying Skeletor as an edge rusher? No. Skeletor is literally bones.
We just got two people texting Roadrunner.
Yep, that would work.
Yep.
Beep, beep. But I feel like, listen, I think the Coyote was just a dumbass.
That was a good beep beep.
Beep beep.
Yeah.
It was? Okay. Well, well, honestly, how did the Coyote miss all those times? Because if that thing gets hit, like that thing's dead. Right? I mean, that is the skinniest of skinny frames. I mean, you think Bryce Young's little Roadrunner, one hit, goodbye. That he can't play football. He's a track star.
All right, who do you want next? Let's do 2 rounds.
Okay. And we're talking mascots because I was doing the Kool-Aid Man all the time. The Kool-Aid Man literally can bust through walls.
Yeah, I was thinking. I was like, I just thought that was gonna be your first pick.
I mean, I could do just pander to my Irish heritage and take the Lucky Charms Leprechaun because like you're always gonna have your team's always gonna have money because he's gonna be able to find a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. The Trix Rabbit's definitely a crackhead, so I'm definitely going with I gotta go to my roots, the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah!
I mean, it's such a good.
He busts through walls.
Yeah, it's so
You're
good.
You're done for.
I wish they would bring the Kool-Aid Man back. Like, why can't the Kool-Aid Man? Why did the Kool-Aid Man have to go away?
I don't know. Mr. Clean.
That's a good one.
Definitely seems like he's in good shape. I don't know what position he'd play though.
I'll take the caveman. The Geico Caveman.
Why?
I just feel like he'd be an elite defensive end.
He's not confident in himself. Clearly second-guessing himself all the time. A couple people are saying Speedy Gonzalez. He's a mouse. Step on him.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be tough to get him the ball. I did like the Hey Arnold because his head's shaped like a football.
No, not football head.
You know,
Helga would have been the best football player.
Oh, that's a good point.
Probably because
Helga was savage.
Girls are at that age generally like better, like taller and bigger than boys at that age. So I don't know. I think would have been a good football player. All the kids on Hey Arnold.
Optimus Prime, quarterback. That's a good call. I feel like you'd be having a transformer as your quarterback. Hard to tackle.
Goody two shoes. Grimace is left guard. No, I think Grimace would be out of the league really quickly because of those Grimace shakes that probably got a little codeine in them.
Ed from Ed, and Eddie? No.
When did this be? I thought it was mascots for.
I don't know.
It turned into cartoons.
It just turned into full cartoons.
Yeah.
Popeye. I like Popeye. Popeye would be good on my football team. I get the spinach, get the team healthy. Everyone be in good shape after that. I feel like we got a lot of good options here. All right, coming up next, we will wrap up the show, and then it will be time for garbage time. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
And when I get home, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make myself a Rodeo Mary, thanks to my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Look, your boy went to the rodeo last night. He had a few too many. Is he struggling right now? I don't know. All I know is that I love Pendleton Whiskey. And you can mix this with so many different concoctions and make your own cocktail, like the Rodeo Mary. Yeah, it's Pendleton's and Bloody Mary mix. It's fantastic stuff. Pendleton Whiskey, it's smooth, it's refreshing whenever I get it, and I'll probably get one while I'm out here as well. One rock, 2 fingers worth of Pendleton Whiskey. It's smooth, it's refreshing, it's true Western tradition made with the finest northern grains and cut with Mount Hood glacier water. It's a whiskey that celebrates the cowboy in all of us. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, Joel Blank telling you to get out to X Golf Katy. Check out the insane simulators with courses worldwide. You can also enjoy their daily deals. 50% off for all military and first responders on Mondays. Twilight Tuesdays where you get $5 margaritas and Mexican candy shots, $6 specialty tequila, and 20% off simulation time. On Wednesdays, $1 wings and $2 off all whiskey. Lastly, enjoy reverse happy hour every Thursday from 6 to 10. It's X Golf Katy. Get online and book your tee time today.
When it's time for the March Mania brackets, the bus wide open.
Gallant George.
As I was saying, get mad. The Mania of March at BetUS.com is all about those buzzer beaters. Bonus offers. And when the madness starts and Cinderella man steps onto the BetUS always has your back with back-to-back 125% sign-up bonuses on your first 3 deposits and even 10% gambler's insurance. BetUS.com Sportsbook and Casino, where the game... Join today. BetUS Sportsbook and Casino, where the game begins.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm down here reporting from Main Street food trucks with some people all looking quite excited. Excuse me, can you tell me what's happening here? You all look extremely happy.
The Mega Millions jackpot is over $700 million.
And with the Jackpot.com lottery app, you can now buy official lottery tickets right on your phone.
Lottery tickets right on your phone.
Wait, you can really do that?
Yes, and it's super easy. You just download the app, choose your lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly.
Well, there you have it, folks. You can now buy official lottery tickets anywhere, anytime, right on your phone. Just download the Jackpot.com lottery app. Back to the studio.
The Mega Millions jackpot is over $700 million. Download the free Jackpot.com lottery app and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, right now, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Never miss another jackpot. Go to the App Store right now and search for the Jackpot.com lottery app. The Jackpot.com lottery app.
Hosting a birthday or graduation party? Planning a company team building or happy hour event? Then check out Wakefield Crowbar near the Heights or the Decoy in Spring Branch. Both venues boast 3 sand volleyball courts, a sprawling outdoor patio, and additional spaces perfect for any private event. Join us Thursday through Sunday for St. Patty's festivities, including cornhole and volleyball tournaments, live music, Houston's best DJs, and insane drink specials. Visit WakefieldCrowbar.com or thedecoyhtx.com today.
John Granado here for Artisan Grange. If you dip, do yourself a favor. Try Artisan Grange Hemp Dip. Artisan Grange Dip doesn't use tobacco or nicotine, only CBD. I don't dip, but a lot of my friends do. I'm trying to get them on Artisan Grange. The Canstead and Dew Blend provide healthier ways to dip. Dew Blend has a more traditional dip flavor. Canstead delivers an earthly, refreshing flavor. You can get Artisan Grange Hemp Dip at select CBD American
ESPN
Shaman locations or online at 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com.
The Buick Envision is one great SUV, and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, they have deals you can't pass up. Lance Erline here. How about this great deal? Gulf Coast has a few 2023 Buick Envision preferred vehicles on the lot with super generous dealer discounts already applied, and you get finance options for your vehicle at 0.9% APR for well-qualified buyers, plus receive an additional purchase allowance of $2,750. Check it out online at LanceZCars.com. Get started right now at LanceZCars.com.
You're listening to Gallant and George, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Decoy and Spring Branch.
Final segment here on Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So many different suggestions for these cartoon characters, commercial people, characters to be on your football team. See, we got Spider-Man. Doesn't count. Too good. You gotta be a little reasonable here.
Underage.
You can't take
well.
super. You can't take. That's right.
He's a teenager.
Yeah, that's okay.
He's not ready.
I mean, he went to Germany to fight Captain America when he was a teenager.
Wow.
He did.
Fighting Captain America in Germany.
Yep.
Cancel him.
17 years old, 16 years old maybe even when he did that. Mm-hmm. He went to space when he was like 18.
You're a big Marvel guy, aren't you?
I am.
I used to be.
I am. Well, when'd you stop?
I stopped when it was hard to watch all the movies because there's so many. But also, The Eternals was the biggest piece of dog crap I've ever seen in my life.
I tried. I put that on the other day.
So bad. And then they add Harry Styles at the end with that stupid goat boy. I don't know what the hell they were trying for there.
Because I watched it in theaters, and maybe it wasn't theater. I can't remember if that was a COVID movie or not. But the first time I saw it, I was like, it's okay. And I was just like bored. Kid was sleeping, not doing much. I was like, let's throw on Eternals. Why not? I lasted about 10 minutes. I'm like, this movie sucks.
So bad.
It is the worst Marvel movie.
It's like, Marvel had a strategy of every movie is going to be a little fun. And that one, there was no fun in that at all.
Yeah.
Outside of the guy from Silicon Valley.
Yeah, it was just bizarre.
Not good.
Yeah,
good.
It was not a good movie. The Cougs are up 16-4 right now in the Big 12 championship
There was
game.
a moment in this game with about 10 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first half where TCU, Joe, had 0 points.
Yeah, they were 0 for 14 from the field.
I mean, TCU just looks like absolute dog doo-doo right now. Holy smokes.
And before we get to garbage time, former Houston Texan DJ Reader has a new home. He's going to be a Detroit Lion.
Oh.
That's an interesting move.
Good for the Lions. Good for DJ, too. He goes to another contender.
Another contender. All right, it's time for garbage time here.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time.
It's garbage.
Starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
Glad you brought up Spider-Man.
Uh-oh. Spider-Man get canceled?
Nicolas Cage has had conversations about being Spider-Man Noir in an upcoming live-action series. I believe that's from the Into the Spider-Verse person.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm here for that, baby. I'm here for essentially a 1930s detective version of Spider-Man. Especially if it's played by Nicolas Cage.
My biggest issue with Nick Cage is not really an issue
with
him.
How dare you, first off,
I
have an issue with him.
I just said it's not with him. It's with Disney.
Yeah.
He said that there's going to be no National Treasure 3.
Oh, National Treasure sucked.
Really?
I watched it for the first time in the last 2 years.
Those are one of those movies that are not good movies.
I don't understand why that movie and all the Nicolas
them.
Cage movies gets hyped. They didn't even let Nicolas Cage be Nicolas Cage. They didn't let him cook.
They did not let Nicolas Cage cook. They basically just made him be a normal person. And it wasn't believable. I'm sorry. Let Nick Cage be a freak.
I like Nick Cage. I like the Treasure movies.
You like the Treasure movie?
I did. I thought those were solid. What's his best movie for you?
The 3 movies that came out in a year.
Okay.
The Rock.
Okay.
Con Air.
Okay.
And Face Off.
Okay.
All 3 of those together.
All of them?
All of them together, yeah.
I love Gone in 60 Seconds.
Can you guess what Aaron Rodgers, Joe, was doing when he found out that he might be running for vice president?
Oh, this is a great question.
What was Aaron Rodgers doing when he found out?
Oh, man. I'm going to guess he was high, doing ayahuasca.
He was on an ayahuasca retreat.
Oh.
He was on an ayahuasca retreat. You can't make it up.
Of course he was.
Oh, boy.
He's so something. He's something. They are going to RFK is going to announce his vice presidential candidate.
Yeah.
In Northern California.
Okay.
Where Aaron Rodgers is from.
I like it.
I need it to happen. I need the chaos.
I want it to happen so badly.
We might like, since Jake's been on the national stuff, I might just let us air that disaster ball. I just want to hear it. We'll have to pull cuts from it or something.
Yeah.
Just the temper tantrum meltdown that Jets fan will have.
I love that they still wake up the next day and they believe that things will be better. It's a great mindset to have.
Okay. Apparently, the Houston Texans did not trade Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick.
Oh. We have breaking news?
I don't know. 49ers officially acquired defensive lineman Malik Collins from the Houston Texans. Oh, never mind. Okay, I misread the tweet. I thought
George read
No, it said
I'm the hungover one.
It says 2 2024 7th-round picks, but it's the first of the 2. It's the first of the 2. It's the first of the 2. My B.
Sean, do we have more breaking news? Or
I just can't
is
read.
the breaking news that Joe can't read?
I can't read.
That's the breaking
news. That's the breaking news? Okay.
What else you got?
I don't know. I kind of want to just put some words in front of you and see what happens.
Okay, let's go to barstoolsports.com.
Did you see Garrett Cole getting harassed by paparazzi?
Yeah, I did.
What do you feel? What's your thoughts on paparazzi? Are these just hardworking Americans trying to, earn dollars for their families?
I just don't get how you get to that point in your life.
Where you end up being that person?
Yeah, what is it? Are you a journalist or wanting to be a journalist or wanting to just be a photographer? I would imagine that whatever it is that you've failed mightily in your life, if you're a paparazzi.
It probably sucks. I'm curious as to how much you get paid for these videos of people just walking around, especially now. Back in the day when people didn't all have cell phone cameras and stuff, I could see how it theoretically would work. But now, I truly do not understand.
Yeah, I don't understand. Because now even TMZ, they're probably not paying for stuff like they used to. Now they're paying for, real unavailable video that they're buying from people that basically is illegal at this point. But, yeah, I don't like paparazzi. They're just kind of weird to me.
Yeah, it's a weird life.
I just can't imagine that life. Being hey, X celebrity is here. But even and this is no disrespect to Mark Berman, but even the Mark Berman life of going to the airport.
That's miserable.
And trying to get an interview for 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they'll air it on television. It seems like an exhausting life. I would rather be a billion things than do that with my life.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be that. Garrett Cole, to his credit, showed some restraint there. We all know that Undisputed, in a post-Shannon Sharp world, ain't doing so great in terms of the numbies. Let's speak for your pizza show. It's one of those shows that's basically on mute at the gym. It seems they are going to bring Paul Pierce aboard the show.
Uh-oh.
Is Paul Pierce going to save Undisputed?
No.
I think it could, but they have to let Paul Pierce cook. They got to let my guy Nick Cage cook. They got to let Paul Pierce bring strippers on the air.
I don't think that you can save that show.
Yeah, well, if Paul Pierce is bringing strippers in and pooping his pants and getting wheelchaired out, I don't know.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
No.
I would watch the show if Paul Pierce gets to be the Paul Pierce that we have come to know and love.
I think it's because, honestly, Paul Pierce might be fun if he's on a different show. I think that America is telling Fox Sports that we're done with Skip. I think it's what it is. I think we're done with Skip. It's not about Shannon Sharp leaving. I like Keyshawn. I like some of the guys they bring in. I like Sherman. It's Skip. Skip's the problem.
I don't get how he ever was a thing. But hey, if you're a columnist for the Dallas Cowboys during their heyday.
But honestly, was he? Like, was he ever really a thing without Stephen A? Like, the ratings were not good for Cold Pizza.
Yeah, it's
Salisbury's my guy, but like that show had awful ratings.
I've never understood his TV presence.
Yeah,
I've never understood.
Like, that show was only ever good with Stephen A. When Stephen A. was gone, it wasn't good. When it came back, it was fine. It's just, I think that the world has exposed the fact that Stephen A. was the star of the show.
100%.
And Skip Bayless was not. Paul, I will not be here tomorrow.
Okay.
DJ coming in?
Yes, we're going to have DJ Bieneme sticking around.
Yeah, so he's got
1 o'clock, I think.
He's going to come in, break down all that's going on in Texas free agency, so that'll be tomorrow on the show. I'll be off. I'll be back on Monday with you guys at noon, but the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Brian McDonald live from the Decoy is up next. Goodbye.
Peace.
ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, if I'm a business, will you come to me?
We can do a lot of things through email, but if you need me to come see your stuff in person, we are there.
So I can't bring in my fence from my business. You come to me?
We come to you. We can remove those panels. We can put up temporary fencing, bring them to our warehouse, get them coated, bring them back to you, and get them reinstalled.
What about any furniture that I might have for my restaurant?
Free pickup and delivery for your tables, your chairs, your chases, and we get them right back to you within 4 weeks.
I know a lot of people want to see your work. Where can I see it?
You can see it all over Houston, from Galveston to the Woodlands. If you've been to Landry's San Luis, we've done those tables. If you've been to Nico Nico's, you've seen it. Woodlands Waterway, we've done all the poles, benches, bridges. We are doing that right now. We've also, with pride, have done the Houston Texans picnic tables at NRG. So if you've seen our work, you know you can trust us.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or give them a call, 281-676-3888.
Where's your casino? Paul Gallant here. Good news, guys. With MyBookie, it can be on your couch, in your home office, the patio, at the kitchen island. It's wherever you want it to be. You can play real casino games on your phone, laptop, or desktop at mybookie.ag. Their online computer games include slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and lots more. There are tons of cool games. Or enter the live casino with real in-the-flesh dealers on the poker, blackjack, baccarat, and roulette tables. The live casino really is next level. And you're playing from wherever you want. Just go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash, whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer. You can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash too with promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today, 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Presented by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios inside the Decoy in Spring Branch. Don't sweat the technique. It's the Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Now bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Brian McDonald. Wait, where's Jeremy?
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's the Killer Bees, and yes, your favorite is back. No worries at all. Your favorite bee is in the hive. That's me, Joel Blank, along with Brian McDonald, and the one that gets on your nerves is doing U of H basketball, and he's having a good time doing it.
It's quite the heat check to assume for everyone that.
It's a no-brainer.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
So now, for the people who don't know, you're off yesterday to enjoy a nice spring break trip with your kids at the zoo. Did you and the family have a fun time at the zoo? I know it's a little bit of a costly time at the zoo, but
it can be quite a cash grab. But I will say this: I had heard this is my first time ever to the Houston Zoo except for Zoo Lights.
Wait, hold on. You've never been to the zoo?
No,
really?
Only for Zoo Lights.
You've
I've been there for
since
Zoo Lights.
Early 90s?
Yeah, and most of the exhibits are closed down at night for Zoo Lights. You just go in. So I had never been during the day, and Lisa had done multiple shoots and shows from the zoo with Channel 2. And so she was like, you do know that the one guy that they interview across the country that's like a big animal expert said that the Houston Zoo is one of the top zoos in the country. I was like, I always heard San Diego's
supposed
and
to be
Omaha, maybe?
That I don't know. I haven't been to a lot of them. I've been to zoos in here, San Antonio, New Orleans, Dallas, and I would say Houston, of those four at least, definitely has the best one.
And it's because San Diego used to be
San Diego's supposed to be really
number
good.
one, like
I've
head
heard
and shoulders.
That. Yeah,
but I was very impressed with the
it's
Houston
huge.
Zoo. And the fact that they have, it's not just like one or two. Like in Milwaukee, growing up, they had Samson, who was this unbelievably massive gorilla, but it was just Samson. Like there's 6 gorillas.
Is the zoo in Wisconsin open year round? I thought
in Milwaukee.
Okay.
But
I just assumed for some of the animals, obviously,
the Milwaukee Zoo was pretty highly rated for a while too. But like they have, it's not just like an animal here, an animal there. Like there's multiple giraffes and all the outdoor, like the lions.
Oh yeah,
and the gorillas.
Huge. They've got a huge exhibit. Yeah,
and there was like one clowning out in each area.
Yeah. Usually the lions, at least when I go there, they're always sleeping right in front of the giant
one of
window.
them sleeping on his back.
Yeah, so you can always see one. They're always right there by the window,
like he was doing a centerfold calendar.
Almost.
And then one gorilla was on his back with all 4s in the air.
Oh yeah,
crossed his legs for the people and whatever. It's like, oh my.
Yeah, there's some showboats there for sure.
Definitely a very cool experience at the zoo and a lot to see and do. So we had a good time. The girls had a great time. So then we got there early. So that was the good part because not thinking it's spring break.
Oh, man, it's going to be.
We walked out at 1:45.
Okay.
And it's clearly there's a separation line, entrance, exit. They had to have multiple security people because the line was almost a mile long to get in.
Oh, yeah.
And people were trying to get in the exit. And they were grabbing people left and right going, no, you got to wait in line. They're like, what if I paid online? What if I did this? They're like, no. And they're going, we got to go all the way back there at the end of the line to get in. And people were blowing it off. And I think you pay and have to specify what day you're going.
Yeah, usually you don't. Not only do you have to specify what day, but you have to specify what time because they try to make it to where they're not letting too many people in at once. You have set times where you're supposed to be there. Yeah, if you don't go, obviously you hadn't been to the zoo outside of Zoo Lights, but if you go at the wrong time, the lines can be, especially during spring break. Are you kidding me? It can be outrageous.
Ridiculous how long that line was yesterday, and we were walking back to our car, and we parked quite a ways away.
Yeah,
and
there's
we were
almost never any choice but to do anything but that. I've never gone to the zoo and been glad of where I parked. It's always like, holy crap, I'm going to have to walk a half a mile at least.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, but we had a good time, and the girls learned a lot, saw a lot, so it was cool.
All right, so, obviously, I'm sure you kept up with some of the news while you were out yesterday. I think the biggest Texans news that we'll start with and give you a chance to weigh in since you didn't get to give your thoughts and opinions on it yesterday. But the Texans, and it's just now been completed officially, officially official. But Malik Collins, projected, I think we all thought, to be a starter along the Texans' defensive line. And he's now been traded away. The Texans got back a 7th-round pick from the 49ers and saved, according to Texans Cap on Twitter, about $2.5 million on this year's salary cap. Your thoughts on the deal to trade away Malik Collins?
Well, the thing to me was that is a precursor to something else. And so then once I saw that, once we got back to the house and I started scouring around a little bit, then, I saw that Armstead was still free and that nothing had been done. And then I saw that there were several teams that wanted to be in on him, and then I saw that it was a proposed trade that fell apart, and I'm going.
Apparently initially it was going to be, and I saw this from Aaron Wilson. You're right. They were initially proposing a one-for-one trade,
right,
of Collins,
which would have been great.
Yeah,
because much like the deal they made with Cincinnati with Mixon, it would have been a deal where you take competition out of it. You don't have to overpay.
Right.
You know what the salary is going to be, and I'll take that trade as a Texans win every day, all day. If you say Armstead over Collins, I'm in. So I see the fact that Rankins gets away. Then I see the fact that you traded away Collins, and I'm going, this has to mean Armstead's coming, and you're going to have one beast of a defensive line. And then I see, the trade fell through. He's going to be a free agent. And now I see the other teams being involved in it going, now here's the problem. If you're taking a risk and you're looking for the reward, if you didn't get that trade done, you had to realize there's a chance Armstead could go somewhere else. Then what do? I know you signed the guy from Jacksonville that might, he's a run stopper. Maybe that's enough, but I would think there's something else there. Now when you start watching it less than 24 hours later and you see Detroit is signing DJ Reader, Cincinnati got their guy in Rankins. Those were two of the main teams that were in on Armstead as well. So now there might be one other team.
I've seen the Bills and the Titans apparently both have interest. But, yeah, I definitely think there has to be another move because – I think everyone was at least decently satisfied with Malik Collins' play. It wasn't like he was.
I was.
It wasn't like he was a glaring weakness or a glaring hole on their roster. And I can't see the Texans investing as much as they have in the other three starting defensive linemen with Danico Autry, Daniil Hunter, and obviously Will Anderson Jr. I can't see them investing that much in the other three defensive linemen to just put in some scrub. No offense to the guy they got from Jacksonville,
right,
but to put in some scrub for that fourth starter. So I agree with you. I put this idea to Jeremy. He was a little lukewarm on it yesterday. Let's see what you think about it. But if they don't make the move for Armstead, how would you feel? And maybe this is not a scheme fit, but I'm going to do it anyway because Hookem, shout out to Sean Mapes on the board as well right now. But what would you think about the Texans making the move to maybe draft T'Vondre Sweat in the second round, especially since you're looking at the defensive line. Daniil Hunter's a prototypical size defensive end, but Will Anderson Jr. a little bit undersized. Danico Autry, especially for defensive tackle, a little bit undersized.
Right.
I think it makes a lot of sense to put a big guy like T'Vondre Sweat, who out of Texas, 365 pounds, to be a guy who could take up multiple blocks, take up multiple gaps, and allow the freedom from the other guys to not have to worry about the run as much and get up the field.
I like it. I liked him at the Senior Bowl. And everybody was saying, well, he didn't weigh in. That could be a problem. Then I saw him absolutely pancaking people going, I don't care what he weighs as a defensive lineman. I care what he can do destructively. And what he was showing me was like, there's a guy that you could develop for a long haul and say he could be a big, big piece of your defensive line. So I'd be all for that. I just look at it and I say, you better have plan B.
There has to be.
In case Armstead gets away. Because with Armstead, that might be the best defensive line in football with what the Chargers have had to do, with what the Niners had to do to break up a lot of their guys. The fact that those were two arguably of the best defensive lines, maybe Baltimore's in that mix.
Yeah, and they brought back Matabike, so they got their big guys still there. Yeah, I think even as it stands now, even without Eric Armstead or whoever takes up that second defensive tackle spot, it's still got to be a defensive line that is, top 5, I would say.
I think.
But, yeah, if you get Eric Armstead or another suitable guy that is a plus at that position, then, yeah, the defensive line can certainly skyrocket to the top of the league. So you mentioned Sheldon Rankins. I don't know if you saw this report from Aaron Wilson, but apparently before Rankins ended up signing with Cincinnati, the Texans had offered $12 million.
They were $1 million apart.
$1 million. That, look, maybe – D'Amico Ryans, after the year, one of the first things he said is they have to improve the defensive front. So
Right.
maybe you think, okay, he's not happy with Sheldon Rankins' play, but clearly they had to be at least a little bit happy. They offered him $12 million a year. I don't know about how you feel about this, but when I initially saw that report from Aaron Wilson, I was a little miffed for them to let Sheldon Rankins walk away over $1 million per year.
Well, look,
I get maybe it doesn't fit your value perfectly, but if you're willing to offer 12, why wouldn't you offer 13?
But the way I look at it is, if you're telling me that you were going to get Armstead, so therefore you were going to pass on Rankins, that's one thing. But if you're not sure you're getting Armstead and you could get Rankins,
which seems to be the case because otherwise they wouldn't have made the offer.
Then I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, this is exactly what D'Amico was talking about. I need to upgrade my defensive line. And as good as Rankins was, I truly believe that Armstead is better. So if that's the case, then I totally get, hey, no hard feelings. I love what you did here in the year that you were here, but I'll move on. But the fact that they were willing to move on and they haven't secured a guy to replace him is a little bit worrisome to me. And the fact that they were bidding for him meant that I don't know if they were if they would still have traded Collins, if they'd have just said, hey, we'll take the guys we got, we added what we needed, we're good, or if they still would have made the move to trade Collins if you had gotten a deal with Rankins.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk by Nick Caserio because, I mean, obviously if they get Eric Armstead or if they find a guy they like in the draft, maybe there's a name we're not thinking about. Then everything's forgiven and it doesn't end up mattering.
You get the guy from Illinois and you get the two guys from Texas.
Yeah, Johnny Newton. I think Byron Murphy. I think we're all in agreement.
He's going to be gone.
He's going to be gone before the draft gets to 23 where the Texans pick. But T'Vondre Sweat, I haven't seen anyone with the first round grade on him, but he would certainly be available. Byron Murphy would be off the board. Johnny Newton, you mentioned, he would be there as well. It seems like for most mock drafts and projections. But it's a calculated risk by Nick Caserio. We'll see how it pans out because going into the draft now, I know one of Jeremy's big things is, or has been, like, don't go into the draft with any glaring needs in your defensive starters. Right now, they've got two of them on the defense, arguably a third, depending on what you think of Jimmy Ward. But certainly they need a starting corner, and you need a starting defensive tackle next to Nico Autry, and that leaves them, I think, a little bit vulnerable as far as other teams knowing exactly what they need and then maybe jumping in front of them if the opportunity arises.
And here's the other thing that I'm thinking about, BMAC, looking at all this is if you say what we heard D'Amico say going into the offseason, but then you say, hey, if you're D'Amico, ideally you want to have guys you're familiar with. If you could tell me, good, bad, or indifferent, I could put Jimmy Ward in the back of my secondary. I could put El Shire at linebacker.
Right.
And I could put Armstead in the middle of my defensive line.
Guys that know his system.
And I have a pass rusher. I added another pass rusher and maybe two other pass rushers I've added. Now, aside from the opposite corner and whatever you do at nickel, D'Amico's got something he can work with because they all know his system, and they're familiar with him. He's familiar with them. And you know that there's going to be a lot of continuity there. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, no, it's hard not to look at the Houston Texans offseason and not be excited. And let's I don't know what you have left on the Collins Rankins situation, but I think what we should get into next is how we feel about the Texans compared to when the season ended. You want to carry that conversation over to the other side?
Yeah, so if you guys have any comments and feedback on what they've done so far, where you think that they are as opposed to last year, and how you feeling about your Houston Texans, 713-780-3776. You can call that number. You can text that number. You can get us via X or Twitter, which is at SackedByBMac, at Pac-Man Joel with the K. Much more coming up on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
5. It's that time of year. You're wasting your valuable time dealing with your yard, the weeds, the dead spots, all the chores that you don't want to put up with. Well, stop. Sinlawn is here so you can get your weekends back. Sinlawn is the evolution story of the AstroTurf that was made popular by the Astrodome, and now Sinlawn, S-Y-N, Lawn, wants to improve your lifestyle. Stop mowing. Stop pulling weeds. Stop throwing money into an ugly yard that you're embarrassed of people seeing. Sinlawn artificial grass is the best on the market. Why? Sinlawn offers a lifetime warranty with products that are made in the USA, and the quality is top shelf. The people are elite, fully insured, fully bonded. They have their own in-house crews and don't contract anything out. Sinlawn's number one priority is making their customers happy. Sinlawn is perfect for your yard, whether it's your patio, kids' playground, your pets, no more tracking mud inside, or how about that putting green you've always wanted? Head to 975synlawn.com to learn more. That's 975synlawn.com to get started on the yard of your dreams.
Don't miss a minute of the action with Thoroughbred Stakes racing every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Sam Houston Race Park. There's something different every weekend that's fun for the whole family. Don't miss St. Patrick's Day weekend, green beer specials, and Luck of the Irish fun. Plus, every Sunday in March is Sunday Fun Day with pony rides, petting zoos, local brews, and live music. Great drink specials every Friday, plus premier dining and the best Sunday brunch around. Sam Houston Race Park. Visit shrp.com for details.
How's your savings account stacking up? You could be earning more on your money with a CD from Home Bank, an annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD. Want a longer term? Home Bank has a 4.75% APY on a 14-month CD. The minimum balance for these rates is just $2,500. Treat yourself to more savings this year and visit any area Home Bank location today. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Something special is brewing in College Station.
Needs marble, power dribble. He just cramped it over the right side and through. The dunk by Julius Marble.
The Texas A&M Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network from Learfield.
Texas A&M versus Ole Miss in the SEC tournament. Game coverage begins today at 5:30, following the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, it's Branham, and we're all trying to make better choices at the start of the year, right? How about making a better choice with your spirits? This year, make the cleaner choice with Gin O'Ben. I like a good drink at the end of the day. You know that. Vodka, gin, bourbon, all in that rotation for me. What's in your rotation? It should be Gin O'Ben Spirits. They make the cleanest spirit you will find. How? Well, their revolutionary Percedo technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you will ever taste. Purification of Gin O'Ben is unrivaled. You'll love what's not in it. Try a sip of Gin O'Ben, vodka, gin, straight bourbon, or cask-strength bourbon. Compare it to what you drink, and you will never go back. I've been a Gin O'Ben man ever since I had that first sip. I think you will be too. It is smooth, it is clean, eliminates the burn. Enjoy your drink. Don't work through your drink. Crafted in Texas by Ricky Ford, A&M grad. Get it at the liquor store, your restaurant, your bar, or just straight from the site, ginoben.com. Gin O'Ben, the secret ingredient is what's not in it.
Cancer affects all of us. Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments to help patients today. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Donating eases the stress associated with selling a home and can also help lead to the next breakthrough in cancer prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. It will take all of us standing up together to put an end to cancer as we know it. Help us save lives right now. Your home or property could hold the key to the next breakthrough in cancer research. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Wounded Warrior Project helps post 9/11 veterans and their families realize what's possible. With support and resources that bring warriors together and empower them to become stronger, both inside and out.
It's possible to begin healing.
To get the help you need.
To find peace. And as each warrior's needs evolve, so do we. Because these last 20 years are just the beginning. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy and Spring Branch. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Well, unfortunately, and I won't be the bearer of bad news, I will blame it on text message ending in 7584, who was the first
passing the buck
to report to us that Aaron Wilson was reporting to the world that Eric Armstead is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the division. And that sucks, but after further review, BMAC and I did a little research during the break and found multiple outlets and individuals reporting it's a done deal between Armstead and the Jags. And honestly, Brian, that sucks because the thought of putting that defensive line together with him as the anchor in the middle was really fun to think about.
Yeah, no, like we talked about last segment. I mean, the Texans. The silver lining is the Texans' defensive line is still going to be really, 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 really good, even without Eric Armstead. But it could have been the piece that elevated them from really, really good top 5 defensive line to maybe the best defensive line in all of football. And obviously it stings doubly as much with him going into the division to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What I find interesting, and I don't think we're going to get – I'm not sure if we'll get an answer to it. Armstead, obviously we talked in the last segment that there was potentially a deal in place between the 49ers, and Diana Rossini tweeted about this moments ago. There was a deal in place to send Collins to the Niners, and he eventually got traded there anyway, but in a 1-for-1 trade for Eric Armstead, but it fell apart. Then Armstead also, once that fell apart and he officially got released, was in talks with the Bills and the Titans, and then eventually signed the deal with the Jaguars. So it got me to thinking. I don't know where you fall in on this, and maybe we won't get the official answer. But it seems like it's possible Armstead just didn't want to be here, because if the deal falls apart, I can only think it would fall apart for one of two reasons. Either Armstead didn't want to come here, or the 49ers didn't like the compensation, but clearly they liked the compensation because they still traded for Malik Collins after the deal fell apart. So if they liked the compensation, which would seem to be the case, it seems to suggest that maybe Armstead didn't want to be here.
Let me throw you one more.
Okay.
Because his contract, he wanted renegotiated. He wanted an extension. It could be that his agent is obviously talking to all the teams that could possibly be in, and if the Texans, who are known to not want to do any kind of big long-term deals, and 3 is normally too much for them. Say he wanted 3, they wanted to give him 2, and he could find 3 somewhere else at the money he wanted. Money matters.
Yeah,
that could be something like that.
That could be the reason why he didn't want to be here, certainly. But, I mean, we've seen the Texans do a deal, I guess it was just last year, where they eventually then negotiated a new contract. I mean, obviously Shaq Mason, they traded for him, got him here for the Bucs to play right guard, and then immediately gave him like a 3-year deal. Yeah. So it's not something that Nick Caserio hasn't done before.
Well, but the money matters.
Money matters, yeah. That might be the reason why. I think I'm on the side that it seems like Armstead didn't want to be here, but the reason might be what you said. It might be because the agents talked behind the scenes with the Texans and Caserio and realized they were too far apart on the new deal. That might be the reason.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to me that I would go against Armstead not wanting to be here, it seems like it's just too easy of a good thing if you say he had success under D'Amico. D'Amico's not a tough guy to get along with to where you would think that there was a problem. And the fact that he not only was signing up for a team on the rise with a coach that he knows, with a scheme that he's comfortable with, and talented players around him, but that, the fact that he had guys around him that could make his job easier, probably make him more money in the process, and he would be going to another winning squad, that's tough for me to walk away from.
Yeah, no, there's all the signs in the world point to exactly what you're saying and point to the idea that he would want to be here. Obviously, going to Jacksonville, though, you do get to play next to Josh Allen, another very talented pass rusher, so certainly he does have some help there. And the Jaguars have a quarterback in place. We can obviously debate how good Trevor Lawrence is, but they're still a playoff caliber team, even though they didn't make the playoffs this last year. They fell apart after an 8-3.
I don't know where you are on Lawrence. I'm just not bought in yet. I mean, Jeremy, I know, is a big fan of his, but when I watch him, yeah, he can make some good throws, but overall, just as a quarterback, I think Stroud's better. I think Stroud.
I agree with that.
I think the overall package you get from Stroud and all the different tools that he brings to the table that he can do, from touch to the deep ball, the accuracy, the athleticism, all that stuff. I just think that there's something missing for a guy that was supposed to be such a can't-miss project when he went number 1 overall.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is I think we still see the flashes with Trevor Lawrence. It's not like he's Bryce Young, right? Bryce Young showed 0 flashes the entire rookie year. And obviously with Trevor Lawrence, you do have to start with, he spent his rookie year with Urban Meyer and how much that derailed his development. I still see the flashes of the number 1 overall pick that Trevor Lawrence was, but he's far too inconsistent for a guy that was the number 1 overall pick. So, yeah, I would definitely take C.J. Stroud over him, but I don't see it as impossible that Trevor Lawrence – another year in the new offensive system couldn't get to where he's a top 10 quarterback.
But look at it, B-Mac. Look at it this way,
too. I wouldn't bet
too.
on it, but I see it as possible.
But, like, I'm looking at and I'm thinking about the problems that they had even last year, right? And they were talking about Ridley. And you're looking at Ridley, and he is having issues and going back to the huddle, talking at Lawrence pointing at him, them looking at, and it's like, well, it's either the quarterback is not throwing it where it's supposed to be or the receiver's not running the route he's supposed to run. Regardless, Tennessee felt good enough about Ridley to give him a monster deal. And you start thinking about it kind of when we start using deductive reasoning. It's not the first time that Trevor Lawrence has missed receivers, has on timing routes been a little bit off schedule, where you look at it and go, at some point, whether the truth lies exactly with the receivers or if it's somewhere in the middle, I think he's got an issue sometimes putting the ball where it needs to go, and that's a problem that we don't see with C.J. Stroud.
No, yeah, and again, I would certainly take C.J. Stroud, 7 days or 6 days a week, twice on Sunday over Trevor Lawrence. But we didn't see some of the same issues with Trevor Lawrence connecting with Evan Ingram. We didn't see the same issues with him connecting with Christian Kirk before Christian Kirk got hurt. So I do think, especially for Calvin Ridley being out of football for a year and a half, I tend to think that it was more Ridley.
Yeah, I saw some quitting that dog a couple of times in Ridley that I was not happy with.
Maybe that I'm not trying to come off as a Trevor Lawrence apologist, but I do lean the side that it's more Ridley. And two, like as to why the Titans would then turn around and give Calvin Ridley that contract, which if you missed it, 4 years, $92 million, $50 million guaranteed, which.
Lot.
I'll definitely weigh in on that. I thought that was a massive overpay. I think that's just a classic example of Tennessee looking at their quarterback situations. Like, we think Will Levis has some talent, but we need to find out. We need to equip him with the level of weapons to really know. And it's what Jeremy's talked about before. When you have the really good quarterback, maybe you don't have to load him up with wide receivers. But when you don't think maybe the quarterback is elite, then you do have to load him up with weapons. And certainly now with Tony Pollard, Tajay Spears, DeAndre Hopkins, and Calvin Ridley, if Will Levis has anything, we're going to find out.
Yeah, that's the big thing to me. You could have had A.J. Brown and locked him up. And I think A.J. Brown is a better receiver than Ridley.
Yeah, in hindsight, they should have done that.
Instead, you traded him away for a first-round pick to take a wide receiver that's been nothing short of a massive bust. And now you're going to do this and lock up Ridley where there might be questions about his dedication, his work ethic, his routes, things like that. Not handled very well by Tennessee, but now this is a new regime, a new general manager where you think they could straighten it out, they could get it better. It's a questionable signing to have that much money for that many years for a guy that hasn't shown that much on the field when he's been available on the field for all the indiscretions he's done. I wouldn't have done it. I'm surprised Tennessee did. Tennessee spent a boatload of money too. But when you look at it, I'm like, I'm not sure that he's a wide receiver one.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, he had over 1,000 yards last year with Jacksonville, but 1,000 yards in a 17-game season isn't nearly, I think, the mark that it used to be, especially not only because the season's longer, but because, obviously the way the NFL game has transitioned into a more wide-open passing game, teams just pass it way more. I mean, the 1,000-yard rushing season means more than the 1,000-yard receiving season. I think Calvin Ridley, he's a good receiver, but he's going into, I believe, his age 30 season. He looks okay, although even in that 1,000-yard season, it wasn't like there was a consistent level of play throughout the season that got to him 1,000 yards. It was like huge game, 5 weeks of nothing. So, I get the Titans' mindset of we need to equip Levis with weapons to find out if Levis is the guy. But I think they massively overpaid, and I don't think it's going to work.
I mean, you look at it, the simple thing from a Texans perspective is, do you take Nico Collins or do you take Ridley?
Oh, Nico Collins.
Yeah, 100%, right?
100%, yeah.
That's just a no-brainer to me. So then it gives you twofold. One, they probably overpaid.
I would say so.
Two, the Texans better be ready to pay.
Yeah, and we will get into that later.
Will.
We will get into that later in the show, the direct comparisons from Nico Collins to a couple other guys that got big contracts this season. Calvin Ridley being one of them, Michael Pittman being the other. You want to quickly get into what we teased into the break or roll that over to the other side?
We can roll it over. Let's roll it over, and we'll get to that and a whole lot more. We've got a lot coming up on the show, as BMAC mentioned, and that always involves you guys. So we'll talk about, did the Texans accomplish D'Amico's mission statement of improving their defensive front, whether Armstead was a part of it or not, and their offensive running game. We'll get into that next. And we've got everything that leaves the door wide open for you guys to be a part of the conversation. 713-780-3776. You can call or text that number as we have much more of the Killer Bees. Before we go to break, I want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business when it comes to siding and windows. And the fact is, your house, for most of us, is your biggest investment. You want to protect that investment. Put a hard shell over the outside of it. You know that when you're in Houston, you're going to be dealing with things like hurricane season. all the excessive heat in the summer and some cold spells in the winter, and you want to make sure that you're saving money on your energy bills and protecting your overall house for value. That's why you go to Allstate Siding and Windows, because with both siding and windows, they are the experts in the business. They've been in the business for almost 50 years. They take care of Houstonians on a daily basis, and they want to take care of you. Family owned and operated by Mary, Mike, and the family. Mary is the best. She handles everything back at the headquarters, and Mike gets out there like he did at my house, came to my house, told us how he was going to help enhance everything with the windows. We got the windows. We could not be happier. First of all, it's a cosmetic upgrade that makes your house look modern and fantastic, but then knowing you could save up to 40% on your energy bills and all the different things they're going to do to protect you and what's inside your house just made it a no-brainer. They're absolutely fantastic. You need to check them out. And when you do, find out all the discounts and things they got going on. Like right now, 30% off on all windows, 24 months interest-free. Discounts for senior citizens, first responders, and military. Just call them, 832-204-1936, or connect with them at allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy and Spring Branch. Here's Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Well, the ayes have it, because we are clearly the most intelligent and interactive sports talk show in Houston.
The most interactive.
And intelligent.
Yeah,
it's a double. We have the eyes.
Okay,
the eyes
okay,
have it,
all
yes.
right.
Because certain people in certain shows.
If you were a wrestling fan, I would accuse you of stealing Kurt Angle's gimmick. But,
Yeah, but
I think the reference would be lost.
There's no thievery because of the fact that we've added on to give you the added value that you deserve. And therefore, with smart and intelligent interaction on every which way you try to reach out to us, we want your participation as well. So a couple questions for you going into this segment. We'll carry it for a couple, so get your feedback. But do you think the Texans have done a better job getting and improving the team? Are you good with where the team was, or do you think that they improved them, and how significantly coming out of this free agent season? And then what do you think about overall the defensive line and D'Amico's mission statement to improve it? Job done, even though you lose Armstead with the guys you added, like Austin Al-Shair you added, but, of course, Daniil Hunter, to Will Anderson Jr., and I'm not going to attempt to say it, but the nose guard from Jacksonville.
Yeah, I was going to let you attempt that
one.
I
Or
wasn't
do you
gonna
like
try it either.
the defensive line that was pretty good for them last year? I'm curious what people think. I clearly think it was a huge upgrade and a win for D'Amico and this Texans team with Nick Caserio. I love what they did to change the game with their defensive line. I love the ability it is going to give D'Amico as a play caller to put pressure on the quarterback on every play. Yes, I'm curious if they still go out and get one more defensive tackle, whether, like you said, they do it in the draft and they get one of the two kids from Texas, or they've been interviewing and having guys come in still from other teams where they might entertain the thought of getting another interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, I think starting with because we talked about this right when it happened, when D'Amico had the press conference after the season ended with the playoff loss to Baltimore, where D'Amico seemed to give away his strategy for the offseason. And we saw him do this in the Texans front office, do this the season before, where they talked about quarterback and they went out and did exactly what they talked about. So they don't seem to be shy about talking about their strategy in a truthful way. And what D'Amico said right away in that press conference in the season was, we want to improve the defensive front because we didn't like how we looked in on defense against the run, and then also improving the running game on the offensive side. The Texans did not run it very well against Baltimore in that playoff game. And look, we can obviously have a lot of different conversations about Joe Mixon, about what's next for the other defensive tackle beside Nico Autry, but certainly. Check. D'Amico has exactly gone out and attacked all those positions. And I think, look, I would probably lean that I like Devin Singletary a little bit more than Joe Mixon, but it's not a big gap.
Don't.
I know, and you don't. It's not a big gap for me. So it's not like it's a massive problem either way. But I think across the board, you have to say the Texans identified their biggest needs and went out, attacked it, and improved it basically everywhere.
I think just simply – when you look at it, say move by move. When we heard what Nick was saying, well, we don't have to spend all of our money in 1 year. We can spread it over a 2-year window. Sorry, Jeremy.
Yeah, no window.
Increment.
Yeah, 2-year increment.
Increment. Then when you look at, well, after day one, when all the people that, whether you saved it as receipts or not, there were tons of people that claimed to be super fans and bloggers and writers and podcasters losing their minds about the fact the Texans haven't done anything. It's disappointing. It's scary. Nick should go. He should be under fire. This is crazy. This is brutal. And now, not only have they, in my opinion, made the team better, but they've gotten some big names along the way, and they extended themselves more than a lot of people thought they would, including myself, when I didn't think they'd have a single guy in free agency go over $20 million a year. And then, lo and behold, they surprised everyone with the Hunter move. The Hunter move, to me, is similar to the Hader move with the Astros, where it took a little time, you didn't see it coming, and then, boom, it happened, and you're like, well, damn, I like that. I think that's a great move. And if we're looking at what they had as opposed to what they're now going to have, I think I'll take Hunter over Grenard for the long haul, for the short term, for the health of it, and go, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to get into. And I think across the board, it pretty much checks off as the Texans got better at each of these spots. We obviously have to look at Daniil Hunter versus Jonathan Grenard, and you and I are in agreement. Obviously, Grenard is under contract for 2 more additional years. Past the 2 years, Hunter will be here. But for at least the 2 years, I would definitely rather have Daniil Hunter rather than Jonathan Grenard. I would rather have Nico Autry over Sheldon Rankins. Obviously, Sheldon Rankins is a good player. He is a big part of the reason why they ranked 6th against the run last year. But Nico Autry, with his double-digit sack year last season, is going to provide the Texans, hopefully, we think, at least on paper, with far more interior pass rush than they've ever had from a true defensive tackle. And then the other 2 spots where you look at the possible
Cashman and
Cashman
Al-Shaair.
Cashman versus Azeez Al-Shaair, and then obviously Joe Mixon, Devin Singletary. Maybe you can make a small argument like I do for Singletary over Joe Mixon, but when you look at those 4 spots where they swapped out somebody in free agency for a starter they had last year, I think you could say the Texans, or at least argue it, they improved across the board.
I think they did. I don't even, in my mind, to me, it's a no-brainer that they got better at every one of those positions with every one of those guys. They improved. And not to take anything away from the year you got from Singletary, the year you got from Cashman, the year you got from Collins, the year you got from guys that, when we were looking at this defense, thinking this defense has got a whole lot to be, to have to work on and improve on to try and be respectable. And instead, with the youth and the guys they brought in, they were effective, they were impressive, they did a lot of good things. But we took note of what D'Amico said, and I think that they checked every box to do exactly what he wanted, and that is improve across the board. Corner is another interesting position for me because I don't think that no matter what you think about Okudah, I think they're still looking at another corner that could be better on the other side, and maybe Okudah could be more of a nickel. But I think if they're able to do something with the corner, whether it be in the draft or whether it be with one more free agent move, I think you're talking about a defense that probably climbed 5-6 spots in terms of where they rank defensively. I think they could be top 15. They could scratch the door on top 10 or better. And I think obviously Armstead was a guy I really wanted.
Yeah,
but there's ways that
been,
you can overcome that.
He would have been the certainly the player that would put them over the top. I think top 15 is almost a conservative estimate. Like if you were to tell me like you were to say, Brian, I'll give you top 15, would you take that or would you take the unknown? I would take the unknown because I think even without Eric Armstead, they could be top 10 or possibly even better. I have a ton of faith in the guys that brought in, but the one glaring need, as you mentioned, is cornerback. Yeah. And certainly we'll get into that later when we get into our mock draft season.
Now, do you feel BMAC on D-tackle?
Okay.
They didn't get Armstead, obviously. Do they need another veteran, or are you good with just getting like someone out of the draft for depth? And then to kind of piggyback on that, and then the other question with the D-tackles is you have 3 significant pass rushers on your defensive line.
Right.
You have one really known run stopper, the guy they got from Jacksonville, the Big F. But other than that,
we can't go with that nickname. We can't nickname him the Big F. Is that he's a cousin of Big E? Or what are we going with here?
It's FF, right?
Okay. Anyway, moving on. What was your question?
So, he's known as a run stopper.
Yeah.
Do you either just say, I need another run stopper, I need a young guy for depth, or I just need a multifaceted player like some of the guys they're still bringing in to say, I'm going to still upgrade that position?
Yeah, I would lean, if you're looking, obviously, ideally you want someone that can do both, and that's why part of why Eric Armstead was so intriguing. But I think if you have to lean to run-stop specialist, pass rush specialist, if I'm making the pick, and it kind of goes to what I said earlier about T'Vondre Sweat and the possibility of the Texans taking him in the second round, I would lean towards a run-stuffing specialist because – Will Anderson Jr., obviously amazing player, defensive rookie of the year, but he's a little undersized for the position. And Danico Autry, as a guy who a lot of times at Tennessee was an edge rusher, also a little bit undersized as a defensive tackle. So my one kind of, I don't want to call it a red flag, but the one thing I'm kind of keeping a sideways eye on right now is certainly the Texans have elite pass rushers right now along the defensive line. But they have, other than Hunter, to me, guys who are more pass rush specialists than run-stopping specialists, and especially in a wide 9 defense like they are, I have a little bit of concern about them stopping the run unless they go out and get somebody that's a run-stopping specialist. So I would lean that way. And as far as to whether it should come out of free agency or the draft, I think defensive line is one of those positions where I don't mind putting a rookie in day one. It's not quarterback, and obviously it still worked out fine with C.J. Stroud. We've always heard tight end is a very difficult position to learn for rookies. But defensive line, read your blocks, go out and stop the run, get to the quarterback. I don't mind sticking a rookie out there.
Just because you draft a rookie, you do have the depth to be able to say he's not going to have to start from day one.
Right, he doesn't have to play 100% of snaps.
Exactly. So there's still the possibility that you can have a young guy develop and learn and figure out the NFL game on the fly, but also while not being pressured into starting from day one. So I think that you still have the way to overcome that. But I think that they're focused. I really believe it goes back to some of the things that we've heard and guys we've interviewed already about the draft, that it's a very deep corner draft, and that maybe they're looking at, besides Okudah, that the other corner that they might be looking at to play a role on this defense this year is going to be coming out of the draft. They'll spend some extra money still on another defensive lineman, and then they'll be done with the defense for the most part, unless they want to add more backups and 2 deeps.
Yeah, and that's a conversation I think we could carry over to the other side of the break about what is left to do this offseason. I think it's clearly –
some people think a receiver still has to be brought in.
Yeah, so let's have that conversation because I definitely want to get into cornerback, but there's definitely a few things. Look, the defense overall is looking very good, but they're not done yet. This is not a finished product on the defensive side. They definitely do have a few holes they need to fill before they get to the start of the season.
All right, we'll be back with more. You want to get in on the conversation, give us a call. We'll take calls even though we're live from the Decoy here in Spring Branch. We'd love to see you. There's all kinds of TVs with all kinds of basketball going on. Get some sand volleyball on tonight. Get your happy hour on. Lots of great things always happen in one of the best spots to kind of multitask and get all of that and more. It's the Decoy. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy in Spring Branch.
Hey, back on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. Look, I want to tell you guys about my good friends at Vanderford Air. I've been telling you about them for quite a while. I'm going to tell you about them because they're great at what they do. If you know that the hot days are coming with the summer dog days here in Houston, and you need to be prepared with your HVAC system, no one takes care of your heating and air conditioning better than Vanderford Air, and they also do plumbing. So the bottom line is they're going to take care of all your needs. You've got something going on with plumbing and a water issue, pipe issue, they can handle it. You got something going on with your HVAC, your heating and air conditioning, whether it's a repair or a flat-out replacement, they can take care of it. But the best thing they're going to do, take care of you with a 100% money-back guarantee all the way across the board. Absolutely fantastic. They take care of you in so many ways, but that's the one that means the most because you want people that know what they're doing. And on top of knowing what they're doing, you want people that are going to do what they said they're going to do. And if they don't, they're going to be responsible for it. That's why you go to Vanderford Heating and Air Conditioning. Heating, air conditioning, and plumbing are such a big deal, and you need people that are going to guarantee their work. They're going to make sure that whatever they fix or whatever they put in works to 100% everything that you need. Get the right temperature. Get everything done the way you want it to. The actual craftsmanship is done and installed in a way that you are okay with. And if anything goes wrong or anything you don't like, 100% money-back guarantee. 281-557-COOLER, VanderfordAir.com, 281-557-2665. And before we get any further, Brian, look, we're at the Decoy. We love being here. They love having us.
So many TVs out here. You got to come and see us. Right off of I-10 on Whitty Road.
It is absolutely fantastic because of the fact that if you want to get some exercise and you also want to have a few beverages, you can play some sand volleyball. You can come out here and hang out for that. But also because the tournament time is here now with conference tournaments and the big tournament coming up next week. I mean, what a great place to check out everything for March Madness. Next week, $19 buckets of Bud Light, $6 Casamigos shots. Saturday, One Shining Moment volleyball tournament. Push volleyball and cornhole leagues offered every day of the week. Court rentals are only $10 Monday through Wednesday in March. And for St. Patty's Day coming up, it's going to be a throwdown. Cornhole tournament Saturday, awesome prizes. St. Patty's $3 green beer and $4 green teas. You have to get out here to the Decoy.
I mean, one of the things we're watching right now, one of their gigantic TVs, is the Houston Cougars absolutely dismantling TCU. It's currently 42-20, and Joel, you and I were watching this game before the show got started. TCU damn near went half of the first half without scoring a bucket. Without scoring a single bucket. They were like, I think they missed their first 14 field goal attempts. So, I mean, obviously, spoiler alert, Jeremy will not be on the show tomorrow because the Houston Cougars are going to coast to a win.
And they're going to play again, and that's what we like to hear. I mean, some people more ways than one. I'm not saying that about the show. I'm just saying from the standpoint we want the Cougs to go far and do well. But looking at it, a lot of times there's a letdown after TCU scores a bucket, gets back in the game where the Cougs will actually lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, especially if you've had a big lead, it's natural to take your foot off the gas, but they have not.
Instead, they're up 21. They're doing everything they're supposed to be doing. 13:28 to go in the second half. Sheds at the line. They're already up 21 points. Absolutely a fantastic opening round performance by a U of H team that, quite honestly, B-Mac, they could have coasted. They could have just said, we've done everything we needed to do. We're going to be a 1 seed no matter what.
Right.
The number 1 overall seed's not important to us. We can just get healthy. Instead, at least for the opening game of the tournament, they are putting the pedal down and they are kicking some tail.
Absolutely. And one of the other things on the TV here at the Decoy, one of the other TVs, they have it on FS1, and we just saw Sam Acho named the Houston Texans as having the best offseason so far with their free agency moves over this week. So, obviously high praise there. I don't know if you would qualify it as the best offseason so far. I definitely think it has to be considered to be up there. But despite that, there's some things to do in this offseason. Texans, as we talked about last segment, aren't a finished product. We talked about cornerback being a need. Maybe you could argue safety is a need as well, depending on what you think of Jimmy Ward. Certainly they need another starting defensive tackle next to the Nico Autry. And on the offensive side, who's your left guard? Maybe you could say the competition comes from Jarrett Patterson or Kenyon Green if you believe there's still anything left with that former first-round pick. But look, they have the number 23 overall pick. You got a second-round pick. How would you rank those priorities going into the rest of the free agency in the NFL draft?
So I'm going to stay with what I've said all along, which I really believe that their first-round pick has to be spent on a defensive player. And I think that there's still plenty of guys to be considered, as you mentioned. I think Sweat might even be there in the second round, but I think that if you don't want to take chances, you could take a defensive lineman. This is a very deep corner draft, but I think you've got to find a corner in this draft for the long haul, regardless of what you think about for the upcoming season. And I think those two are priorities. I think the other thing is, as you get past the first round, that's where you just start filling holes and finding guys that could potentially be starters from you or in your rotation highly from day one. I think receivers, something that you have to look at.
I should have included that as well.
It's a deep receiver draft. I think that's one of the positions, aside from what you mentioned, that has to be considered, because I believe that, regardless of whether you keep Woods or not, I think you could possibly upgrade with one of your receivers if you find the right receiver in the draft. And then the other thing is, as much as you got Mixon, I think you got to get deeper in the running back room too. I think you still need another guy that's going to carry some of the load, do some of the things that a Bobby Slowick offense requires you to do. No matter what Dameon Pierce does, and if he adjusts and possibly can fit in better next year or not, I still think they need another running back.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I'm with you. I would address defense in the first round, whether that be defensive lineman to, a defensive tackle to put next to the Nico Autry, or if it's a cornerback, I find either way letting best player fall to them from one of those two positions. Running back will be interesting because obviously you don't really need a starter, but how many teams in the NFL today go with one guy as the guy? Now, Texans kind of did it second half of last season. Devin Singletary became the guy where he got every single carry, and you would see at the end of the game the box score, Dameon Pierce would have like one carry.
Yeah, but
they did that last year, but I don't think that's an ideal situation they would want to put
It's just not a Caserio move.
Right.
Well,
and it's not a 49er style move either.
Although Nick kind of did live dangerously when he knew Kenyon Green was going to get hurt at some point and really didn't have the backups on the roster when all that went down. But I think running back's such an important position. You said that San Francisco, even in New England, they always had a stable of multiple guys. Injuries could happen. As much as I think, and you and I might disagree a little bit in terms of the overall value of Mixon, because he caught, 50 passes a year ago.
He is a good receiver.
Yeah, and that helps in Slowick. God forbid if something happens to him, what do you have? I mean, you're not going to put Dameon Pierce in the pass game.
You only have Dameon Pierce, and I think we all agree, and Texans included, he's not a fit.
So that's why they have to find another running back. They'd be wise to at least look at receiver.
I agree.
And then on the defensive side, we agree.
Corner,
I think safety
tackle
needs to be addressed at some point.
Sure.
But I think the two main ones are going to be one more defensive tackle and one more corner, whether it's a corner that's going to be big picture for the long haul that you maybe can help this year, or you're just going to flat out say, I need a starting corner to go opposite of Stingley for the long haul. If Okudah ends up beating him out the first year, fine, but I need someone that's going to be kind of the anchor on the other side.
Yeah, I think, and tell me what you think about this, but I think of all, if any of these positions we've talked about, with running back, wide receiver, safety, corner, defensive tackle, I think of any of these positions, if they went into the season with what they have now, I'd be most disappointed in corner. And to me, that kind of leads me to then make the point that corner to me is their top need. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to use a first-round pick on it, because as you said, cornerback is deep in this draft. But I think, to me, like, they have the biggest glaring need right now at corner. They cannot, in my opinion, go into the season. Derek Stingley, great as your number one. You can't go into the season with Mike Ford and Jeff Okudah and some of these other guys as your or some of those other guys as your second corner and your slot corner. The defense would still be obviously a high-end defense either way, but to get where they want to go, I can't see them going into the season with what they have at corner right now. That's got to be, in my opinion, the top priority.
Look, I look at a guy that, if you're telling me you're getting Jeff Okudah coming out of the draft out of Ohio State,
he hasn't been,
who was a top 3 pick,
right?
Then I'm saying, okay, now I really like that. That's sexy, because there's a guy with talent that could be the other corner to Stingley for the long haul. But now you know that he failed, whether you say that was the old Lions and that was just a where players go to die kind of situation, and he was not in the right system to win. But then he goes to Atlanta. He's okay. He's not much better. I'm not going to bank on that guy to be the replacement for Stevie Nelson when Stevie Nelson honestly played better than whatever you were paying him.
Yeah, absolutely. The final minute we have remaining, because we're going to get to the Astros next segment. We will certainly get back into the Texans later in the show, but I'm curious, there's a texter that texted in yesterday with Jeremy and I and asked if we would take the Texans. the Texans as of right now versus the Texans at the beginning of the season last year. And to me, like, if you take the Texans roster now versus what they had week 1 in 2023, and not even including the natural development of a rookie quarterback and a rookie wide receiver,
or
in
what
Tank
Singletary
Dell,
turned out to be.
So not even including the natural progression and improvement of a player from year 1 to year 2. I still think what they have right now on paper for this Texans roster, that right now in 2024 would be at least a 6-7 point favorite against what they had on the roster on paper to start the 2023 season.
There's no doubt in my mind this is a better roster than you had going into last season. There's no doubt in my mind that no matter what kind of aspirations I had for this team going into the offseason and once free agency started, this has been better. What they've done has been impressive. Their ability to kind of manipulate the system to get what they need, get rid of what they didn't want, find guys that are better than what they had, and now before we even get into the draft, realize they're filling starting positions with upgrades in quality at almost every one of them. Now you're adding depth at running back, depth at receiver, instead of needing someone that has to be the end-all, be-all. You still have the ability to get a first-ranked corner or add depth to the defensive line. But when you have 3 guys on your defensive line that can be double-digit sack guys, you've done better. I just feel like they've upgraded in so many ways that's encouraging for me that I have a lot more trust right now in the Texans coaching staff and Nick Caserio's staff than I did even starting free agency.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will definitely get back into the Texans before the end of the show. I know we want to talk about Nico as compared to Michael Pittman and a few other things. We'll get into some mock drafts. But next, you want to talk about our confidence in some of these Astros players?
Yeah, let's look especially at the bullpen, because the bullpen's been one thing. We know what the back end's going to be.
I've got a thought on your boy Mashinsky.
Yeah, I see that. Because he's maybe I can't call him
you
Hunter
can't call him Hunter anymore.
Yeah,
you might have to use his real first name.
What do you want to see from your Houston Astros? And let's talk about some of the players that have and have not performed in spring training, and if you're concerned, and how they work their way into what could be the absolute rotation of go-to guys in the bullpen. That'll start hour number 2 of the Killer Bees. Before we do that, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Talked to him the other day, saw him. He was telling me about PRP. He was telling me about, hey, whether you do the NeoGraft or not, there's also other options for you to get help for your hair. It doesn't always have to be what I did with the NeoGraft, but the PRP is fantastic because it also can kind of like fertilize your lawn, so to speak. It can give you extra juice in your hair follicles that will get them to be their absolute best, stronger, thicker, showing better results, and giving you a better hairline and a lot more hair just by going to Doc Linville. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com. You can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. You listen to us, you get it for free by going to 975hair.com. And then you get to check out Doc and his staff. Ask the questions. Get the answers. Find out why so many people have been so happy after seeing Doc and getting a procedure or a PRP. Because it works. Because you see the results. Because at the end of the day, you end up with hair again, and you feel great. You absolutely have more self-confidence, and you see more coverage. It's absolutely been a game changer for me. It can be that way for you, too. Check out 975hair.com and go see my friend, Doc Linville.
You're back with the Killer Bees, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy and Spring Branch. Here's Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Me and BMAC today, as Jeremy is more than halfway to his first victory in the Big 12 tournament with his Cougs. Cougs 46, TCU 27, 9:51 to go in the second half. If you missed any of it, you didn't miss much other than the Cougs blitzing TCU right from the jump, literally. Brian mentioned it. TCU didn't score until almost the 10-minute mark of the first half, and U of H has been in command the entire game. A good, solid first win in the Big 12 tournament for the Cougs.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was almost like a Mike Tyson fight back in the day. If you got up at the beginning to go to the bathroom or get a drink, by the time you sat down, it was over.
Yeah, this is a team
it's over.
That, as I mentioned multiple times throughout the season, defense travels.
Yeah.
Their defense set the tone early on. They're active, they're athletic, they're all over. And if you're not ready for it, no matter what the crowd is and whose favor they're on, that can be the difference maker in any ball game. And that's why they have such a good chance to go deep into the tournament, both this one and the NCAA tournament, because of the fact that their defense is on a different level.
Now, I don't know if you'll share this concern, and I know Jeremy would point to some of their offensive metrics, and certainly the Cougars' offense has been better than maybe the raw points per game number would suggest. But I don't know if you share this concern, and maybe this is a separate conversation when you talk about what happened with Virginia being the number one seed, that I believe the first number one seed to lose
when
to
they
a 16.
lost to Baltimore County.
Right. I just worry with teams that intentionally keep scores low, slow pace of play, play a game where they want to win in the 50s and 60s. It just feels like as the competition level goes up, you invite closer games, and every time there's a closer game, there's more of a chance that it could go against you. So I have a little bit of a worry, and maybe pace of play and keeping these games closer than if they played more up tempo. I don't know if you share that thought, but it's just something in my head when you see these defensive teams that try to limit possessions, and that could rear its ugly head and bite you in the butt.
I'll be honest with you. Throughout the year, my biggest concern for the Cougs was, and this was before Cryer kind of stepped up, was the fact that I didn't think that they had a go-to wing that could take some of the load off of Shed and be a kind of guy you could rely on to get a bucket when you needed one. Because to be honest, he got a lot of looks early in the season through the midway point, Cryer did, and he wasn't making the shots. And now all of a sudden you've seen a different LJ Cryer where something happened to where he really feels 100% comfortable. And now you've got both your backcourt guys, our go-to guys. The injuries concern me a little bit, but the fact that you have a team that has three bigs that clean the glass and rotate defensively, rebound, block shots. The defense is one thing, but this is the ultimate team this year. You're not looking at like Danny and the juniors with the Kansas teams or Carmelo's Syracuse teams, where you knew the one dude that was the locomotive, and you had to stop that train.
Certainly.
I think you have so many different guys that can beat you offensively. Sharp's another guy that stepped up for the Cougs. But the fact that they play team ball on both ends of the floor, that's why I'm not worried about it being a little bit lesser scoring game, because other guys can pick up the scoring slack. It's a lot of balance, and their defensive rotations are fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into like what we talked about, tease going into the break, some of the Astros' performances over the spring. Maybe kind of get your confidence level. Let's check the confidence level that we have in some of the Astros that have a question mark, whether it be performance or health or age or whatever it happens to be. Starting with some news from Joe Espada on Justin Verlander. JV was scheduled to throw a bullpen today, and what Joe Espada said is if all goes well, and I haven't heard that it hasn't yet, hopefully I haven't missed an update, that his next time out for JV will be against live batters. Where does that put your confidence right now in Justin Verlander?
Well, that means that it's not anything serious, which is what they were telling us. That means that it's going to be a situation where it's going to be very short-lived stint on the IL before he gets back into the rotation, and that's encouraging because the one thing you didn't want with the other two guys in the rotation probably being out to the midway point, if not further along, when you talk about Garcia and you talk about McCullers, and then J.P. France has been throwing, but you don't know when he's going to come back either. You didn't want to have a long stint without JV, so the fact that it looks like it'll be sooner rather than later is just encouraging for me because it's not a big-time serious injury. It's more of, like he said, just kind of making sure he's on schedule.
Yeah, and that's always a concern. Maybe this is unfair, but that's always a concern with the Astros because you don't always know if they're telling you the truth.
They're not normally
on
up front with their discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget Dusty Baker one time didn't know what hand was hurt for Jordan Alvarez, and Jordan had
like
to
I said, their PR
clear it up.
department's favorite word is discomfort.
Exactly.
And you have no idea what that means.
So there was always a little skepticism, I think, for when the Astros report injuries. But I think you're right. With what we're hearing about Justin Verlander, then maybe it was a minor issue that's going to be fine and all forgotten about once we get to mid-April. So you mentioned J.P. France. He is apparently going to start a minor league, or he started a minor league game the other day. It will start a Grapefruit League game on Saturday, and a spot is saying 3 innings, 50 pitches for J.P. France. So confidence level in J.P. France, it looks like, this start on Saturday, maybe one more, he could be to a point by the time he gets to that 5th spot in the rotation where he could give you 5 innings.
I'm not going to count that, B-Mac. I'm gonna say that just because I think they always border on being conservative and making sure guys are right, I think he'll probably start the season out for the first couple weeks. I think he'll be fine, so you don't have to rush him back till you can get more pitches under his belt, and he can be ready to kind of give you everything right from the get-go once he starts playing. But again, you've dodged another bullet where you're not looking at a major issue.
Not long term.
That looks like you might be, losing a guy for significant time, which is great because you're waiting on the other 2 guys. So, look, everything encouraging with the starters. I wasn't worried about the starters as much as others, and I feel like when they are right and when they are healthy, the surplus of starting pitching that they have is going to help their bullpen.
Yeah, so let's talk about one more starter, and then we'll get into that bullpen. Christian Javier, who I know I've had some hot takes on during spring training, but he's looked great. So yesterday he goes 4 innings, gives up 2 hits, no walks, no runs, strikes out 4. And so far over the spring, 10 innings pitched, has a 180 ERA and 13 Ks, which
and the
leads
velo's
the team.
up.
And the velo is up by at least a mile per hour compared to last year. I mean, I think all signs pointed way up for Christian Javier.
And when you think about it, the conversation that the 3 of us have had in terms of the big expectations we have and who's going to have bigger expectations, Framber or Javier. Right now, Javier looks like he's under control because he's not worried about who's calling pitches. He's not worried about what's between his ears. It was all about what was attached, the free-hanging extremity that's attached to his upper body.
Right.
And the fact that velo was down, control was an issue, pitch count was up, and you had a lot of concerns. I think if there's one guy that has put a lot to bed in training camp, it has been him because everything you've seen from him and his ability to get back to the old Javier gives you the encouragement that if JB's not out long and that if Framber doesn't call his own pitches, there's no reason to believe that you have one of the best first 3 starters in baseball.
Yeah, I couldn't be more confident right now in Christian Javier. I think what Christian Javier has shown so far during the spring is the 2022 Christian Javier. I think 2023 is a product of the WBC. It's a product of maybe putting on a little bit of weight, which he then took off before reporting to camp this year. So I think we get 2022 Christian Javier again. So, all right, bullpen. I think we're all in agreement. I mean, obviously, Hader, Ryan Presley, Brian Abreu. There's no concern there.
No, we know
we don't care about the spring
We know
numbers.
Abreu's going to miss the first two games of the Yankee series. So what? He's going to be fine. I've got no concerns with him. I don't care what he's done this spring. The bigger thing is that, he's a guy that we saw in key high leverage situations just be overwhelming to a lot of hitters in this league.
Yeah.
So I really believe that
he might have the best pitch on the roster.
I'll tell you what,
roster
Mac, if I'm worried about anything right now, it's just the fact that Ryan Presley not in the closer role, just to see how he handles it.
Sure, yeah, and I don't want to get caught up on his spring ERA. Obviously, a little bit high, but
everybody's working on.
I'm not going to worry about a spring ERA with a veteran like Ryan Presley. One that I might be worried about, and it is only 2 innings pitched so far with this guy, so it's hard to go too far either way with our reactions. But yesterday, not a good day for Rafael Montero. Gets 0 outs, allows 2 hits. 4 earned runs, 3 walks as well. Just an absolute disaster. Again, it's 2 innings, so his ERA is sky high because it's 2 innings. But Rafael Montero, walking 3, giving up 2 hits in 1 inning, no outs, and gives up 4 earned runs. Where's your concern level right now on Rafael Montero?
Well, my concern level has always been very high with Montero once he signed.
Because the second half was good last year.
Well, according to Jeremy.
It was.
And the numbers,
The
I get
ERA
it.
was there.
But I've never been a fan of this move of bringing him back with the amount of money and the years they gave him after having literally his best year of his entire career.
His really only good year.
The only good year. I keep telling people to use the Bagwell commentary. Check the back of his baseball card. He was a starter. He was a closer. He was a reliever. He was not very good until the last year of his deal with the Astros, and suddenly Jim Crane, without a general manager, gave him too many years and too much money. And since then, he's been basically the average Rafael Montero that he's been since he's been a major leaguer. He's a massive concern of mine because we keep saying, hey, look, you know who the 7th, 8th, and 9th guys are going to be, inning guys. 6th inning is a big deal. They want it to be Montero. I don't if he's going to be this Montero or the Montero that we saw for the majority of his career. I don't feel confident in that guy getting outs when you need them. He could be a mop-up guy the way Dusty used him for when he was getting that ERA lower and when he was getting more success. I don't have a lot of confidence in him anyway. This doesn't give me any more. It doesn't help me with the way he's pitched.
And I think that might be the answer. Is when he started to turn around was when he was moved into lower leverage situations. And over that second half of the year, where he started to pitch better in those lower leverage situations, his ERA was mid threes to low threes. So I think you could, if Montero's your 5th inning guy, for when a reliever or when a starter isn't able to go, the 5 innings or more, and he's pitching to a mid-3 ERA, I could handle that, but certainly it doesn't give you confidence in him being a high-leverage guy. So 2 other middle relief guys, one you're a huge fan of, Parker Mashinsky. I'm going to go ahead and use his real first name.
I call him Hunter Mashinsky. I might have to change it because, again, I felt like him worse than I felt about Rafael Montero, and now he is at least trying to change my opinion of him in spring training. 6 innings pitched, no earned runs, 9 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Don't know where it came from, but we needed to see it if he was still going to be on this roster. He's a guy that I have some encouragement about.
So the other name I wanted to bring up, you're right, Parker Mashinsky's been absolutely amazing this spring so far. Also, Seth Martinez, he's had 5 appearances, 4 2/3 inning, no runs, 6 Ks. So between Parker Mashinsky, Seth Martinez, confidence level, and those guys, are you I guess confident in one of those guys taking over and being a critical middle relief guy before you get to Abreu, Presley, Hader?
Seth Martinez, I am.
Okay.
Because aside from a hiccup against Aaron Judge, I think it was last year.
Yeah.
For the most part, whether Dusty Houston has been a mop-up or multiple innings and extra innings or whenever he seemed to put him in, whether you believe that his stuff was not – a lot of people say he didn't have overpowering stuff. He didn't have a good enough fastball to get guys out. Fact is he got the job done. And I believe in him because he's been consistently getting guys outs for the last couple of years. Mashinsky's a guy I still don't have a ton of confidence when we break camp simply because he's got to prove to me on the major league level against the full major league lineup. He's got to get guys out. But I was also counting on seeing the Sousa we saw last year, a guy that you wish was available for the postseason because he was getting guys out. Now he's not. You look at Coleman, another guy that you were relying on to be a veteran that could possibly be in the middle.
Now.
I'm out on Coleman. I have serious doubts about Sousa. I don't ever want to see Belak in a relief role.
Sure.
I think that narrows it down to me that I'm either looking at guys like Seth Martinez or Mashinsky or a guy that I didn't expect to like in Blanco because Blanco's been really effective in spring.
Yeah, that'll be interesting because Blanco could be a guy, depending on how long Verlander and France take to get back, that you could have to end up relying on him as your 5th starter. But I think once your staff is fully healthy, Blanco as your long reliever, your guy who comes in if the starter gets blown up, makes a lot of sense. I'd be confident in having Blanco in that role. Can I quickly ask you about one more of your favorites? It's not a relief pitcher, but we might have to talk about Jake Myers here. He's hitting well this spring.
Yeah.
So Jake Myers, if you haven't seen the numbers,
again, he had a bomb.
Yeah, yesterday he not only did he hit a bomb, he hit an opposite field home run, and he's attributing that to apparently he moved the position of his hands.
Maybe he put them together the way guys that hold a bat should hold a bat.
Yeah, maybe it took him way too long to get to this point, but apparently he's crediting the success with moving the position of his hands and his batting stance. But he hits the opposite field home run yesterday, and right now in the spring he's hitting .350 with an 1150 OPS, Joel.
Okay, so then, yes, you're right.
I know, it's spring.
I have taken notice of what I was saying that I'm going to keep my eye on all spring.
10 spring games, about 1150 OPS.
Let me throw it back at you, B-Mac, and say, okay, for all that he's done so far, How's that going to translate to when we break camp?
I don't know. I'm looking for the ray of sunshine, the silver lining, the reason to have hope and confidence. But look, Jake Myers, I guess it's been a long time ago now, 2021. We were still dealing with COVID during 2021. But Jake Myers did show some offensive potential in that rookie year. Obviously, he had a lot of injuries and a lot of things that derailed his career since then. I obviously don't expect him to hit 350 or have an 1150 OPS, but I do have a little ray of hope that he could be maybe a 260 hitter with a decent OPS.
See,
and if he does that, I'm fine with him at center.
That I've always clamored for was, I just need to get the Jake Myers before the injuries.
Right, exactly. 2021 Jake.
Right. If I get 2021 Jake, he can play center field on the big league level.
Absolutely.
Because his numbers, because of his above-average defense, because he doesn't look like a deer in the headlights at the plate, and he doesn't look scared of his own shadow in the outfield.
Right.
If we get that kind of Jake Myers, it would be a win. If you get the kind of Jake Myers, or at least the majority of the Jake Myers you're seeing this spring, it would be a massive upgrade. And that would be huge, because then Chaz can take time off of Jordan being in the outfield and play left. Jordan can go back and forth. You have more depth at first base with the ability to move guys, get some DH at bats too. And your entire outfield defensively is better because Chaz covers ground, as does a guy like Jake Myers. Defensively, it really helps, but offensively would be a huge bonus that I didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all confident, or at least fairly confident. We'll see what happens with Jose Abreu's bulky knee, but I think we're all fairly confident that this Astros lineup is pretty deep 1 through 7. But suddenly, Jake Myers, as your number 8 hitter, is back to 2021 Jake Myers, or, I mean, just anywhere remotely close to what he's done in spring, then this offense goes from, I mean, I think what we had already considered top 3, certainly top 5, to, I mean, having a chance to be the best offense in baseball. If Jake Myers is 2021 Jake Myers.
Yeah, you look at Texas, they got young guys that are going to be seen for
Dodgers will be up
full
there.
Season. Yeah, on both sides, you've got the powerhouses that you expect. Texas was the best offense in baseball a year ago, like you mentioned. When you add a guy like Ohtani offensively to Freeman and Mookie and the guys that they have, there's no reason to think that they can't be as good or better. But when you look at everything that has to fall into place for other teams, if you take Maldi out and you get Yiner instead, and Yiner's on the trajectory he was a year ago, and then Jake hits, why couldn't the Astros be right there?
Yeah. You're basically, and we haven't even talked about Jeremy Pena, who's also hitting well this spring. You're in a position where there's no easy outs in the entire 1 through 9.
Right, and as opposed to a big hole at the bottom of the lineup.
Oh, yeah, you essentially you were reverting back to 2004 Astros baseball where you had Ausmus Everett pitcher spot, and you were giving away 3 innings a game.
7, 8, 9 was a huge problem in the past. 9 was just an absolute no-win situation with the occasional home run out of nowhere. Now you're looking at a lineup from 1 through 9 that can compete with anybody in this league, and that's a huge upgrade because when you think about just what it takes, let's just go step by step. All these teams focus on let's make the playoffs first. Easiest way to do that is win your division.
Sure.
When you talk about a division that has a Rangers offense in it, but their starting pitching is in such disarray, you would expect that even if they get healthier by midseason, when they get DeGrom back, when they get Scherzer back, you can open up a sizable lead in the division and you can dominate the division. So you guarantee your first spot, box checked. I'm going to the playoffs. I should win the division. That's how you do it. Your offense does what it has to do. Your starting pitching is better than Texas. And Texas is going to struggle trying to defensively hold people down with their pitching, no matter what their offense does. That should be a huge advantage for Houston.
Yeah, certainly while Max Scherzer and, I mean, who knows when Jacob DeGrom's
and what's
back.
Montgomery going to do? We don't know.
It depends on where he signs as well. All right, you want to talk mock drafts? We haven't done that in a few days. Texans free
We are
agency
making mock drafts great, again, no matter how much free agency has consumed us.
Yeah, certainly. So, let's talk about that on the side. What do you think?
That sounds great. All right, mock draft coming up next. We'll get through that and see what people are projecting and if anything's changed based on what the Texans have already done and what Brian and I think about it based on knowing what the Texans have done because some of these clowns don't even pay attention. But we've got that and a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere. It's more of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy and Spring Branch. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Live from the Decoy. We love this place. We love broadcasting live from here. You'd love this place if you came out and checked it out, because if you want to play some sand volleyball, cornhole, it's all here for you. But look, it's a great sports bar too. Tons of TVs, massive screens, lots of good beverages. Come on out. It's in Spring Branch area, off of I-10, right close to the mall. Absolutely a fantastic
Gesner
location.
exit if you're coming from downtown, and then you turn on Whitty Road. It's pretty easy to get to.
Come out, check us out at the Decoy. Check them out for St. Patrick's Day and next week for the tournament. Absolutely one of our favorite spots. All right, it's time for us to make mock drafts great again. We always do this. We're doing it again today. We're doing it because of the fact that Josh Edwards of CBS Sports decided to put out his latest mock draft, and you know the drill and how we do it. 3 quarterbacks go off the board in the top 3 spots, which we've seen happen quite a bit. Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4 is another big get. I see Bo Nix going to the Broncos at 18. J.J. McCarthy in the top 5 now because that is such a huge win for him.
I'll go ahead and declare it now. If that happens, that's the worst pick in the draft.
Unbelievable.
I do not get at all the J.J. McCarthy hype.
I don't think it's about ability, B-Mac. I think it's more about the fact it's a need.
Need a
desperate need. That's right.
Desperation.
And suddenly he's going to be the guy to cash in, regardless of what his ability truly shows you. He's going to be a guy that capitalizes.
I don't see how you can watch Michigan play and think, oh, yeah, J.J. McCarthy, 5th overall pick. There's no way you can come to that conclusion.
If you thought that there was a small sample size for Sam Howell, if you thought that there was a small sample size for Drake May, if you thought that Trubisky or Brock Osweiler had small sample sizes, I look at what J.J. McCarthy did, and basically you talk about the game manager label. He managed a ton of games because they had an unbelievable running game. They had more talent than just about anybody in the nation, and they steamrolled you.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see it. So the draft gets a little interesting after that. Some of the things kind of hold for him. Malik Neighbors goes 6 to the Giants in this mock draft. Rome Odunze goes 9 to the Bears. Here's where it gets interesting to me, because we've assumed for a while now, even before the Combine, but certainly after the Combine, that Byron Murphy would be nowhere near the Texans' pick at 23. However, in this mock draft, Josh Edwards of CBS has Byron Murphy going 21 to Miami. I'll go on record with this. If he's there at 20, Texans need to make the call and trade up.
Well, because Miami wants to replace Wilkins.
Exactly. So you got. I think if you want Byron Murphy, he's not getting to 23. I think Josh Edwards from CBS is right. Miami would take him at 21. So I would even be willing to trade up, because I'm okay with the compensation it would take to do so, to maybe even go up as high as 18 or 19. But certainly, if Byron Murphy is on the board at number 20, Nick Caserio must make that phone call, make that trade happen.
Well, I mentioned that Denver at 18 was looking at Bo Nix. Denver's probably going to be willing to trade down.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix will probably be there at 23.
That's what I'm saying. Because of the fact, you look at the teams, you look at Dallas, you look at Texans, you look at the Eagles, you look at the Rams, look at teams like that. I don't think they're looking quarterback. So I think Denver could take the risk, get the extra pick, because they've given away so many picks over the years in the trade with the Russell Wilson trade and otherwise, that they could gain a pick or two, still get the guy that they want, and the Texans or someone else could slide up. So you're right. It's definitely an interesting slot to look at. But let's do the drill the way we normally do it. We get to 23, and lo and behold, corner Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama is there for your Houston Texans. If you see Kool-Aid McKinstry as the pick for the Houston Texans, your thoughts are?
I would be happy with it. I think you can make an argument for a couple other corners. But if Kool-Aid McKinstry is there at 23 and you're telling me that he's the best corner, that's obviously, I would say, the biggest need for the Texans right now. So I would be happy with that pick.
I said it. I want defense in the first round.
Yeah.
We talked about the glaring need. I don't think they've addressed enough as corner because of all the movement on the defensive line that they've done to upgrade. If Kool-Aid McKinstry is their guy, and I like the way Nick evaluates talent because Stingley's turned out, if he's their guy, then so be it. He's the guy that I believe then becomes the other corner to Stingley for the long haul, so I'm good. But the way we do the drill is then we look at for the next 3 picks after that. You got Jackson Powers Johnson, the offensive lineman from Oregon, at Dallas at 24. Kingsley Suamatea, the offensive tackle from BYU, to Green Bay at 25. And then Graham Barton, offensive tackle, Tampa Bay, takes the Duke lineman right there. If that's my choices, I don't care. Because to me,
you're still going Kool-Aid.
I am going defense. I am going Kool-Aid as opposed to any one of the 3 other offensive linemen, and I feel like my team got better.
Yeah, I would immediately cross off Graham Barton and Kingsley, the offensive tackle out of BYU. I'm not going to attempt to say the name like you did. You did much better than I would. I would give a little bit of a consideration, though, to offensive guard Jackson Powers Johnson. I certainly, maybe I'm doing that just so Jeremy Branham could be here in spirit, because I think that's been his guy right now. Because
he likes Graham Barton a lot, because Graham Barton's gotten crapped on a lot in our votes, in our polls.
I think he's really high, seemingly, on Jackson Powers Johnson. So I would be fine if Jackson Powers Johnson is the pick and you put him in at left guard. But, yeah, I think I would still stick and stay at 23 and go ahead and take Kool-Aid McKinstry, because corner, while left guard is a need, I would say corner is the bigger need.
Tell you what, when you look at some of the names you were talking about, but Chop Robinson is the guy we didn't talk about at 27. If he falls to 27, you don't need him anymore.
Yeah, that changes up, because I think, obviously, if we do this exercise a week ago, we're saying, we'll just trade back and take Chop Robinson, or take Chop Robinson at 23. But defensive end cannot be considered right now at 23.
No. So Keon Coleman falls all the way to 32. If you want a receiver before that, Adonai Mitchell, a guy you know very well, goes to Buffalo at 28. Nate Wiggins is another cornerback a lot of teams have looked at in these mock drafts. He's 29 to Detroit. That's a guy that if you don't like Kool-Aid, or you think that size-wise or otherwise you have some concerns, Wiggins is another guy that I think you could put into consideration as a day one starter at the other corner if that's someone you like, because he would be available in this draft.
Yeah, certainly. I certainly think that corner is the pick here. I mean, and then it just comes down to preference about who you like. You want to talk about some bad takes in the next segment?
Bad Take Boulevard coming up next. You guys know we don't like to miss that segment. You don't either, and we've got plenty to get to you as we start the second half of the show. Before we do that, we're going to step away. Halftime right now, the Killer Bees. Thanks for being a part of the Hive, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. lot of people say that to Joe George.
Never miss a chance to take a shot at Joe George.
I'm not saying I say that. I just think
people.
There's a lot of people, quote unquote,
sources say
people that say that about Joe George, and they might not be wrong. But you know how we do Bad Take Boulevard. A lot of clowns out there trying to make a lot of clicks, and in the process, look like less than stellar.
Yeah, a clown. Exactly.
I don't think that rhymes with clicks, but okay.
No. Yeah, you're right. I'll take the air on that one. So clown number one this week. I know this is a favorite of Paulie G, but Mad Dog Russo on First Take this morning put out his top 5 challengers of teams that could take out the Kansas City Chiefs. Some of the teams, most of the teams on there I'm fine with. The order I have a problem with. But one team in particular is really head-scratching how you can put them over the Houston Texans. So his top 5 teams that could take out the Kansas City Chiefs and be a challenger to the throne. Number 1, the Lions. Number 2, the Bills. 3, Ravens. 4, Cleveland Browns, and then 5, the 49ers. So Lions, Bills, Ravens, 49ers, I think those teams make sense to be in the conversation.
Now, if I could read your voice inflections and then associate it properly, I would think you have a problem with the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, especially compared to the team that we cover here in Houston, the Houston Texans, who beat the Browns in the playoffs by, 30? How are the Cleveland Browns ahead of the Houston Texans on a list of teams that could challenge the Chiefs? That makes no sense to me.
One, I have a problem with the order.
I do too.
Because if you look at it, the Niners are 5th. They beat the Lions. They played them in the Super Bowl. So you would think the Niners should be the top 1 or 2 in terms of competition for the Chiefs. But the team that they beat is number 1 in the Lions. And then, like you said, the Texans beat the Browns. So of the 2 teams, why would you put the Browns ahead of the Texans? It makes absolutely zero sense to me on that front. I get the Ravens. They had the best record last year. They absolutely boat raced the Niners in the regular season and beat everybody in their path until Lamar in the playoffs with some help.
Yeah, right.
So
right.
He's got a majority of the teams right. You're right about that. I think Philly might have a say-so in the NFC this year with what they've done to kind of reload and restock. But I don't know how Cleveland's on this list.
Yeah, the biggest problems I have with this, Cleveland being on the list and the 49ers being all the way down at 5. And specifically to the Bills and the Ravens, I have no problem necessarily with them being on the list, but I would move them down simply for the fact that both the Bills and the Ravens had home games to do exactly what he's ranking them on. They had home games in the playoffs with the chance to dethrone the Chiefs, and they both lost. And they both had multiple chances.
And what the Chiefs were good at a year ago, defense.
Right.
They secured Snead. They secured Jones. They did what they had to do.
Right.
Okay. And then offensively, they let MVS go. They have the ability to upgrade both in the draft.
Rashee Rice in year 2 is going to be even better.
They're going to get a receiver in the draft. They're going to probably still look to get a guy on a cheap, which a lot of guys want to play with Mahomes, obviously. They're not done on offense, and if they get any receivers at all, how do you say that the Chiefs are going to have that rough of a road no matter what?
Yeah, this list was just full of holes. Amina Kimes tore Mad Dog Russo apart for it. But let's move on to our next one. Someone else on ESPN who I guess isn't welcome on First Take.
Stevie A loves him, yeah.
Yeah, he's not welcome on First Take. But we have some audio to go along with this, Austin. But Pat McAfee is suggesting that if the NFL schedule goes to an 18th game, that teams might start using load management for quarterbacks?
32 teams in the NFL, you start doing math. A lot of starters got hurt. A lot of starters missed games. As they move to 18 games, which is seemingly inevitable, sounds like is going to be taking place. Not that we all didn't see that immediately upon 17 games getting okayed. It's like there's going to come a time where you almost just like rest. Like, hey, let's say it's middle of the season. 66 quarterbacks played last year, started last year. 32 teams. That's obviously
68 in 2022, so it's not like
math majors.
Like a lot of thing either. Like there's a lot of quarterbacks that start,
and we hit them less. We hit quarterbacks way less than we used to.
Yeah, I'm wondering if going forward there'll be games where like even if they're at 75%, it's like let's just give you another week because you got 18 games. You know, the NBA has this issue where they were resting players, and that's because I assume the NBA players say our bodies weren't able to make it to the end of the season when the most important games were, which is when all the eyes were on us. NFL guys, you know, like you get to the playoffs, all eyes are, there's guys crawling to those games.
Yeah, I mean, I get if you look, certainly a defensive tackle, maybe a running back, an offensive lineman might get low managed. A quarterback?
There's just no way because we've seen what happened when CJ was out. the night and day difference that
the team
what
falls
it means.
apart.
And then you look at the games that they should have won last year. They lost to Carolina. They lost to Atlanta. They lost games when CJ wasn't playing, like at Tennessee, or they actually
won at
Tennessee,
lost
but they
at
looked
home
terrible.
They lost at home against Cleveland.
Those are the games that you can't afford to lose because those take a toll at the end of the year. Yeah, you're right. I could see them if a team gets up in a game, they might be willing to sit their quarterback a lot sooner. But load management in terms of quarterbacks missing entire games, I can't see.
Yeah, there's no way you load manage a quarterback. It's just it's it makes sense for other positions, but yeah, I mean, not only does it not make sense for the team because you're giving away potentially a game that you could need at the end of the season for playoff seeding, but can you imagine the NFL's reaction if the Houston Texans go, C.J. Stroud's a little under the weather. We're going to go ahead and manage this game, and now you don't have C.J. Stroud available for Sunday Night Football.
That's
like, they're never going to accept that for their
that's
media
the biggest
contracts.
thing is
it's
as much as the
quarterback.
NBA hated it when the Spurs rested Parker, Ginobili, and Duncan.
10 for a quarterback.
The most watched sport in America, and you're going to have load management with an NFL game that's a marquee. No way. So let's hear from another ESPN personality. This one from First Take. He is actually allowed on First Take, unlike Pat McAfee. But Shannon Sharp used an interesting comparison when talking about teams' market on quarterback Russell Wilson.
Like this. Can I give it to you like this?
Please.
He's on the market. No matter how fine a chick is, no matter how many Birkin bags or Chanel purses she has, if she's on the market, what does that tell you?
Well, what that might do? She
can be a dime. She can have a mansion. She can drive a Bugatti with Rolls Royce and Cullinans. If she's on the market, what does that tell you, Stephen?
That tells me that somebody didn't want her. That don't mean I shouldn't. That's how I answer that question. That's how I say it. But what you talking about? Go there it is. I mean, we don't know that. What's good for the goose might not be good for the gander.
Russell Wilson was on the market, Stephen A. What does that tell you? If he was what you believe that he is, that you hoo-hard and you want me to have on pom-poms and doing a whiz boom bow like yay go.
Is he a significant upgrade?
I don't know what the worst part of that is, but to like there could be other reasons a woman might be single other than it seems like he's trying to say that Russell Wilson as a quarterback is the equivalent of a crazy woman that no matter how hot she is, you don't want to date her.
Right. And I think to his point, which is why I don't know that it's that bad of a take, Denver didn't want him after Seattle didn't want him anymore. So it's happened twice, and now Pittsburgh's hanging on, hoping they got a cougar. I'm not exactly all out on Shay on this one.
Man, I don't know. It felt like maybe a little bit of a reach into a little bit of a misogynistic take. Like a man,
tell you what this
a
was.
man could be crazy too.
Why this belongs
here?
here?
There are other reasons why women might be single other than she's just crazy.
Not since the bad thespianism that used to be the fifth of Who Said It when you guys used to try and act things out.
Oh,
that was theater because he had to set Stephen A. up and tell him what he had to say at a certain point so that he could say that means that somebody didn't want her.
No, he definitely he was able to invoke the reaction out of Stephen A. that he wanted to get.
I mean, why? Why?
All right, we got we shouldn't go to one more because we got some big Texans news to get to on the other side. So we're going to have to cut off Bad Take Boulevard.
All right, that does it for Bad Take Boulevard for this week. You know how we do it every Thursday afternoon at 4:30. We've got more, so if you got suggestions, make sure you get them to me because Jeremy says so at Pac-Man Joel, and I'll make sure they get them to the boys. But like I said, Texan stuff to talk about. Lots of interesting new news to talk about. That'll all come up next. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
We're back.
Hey, we're back on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. We're at the Decoy. Some loyal listeners popping in to listen to us, and some wiser than others in terms of how close they can get to us so they can hear everything. But others can still do what they need to do. And here, Brian and myself, Jeremy got a victory today with the Cougs, which means Jeremy's out tomorrow. Do as it as you wish, if you're happy or not.
Wrong reasons only. Why is Jeremy out tomorrow?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. We've never done that before. But so we have some big Texans news. I would say it's fairly big Texans news.
Big time news.
Yeah, coming out of everything that we've already talked about the Texans and hopes for what they're going to do going forward. Big Texans news still to come because of the fact that not only did they trade for a running back, but they're going to make sure he stays their running back.
Yeah, so this is from Adam Schefter. New Texans running back Joe Mixon has now signed a 3-year, $27 million contract extension that includes $13 million guaranteed per source. So my initial reaction, obviously, I'm lower on Joe Mixon than you are.
Yes.
I prefer Devin Singletary. That point aside, that doesn't really matter at this point. But I was okay with it at least if it was a 1-year deal because Joe Mixon will be 28 when the season starts. He turns 28 in July. 27 is already, in my opinion, kind of the running back cliff anyway. So you're already flirting with the wrong side of the age cliff, even at the age 28 season. Now, I don't think he gets all 3 years because only only $13 million of the 27 is guaranteed. I don't think he gets all 3 years. But my initial reaction, tell me what you think, Joel. I don't really like this deal because this seems to me that Joe Mixon is now here for multiple years, and I was only comfortable with one.
Look, I think that's the biggest thing. When they made the move, I liked it because it really didn't have to give up much. It was low risk, high reward. There's a guy that, like you said, I was higher on than you, but I like the pass-catching ability. I like the every-down back possibilities instead of what Singletary did was more kind of scat back and doing things outside the tackles and on the edge. I think Mixon's a guy that attacks between the tackles. I think Mixon catches 50 balls a year. I think in Slowick's offense he's going to be even better. But the one thing that I also thought was, to your point, running backs start to fall off a little bit late in their 20s, getting into their 30s. That's why I was so happy that we could see kind of a try-it year. And if he balled out, you could lock him up. If he didn't, you can move on. Now you are tied to him for the next couple years, and that's going to be something to keep an eye on because there's always a way to dump out. But you don't like the dead cap money. You don't like the commitment of that kind of money because that's upper echelon running back money if you're not one of the top 3-4 running backs in the league. That's scary.
Yeah, I don't think he sees all 3 years, but if he did, hypothetically, we're now talking about $9 million per year, which would be more than what DeAndre Swift got. It'd be more than what Tony Pollard got, obviously less than Saquon Barkley and a few other running backs in the market. But yeah, for a running back, it's going to be 28 when the season starts. I assume he's also going to be here the season after, so now you're talking about 29 years old.
Yeah.
That is far more time as far as length of contract and money that I'm willing to give for a running back at that age. I was sort of okay with it, putting aside all the warts that come along with Joe Mixon. I now seeing this deal, I would have to consider myself on the outside of this.
See, I look at it and say, if you get 3 years out of him, the biggest thing is the fall off with me because what I looked at, I went back and looked at some film and online, some of the clips of Mixon last year. When he hit the hole, he hit it hard. When he was fast, he was really fast. When he was out in the open field, he was doing things. He has the ability, like I said, multifaceted, a weapon for Bobby Sloak to really exploit. But what happens if he plays a full season and takes a beating? What happens if
especially when you look at this running back depth chart right now because there's nobody behind him. Like, I mean, I don't think they go into the season with Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce as the running back room. They'll obviously have to add more. But if Dameon Pierce is your number 2, you're probably going to see what we saw at the end of last year where Devin Singletary is getting 95% of the carries.
Yeah, I don't think.
And for a running back the age of Joe Mixon, that's a problem.
If it's a 1-year deal like they initially made with the trade, and like I said, I'm fine. I have deep concerns about the fact that you're promising $13 extra million for at least the next 2 after that to a guy that's getting older, that's going to take a beating right now the way it's set up. Now, they do need – if Pierce is your number 2, it's a huge miss. You have to find a number 2 no matter what you do with Pierce. And I think that that's something that they're going to have to focus on even more now because they made a commitment they didn't have to make. That's what that bothers me too.
It does.
This is like when Rafael Stone locked up Jayshawn Tate when you didn't have to. I don't believe you needed to lock up Joe Mixon.
You know what? And obviously, I don't think we feel the same way about the move I'm going to bring up as we do about Joe Mixon. But it's very similar to what happened last year, where they trade for Shaq Mason, and immediately, boom, Nick Caserio, extends him with the 3-year deal. I think Shaq Mason, so far that's worked out. We'll see what happens for year 2 and year 3 of Shaq Mason as he starts to age. I don't even have to guess what Jeremy would say about this, because I know he hates the long-term deals for players that are a little bit older. And, 28 for a running back might as well be 32 or 33 years old for some of these other positions. So, Joe Mixon, yes, I think you're right. Well, like when you mentioned his explosiveness, like especially in the screen game, when he actually gets the open space, I think he still does have a top gear. But I would say, like, when you look at some of the advanced numbers for running backs, he's very low on broken tackles. He was very low on yards after contact. So not beyond breaking tackles, he's not adding more additional yardage, pushing the pile forward. So I think I already have some concern about his efficiency numbers. You tack upon that, his age at 28, and now it's not just the 1-year deal, it's the 3-year deal. I don't think this is a deal that obviously hurts them super long term, because it's not, some $100 million contract. It's a running back. But I think this is a deal that could impede them, going forward with some future deals and having less money to work with.
No, you're right. The big thing to me is the long-term ramifications. I'm not worried about this upcoming season. I'm excited about this upcoming season. Now, someone on text message said that means they're definitely drafting a running back. I don't think there was any doubt.
I hope so.
I don't think there's any doubt for the future, for the big picture, that they were going to look in the 4th, 5th round at a running back. But I think that is probably more of a necessity now as well, because you're going to want a running back's probably on the cheap early on too. So it's interesting to see how it's all going to play out. But at the same time, I don't like this because you didn't have to do it. I like Joe Mixon as an ad. I think he is an upgrade over Singletary. But I don't think that I was looking at it going, well, you got to tack on 3 more years at about 9 a year if you give him everything. I don't like that at all.
All right, so the other piece of Texans news that has come down, came down while we were going through all the bad takes last segment. It seems like the Texans are done now at defensive tackle. They missed out on Eric Armstead, and they have settled for Tim Settle, the defensive tackle out of Buffalo. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Great the pun. 2-year, $7 million contract for Tim Settle, because Eric Armstead, that's the other part of it, the important part of it. Once the Jaguars acquired Eric Armstead, they then agreed to a 3-year, $51 million contract for Eric Armstead. So,
look, I'm not Pat McAfee. That's $17 a year.
Given the numbers
here, lot.
Given the numbers here, are you now more okay with what's happened with Eric Armstead and missing out?
Yeah, I am. I'm still curious as to the whys, why it didn't work out with a trade, why they couldn't have made it. They still could have extended it if they wanted to. It's still not, over the top money, though it is a little bit more. But when you think about who they already have on the defensive line, how good they could have been, it was intriguing. But to lock him up for 3 years at that amount of money scares me a little bit. Just
especially
like we were
with his injury history.
Yeah, just like we were talking about with Mixon, only from the injuries as well. It concerns me. So I'm okay to dodge that bullet because they still have a ton of talent on the defensive line. And then, you mentioned that they didn't have to settle to get settled, but because they also have the Jaguars defensive tackle, Folorunso Fatukasi.
Mrs. Foley's little boy.
He is a run stopper, the big F. And if you got the big F on top of that, they're done at defensive tackle. Now, if they go defense in the first round, to me, they're going to a corner.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this is a clear signal that they're spending, whether it be in the draft or in free agency, they're spending, at least on a major level, is done for the defensive line. I could see them taking depth later in the draft, throw a 7th round.
Best player available. If one of the Texas
7th round pick,
interior
whatever
defensive lineman falls into your lap and you go, I can't not take.
But I couldn't see it. Obviously, first round. I can't see it second round or third round. I couldn't see them spending a top 3 round pick on a defensive lineman at this point. And I'm with you. I'm absolutely fine now, I think, with passing on Eric Armstead once we see the numbers, because you got first round, pick investment in Will Anderson Jr. Plus, there's a big contract coming up with him down the road. You spent big in free agency with Danielle Hunter and also with D'Amico Autry as well. If you would then put a 3-year, $51 million contract in front of Eric Armstead, I mean, defensive line is very important, but to me that's way too much allocated to one position group. I couldn't have signed up for that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm with you on that. Look, I think that they're done on the defensive line. I don't know if this appeases D'Amico or not. But basically the fact that we talk about Dana Brown talks too much. Well, from a head coach standpoint, D'Amico doesn't talk too much, but when he talks, you better listen because he kind of gave us the blueprint for what he wanted to do. He feels like Mixon's an upgrade at the running game to start, and what he's done on the defensive line is a huge upgrade over what they had. So listen to when D'Amico talks at the right times. He's not going to give you, like, game plan information, but when he gave us everything we needed to know starting the offseason because it seems like they followed that blueprint.
So if we're right and the Texans are done on the defensive line, I mean, obviously we love the Danielle Hunter signing. We like the D'Amico Autry signing in Will Anderson Jr.'s Defensive Rookie of the Year. Are we then considered we're good, we're happy with what they've done now? If following D'Amico Ryan's mission statement, we must improve the defensive front. That's where we must get better. Are we satisfied?
No doubt. I am extremely satisfied. Like I said, I think it's a night and day upgrade in terms of the entire defensive line. We talked about the injury history of Grenard. He got 19 a year. You're looking at, he got the year.
4 years,
He got
too.
4 years.
Right.
So the fact that you added a double-digit sack guy in Autry, then you went and doubled down and got even better in terms of Danielle Hunter, and the fact that you're looking for probably a lot of improvement because the ceiling's so high for Will Anderson Jr. I don't worry about rushing the quarterback. I don't worry about upgrading the defensive line, but I do worry about the fact that D'Amico was doing all this to be better run stoppers, and that's where they're going to have to prove to be better.
Yeah, there is. Look, I said it earlier in the show, and I completely agree with you. It's not a red flag to me, but it is something to kind of cast the sideways glance at. The run defense, we'll see what happens, but it could be something that we have to watch over the course of the year because they've added a lot of talent on the defensive line. They've added pass rushers on the defensive line, but I'm not sure how much better they got against the run. So next segment, you want to talk about Nico Collins and some of the payday he could expect, or maybe some of the winners and losers across the NFL.
Yeah, we could do both. We could do one or the other, but we'll leave it. We'll leave it a surprise to you. But at the end of the day, we're going to get to everything that we can to make sure that you get everything that you need. But before we do that, I want to tell you about my good friends at MyBookie. MyBookie, best in the business at taking care of their customers. They're doing it again. They do it all the time, and they do it all for you because they love taking care of their customers. MyBookie is the one-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs, and it's complete with a real-life Vegas experience right from the comfort of your phone. You could be at home, on the couch, hanging out, wherever you might be. As long as you got your phone, you've got access to be in a casino with a live dealer playing casino games. And the tournaments are going on now and coming up, the big one next week. Well, what better place to go than mybookie.ag as a website to take your gambling experience to the next level and find betting easier and better because of the fact that you can actually get it all at mybookie.ag. Sign up and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. Put in $200. Get $300 ready to play instantly using the promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You'll get up-to-the-minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide where to put your money and who to bet on. The best part about mybookie.ag, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, and it's what I always tell you to do. Just make sure you use our promo code BET975 so you can cash in even more no matter how you win or lose. Secure your welcome bonus today only at mybookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Decoy and Spring Branch. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Brian McDonald.
Jeremy out moonlighting on his second gig. That means BMAC is here doing a better gig as he and I take you home. Short show today, done at 5:30 because of the Ags and
Ole Miss.
And Ole Miss.
Yeah,
and
SEC tournament.
Fighting Texas Aggies basketball with Dave South. That he doesn't do the games anymore. But if he did, it would sound like that. But before we get to that, I do also remind you of one of my favorite places to go if it's not here at the Decoy. X Golf and Katy. If you're a golfer, let me tell you about the best golf simulators I've seen in the Houston area. Right there at 99 and I-10, X Golf and Katy is phenomenal. 8 of the best simulators you're ever going to find. You can play up to 50 courses worldwide that are real courses with unbelievable graphics. But the biggest thing to me is this is the most accurate golf indoors you're ever going to find. It is putting, real putting. That is really good in terms of being able to practice and get better. You can use your own golf balls. Every shot track is done to calculate the distance, the spin, and you can use it as a driving range. And the fact is, it's like the best golf range meets the best sports bar because they have a ton of TVs, they have great food and beverage, and it's a great spot where you can hang out, hit golf balls, and then meet, greet, mingle, and have some great food and beverage too. Check them out today. I can't tell you enough about what a great spot it is. If you're a golfer, you want to hit some balls after hours, or maybe it's raining and you missed a tee time, just go to X Golf Katy and check it all out because it's going to be worth your while. Tell them I sent you by. All right, so you want to get into, and we need to still kind of cover, there's been a lot of action in the NFL. I really believe that from the standpoint of activity and excitement, the NFL has done what I didn't know if they were capable of doing, and that is equal, rival, and maybe better what the NBA does in terms of their free agency period when it opens and the excitement it creates.
Yeah, I mean, most years the NBA free agency is obviously the most exciting offseason whenever it kicks off in the first week of July. But, yeah, I think the NFL has arguably surpassed it this season. Hopefully more NFL offseasons will continue to be like this instead of what usually is kind of boring past the first couple hours. But I wanted to check in kind of the rest of the AFC South and see, obviously, Texans AFC South champs last year. But have any of the teams possibly caught up? I first looking at the Colts, I think their biggest moves were bringing back players that are already on the roster. They re-signed Michael Pittman. They bring back their defensive lineman Grover Stewart. Obviously, good players, and it's important they bring them back to not lose any ground. But I don't think they made up any ground. What are your thoughts on what the Colts have done?
I don't either, B-Mac, because I think the one thing that we failed to mention, no matter who they add and who they brought in, is the fact that who they lost was important. And you lost Gardner Minshew, and you replaced him with Joe Flacco. Gardner Minshew was not just a good backup for your team. He was a lifesaver for that team to have you in a position to possibly earn a playoff spot in the last game of the regular season against the Texans. Because the fact of the matter is, you didn't know that Richardson was going to have injury problems. Once he did, you basically could have written it off and said, season's over. Instead, because of what Gardner Minshew was able to do, they were able to compete for a playoff spot the entire rest of the regular season. And I don't know if Flacco can do the same. He did it last year, but with his age and the fact that he is not elusive in any way, shape, or form, where Gardner Minshew has some escapability, I think that hurts a lot, and I think that's something that you have to keep an eye on. But overall, what the Colts lost to me was a concern.
Yeah, because, I mean, Joe George points this out all the time. I mean, Anthony Richardson finished one game that he started last year. One game, and obviously had even some injury concerns in college. So, yeah.
You lost Moss, too.
Yeah, you lost Zach Moss. Yeah, I mean, obviously Jonathan Taylor still obviously I believe will be a very capable and
but
upper
Moss
level
was another guy. Talk about fill-ins in depth. Moss and Minshew were the reason why this team was still in it the entire season when injuries or holdouts could have really set them back.
Certainly. I don't think they've taken – I mean, I wouldn't expect them to drop off very much, but I definitely agree with you in with second, the idea that they definitely didn't take a step forward. So Jacksonville Jaguars – their biggest, I guess, new headline-catching move would be signing Gabe Davis, the wide receiver formerly of the Buffalo Bills. They got a 3-year contract on Gabe Davis. They also got another a guy from the Bills, Mitch Morse, the center, who was a cap casualty. Bills had to let him go, and the Jaguars pick up their center. A few other moves. They signed Devin Duvernay, who'd been with the Ravens, hook him. Mostly a kick returner. He'll play some wide receiver as well, but I don't think he's going to crack their, he's not going to be on the field a whole lot with Gabe Davis and Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram and those guys. But I think the Jaguars got a little better, but I don't think they did anything that scares me.
So Armstead, adding him late.
Oh, I'm sorry, Armstead. I forgot about that. Yeah,
I think that's the one thing that's a plus for them.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
Your
you're
wide
right.
receiver one, Gabe Davis isn't a wide receiver one.
No, I like Christian Kirk. I like Gabe Davis.
But he's inside.
But they're inconsistent.
Yeah.
I don't think it really added much.
No, I don't think they have a true wide receiver one.
They don't.
So I think that, and losing Judy, no matter what you think about him, he was supposed to be their wide receiver one. So I don't think they got better there. I think the fact that when you add an Armstead, yeah, you have the chance to make your defense better, but they also had to get rid of a lot of players going into free agency and around free agency to where I don't think that they're any better than they were, and it still all falls on the quarterback's shoulder or shoulders in the fact that I still don't believe Trevor Lawrence is a full-time, every-down, superstar caliber quarterback, no matter where he was drafted and what people thought about him coming out. I see inconsistent throws. I see inaccurate throws as much as I also see strong-armed, well-placed throws. You can't have inconsistencies and expect to be a playoff team that has higher aspirations, whereas we know what you have in Houston after 1 year of C.J. Stroud, and he looks like he's already better than Trevor Lawrence. So I'm not that concerned about Jacksonville as long as Houston, with all the upgrades that they made, get the same kind of quarterback play out of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I don't think the Jags and Colts have closed any ground on y'all, on the Texans at all. Where I guess you could, or one team you could argue they closed some ground, I guess to what degree will be the question. But Tennessee Titans at least added some big names as Calvin Ridley and Tony Pollard. I think they massively overpaid for Calvin Ridley. And obviously Tony Pollard's efficiency dropped off last year after being a very good 1-2 punch along with Ezekiel Elliott in Dallas' first couple seasons in the league. But, I mean, I guess if Will Levis takes a step forward, then these weapons could be what puts the Titans over the top and gets them back to competing for the division. But do you have any increased fear from the Titans after the additions of Calvin Ridley and Tony Pollard?
So, again, I'll start with the most important position on the field, and Will Levis is still going to make mistakes. He's a gunslinger. He's probably going to get hurt at some point the way he likes to take on.
The offensive line is –
Not only
is the offensive line bad, but he shows maybe the least pocket awareness of any quarterback I've seen.
He loves to think he's a fullback.
Oh, my God.
And he's going to get crushed one time the wrong way.
And he did against the Texans.
It's literally going to kill him.
Twice.
So you know that's coming. He makes mistakes. You know that's coming. But in terms of upgrading, well, they went out, whether it turns out or not, and they went and took a swing at a wide receiver one and paid him like one, like you mentioned.
$90 million.
It's a lot of money. But they went out. It reeks desperation to me more than anything else because they just went out and said, I'm going to try and spend as much money as I can to try and desperately get better as quick as I can. You moved on from a guy like Derrick Henry for a guy like Tony Pollard. I know Tony Pollard was coming off a knee operation. You don't know if he's going to be better this year. But what you knew was you had on and off the field one of the biggest folk heroes in Titans history that the entire offense was centered around. It's hard to believe that you upgraded that much more from Derrick Henry with Tony Pollard. If you were going to do that, you should have chased Saquon. You should have chased Josh Jacobs. You should have looked for the true upgrade from where Derrick Henry is in his career. I don't think they did that.
No, I think Tony Pollard's a good back, but I agree with you. They didn't upgrade the level of that Derrick Henry played at when he basically was a one-man offense, elevating the Titans to being in the playoffs, being a team that you had to consider. I mean, hell, got to an AFC championship against the Chiefs a few years ago. Tony Pollard is not capable of that level play, of the play that Derrick Henry did to get to the Titans to that level. So I definitely agree. And Calvin Ridley, I think he's a nice wide receiver, but I think it tells you – I think this is more damning than anything else about what they're trying to – or what they're saying internally about Will Levis because, I mean, sure, you got to get a quarterback weapons, but this level of desperation to go out and overpay Calvin Ridley tells me, okay – Will Levis is going to need a lot of help for him.
Well, and they also looked at the fact that they weren't willing to risk the kind of quarterback that they had behind Levis to be the kind of guy.
Oh, yeah, Malik Willis.
Yeah, Willis is not the kind of guy that they were willing to do anything with anymore. So they went out and they got Mason Rudolph, which I don't know is that big of an upgrade. But,
I think everybody's an upgrade over Malik Willis, but it's marginal.
When I'm looking at the fact that they got Cushenberry, the center from the Broncos, biggest thing was, he might solidify their line. They overpaid. They overpaid at every position that they tried to upgrade in the free agency process so far, and I think that'll catch up to them as well. I don't think any of the three teams in the division did anything that made me fear them more than the fact that I believe the Texans got better.
You know what this really comes off to me as with what the Titans did is I think management there probably face some backlash from the firing of Mike Vrabel. That was a popular head coach who had a lot of success. I mean, I mentioned it a second ago. They were in the AFC title game against the Kansas City Chiefs just back in the 2019 season. So this was a team that had a lot of success under Mike Vrabel. They pushed him out for reasons I still don't understand, and I think they're now trying to buy back
Brian,
fan
I'm going up
support.
a step further than you. This isn't management. This is ownership.
Okay, you're right. That's what I was saying. I didn't phrase it correctly. Yeah, I believe
this is the skunk.
Right.
This is Amy Adams' skunk.
Amy Adams' skunk.
And Amy Adams' skunk decided, I didn't realize how pissed off the fan base was going to be after I got rid of the popular head coach. Now I'm trying to buy everything back to try and save my face and save my ass and do what I think I need to do to make sure the fan base is still with me. Because they overspent, like I said. I don't know that they upgraded at head coach at all. And I don't
think they did.
And I think that when you start talking about what we did in terms of who the Texans got and who they're replacing, it's pretty easy to say across the board the Texans upgraded at a lot of positions.
Right.
I don't know that Tennessee did, because Pollard to what you've had in Derrick Henry, we'll see. I don't know. Could Pollard stay healthy? Is he better than Derrick Henry? He should be, but will he be? I don't know. You have overpaid a guy like Ridley. And at quarterback, the most important position on the field, I don't know that year two that you're going to have a guy that's volatile, that can be overly emotional, that's insane in the way that he tries to take on hits, is going to be the guy that's going to have the kind of leadership and longevity from start of the year to the end of the year for a team like Tennessee.
So we don't have time for the audio for this, but let's quickly get into Justin Fields before we get into our last segment. Again, we're going to have to break it early for Aggies basketball. They're taking on Ole Miss in the SEC tournament. But Justin Fields, it seems like the market is gone. I mean, the Steelers went ahead and decided to go with Russell Wilson. Obviously, the Falcons decided to go with Kirk Cousins. It seems like the QB needy teams, New England signed Jacoby Brissett. It seems like all the QB needy teams outside the ones we know are going to take quarterback at the top of the draft have pretty much filled their needs.
I think there's two he can still go to.
So where's the landing spot for
So
Justin
I think
Fields?
the two landing spots are, you didn't overpay salary-wise for Gardner Minshew in Vegas.
Yeah, it's in
and you're loading up
Aiden O'Connell.
You got O'Connell, you got Gardner Minshew, and you got a whole lot of money spent on defense. If you go out and get a cheap contract on the last year of a deal with Justin Fields, let them compete. Whoever doesn't win the job is going to be a fine backup for the rest of the year. Fields, if it's Fields, he can move on to greener pastures and try and find something else next year. If he does win the job and plays well, he could set his future in Vegas with a young team that has a lot of potential to be very good. And if it's not Vegas, I think stay in the division. I think Denver. I think that if you're, again, looking for a bridge guy on a cheap deal because of the money you owe Russell Wilson and the dead cap money that getting rid of him cost, and the fact that Peyton doesn't know who his long-term solution could be, and maybe even if he drafts Bo Nix, that I think that you could go to making a trade for like a sixth-round pick if you go the Mac Jones route, or whatever he costs you. It's not going to be that much. And for 1 year, you have a bona fide former starting quarterback in the league that maybe under Sean Payton he can find the best of.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, I see the path there for both those teams, but it would seem odd to spend. I know it wasn't a massive contract, but spend money on Gardner Minshew and then spend on another quarterback as well. And I just don't see Sean Payton.
But Gardner Minshew's a $10 million deal with incentives to get it to 18. If he doesn't start, he doesn't play. Yeah, you spent more money than you probably should have on a backup.
Yeah, that's
but you're not paying a whole lot for Justin Fields.
It's not super prohibitive as far as the overall dollar amount. It just seems like a weird strategy.
It's a bridge. Either way, it's a bridge.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, Fields and Sean Payton would be an interesting fit. Doesn't feel like his type of quarterback, but I don't know. The Bears are going to have to get creative because otherwise you're going to face a situation when they draft Caleb Williams. I mean, you can't just cut Fields, but what's
ESPN did a whole segment today on talking to football people around the league in big positions that said the Bears' best course of action was to keep Justin Fields for now and still draft Caleb. That is a nightmare disaster waiting to happen because the guy that's going to be your long-term quarterback doesn't want to look over his shoulder and see the guy that was supposed to be their long-term solution at quarterback. And if Fields doesn't get the job, you can't tell me he's going to be the happy, good Samaritan, good camper for your team in the locker room if he's not playing. I don't care what kind of guy he is.
No, yeah, it's an interesting situation that's I don't think it's gonna resolve itself anytime soon. But we got to get out because we got to get to our car wreck of the day.
Car wreck of the day is the final segment. You know that's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. But before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville one more time. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. Whether you're losing your hair and you want the full-blown NeoGraft, which I did, which is absolutely a game changer to get your hair back. If you've got pattern baldness, you're thinning, you already got bald spots. Genetically, he told me, and I was not aware of this, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He makes sure he takes some of that hair where you got it and you're never going to lose it and puts it where you need it most, and the results are phenomenal. And because you're never going to lose it in the place where he took it from, it's going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul no matter where he puts it. It could be that baboon's butt that's showing itself on the top and the back, or it could be your hairline in front that's went from a 4-head to an 8-head, and you don't think there's any time stopping it soon. It'll take care of it for you if you take care of it by getting in contact with him. And because you listen to us, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. You get it absolutely free. Just go to 975hair.com right now. Set up the appointment. Ask the questions. Get the answers. Find out if the procedure's right for you, too. Granado did it. I did it. We can't rave enough about how great it was and the results we've gotten. You can be the next in line. Check out 975hair.com. All right, car wreck of the day. You know the way we like to do it. We wrap up the show Monday through Thursday with this one, have several nominees. We make the final decision. You guys can have a vote, too, or throw in a nomination as well. We'll start with Kermit the Frog's best friend, Garrett Cole. You determine who's a bigger car wreck, the guy asking the questions or Garrett Cole's inability to answer.
Garrett, how you doing, man? How you holding up? You all right? How's your health? Garrett, anything you can say, fans? The fans concerned about the opener? Is there anything you can say, Garrett? What do you say to Yankee Nation? Concerned about your status for the season, Garrett? How's that arm?
Yeah, Garrett Cole, not too forthright and forthcoming with any kind of answers. That's like the Mark Berman moment where you know where he's going to be, when he's going to be there. You get the right tip. You see him. You know you've hit it big, and then he does that.
The only difference between that, what we saw there, and Mark Berman, one, it wasn't the airplane. Mark Berman was the best at being there when the airplane arrived. And two, he never asked about his feelings. Mark Berman always had to ask, what are your emotions? What are your feelings about this? But, I mean, we listened to a 40-second clip where the guy must have asked the same question 8 different times. I mean, how many times are you going to ask that to Garrett Cole like you before you go, okay, never mind, I'll see you later?
But who's the biggest car wreck? The guy that's, like, peppering him with questions?
I would say the reporter because, I mean, after the second time Garrett Cole ignores you, get the hint and move on.
But wouldn't you also be cool enough to go, hey, man, I appreciate the hustle. You got to do what you got to do, but I'm not talking today. I'm not answering any questions.
Yeah, I could see that argument. Garrett Cole could at least said that, but then you invite an actual back and forth, and he's it's like it's some TMZ style blogger. I'm not having a back and forth with this guy.
It's like giving a dirty look to a pack of gnats. If you swat at them and let them know you're not interested, they might fly away. But if you just sit there and give them a stink eye, they're going to be all over you.
Yeah, maybe so. So the other nominee we have for car wreck of the day, Rudy Gobert gets a $100,000 fine for making a money sign, like Johnny Manziel money sign gesture at NBA referee Scott Foster, and has really opened up a new can of worms about with accusations and the idea of possibly refs being on the take in the NBA. Certainly not a new topic for the NBA, but Scott Foster has never been one short to not be involved in controversies. We obviously remember his back and forth with Chris Paul. But your quick thoughts on this Rudy Gobert situation?
I was watching the game, shockingly, I know, and saw Rudy Gobert make the gesture. That's not $100,000. I mean,
I thought that was an overreaction.
Yeah,
I agree.
I could see the NBA going, hey, we're not about that life. We don't like that. We've obviously had a reputation with officials from going back a ways.
Donaghy.
Yeah, with Tim Donaghy. $25,000 maybe, $100,000 excessive. They have to admit the fact that if they go back and look at the tape every night, we saw it with the Knicks game. We saw it with the Knicks after that when they got screwed against the Rockets. There's been a ton of bad officiating in the league. That's what they should be more concerned about.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to the overall confidence people have in NBA referees. Like, typically, I revert to people can be bad at their jobs, or people like Scott Foster to Chris Paul can have vendettas, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're on the take and crooked. But at the very least, the NBA has to take some sort of action to restore the confidence
Scott
of the fans.
Foster's just an egotistical D-bag, if you want to be honest about it.
I agree with that, but it's just, I think sometimes fans leap to the on the take too quickly. They could just be bad. Not that they should be. Not that I'm excusing it, but some people are just bad.
Well, but
at
he's the
their
king
job.
of letting his personal feelings and emotions
No, I agree.
dictate how he calls a game. Kevin McHale will tell you that. The Rockets will tell you that. Obviously, other teams will tell you that. Chris Paul will tell you that. The fact that it got to the league level and had to be addressed because of how he treated Chris Paul over the years is ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's not just Rudy Gobert. We don't have time for it, but Zion Williamson has been talking about how the referee's whistle changes throughout the year. I just think the NBA seems to want to shove this and bury it under a rug every time it comes up, and I don't think that's really an option anymore.
No, I think
it has to be addressed.
And with all the leagues, we're beyond the point now to where you can just do what you want to do and say, I'm a dictator. This is my league. I'll do what I want. Because they're being exposed. The videotape doesn't lie. The players are now speaking up against it, and it's going to be a bigger problem until you do something about it, quite honestly.
All right, so who's our car wreck of the day? We got Aggies basketball against Ole Miss in the SEC tournament coming up next here on ESPN 97.5, but who is your car wreck of the day, Joel?
I'll say the NBA for how they handled the Rudy Gobert situation.
I agree with that. $100,000. Like, I get you have to fine Gobert probably, but $100,000 is way too steep.
All right, if you enjoyed the party, thanks for being a part of the Hive. Lots of our loyal listeners showing up and being a part of it. We love it. We're back in studio tomorrow. Jeremy out. BMAC still in. That means you can have a fantastic Friday with us in the Hive as Jeremy calls Cougar basketball. Y'all have a great night, everybody. Enjoy the Yags. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.